Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 1327 to Chapter 1412. Rumble, in the deafening noise and the violent shaking of the ground, Jishui and Shinichi Susanoo were repelled at the same time. Because of the artifact Yada no Kagami, Uchiha Madara's attack on Jishui was bounced back with the same force, but the huge impact was still wrapped in air waves, and Jishui Susanoo was shaken back dozens of steps. In contrast, Shinichi was much more embarrassed. His Susanoo was obviously worse than Uchiha Madara's. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo directly broke his shoulder armor and cut into his shoulder. Fortunately, Shinichi launched his left eye's kaleidoscope pupil technique Heavenly Guard in time, locked his own state, and barely blocked the sword of Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, his Susanoo would have been directly cut in half by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. After getting out of the contact, Shinichi gasped for breath. Jishui on the side was also uncomfortable. While suppressing her restless pupil power, she stared at Uchiha Madara, who was gradually swallowed by Sasuke's Amaterasu. Because of the influence of Sasuke's earth life, in just a short moment, the black flame of Amaterasu spread all over Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. From a distance, Uchiha Madara's tall Susanoo was like a huge torch connecting the sky and the earth. Bathed in Sasuke's Amaterasu, Uchiha Madara still held his hands on his chest, as if he didn't care about the black flame of Amaterasu that can burn everything. Humph. As Uchiha Madara snorted, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes changed into the Rinnegan for a short time, and immediately, it burned all over his Susanoo body, and the black flame of Amaterasu quickly subsided, and eventually turned into smoke. Seeing that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eye sockets changed into Rinnegan, Jishui, Itachi, Shinichi, and Sasuke were all surprised. A mere gravel is nothing compared to me. Madara Uchiha's expression became colder and colder after he easily solved the black flame of Amaterasu. The four flame devils were not surprised for too long, and soon adjusted their mentality. After all, the Rinnegan was not unfamiliar to them, and they would not be confused just because Madara Uchiha had the Rinnegan. The first to attack was Sasuke, who was very confident in his eyes. Then, Jishui and Shinichi also attacked one after another, launching a fierce attack on Uchiha Madara. Only Itachi has been watching coldly in the outer circle, looking for a fatal opportunity. Rumble, the four Susanoo soon became a group, like four gods, ravaging everything in sight. They fought all the way from the desert of the Land of Wind to the border of the Land of Fire, and everything along the way, such as giant rocks, forests, mountains, rivers, etc. were wiped out and destroyed. Boom, another loud noise. Madara Uchiha's Susanoo with only half of his body fell heavily to the ground. And around, Sasuke's purple Susanoo was only a huge skeleton. Jishui's emerald green Susanoo was holding the Yada no Kagami in his left hand was still complete, and the right half was only a shadow swaying in the wind, even a stable form was gone. Shinichi, because of the pupil technique Imperial Heaven Guard, Susanoo was in the best state of the three and was still in its heyday. Itachi still did not make a move, watching the battle indifferently all the way, as if he was just a neutral observer. At this time, Madara Uchiha, who fell to the ground, used his pupil power, and his complete Susanoo was restored again and stood up again. After a fierce battle, he had a general judgment of the four flame devils. What he was most afraid of was undoubtedly Sasuke's purple Susanoo and Itachi's red Susanoo with the artifact Juken. Sasuke's Susanoo is the complete body in the real sense, it is the closest to his Susanoo in shape, it is the main force of the four Susanoo. And Itachi's Susanoo is equipped with the artifact Juken that can seal everything. Even if it is him, once he is hit head-on, he will most likely fall into the illusion of Juken and it will be difficult to extricate himself. Therefore, although Itachi has not made a move, he has to focus half of his attention on Itachi and beware of the artifact Juken in Itachi's hand, which caused him to be somewhat restrained in the battle just now. In contrast, Jishui and Shinichi are much less threatening to him. However, Jishui and Shinichi's experience is obviously above Sasuke's. Without Jishui and Shinichi's assistance, Sasuke would not even have a chance to fight. Taking advantage of the short break, Uchiha Madara's eyes swept over Sasuke, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi one by one. When his eyes stayed on Sasuke, he grinned, "What a pity." Among the four flame devils, Sasuke, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and has successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells, has the strongest pupil power, which is indisputable. Then with the fierce battle just now, the experienced Uchiha Madara has already seen through Sasuke's Manjikyu pupil technique as Amaterasu and Earth Life, which can change the form of Amaterasu. For Uchiha, who has the Manjikyu, Susanoo is only a part of his combat power. The Manjikyu pupil technique awakened in his left and right eye is also a key factor affecting his combat power. For example, Obsidian is obviously just an ordinary Manjikyu Uchiha, but because of the domineering pupil technique Kamui, it gives him extraordinary concealment ability and mobility, and his strength is far beyond a normal Manjikyu Uchiha. The two Manjikyu pupil techniques Amaterasu and Earth Life are still very sharp at the Kage level, but once the battle involves the Super Kage level, involving the Rinnegan, would release and other forces that can absorb chakra and directly disintegrate the structure of ninjutsu, Amaterasu and Earth Life immediately become ordinary fire release. So if Sasuke is experienced enough, he will not easily expose his Manjikyu pupil technique in the beginning. Uchiha Madara will be more afraid of him now. After his eyes swept to Sasuke and Shinichi, Uchiha Madara's expression did not change. In the fierce battle just now, Uchiha Madara deliberately revealed one or two flaws in order to test Jishui and Shinichi's Manjikyu pupil technique. According to Jishui and Shinichi's combat style and his own rich experience, he concluded that Jishui's Manjikyu pupil technique is probably related to Genjutsu and cannot be directly used in the Battle of Susanoo, and Shinichi's pupil technique should be in a constant state. Therefore, his evaluation of Jishui and Shinichi is nothing to worry about. Finally, Uchiha Madara's eyes fell on Itachi in the distance, and his eyes gradually became more dignified. The other party turned a blind eye to the flaws he deliberately revealed and has been observing him indifferently, so that he could neither see through his mind nor guess his pupil technique. Yesterday's second chapter, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Looking at the several Susanoo that were getting smaller and smaller in their field of vision, the Kage were filled with emotion. They knew very well that this was the Balrog deliberately leading away Uchiha Madara in order to avoid the melee of Susanoo from affecting the surviving ninjas on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara must have discovered this, but he obviously didn't care. Thus, the several Susanoo fought along the way and gradually moved away from this battlefield that was littered with corpses, ravines, and craggy rocks. Until the figures of several Susanoo completely disappeared in the field of vision, for generations of Kazekage sat down on the ground, finally survived. For generations Lei Ying looked around the battlefield with a sad expression. Tens of thousands of ninja coalition under the command of the 5 Kages were defeated and almost wiped out because of Uchiha Madara, who was killed by the Edo Tensei. This reality is really hard for him to accept. 3 generations of Tsuchiha Kage said, "This is the world of ninjas, the weak need the gift of the strong to survive." For generations Lei Ying instinctively wanted to argue, but recalling the terrible power of Uchiha Madara and his helplessness at that time, he finally chose to be silent. Swish, at this time, several surviving medical ninjas rushed over and quickly treated the Kage's injuries. While receiving treatment, for generations of Kazekage asked, "What shall we do now?" For generations Lei Ying, who had always been swift and decisive before, was still silent at the moment. "Hey!" 3 generations of Tsuchiha Kage sighed. After this battle, tens of thousands of ninja coalition were basically defeated by Uchiha Madara alone. Even the survivors suffered a heavy physical and mental blow, coupled with chakra's serious consumption. They have no ability to fight again in a short time. 3 generations Naruto said, "Anyway, it's meaningless for us to continue to waste time here. I propose to return to Mai immediately." For generations of Kazekage was the first to cast a questioning look. "Mr. Naruto, shouldn't you explain to us first?" 3 generations Naruto replied calmly, "I know that you have a lot of doubts about our Mai, but I can assure you that whether it is Akatsuki or Amatsukami, it is not our Mai village. There must be some conspiracy in it." 3 generations of Tsuchiha Kage said coldly, "Isn't Uchiha Madara Mai's people?" Just now, among the 4 Homasubi of Amatsukami, the emerald green and the dark green Susanoo should be Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Shinichi of your Uchiha clan, right? For generations of Kazekage said, "The purple Susanoo should be Uchiha Sasuke, we all saw him during the Chunin exam." 3 generations Naruto insisted, "There must be some misunderstanding in this." Misunderstanding? With a frown, 3 generations of Tsuchiha Kage snorted, "It can't be that someone in your Mai secretly formed Amatsukami, or joined Amatsukami, and you, who have been in charge of my for decades, don't know anything about it. Also, what happened to the Homosubi of your village just now? Why did the Homosubi of Amatsukami obey his orders? For generations of Kazekage slightly recalled the process of Hyojin's appearance just now, and added, and he seems to be able to perform ninjutsu similar to the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei, and he was able to repel Madara Uchiha Susanoo with just a raise of his hand. 3 generations. Naruto has thought about these details for a long time, but even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of a reasonable explanation, so he said, please rest assured that Mai will give you an explanation for this matter. Seeing that 3 generations Naruto really didn't know anything about it, 3 generations of Tsuki Hokage had to give up. Well, let's go back to Mai first. In a secret base in the northwest of the Land of Fire. Fo was bored and stretched. How long are we going to stay here? Naruto, who was leaning against the door with his hands crossed over his chest, said, please be patient, when the situation becomes clearer, we should be able to make further judgments. Fo curiously said, but didn't Akatsuki already resurrect Jubi? I should no longer be their target, right? Naruto shook his head, we can't trust the enemy's words at will. Both the Mizukage-sama and the Uzumaki Naruto of Mai have issued a warning. Akatsuki is likely to take action against the tailed beasts. Oh. Fo nodded. Because she wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki, in order to avoid being infected by the tailed beast chakra, she almost didn't communicate with the 7 tails in her body, so she didn't receive the warning from the 3 tails and 9 tails like Yugura and Naruto. Boom, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion not far away. Naruto immediately became vigilant and looked at Kurokura, who was assigned to their guard team. Kurokura didn't talk nonsense, immediately activated Byakugan and looked over, then frowned. It seems that the detonation trap arranged by Dead Ale was triggered by something. Whoosh, in a gust of wind, Dead Ale, who was standing on the clay bird, fell from the air and said, someone tried to sneak in from the ground and accidentally touched my trap. Did Akatsuki discover this place? Naruto whispered. Naruto looked at Kurokura, did you see the enemy? Kurokura shook his head, I didn't see, maybe they died in the explosion, or maybe they left the range of my Byakugan. Fo asked in surprise, what should we do now? After a moment of consideration, Naruto said, evacuate immediately. Although he wasn't sure whether this place was exposed or not, but since there is a risk, it must be eliminated immediately. After all, this is not only related to the life and death of the team, but also related to the survival of the 5 great shinobi villages. Dead Ale waved to everyone, come on up. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and immediately jumped onto Dale's clay bird. Soon, the white clay bird took the 4 of them out of the base and flew into the air. Sitting on the bird's back, Fo asked, where are we going? Naruto took out the map he carried with him, compared the direction, and said, are we going to base 309? Well, that place is indeed very hidden. Dead Ale asked curiously, where is base 309? Naruto's expression froze, and hurriedly asked, then where do you want to go? I don't know. Shrugging his shoulders, Dead Ale continued, if even we don't know where we are going, then our whereabouts won't be exposed. Naruto, Kurokura, and the others suddenly looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't say anything. Because after careful consideration, they felt that Dale's disorientated evacuation method really had its merits. But just when everyone on the clay bird let down their vigilance, a twisting vortex suddenly appeared above the clay bird. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Whoosh, almost as soon as the whirlpool appeared, a purple chain shot out of the whirlpool and instantly wrapped around the Manchurian Jinchurian Lifu, pulling her down from the clay bird. What? The other people on the clay bird were all startled by the sudden change in the situation. At this time, not to mention Dead Ale and Druid, even Kurenma who has the Byakugan was completely caught off guard. The few people who were already high up in the sky had their eyes on the ground around them, they didn't expect to be attacked from higher up. However, Dale's reaction was very fast. Almost as soon as Lifu was pulled away by the chain, he urged the clay bird to turn around and chase after her. Druid, who was selected as the 5th Laying, immediately completed the hand seal and shouted, lightning release, black spot barb. In an instant, a black bolt of lightning like a cheetah shot out, boom. Due to the urgency of the situation, Darui didn't have time to aim. His black spot misses quickly caught up with the purple chain that was pulling Furu away and hit it along with Furu. However, under the attack of Druid's black lightning release, the chain that was wrapped around Li Fu was almost undamaged. On the contrary, Li Fu was hit by the black lightning and her hair was trembling. Just as Fu was about to be dragged into the maelstrom by the chains, Deadale immediately joined his palms together and released the Origin Realm stripping technique. In an instant, the light beam of the dust release flashed. Not only did it cut off the chain that was dragging Li Fu, but it also almost cut off half of her head. Whoosh, the clay bird followed closely and caught Li Fu, who was falling from the sky. Then, it suddenly accelerated and struggled to get away from the twisting whirlpool in the sky. After being rescued, Li Fu quickly looked back at the twisting whirlpool in the sky and asked with a bewildered expression, "Isn't that?" Without waiting for Li Fu to finish, Druid nodded with a calm expression, "Yes, it's the Akatsuki." Deadale said, "Kuroma, quickly check if there are any marks left on Faru's body." Kurenma was startled and quickly observed Fu carefully, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party didn't leave any marks. Great. Fu also let out a sigh of relief. Deadale didn't relax because of this. Instead, he frowned and looked at Fu suspiciously. Strange, how did the Akatsuki find us? Although Deadale looked unreliable at first glance, he was actually a very sharp person. He was very clear that with the speed of his clay bird, even if the base had been discovered, the other party would not be able to track them so accurately, unless the other party had a way to roughly lock onto their position. Swish, at this moment, the twisting vortex appeared again, blocking the path of the clay bird. So fast. Deadale's pupils shrank. If even his clay bird's speed couldn't shake off the vortex's pursuit, it meant that there was no point in escaping. He could only stop and fight to the death. But this time, a figure walked out of the twisting vortex and calmly floated in the air before raising his hand towards the clay bird. In an instant, everyone on the clay birds felt a strong suction force. They lost control of themselves along with the clay birds and flew uncontrollably towards the figure that walked out of the whirlpool. This suction force was too sudden and fierce. Even experts like Deadale and Druid were thrown into confusion. They couldn't even control their bodies, let alone launch a counterattack. But Deadale was Deadale after all. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he grinned and said, "Then I'll let you experience my ultimate art." After saying that, he tore off the robe on his body, revealing the mouth on his chest that he had modified. Then, he stuffed the explosive clay into his mouth. Then, along with the mouth chewing a few times, the chakra fluctuations in his body immediately rose, and even his body expanded a lot. Humph. The figure in the distance seemed to have sensed something and snorted. Then, he flicked his hand and shot out a black stick that accurately pierced Deadale's left chest. In an instant, the chakra in Deadale's body became completely chaotic, and his swollen body was like a deflated balloon as it shrunk back. At this moment, Fo was sucked in front of the figure. She then discovered that there was a scarlet Sharingan in the other party's palm, and before she could react, she was grabbed by the face and disappeared into the twisting vortex. The whole process didn't even take a second, inside the Divine Might space. After throwing the unconscious foe to the ground, Obsidian immediately used the Samsara Eye technique. The purple chain once again extended from his body and dragged the seven tails out of Foe's body. As the seven tails entered his body, Obsidian's body swelled irregularly, as if something wanted to break free from his body. This process lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then Obsidian's body gradually calmed down and returned to normal. Phew, after exhaling softly, the corners of Obsidian's mouth rose slightly. In the previous battlefield outside Mai, he almost obtained the entire 9 tails. Although all his previous efforts were in vain because of Ningxi's eruption, he still obtained a huge amount of 9 tails chakra, and his Jubi's Jinchuriki state was also greatly stabilized. Now that he obtained the 3 tails in Yagura's body and the 7 tails in Foe's body, the unstable state had been fundamentally reversed. At this time, he could clearly feel that the 10 tails in his body was rapidly recovering. Even if he didn't do anything now, his state and strength would be further improved. And as long as the 10 tails fully recovered, not only would he be able to completely get rid of the unstable state, but he would also be able to go a step further and open the legendary Eye of the Moon. Only 1 tail and 9 tails are left. After muttering to himself, Obsidian focused his senses again. He could accurately lock on the position of the 3 tails and the 7 tails because of his Jubi's Jinchuriki's natural perception of the tailed beast. As long as the tailed beast was not dead or completely sealed, he could roughly understand the position of the tailed beast through this perception. However, after a while, he frowned slightly. Because he found that whether it was the 9 tails as Jinchuriki Naruto that he had seen outside my just now, or the 1 tail that he could vaguely sense before, all of them had disappeared at this moment, as if they were isolated by something. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. Strange, Obsidian frowned and whispered. At this time, Zetsu poked out half of his body from the ground and glanced at Fu, who was lying on the ground with her life force exhausted, and said with a happy expression, "Did the 7 tails also succeed?" "Great." Obsidian didn't pay attention to Zetsu and bowed his head in thought. Zetsu asked, "What's wrong?" Obsidian shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but I can't sense the 1 and 9 tails." Zetsu's face sank, it must be Amatsukumi's doing. It doesn't take too complicated reasoning to come to such a conclusion. Because they had fought against Kyuubi's Jinchuriki before, and after the appearance of Kuroto with the impure earth form, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and Hyuga Niji who awakened the Tenseigan disappeared together. From this, it can be seen that Hyojin's Jinchuriki is under Amatsukumi's control, and the 9 tails as Jinchuriki and Ningxi who awakened the Tenseigan must also be Amatsukumi's doing. The reason is very simple. If the 5 great shinobi villages can isolate Obsidian's perception, then Obsidian wouldn't have been able to get the 3 and 7 tails so easily. Well, that's most likely the case. After a pause, Obsidian then asked, "Is there any movement from Amatsukumi?" Zetsu replied, "Except for the 4 Homasubi, no other members of Amatsukumi have appeared, and judging from the Susanoo, 3 of the 4 Homasubi are from the Mai Uchiha clan, so it is very likely that Mai has joined forces with Amatsukumi." Obsidian said in a deep voice, "The other members of Amatsukumi are not important, what I care about is the Yama." Zetsu shook his head, "There is no news about Yama at the moment, but judging from the fact that Amatsukumi sent someone to take away the 9 tails Jinchuriki, they should have already guessed our real purpose of starting the 4th Shinobi War. There is no doubt that the real purpose of the Akatsuki starting the 4th Shinobi War is to disrupt the situation and attract the attention of Amatsukumi and the 5 great shinobi villages, making it convenient for them to ambush the Jinchuriki and replenish the tailed beasts needed for the 10 tails. As for White Zetsu's declaration of war against the 5 great shinobi villages and seizing the hegemony of the shinobi world, etc., when White Zetsu's clone declared war on the 5 great shinobi villages at the Gakage meeting, he mentioned sweeping the 5 great shinobi villages and seizing the hegemony of the shinobi world. Obsidian's expression turned serious, and his face was filled with coldness. "If that's the case, then we can only fight Amatsukumi head-on." Ju asked with concern, "Are you confident in facing Yama?" "I really didn't have much confidence before, but now that I have 3 tails and 7 tails, the state of 10 tails in my body has stabilized. I can feel my strength increasing every moment," Obsidian said, full of confidence. Before, because of the lack of tailed beasts, the state of his 10 tails Jinchuriki was extremely unstable, which is also the reason why he has been hiding his head and tail. But now, after obtaining a large number of 9 tails chakra, as well as the 3 tails and 7 tails, the 10 tails in his body is getting closer and closer to completion. Once it reached a critical point, even if he did nothing after that, 10 tails would gradually return to its peak state. It was just like how a tailed beast would resurrect after a period of time after being killed. It was a unique recovery ability of tailed beasts. Zetsu's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "It seems that our Eye of the Moon project is about to succeed." Obsidian glanced at Zetsu and then retracted his gaze, and after a while, he said abruptly, "Kuroto, that idiot, he actually died so inexplicably." Zetsu smiled playfully and said, "I don't know if he died in the hands of Amatsukumi or someone else. Hey, Mai's Naruto is really a high-risk profession. I was looking forward to seeing how he would react when he found out about my true identity, but I didn't expect that he would die before I could do anything to him." Obito was a little sad. "I was looking forward to seeing how the Hokage would react after knowing my true identity, but I didn't expect that he would die before I could do anything." Kuroto was one of the few people in the shinobi world apart from Kakashi. Kuroto crushed Kuroto in the Shinobi School's graduation exam and eventually became a student of Konoha's 5th Hokage. Kuroto is one of the few people in the shinobi world that Kuroto cares about. After all, his original dream was to become Naruto. Not only did Hyojin beat him in the graduation exam, but he also beat him in the dream of becoming Naruto. So, after successfully advancing to the 6th path level, he has been looking forward to the final showdown with Hyojin. Then, while enjoying Hyojin's astonishment and surprise, he will personally end the old era and let the light of the Eye of the Moon illuminate the ninja world full of despair. Swish, with a flash, Kuroto landed in the middle of the forest and helped Kuroto, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. After saving Kuroto, Hyojin asked, "Where is Fu?" "Naruto-sama." Kuroto was startled at first, and then immediately said anxiously, "It's the Akatsuki, they kidnapped Fu." Hyojin's face didn't change much, and asked calmly, "When did this happen?" Kuroto hurriedly told Hyojin how they evacuated and how they were attacked on the way. "Obsidian." Hyojin murmured, then glanced around, and said to Kuroto, "Dead ale and druid are nearby, and there are signs of life, you go and wake them up." After saying that, Hyojin didn't delay, his figure flashed and disappeared. Hyojin didn't expect the 3rd and 7th tails to be taken away by the Akatsuki, but it was also within his expectations. In fact, when Hyojin was still in the Edo form state, he didn't complete the ritual preparation, and the Akatsuki successfully resurrected the Jubi. Whether it was Amatsukami or the 5 great ninja villages, they were actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Akatsuki, but the Akatsuki didn't realize this. It can be said that at this time, the Akatsuki is invincible, as long as they dare to make a move, destroying the 5 great ninja villages, collecting the tailed beasts, etc. Therefore, just like the Akatsuki provoked the 4th Shinobi War, using the war to attract the attention of Amatsukami and the 5 great ninja villages, and secretly collecting the tailed beasts, Hyojin also needs to put all the tailed beasts in the light, in order to show the confidence of Amatsukami and deter the Akatsuki that has the Jubi. If Kuroto hid all the tailed beasts from the beginning, it would not only reveal Amatsukami's timidness, but it would also stimulate the Akatsuki, which already has the power of the 6th path level, to take the risk and prematurely escalate the conflict, making him lose the precious time to collect chakra and choose the location of the ritual. However, he didn't expect that the one who became the Jubi's Jinchuriki was not Nagato, but Obsidian, who already has the bug-level spacetime ninjutsu, so he didn't have the time to transfer the 3rd and 7th tails. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. However, it is precisely because of the possibility of being attacked by the Akatsuki that Hyojin is prepared to suffer a certain amount of losses. To him, the 1-tailed human Jinchuriki, Gaara, and the 9-tailed human Jinchuriki, Naruto, who knew too many of his secrets and had mastered the magnetic release that could excavate gold, were things that he had to protect. Because if these 2 people fall into the hands of the Akatsuki, his plan will be completely ruined, so he strengthened the seal on Gaara and left a summoning technique on Naruto's body. In contrast, the 3-tails Jinchuriki Yugura and the 7-tails Jinchuriki Lifu have a slightly lower priority. On the one hand, this is to confuse the Akatsuki, and on the other hand, it is also to confuse the 5 great shinobi villages. Because Hyojin knows very well that the Akatsuki has planted a large number of informants in the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, even he, Naruto, was once visited by the Obsidian. Therefore, whether he uses the identity of Naruto or the identity of Yama of Amatsukami to restrict the freedom of movement of the Mizukage and the Jinchuriki of Takenin village, it will arouse the suspicion of the 5 great shinobi villages, and thus arouse the suspicion of the Akatsuki. Instead of arousing the Akatsuki's vigilance in advance, it is better to let the Akatsuki focus all their energy on starting the war in the shinobi world and fighting against the imaginary immortal Yama. After all, the ritual is the key to everything. All the way north, it didn't take long for Hyojin to sneak into the snow country. Because it is covered with ice and snow all year round, the snow country in the polar region is actually a pure land. Although it is poor, it has always enjoyed a rare peace in the shinobi world. And this is one of the reasons why Hyojin chose the snow country as the location for his second ritual, because it is hidden and safe, and it meets the requirements of the ritual. These 2 points are equally important. Whoosh, with the sound of the wind breaking, Hyojin finally returned to the rainbow ice wall. After landing on the Sky Fortress, Suijin's shadow clone nodded toward Suijin and turned into a puff of white smoke with a puff sound. Sensei. At this time, Naruto and Ningxi came to greet Kuroto. It was the shadow clone that contacted Naruto and Neji and safely transferred them from the battlefield outside of Konoha to the Snow Country. Glancing at Naruto and of Ningxi, Hyojin asked, "How is your recovery?" In the previous battle in Konoha, Naruto's Kyuubi chakra was absorbed by the hungry ghost path, and Neji also consumed a lot of Ryubi chakra, so both of them are not in good condition at the moment. Naruto clenched his fists and said eagerly, "I've almost recovered. Sensei, when can I go to the battlefield again? If Sasuke is alone, he won't be able to hold on." Ningxi could guess why Hyojin wanted to transfer them, so he didn't ask to fight. Hyojin rubbed Naruto's head. "With the first generation, second generation, and your father, the fourth generation Naruto, there's nothing for you to worry about." Naruto scratched his ears and cheeks. I just want my father to see how strong I am. Don't worry, there will be a chance." Smiling, Hyojin continued, "But for now, stay here and recover your chakra. Also, if you can't stay idle, you can create more shadow clones to absorb nature energy. I might need them later." Hearing Hyojin mention nature energy, Naruto quickly asked, "Sensei, what is this place? Why is the nature energy even denser than in the Ryuchi cave? This is so strange." Hyojin's eyes lit up. "The nature energy here is denser than in the Ryuchi cave?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, even if I don't concentrate, I can quickly gather nature energy here." Next to him, Ningji also added, "Although my perception of natural energy isn't that sharp, I also feel that the natural energy here is slightly denser than on Mount Wonderwood." Hyojin smiled. "Seems like I didn't choose the wrong place for the ceremony." Then, Hyojin looked around. Because of the geothermal meter buried under the rainbow ice wall, the area around the rainbow ice wall was lush and lush. It was a sharp contrast to the outside world of ice and snow in the Snow Country. The 6 huge ice walls that gave the rainbow ice walls its name were twice as tall as before after they were modified by Gaara and the others. Due to the gold embedded on the walls, the light reflected by the ice walls was even brighter than before. This also caused the rainbow hanging above the rainbow ice walls to be even more dazzling than before. Subconsciously, Hyojin opened his Tenseigan and checked more carefully. At this time, under the air fortress, the Spear of Heaven tower has been placed, and the bottom of the tower is connected to the geothermal instrument that was buried deep in the ground. As long as the seal on the Spear of Heaven is lifted, the Spear of Heaven can immediately extract the energy of the earth vein through the geothermal instrument, and then convert it into powerful chakra and spray it out. Moving his gaze up, Hyojin scanned the Sky Fortress again. He was the one who personally modified the grayer mineral vein into the ritual altar, so there was nothing to worry about. It was just that the project of re-embedding the grayer mineral vein in the center of the ring-shaped Sky Fortress was completed by Gaara, Xianxia, and Ziyuan according to his drawings, so he needed to check this part again. Not bad. After a while, Hyojin nodded with satisfaction. Except for using too much gold, which caused the entire Sky Fortress to look too dazzling after the transformation, everything else met his standards and met his requirements. Moving his gaze up, Hyojin looked at the gorgeous rainbow above his head again and silently said, "Geothermal meter, Sky Spear, grayer mineral vein, ice wall rainbow." These 4 things that Hyojin muttered silently formed a straight vertical line from the ground to the sky. And the altar where Hyojin held the ritual was in the middle of this vertical line. If everything went well, he could not only absorb all the energy from the nearby geothermal meter, but he could also absorb the energy of the rainbow. All the natural energy in the geothermal meter, the air, and even the sunlight would be absorbed into his pocket. This way, not only could he make up for the loss of the 3-tailed and 7-tailed, but he could also create more and stronger chakra for him. However, there was a prerequisite for all of this, and that was that he must master the immortal arts and be able to directly absorb natural energy. Otherwise, the gorgeous rainbow in the sky would not only be of no benefit to him, but it would also interfere with his ritual. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. In Hyojin's original plan, the chakra sources he needed for the ritual were the giant Tenseigan that he controlled, the dragon vein, Ziyuan who had fused with the demon Morio, the grayer mineral vein, the heaven spear, and the complete 9 tails, 1 tail, 3 tails, and 7 tails. These chakra sources, without exception, were all tailed beasts. Among them, Ziyuan and 9 tails chakra amount obviously exceeded the ordinary tailed beasts, and if the yang attribute grayer mineral vein and the yin attribute heaven spear could be combined, the chakra amount would also far exceed the ordinary tailed beasts. These chakra sources added together, coupled with the Tenseigan that had been promoted to the 6 paths level after the last ritual, and the short burst of the 8 inner hidden gates, according to Hyojin's estimation, it was enough to support him to break through the Kekii net, the symbol of immortality. Now there was an accident, and the 3 tails and 7 tails were taken away by the Akatsuki organization. The loss of 2 tailed beasts was a small gap for Hyojin. Fortunately, no matter what he did, he was used to leaving some leeway, especially in the key matter of collecting chakra sources, so this gap was not impossible to make up. Immortal arts, thinking of this, Hyojin silently said 1. If there was something more energy than the 10 tails, then there was no doubt that it was the natural energy scattered in the earth veins, the air, and even the sunlight and the stars. Because the divine tree that transformed into the 10 tails was born from natural energy. And the chakra fruit that made Otsutsuki Kagaya break through the shackles in one fell swoop and achieve the Kekii net, the nutrients were also absorbed by the divine tree. Therefore, as long as Hyojin completely mastered the immortal arts, he could use the special environment of the rainbow ice wall to collect the energy of the earth veins excavated by the geothermal instrument and the heaven spear, and the rainbow energy gathered by the 6 ice walls. With this huge amount of energy, the loss of the 3 tails and 7 tails would not matter. Swish swish swish, just as Hyojin was deep in his thoughts, Xianli, Ziyuan, Ailer, and Bai, who were dressed in God's organization uniforms, arrived at the Sky Fortress one after another. Seeing that Hyojin seemed to be thinking about something, the others did not dare to disturb him and stood quietly at the side. Naruto and Xianxia looked at the 4 of them curiously. Obviously, because all 4 of them were wearing masks, Naruto and Xianxia didn't recognize Ziyuan and Haku who were in the same batch as them. At this time, Kuroto retracted his scattered thoughts and glanced at Xianglin, Ziyuan, Gaara, Haku, Naruto, and Niji in front of him one by one. The 6 people in front of him were either his disciples or his subordinates. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture them, and now it was their turn to repay Hyojin. Next, I'm going to perform a ritual, and I need each of you to cooperate. Hyojin's tone was very calm. For some reason, the closer it was to this moment, the less nervous and anxious he felt. Yes. Xianglin, Ziyuan, Ailer, Bai, and Xianxia nodded in unison. Among the 5 of them, although only Xianglin and Gaara knew what kind of ritual Suijin was going to perform, neither of them had the slightest hesitation. Ritual? Only Naruto was stunned for a moment, then he nodded, but his face was obviously a little confused. Hyojin did not explain much and only ordered, Xianglin, Xianxia, stay here. The rest of you go and prepare. Ziyuan, Ailer, and Bai bowed to Hyojin and then left the Sky Fortress with a confused Naruto. In the blink of an eye, only Hyojin, Xianglin, and Xianxia were left on the altar of the Sky Fortress. At that moment, Hyojin waved his hand and used Rain Rui to pull a portable storage compartment from the storage room over. Then, he placed it firmly on the altar. Xianxia glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and was shocked to find out that the portable storage compartment was actually Hyojin himself. To be more precise, it was Hyojin's corpse. Then, he looked at Hyojin and said, "Teacher, this is..." Hyojin's gaze was also on his body. He opened the portable storage compartment and checked it carefully. After confirming that his body had been completely repaired, he said, "Yes, this is my corpse." Xianxia thought of something and said happily, "Are you going to be resurrected?" Kuroto nodded, then looked at Xianglin on the side, "Let's begin." After saying that, he did not say anything else and immediately made a hand seal to remove his impure earth reincarnation. Whoosh, a breeze blew, and Hyojin's impure earth physique turned into ashes in the wind and disappeared without a trace. Staring at the dissipating ashes in front of him, Xianxia was shocked and bewildered. His face was full of shock. Xianglin took a deep breath and did not say a word. She gathered all the chakra in her body and raised her arms to make a hand seal. As her control over the eye of reincarnation in her eye sockets deepened, Xianglin naturally obtained a lot of information about the Eye of Reincarnation. Therefore, she was very clear about how much damage the true resurrection technique of the natural reincarnation technique would do to the caster. Even if she had adapted to the first-generation cells and obtained the immortal body of the six realms like Nagato, even if she was equipped with the Form 4 biological armor that could sustain her life, and even if she was standing on the grayer mineral vein, which was known as the source of life, there was still a high probability that she would die from using the natural reincarnation technique. However, she did not hesitate. The Eye of Reincarnation in her eye sockets was filled with many emotions at the moment, but she did not retreat. After a few breaths, Xianglin finished making the hand seal and shouted in a clear voice, "Heretic, natural reincarnation technique." In an instant, the chakra on Xianglin's body rose sharply. This? Ningxi took a step back subconsciously. This was because in his field of vision, the chakra on Xianglin's body was as dazzling as the blazing sun. If it was not for Hyojin's Tenseigan, he would have been dazzled by the huge chakra. At the same time, Ziyuan, Ailer, Bai, and Naruto, who had retreated to the chakra teleportation area outside the rainbow ice wall, also sensed the terrifying chakra. All of them looked at the sky fortress in shock. Ziyuan mumbled to herself, "Such a strong chakra wave." Yes. Ailer and Bai nodded. Both of them also felt the terrifying chakra wave. What's happening over there? Naruto was still confused. Meanwhile, the nine tails in his body said with a serious expression, "That's the power of the Eye of Reincarnation. It looks like your teacher is going to be resurrected. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Resurrection? Naruto was taken aback for a moment. Because Hyojin in the state of impure earth body was no different from usual, in Naruto's eyes, he was still so calm, powerful, and mysterious, not like a dead person at all, so in Naruto's subconscious, he did not have a deep understanding of Hyojin's death. So at this moment, when he learned that Hyojin was about to resurrect, he did not have much emotion. Nine Tails thought that Naruto was questioning it, so it snorted coldly, "What's so strange about this? I told you long ago, for a strong person like him, death is just an experience, not the end." When one's strength reached a certain level, the boundary between life and death was actually not so clear. If the Samsara sage had not separated the Ten Tails, established the ninja sect, and passed on his chakra to everyone hand in hand, he would not have died of old age at all. Hearing the word resurrection from Naruto's mouth, Ziyuan, Gaara, and Haku were all moved, their eyes shining with anticipation. For them, this was a miracle they had been looking forward to for a long time, on the Sky Fortress. With the rapid rise of the Rinnegan's ocular power, this huge ocular power seemed to open up some kind of distorted space, forcibly summoning Hyojin's soul back to the underworld. Is this the underworld? Ningxi, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. The Rinnegan was a vision that distorted time and space, blurred life and death. Not to mention ordinary people, even Jutsu Kekai ninja would not be able to see through it. But because Ningxi had Hyojin's six-path level Tenseigan in his eye socket, he could see this vision and witness the shocking scene of the Rinnegan distorting time and space, summoning Hyojin's spirit body back from the underworld. At this moment, as Hyojin's soul was successfully summoned back, Hyojin's body, which was lying in the portable storage compartment, suddenly reached out, grabbed the edge of the portable storage compartment, and sat up. Ningxi hurriedly looked at Hyojin, who had suddenly sat up. He discovered that the surface of Hyojin's pale corpse was turning rosy and glossy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Then, Ningxi heard Hyojin's heartbeat. Teacher has revived. Ningxi was taken aback for a moment, but soon after, he found it hard to believe. He had only heard about resurrection from the dead in myths and legends. Although he had always believed that his teacher could be resurrected, he still felt like he was in a dream when he saw it with his own eyes. Who? Hyojin, who was in the portable storage compartment, let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Almost at the same time as Hyojin stood up, Xianglin and Ningxi, who were on the altar, fell to the ground at the same time. Xianglin used the natural samsara technique, and his vitality was instantly drained by this technique. His body suddenly lost its support, so he fell to the ground. Ningxi covered his eyes and rolled on the ground in pain. Obviously, with Hyojin's resurrection, his pair of Tenseigan transplanted into Ningxi's body became restless again. Hyojin, who had his eyes closed, first looked at Xianglin. At this time, although there were no eyes in his eye sockets, it did not prevent him from seeing things, because he could observe things through the giant Tenseigan that was connected to his mind. After taking a closer look at Xianglin, he found that the vitality in Xianglin's body had been completely exhausted, and the chakra in his body was even fainter. With a solemn face, Hyojin squatted down and did nothing. He just patted Xianglin's shoulder gently and said, "Don't let me down." Hearing Hyojin's words, Xianglin, whose eyes had begun to slacken, reignited his fighting spirit in his eyes, and said, I won't let you down." Hyojin didn't say anything, and didn't do anything. He just slowly got up. Now whether he can survive or not depends on Xianglin's own will, and Hyojin can do nothing but wait. Because this is not just a problem of chakra, it also involves the problem of vitality, and a faint contract power. In this case, Hyojin, who has just been resurrected, can't help much. However, Hyojin also found that the reason why Xianglin lost so much vitality is directly related to the difficulty of resurrecting him. After all, he is a strong person who once stepped into the six-path realm, and belongs to the ranks of the strongest people in the shinobi world. The consumption of resurrecting him is obviously different from resurrecting an ordinary person. This is also under the condition that Hyojin has properly repaired the body. If this six-path realm body is completely destroyed, then the consumption of Xianglin's vitality to resurrect him will be even greater. After all, it is not easy to recast a quasi-six-path realm body. Xianglin herself has not reached the six-path realm. Even if her Rinnegan can achieve this kind of thing, it will inevitably cost her an unbearable price. Fortunately, Hyojin has properly repaired his body, and the six-path realm Tenseigan was also handed over to Ningxi, so it didn't interfere with Xianglin's natural reincarnation technique. Therefore, Xianglin only needs to summon Hyojin's soul and resurrect Hyojin's body. Soon, with the outbreak of Xianglin's will to live, her whirlpool fusion thousand hands physique gradually began to take effect. At the same time, the Type 4 bioarmor on her body also started to overload, fully supplying her with chakra. And under the resonance of chakra, the yang release that symbolizes vitality, the Greer mineral vein also shone brightly. Hyojin's expression changed and said, "Xianglin, try to master the Rinnegan." This moment of life and death is not only a test for Xianglin, but also a rare opportunity. Because after using the natural reincarnation technique, Xianglin was not the only one who was damaged. The pair of Rinnegan in her eye sockets was also damaged because of the excessive consumption of ocular power. Therefore, at this time, Xianglin could take advantage of the situation, further control the Rinnegan, and rely on the power of the Rinnegan to survive this disaster. And the Samsara immortal body, the Type 4 bioarmor, and the Greer mineral vein, these factors were delaying her death, buying time for her to completely subdue the Rinnegan. Not long after, Xianglin's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the Rinnegan in her eye sockets shone with a strange light. And with the recovery of the ocular power of the Rinnegan, the vitality in Xianglin's body also began to gradually recover. The corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched. Although he has not used the Rinnegan, he can clearly feel that the current Xianglin, just like Nagato, has completely mastered the Rinnegan, and obtained the deepest level of power of the Rinnegan. The second update, the end of the month, the students who have monthly votes, please support me. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Looking at the pale Xianglin, who stood up, Hyojin chuckled and said, "How do you feel?" Xianglin gasped and replied, "I'm just a little dizzy." "Just dizzy," Hyojin smiled. Xianglin was able to survive after using the natural reincarnation technique, which undoubtedly confirmed Hyojin's initial speculation. That was the Rinnegan's natural reincarnation technique, which was not the pure life-for-life technique developed by Chio Granny in the Sand Crypsis. Instead, it was a high-level use of the yin and yang integration of the universal power. The reason why the caster would die after using it was only because of excessive consumption, overdrawing their own vitality, and some kind of backlash from the underworld. In other words, as long as the caster was strong enough, they would not die. This was like the sage of the six paths in the original time and space who saved Sasuke. Seeing that although Xianglin was still very weak, her state had gradually stabilized and there was no danger to her life, so Hyojin turned his gaze to Ningxi on the side. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia, who was struggling on the ground, and then pressed one hand on Xianxia's eyebrows, soothing the restless Tenseigan in Xianxia's eye sockets. Thank you, sensei. Xianxia, who seemed to collapse, looked worse than Xianglin, who had just used the natural reincarnation technique. Hyojin asked, "Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine." Xianxia, who was panting heavily, shook his head, and immediately looked ashamed. "Sensei, I don't even have the ability to bear your eyes, it's really incompetent." Hyojin said, "No, your performance is very good." This was not deliberately comforting Xianxia, but Xianxia's performance really surprised him. His Tenseigan is not worse than Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, especially after the last failed ritual. His Tenseigan has entered the threshold of the 6th-path level. In this case, Xianxia can barely withstand his Tenseigan, which is undoubtedly a very good performance. Xianxia, who recovered, said with a serious face, "Sensei, since you have been resurrected, then my mission is completed, you can take back the Tenseigan." Looking at Xianxia, Hyojin said, "Don't be discouraged, you may have your own Tenseigan." Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he looked at Hyojin blankly. "Oh really?" Hyojin smiled and nodded. Xianxia suddenly had motivation. "Sensei, I will work hard." Hyojin didn't say anything more. He directly took out the nutrition jar containing Xianxia's Byakugan, and then launched the giant Tenseigan to suppress the cage bird curse mark on Xianxia's forehead. At the same time, he quickly completed the eye replacement surgery, took back his Tenseigan, and put Xianxia's Byakugan back to Xianxia. After retrieving his Tenseigan, Hyojin felt it for a while, and then slowly opened his eyes. Because he has been nourished by Xianxia's Byakugan chakra, the state of his Tenseigan has not declined significantly, and it has almost been maintained at the state when he failed the ritual. At that time, this pair of Tenseigan has already reached the 6th-path level. After all, the realm of 6th path is both difficult to enter and difficult to fall. The reason why Hyojin's body fell is that he forcibly separated the 6 clones of different chakra attributes that were integrated into his body. This is a fundamental injury, directly destroying the integrity of the 7 chakra attributes in his body, so his realm fell. But the Tenseigan that absorbed most of the essence of the last ritual doesn't have this problem. So at the moment when he retrieved the Tenseigan, Hyojin's state completely recovered to its peak. Even in his normal state, he is the strongest person under the 6th path level, and once he enters the Tenseigan chakra mode, before his chakra is consumed, he can completely rival the real 6th path level powerhouses. After a long time, Hyojin waved his hand towards Xianglin and Xianxia. "You two can also leave." "Yes." Xianglin and Xianxia saluted Hyojin together, then left the Sky Fortress and came to the chakra transport area located in the outer circle. At this time, Ziyuan and Naruto greeted each other. One asked Xianglin, and the other asked Xianxia, curiously asking about what happened on the Sky Fortress just now. After getting the exact news that Hyojin has been resurrected, everyone looked at Xianglin in surprise. The 6 people present are actually not all familiar with each other, so it's hard for those who don't understand Xianglin to imagine that the girl wearing the young god mask in front of them actually has the ability to resurrect the dead. Humph. Although tired, Xianglin still enjoyed the shocked eyes of everyone, and proudly snorted at Ziyuan on the side. Ziyuan pursed her lips. "What's there to be proud of?" Xianglin deliberately raised her small head slightly. "Sure enough, I am more important to the Lord." Ziyuan immediately got angry, and with her foot on the magic formation on the ground, she snorted heavily. This chakra transport area located on the periphery of the rainbow ice wall is actually a huge magic formation, in which there are 10 special sealing techniques, and Ziyuan is standing on one of the sealing techniques. And as long as one stands on these 10 special sealing techniques, they can transmit their own chakra to the altar of the Sky Fortress with minimal loss without interfering with the rainbow ice wall system. Therefore, the people that Hyojin arranged to be in the magic formation are the main chakra source for the ceremony later, and Ziyuan is the main force. As if not expecting the 2 young gods to be at loggerheads, Naruto and Xianxia looked at each other. "They are always like this, you'll get used to it." After explaining awkwardly, Gaara also stepped into the magic formation and said, "Everyone, get ready." Hearing this, Naruto and Xianxia also walked into the magic formation one after another, each standing on an empty sealing technique. The 10 empty spaces in the magic formation are obviously spare in case of emergencies. Now that the 3-tailed and 7-tailed have been taken away by the Akatsuki organization, the only chakra source that can really enter the magic formation are Xianxia, Naruto, Gaara, and Ningxi. Haku, who has mastered the immortal technique, actually has a very large chakra amount, but compared to the complete body of the witch and the few human Jinchuriki, it is obviously inferior. Therefore, Haku's task is to be responsible for guarding and being a backup. Xianglin, who has the 6th-path immortal body, originally has the conditions to become the chakra source, but because she just used the heavenly reincarnation technique, the chakra is seriously damaged, so it can only be used as a backup. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Soon, everyone began to prepare themselves. Ziyuan used the shadow clone technique and created 2 shadow clones. Including the main body, there were 3 of them sitting cross-legged on her sealing technique in a triangular formation. As a witch, she also mastered the immortal spell and could absorb natural energy. Therefore, she created 2 clones to absorb natural energy together, increasing the total amount of natural energy she could store. Creating 2 clones was the most reasonable arrangement for her at the moment. If there were more, she would consume too much energy on the clones and reduce the efficiency of her absorption of natural energy. Since the immortal spell chakra was a combination of chakra and natural energy, the amount of chakra she had would directly affect the efficiency of the immortal spell chakra synthesis. On the other hand, Gaara and Niji sat quietly on their own sealing techniques. Neither of them had mastered the immortal spell, so they didn't need to prepare anything in advance. They just needed to adjust their state. Ningxi, in particular, had just gone through a big battle not long ago and had just undergone an eye transplant surgery. Therefore, he urgently needed to adjust his state. The dragon vein also needed to recover chakra. Naruto, who was the last to enter the formation, looked around for a while, then scratched his nose with his thumb and shouted with great momentum, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Bang, 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 in an instant, more than 10 Naruto appeared in a puff of white smoke. Ziyuan glanced at Naruto and said, "Idiot, why did you create so many shadow clones? Your own chakra is spread out so much, the speed of the immortal spell chakra synthesis will be slower." Hee. Naruto smiled proudly, then together with the shadow doppelgangers, occupied several empty spots in the magic circle. Ningxi helped to explain, "This is Master's arrangement." Ziyuan was a little surprised, but she didn't say anything. She immediately looked away and focused on absorbing natural energy. Ningxi quickly said to Naruto, "Don't waste time, get ready." Naruto and his doppelgangers answered in unison, then sat down cross-legged and concentrated on absorbing the nature energy. He could create more shadow doppelgangers than others to absorb nature energy, mainly because the 9 tails in his body could also absorb nature energy after the yin and yang integration. Therefore, his absorption efficiency was 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people, or even more, outside the formation, was quietly absorbing the natural energy while looking around vigilantly. Xianglin sat on the ground and took out some food from her small bag to eat. At the same time, she sensed the reincarnation eyes in her eye sockets thoughtfully. Just at the moment of life and death, she completed a deep connection with this pair of reincarnation eyes. It was a very mysterious feeling. It was as if the eyes of Samsara had finally accepted her, recognized her as its master, and saved her from the brink of death. At the same time, she realized that she seemed to have awakened a new eye technique, a space-time eye technique, on the Sky Fortress. Hyojin stood quietly in the center of the altar, playing with a small porcelain bottle in his hand. 3 generations of Kazakage puppets were meticulously setting up the altar on the side. They moved the 6 restored clones of Hyojin's water clone, fire clone, wind clone, earth clone, thunder clone, and yang clone to the altar one by one and accurately placed them on the 6 corners of the altar. Hyojin just glanced at his 6 clones, then retracted his gaze and focused his attention on the small porcelain bottle in his hand again. This small porcelain bottle was the secret medicine of the country of demons that was given to him by the previous Miko. Its effect was the same as the toad oil of Mount Miamu. It could help the user feel the nature energy and increase the probability of the user mastering the immortal technique. Hyojin was not a stranger to the immortal technique. He had observed Naruto who practiced the Dragon Pit Cave Immortal technique, and he had also discussed with Bai who accidentally mastered the Immortal technique due to the curse seal. He had also absorbed the Immortal technique chakra from Bai and used it personally. Therefore, he already had a clear idea of how to practice the Immortal technique. Moreover, he was now the strongest person below the 6 Daos realm. His own chakra had already surpassed the ordinary human pillar strength. Therefore, whether it was strength, physique, or chakra's amount, he had completely met the basic requirements to practice the Immortal technique. It could be said that he was only one step away. Phew, gently exhaling, Hyojin no longer hesitated. He immediately opened the lid of the porcelain bottle, took out a secret medicine, and swallowed it. Mastering the Immortal technique was a threshold that he had to face now. Only by crossing this threshold could he carry out the ritual and break through the bloodline sequence net. Otherwise, all the plans and arrangements would be empty talk. After the secret medicine entered his stomach, Hyojin carefully felt it and found that there seemed to be no change. But just as he slightly frowned, he suddenly found that there seemed to be something more in the air around him. Huh. After noticing the strangeness, he immediately activated the Tenseigan. In an instant, his pair of bright star-like Tenseigan bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and everything around him became clear and strange. It was clear because the special substances in the air were no longer blurred in his vision, and became clear and distinguishable. And it was strange because he had never seen these substances in the air before. Nature energy. In a flash, Hyojin understood the true identity of these special substances. The discovery of nature energy also meant that Hyojin's body had the possibility to absorb nature energy. However, he was not too excited. Instead, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed his mind. In the communication with Haku, he found that the state of mind was very important for absorbing nature energy. The calmer and more peaceful the state of mind, the easier it was to absorb nature energy. On the contrary, if the state of mind was too impetuous and anxious, not only would the absorption of nature energy be slow, but it might even backfire. After a while, his state of mind completely calmed down, and the scattered thoughts were also collected one by one. Then, he slowly raised his hand and reached out to a wisp of nature energy in front of him. Unlike other ninjas who cultivated the Immortal technique, Hyojin had a huge advantage. That is, he has a pair of 6-path level Tenseigan. With the help of the secret medicine, he can clearly see where the nature energy is and how much it is, so it will be easier to absorb it, and he won't have to do it randomly. Under the insight of the Tenseigan, he accurately absorbed a wisp of nature energy and successfully combined it with his Tenseigan chakra to form the Immortal technique Tenseigan chakra. The corner of Hyojin's mouth slightly raised. It seems that all the preparations before weren't in vain. After saying that, he opened his arms and fiercely absorbed the surrounding nature energy like a giant whale. There are only a few days left in May. Students who still have monthly votes, please support me, please. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Hyojin opened his arms and began to absorb the natural energy nearby. It was as if he was stirring the tide of the sea, causing a turbulent torrent of energy above the sky fortress. At this moment, natural energy visible to the naked eye surged from all directions and poured into Hyojin's body. Hyojin, who was standing on the altar, looked calm. The Tenseigan in his eye sockets was shining brightly as if it contained the real stars in the sky, in the chakra transportation area. Ziyuan, Naruto, and Haku looked up at the sky fortress almost at the same time. Their eyes were full of surprise. For ninjas like them who had mastered the celestial arts, it was hard for them not to notice the increasingly turbulent energy tide on the sky fortress in the distance. It was like a torch in the night. No, it was like an erupting volcano. Ninjas like them who were familiar with natural energy instinctively felt shocked and even trembled. That was because there was too much natural energy and it was too terrifying. Then, Xianglin, Ai Luo, and Ningxi also noticed it. Although they couldn't directly observe the natural energy in the distance was too rich and turbulent. Even without using their eyes, they could feel it intuitively just by their instincts as living creatures. Ningxi asked, "What happened over there?" "It's natural energy. It's very strong natural energy." After a pause, Haku continued to explain, "Sir seems to be affecting and absorbing that natural energy." Naruto, who was at the side, was speechless. This absorption speed is too exaggerated. In Naruto's body, Nine Tails, who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing natural energy, also opened his eyes and glanced at the sky fortress in the distance. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately retracted his gaze and said, "There's nothing strange about it." Naruto was startled, and his expression became even more puzzled. "Shouldn't I be surprised?" "Idiot." After a light snort, Nine Tails explained, "The more chakra you have, the faster you can absorb natural energy. This is common sense. What's more, the natural energy on the other side of the rainbow ice wall is much denser than on our side. With your teacher's strength, this kind of absorption speed is not worth making a fuss about." Naruto scratched his head. "Is that so? However, I still feel that the speed at which teacher absorbs the energy of nature is too shocking." At this time, Nine Tails carefully observed Ziyuan and Xianglin, who were wearing the Yang God masks, not far away. Then, he quickly reminded Naruto, "Don't be surprised, hurry up and absorb the natural energy." As he spoke, Nine Tails glanced at the sky fortress discreetly and thought to himself, "How shocking." On the altar, Hyojin was completely immersed in this feeling of being completely integrated into nature. This is a very strange feeling, completely different from the feeling he had when he was attacked by the nature's chakra. If the nature's chakra at that time was a poison that could corrode his body, then the nature's chakra at this time is like a gentle spring breeze, a clear mountain spring, and a refreshing fragrance. It turns out that the feeling of controlling the natural energy is so pleasant. For a moment, Hyojin's soul seemed to have been cleansed, and his whole body felt relaxed. However, he did not get too lost in this comfort. Instead, he immediately adjusted his mentality and tried to use the large amount of immortal technique chakra that he had just integrated according to his previous discussion with Bai. "Immortal mode, activate." With his eyes focused, Hyojin shouted softly. In an instant, a tyrannical immortal technique chakra gushed out from his body. Then, black stripes appeared on his eyes, forehead, and both sides of his cheeks. However, before these black stripes could stabilize, the light purple mark of the Ein seal between his eyebrows began to shine brightly. And as the Ein seal mark shone, the black stripes that appeared on his eyes, forehead, and both sides of his cheeks were all absorbed by the Ein seal mark. The original light purple Ein seal mark also turned into an incomparably gorgeous purple. Huh. Suijin was slightly surprised by this. Because of the Tenseigan that had no blind spots, he saw all the changes on his face. There was no doubt that the black stripes were one of the characteristics of immortal mode. In his impression, when the first generation Naruto and Bai entered immortal mode, these stripes would appear on their faces. In fact, no matter who it was, as long as they borrowed natural energy, their body would change to a certain extent. After Jiraiya, who practiced the Mount Myaboku immortal technique, entered immortal mode, his body would naturally turn into a toad. The pupils of his eyes would turn into the vertical pupils of a toad. His face, and even his hands and feet would turn into toads. After practicing the Ryuchi Cave immortal technique, Naruto and Daodu entered immortal mode, their bodies would turn into snakes, their pupils would turn into vertical pupils, and scales would appear on their faces. Even if it was an inferior version of immortal mode like the curse mark, the body would still show all kinds of inhuman mutations. Comparatively speaking, the appearance of black stripes on the face was already the lightest mutation among all immortal modes. The first generation and Haku were the same. And the less mutation the body had, the more it meant that the immortal mode was similar to that of the first generation and Haku. At first, Hyojin thought that the mutation of his immortal mode would be the same as the first generation and Haku, with black stripes all over his face. He did not expect that there would be a mutation midway. The black stripes were all absorbed by the diamond mark of the Ein seal between his eyebrows. Clenching his fists, Hyojin said in a low voice, "No, I'm already in immortal mode." With Kuroto's degree of control over his own body, even the slightest change in his body can't escape his insight, so he doesn't need to try much at all. Just by clenching his fist a little, he knows that his strength, speed, perception, and so on have obviously improved. There was only one explanation for this overall improvement, and that was that he was already in immortal mode. This is strange, however, at this moment, there was no mutation on his body. Even the black stripes that appeared on his face had been absorbed by the diamond mark of the Yin seal. At this moment, his attention gradually focused on the Yin seal mark between his eyebrows. If there was anything different about him from before he activated immortal mode, it would be the Yin seal mark between his eyebrows that was shining with a faint light. Here's the first update. I'll continue to ask for monthly votes at the end of the month. Students who still have monthly votes, don't forget about it. Hyojin reached out and touched the shining Yin seal mark between his eyebrows. There was no doubt that something had gone wrong with his immortal mode. At first, everything was normal. The moment he activated immortal mode, black stripes appeared on his face, just like Shodai and Haku. But then, something strange happened. He had just been resurrected, and the empty Yin seal shone inexplicably and quickly absorbed the black stripes that symbolized the normal immortal mode. It seems that my immortal mode is a bit different. Hyojin frowned slightly. As a researcher, he would instinctively resist any accidents that were beyond his control. Therefore, he was very cautious about the current change. While fully activating the Tenseigan, he carefully sensed his body. After a while, he gradually came to a conclusion. Judging from the current situation, his immortal mode seemed to have been affected by the Yin seal and had changed to a certain extent. The external manifestation of this change was that the black stripes that symbolized immortal mode on his face had disappeared and were replaced by the shining Yin seal mark. And the internal manifestation was that he found that he could use the Yin seal to store the immortal art chakra and exert influence on his immortal mode. In short, he could enter immortal mode at any time and place by storing the immortal art chakra in the Yin seal in advance. At the same time, he could also use the immortal art chakra stored in the Yin seal to extend the duration of his immortal mode. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth, and his heart gradually calmed down. Because he found that the mutation of his immortal mode was also due to the Tenseigan. It was his Tenseigan that suppressed the immortal art chakra all the way, making the immortal art chakra obediently be controlled by the Yin seal. Without the Tenseigan, the Yin seal alone would not be able to store the huge immortal art chakra, and thus affect his immortal mode. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, Hyojin began to store the immortal art chakra into the Yin seal. Fortunately, the nature energy in the rainbow ice wall was even denser than in the three Saint lands. Otherwise, if it was any other place, the nature energy in the surroundings would have been completely sucked dry. After a long time, the Yin seal between his eyebrows was finally filled with the immortal technique chakra. Hyojin heaved a sigh of relief. The immortal art chakra didn't just require a large amount of natural energy, it also required ordinary chakra to fuse with it. Therefore, even he was exhausted trying to fill the Yin seal. Sitting cross-legged on the altar, Suijin took advantage of the free time to look around while recovering his chakra through the grell mine under his buttocks. 6 clones had been arranged on the 6 corners of the altar, and the highly active Onigami sprout was also taken out from the cultivation laboratory by the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. Then, he looked beyond the altar and looked further away. The angle of the 6 ice walls, the rainbow in the sky, the altar in the middle, the vertical accuracy of the spear of heaven on the ground, the operation of the geothermal instrument buried deep in the ground, the situation of the chakra transportation area, the situation of the outermost enchantment. After checking all the links one by one and confirming that there were no omissions, Hyojin retracted his gaze and then slowly raised his head, past the gorgeous rainbow above his head, and looked into the deep sky. Now there was still a hidden danger, and that was Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon. The enchantment on the periphery of the rainbow ice wall could only block the perception of the shinobi world, but it could not isolate the perception of the moon in the deep sky. And this ritual's ability level is at least 10 times more than the previous failed ritual. So once the ritual is officially launched, the rainbow ice wall will become a beacon in the starry sky. At that time, as long as Otsutsuki Samurai is not blind, he will definitely be aware of this place. After so long, whether it is success or failure, there should be a result on Otsutsuki Samurai's side. It usually takes a month to fuse with an eye at the level of the Tenseigan. Even if something goes wrong in the middle, 2 or 3 months should be enough. Therefore, there must be a result on Otsutsuki Samurai's side. If he succeeds, then he will not only have the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan, but also a single pair of Tenseigan. he can enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, use the truth-seeking ball, and his strength will be close to the 6th path level. And if he fails, he can at least control the giant Tenseigan like before, and have the strength to rival Nagato at his peak. The first and second stages of the ritual will be quieter, and with the barrier, it should be barely covered up. When it comes to the third stage of the 6th path level, the movement will be impossible to cover up. From then on, Otsutsuki Samurai may make a move at any time. If he succeeds in fusing with the Tenseigan and can use the truth-seeking ball, then he will have the ability to forcibly interfere, or even destroy my ritual. This point cannot be ignored. Thinking of this, Hyojin's eyes shifted and looked at the chakra transportation area in the distance. Once the ritual begins, he can't leave the altar, so if he wants to stop Otsutsuki Samurai, he can only rely on the disciples and subordinates in the transportation area. In the original time and space, Naruto and Hinata, who received a gift from the Sage of Six Paths, joined forces and defeated Otsutsuki Samurai who had the Tenseigan, but that was when they destroyed the giant Tenseigan first. Destroying the giant Tenseigan on the moon now is obviously unrealistic, and Naruto hasn't received a gift from the Sage of Six Paths, so he hasn't reached the 6th path level yet. However, unlike in the original time and space, Hyojin has Naruto, Xianxia, who has the Rinnegan, Ziyuan, who is the complete witch, Gaara, who has the one-tailed human Jinchuriki, Xianxia, who has the dragon bloodline, and Haku, who has the immortal arts. If it's just to stall for time, these forces are enough to deal with Otsutsuki Samurai. However, in the ritual later, Hyojin still needs to use Ziyuan, Naruto, Gaara, and Xianxia's chakra. Therefore, the four of them will definitely be in a bad state. Xianxia has just used the natural reincarnation technique and is in a weakened state. Among the 6 of them, only Haku is in good condition. Therefore, under such circumstances, it's not certain if they can stop Otsutsuki Samurai. With that thought in mind, Hyojin gradually made up his mind. I'm asking for monthly votes for the last 2 days of May. Also, I'd like to thank all the students who have gifted me today. Thank you all. With Hyojin's current situation, the safest way is naturally to set up a trap to lure Otsutsuki Samurai down from the moon in advance, and then defeat him and eliminate this hidden danger. But he has already used this trick several times before. Especially the last time when the Akatsuki organization attacked Mai, he used the resonance of the Tenseigan to lure Otsutsuki Samurai out, causing Otsutsuki Samurai to almost be sealed by Nagato's Chibaku Tensei and suffer a big loss. With this unforgettable lesson, even if Otsutsuki Samurai lacks experience, he will not be easily fooled again. And the current situation in the shinobi world has reached the most critical moment. The current Obsidian has not only become a Jubi's Jinchuriki, possessing the true strength of a 6-path shinobi, but he also took advantage of the chaos of the 4th Shinobi World War to seize the 3 tails and the 7 tails, allowing the Jubi in his body to further recover. In this situation, Hyojin has no time to slowly plot against Otsutsuki Samurai. Because perhaps before he can plot against Otsutsuki Samurai, Obsidian will have completely swept the shinobi world and found the Rainbow Ice Wall by following various traces. Or, Obsidian will directly launch the Eye of the Moon project, letting the light of infinite Tsukuyami sprinkle every inch of the shinobi world. At that time, Hyojin's ritual will inevitably be exposed, because the Eye of the Moon project is to reflect the infinite Tsukuyami on the moon and cover the entire shinobi world through the moon reflection technique. Therefore, once Obsidian launches the infinite Tsukuyami, then everything in the shinobi world will be reflected in his eyes. Even the Rainbow Ice Wall located in the polar region is no exception. Therefore, the time left for Hyojin is already counting down. If he can't complete the ritual as soon as possible and achieve the immortal Kekkei net, then the threat he will face will not only be Otsutsuki Samurai, but also Obsidian as the Jubi's Jinchuriki. The more I delay, the more variables. It was this realization that prompted Hyojin to make up his mind. There is no perfect and foolproof thing in this world. Since he has chosen this rugged path to godhood, he can only abandon all hesitation and fear and move forward. Therefore, Kuroto no longer thought about Otsutsuki Tonari, converged his divergent thoughts, and didn't make any unnecessary movements. He just sat quietly on the altar and used the Grail mineral vein to restore his chakra. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the clock not far away. According to the clock, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was already night in the Land of Fire. Because the land of snow was located in the polar region and was in the polar day, there was still light here, and the rainbow over the ice wall still existed. Phew, after exhaling softly, Hyojin stood up and waved to the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets standing beside him. The 3 generations of Kazekage puppets respectfully saluted Hyojin, then used the magnetic release and quickly flew down from the sky fortress and came to the chakra transportation area. Seeing the arrival of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, everyone in the transportation area suddenly understood that Hyojin's ritual was about to begin, so they all looked serious and prepared. Outside the magic circle, Xianglin quickly stood up, hurriedly stuffed the last biscuit in her hand into her mouth, and then looked nervously at the sky fortress in the distance. Unlike the others present, she knew Hyojin's bloodline fusion ritual the best. Because only she had watched Hyojin's last ritual, she was very clear about the danger of the bloodline fusion ritual. If the ritual failed, Hyojin was likely to come back to life. Affected by the atmosphere, Haku on the side was also slightly nervous. In the magic circle, Ziyuan, Alo, Ningxi, and even Naruto, who always liked to make fun of people, had a serious expression at the moment, but there was not much tension and worry on their faces. Obviously, they had deep trust in Hyojin, and they all felt that a ritual would not be difficult for Hyojin, even if they did not know what kind of ritual Hyojin was going to perform. On the Sky Fortress, only Hyojin was left. He slowly took out the ghost sprout from the petri dish, and then skillfully implanted it into his body. And with the implantation of the ghost sprout, Hyojin's second bloodline fusion ritual began silently. Because the current Hyojin's strength was much stronger than when he held the first ritual, the suppression of the ghost sprout implanted in his body was also more thorough than the first time. If he did not deliberately relax the suppression, the tyrannical ghost sprout would not even be able to smoothly invade his body. After a while, when the implanted ghost sprout was completely integrated into his body, Hyojin slowly raised his arms and began to form a seal. Ghost Yarrow technique. After completing the hand seal, he didn't waste a single second and immediately shouted. In an instant, the transparent jelly-like sprout penetrated out of his body and quickly expanded. In just a blink of an eye, it piled up more than half of the altar. Hyojin, who had experienced it once, calmly glanced at the 6 clones on the 6 corners of the altar, and then consciously urged the ghost sprout to attack those clones. Clang clang clang. In a series of crisp sounds, the portable storage compartment containing the 6 clones was pushed open by the ghost sprout one by one. Then, the ghost sprout invaded the storage compartment with its fangs and claws, and pulled out the clones that were placed inside one after another. Using the corner of his eyes to glance at the 6 clones that were pulled over by the ghost sprout, Hyojin's face was still calm. After a while, the 6 clones were pulled by the ghost sprout and came to the side of Hyojin's body, and all of them were integrated into the ghost sprout that looked like it was frozen. Just like the previous ceremony, Hyojin's perception also extended out this time, and was no longer limited to the body. Whether it was the ghost sprout or the 6 clones, they all seemed to have become a part of his body at this moment, becoming the carrier of his perception. Moreover, the feeling this time was stronger and clearer than the last time. However, he was not immersed in this strange feeling this time. Instead, his eyes were focused on the body, and he consciously accelerated the progress of the integration. Soon, under his conscious urging, the swollen ghost sprout began to shrink, and was absorbed into his body bit by bit. The 6 clones that were wrapped in the ghost sprout also integrated into his body along with the ghost sprout. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Out of the 4 stages of the ritual, Hyojin had already mastered the first and second stages very thoroughly. Therefore, without much trouble, he completed the first stage, the blood succession fusion, and successfully fused the 6 clones with different attributes into his flight body. Not long after, the swollen and bulging ghost sprouts under his skin gradually calmed down. His body also returned to its original appearance. It was as if the ghost sprouts on his body and the scene of him swallowing the 6 clones in one go were all illusions. At this time, he slowly raised his right hand, and a clear ice crystal that was emitting cold air appeared in the palm of his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he immediately clenched and loosened his palm. The clear ice crystal that was originally floating in his palm became a beautiful purple flame that swayed in the wind. Then, the swaying purple flames disappeared, and a pale white bone blade extended from his palm. Then, the bone blade turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. A sparkling pillar of light appeared in his palm, followed by purple lightning and a tough wooden stake. Retracting his right hand, Hyojin thought to himself, the effect of the blood succession fusion seems to be better than the last time. Could it be that my previous failed fusion also helped me improve the compatibility between my clones and my main body? With just a slight attempt, he found that the blood succession limit and blood succession elimination that were fused into his body were more thorough and natural than the last time. Even he himself couldn't explain this situation, so he could only attribute it to the compatibility. After all, these 6 clones had indeed fused with his in-flight body once. Although they were forcibly separated later on, it was understandable that the compatibility between them had improved. The ritual was still going on. With the completion of the first stage, the blood succession fusion, the second stage of yin-yang integration immediately began. The amount of chakras needed for the second stage was 10 times that of the first stage. Therefore, Hyojin didn't use his own chakra to resist it. Instead, he absorbed the chakra in the distant chakra transportation area. In an instant, the 4 people in the transportation area's magic circle sensed it. Ziyuan, who was eager to try, mustered her strength and prepared herself. However, she realized that her chakra wasn't being absorbed. She was stunned and looked to the side suspiciously. Next to her, Gaara was the first to react. His tailed beast chakra started flowing into the magic circle. Next was Ningxi. Finally, Naruto and his clone's immortal tailed beast chakra slowly flowed into the magic circle. Ziyuan looked down at the motionless magic circle under her feet. Her face was filled with confusion. On the altar, Kuroto, who is in the second stage of the ritual, is still at ease, while accurately controlling the chakra transmission area, and at the same time fusing the power of the omniscient nature within his body. While performing the second stage of the ritual, Hyojin was still able to control the magic circle of the chakra transportation area with ease. It was best to use the chakra source that could be activated at any time during the final stage of the ritual, such as the giant Tenseigan, grayer mineral vein, sky spear, and so on. As for the chakra source like Ziyuan, Gaara, Naruto, and Ningxi, he had priority. Among them, Gaara and Ningxi had the highest priority, followed by Naruto, and finally Ziyuan. This was mainly because Ziyuan's strength was the closest to the 6th-path level. She was also good at various sealing techniques. She was the best candidate to deal with any changes. Therefore, Hyojin wanted to preserve Ziyuan's state as much as possible. Because it was as easy as the first stage, Hyojin didn't encounter any trouble in the second stage. He easily broke through the barrier and once again completed the yin and yang fusion, obtaining the ability to create the black stick. From this moment on, Hyojin had all the conditions to break through to the 6th-path level. At this time, he only needed to add the water, fire, wind, earth, and thunder attributes of the chakra to the second stage, and upgrade the yin and yang attributes of the chakra to the yin and yang attributes of the 5 elements. Then, he could enter the third stage of the ritual and officially break through to the 6th-path level. However, because of the lesson learned from the previous ritual, he didn't rush to enter the third stage. Instead, he used the Tenseigan in his eye socket to suppress the Anabi in his body with the Tenseigan's pupil power. Sure enough, with the comprehensive suppression of the ghost sprout in his body, he quickly found that the ghost sprout that had experienced the first and second stages of the ritual grew very terrifying. The honesty at this time was completely a disguise. Once he rushed into the third stage like last time, the ghost sprout would immediately take advantage of his distraction to come out. After patiently forcing the ghost sprout out of his body with the Tenseigan's pupil power, Hyojin backhand used ice release, using an extremely low temperature to suppress the activity of the ghost sprout. Then, he used rain pull to break the frozen ghost sprout into pieces of broken ice and scattered in the air with the wind. The defect of the ghost sprout increasing activity at high temperature and decreasing activity at low temperature was deliberately done by Hyojin. The purpose was to make it convenient to deal with. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to deal with the ghost sprout that became stronger with the ritual. It would never be as easy as now. After solving the hidden danger of the ghost sprout, Hyojin took a deep breath and glanced at the deep sky above his head. Then, he stepped into the third stage without hesitation. At this stage, Hyojin was not as confident as before. After all, he died in this stage last time. The chakra's amount required for the third stage of the ritual was 10 times that of the second stage. So, Hyojin did not hesitate and immediately increased the absorption of chakra from Gaara, Xianxia, and Naruto on the magic circle. In an instant, the huge flow of chakra flowed along the magic circle and gathered fiercely on the altar. At this time, Hyojin could no longer suppress the movement of the ritual, so he simply stopped suppressing it. While absorbing the chakra from the magic circle without any scruples, he completely carried out the fusion of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 types of chakra in his body. So, a ray of light surged from the altar and went straight into the sky, on the moon. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was practicing in the practice field, suddenly froze and stopped his movements. Then, the pure white eyes in his eyes suddenly turned into the Tenseigan that shone like the stars. As he activated his Tenseigan, his vision immediately connected with the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the lookout and instantly obtained the vision of the giant Tenseigan, peeping into the shinobi world. The second update is here. It's the last day of May. Those who still have monthly votes, don't save them anymore. After today, the monthly votes will be refreshed. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Thump. Thump, with a sound like a heartbeat, the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the Otsutsuki shrine suddenly emitted a brilliant halo, and then the vision of the giant Tenseigan began to gradually focus on the shinobi world. With the help of the giant Tenseigan's vision, Otsutsuki Samurai began to spy on the shinobi world. His eyes first locked on the territory of the Land of Fire, locked on the incomparably tall Susanoo that are fighting fiercely, and his expression changed slightly. The fierce battle of those Susanoo is completely beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. The mountain-like Susanoo was like a god, and every move it made had great power. Wherever it went, whether it was the forest, the mountains, or the lakes, they were all ravaged, leaving only a mess. This kind of fierce battle that is rarely seen in 100 years, it's hard for Otsutsuki Samurai not to pay attention to it. But his eyes didn't stay there for too long, because he knew that this is not his target, so he controlled the giant Tenseigan to shift his vision and scanned other places. However, just as his vision shifted, his sweeping gaze paused again. Because he found that in another part of the Land of Fire, that is, the periphery of the Mai village, another terrifying battle is taking place. There, countless trees are growing crazily, the scale is so large, and the chakra fluctuations are so strong that even Kuroto felt a burst of palpitation. And fighting against the sea of trees are several ninjas wearing the clothes of tailed beasts. For some reason, these ninjas are wearing the clothes of tailed beasts, which makes Kuroto instinctively feel fear. What happened in the shinobi world? For a moment, a doubt surged in Otsutsuki Samurai's heart. Although he doesn't have a complete grasp of the situation in the shinobi world, he knows that a fierce battle of this scale is definitely unusual in the shinobi world, not to mention two at the same time. Even the most slow-witted person, after discovering this situation, will realize that some kind of war is likely to be going on in the shinobi world, or some kind of revolution. With this thought, Otsutsuki Samurai restrained the uneasiness in his eyes and regained his calmness. His calmness was not without reason. Now that he has his own pair of Tenseigan, coupled with the giant Tenseigan that belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, no matter what happens in the shinobi world, Kuroto doesn't think that it can threaten him. It is this transcendent state of mind that made Kuroto continue searching the shinobi world. Although the two ongoing battles are eye-catching, they are not his goal. What he is really looking for is the mysterious chakra fluctuations that resonated with his Tenseigan just now. After checking the entire continent, Otsutsuki Samurai, who didn't find anything, is puzzled and controls the giant Tenseigan's vision to a more remote polar area. Tenseigan. In an instant, Otsutsuki Samurai's expression turned cold, and his face revealed an uncontrollable shock. Through the vision of the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto was shocked to discover the pillar of light located in the rainbow ice wall of the Land of Snow, as well as the figure of Hyojin standing in the center of the altar. If it was only the huge chakra fluctuations, it would not make Otsutsuki Samurai lose his composure like this. What really shocked Otsutsuki Samurai is that he discovered that the Hyuga standing in the center of the altar has a pair of Tenseigan in his eye sockets. One must know that even as a direct descendant of Hamura, it took him a lot of effort and many hardships to obtain the Tenseigan, so it is really difficult for him to accept that a lowly Hyuga clansman has the same eyes as him. Moreover, he doesn't know if it is an illusion or not, but he faintly feels that the Tenseigan of this Hyuga seems to be purer and more brilliant than his Tenseigan. This is impossible. Otsutsuki Samurai roared hysterically, and there was no longer any calmness on his face. The noble and pure bloodline, as well as the extremely powerful Tenseigan, are the bottom line that he adheres to and the reverse scale that no one is allowed to touch. Anyone who dares to touch these is his intolerable enemy. But since the opponent also has the Tenseigan, he can't underestimate the enemy, so he forcibly suppressed his monstrous anger and observed carefully, on the altar. Hyojin's face was still calm, and he tried to integrate the nature of the yin-yang 5 elements and the 7 types of chakra in an orderly manner. As for the gaze cast by the giant Tenseigan on the moon, he noticed it immediately, and this is something he expected, so his emotions did not fluctuate too much, and he turned a blind eye to Otsutsuki Samurai's malicious peeping, and still focused on his ritual. And after the ritual advanced to this stage, a large amount of chakra was needed to maintain it at all times. Therefore, Hyojin had to increase the extraction of chakra from Gaara, Ningxi, and Naruto in the magic circle, and gradually began to extract Ziyuan's chakra. In the magic circle, Gaara was sweating profusely, and Ningxi's face was pale. Among the 4 people who entered the magic circle, although the 2 of them were both Jinchuriki, monsters in the eyes of normal ninjas, they were obviously inferior to Ziyuan and Naruto. In addition, Hyojin deliberately extracted the chakra from the 2 of them, so the 2 of them were the first to show signs of exhaustion. And of Naruto's dozen shadow clones, 6 or 7 had been sucked dry by Hyojin, and the remaining 6 or 7 were still struggling. Just like that, time passed little by little. Otsutsuki Samurai did not appear immediately, and Hyojin did not care too much. At this time, he was gradually immersed in the nature fusion of the yin-yang 5 elements chakra. The truth-seeking ball was the product of the fusion of the yin-yang 5 elements chakra, so the nature fusion of the 7 chakra attributes was not only a way to improve strength, but also a way to complete the transition of life. Compared with swallowing chakra fruit, inheriting it from one's parents, receiving gifts from the strong, and so on, Suijin's method of breaking through to the 6th path level by completing the fusion of the yin-yang 5 elements and chakra properties is actually simpler and more down-to-earth. On the contrary, the Otsutsuki family's method of planting the divine tree, using the divine tree to absorb the natural energy of the entire planet, and then condensing the chakra fruit was undoubtedly more convenient. Bang bang, another 2 muffled sounds came from the array. Following the muffled sounds of the 2 shadow clones shattering, there were no more shadow clones left in the array. The shadow clones of Ziyuan and Naruto had been sucked dry by Hyojin. At this time, on the array, Elo and Ningxi were obviously unable to hold on any longer. Their bodies began to tremble, and one of their tails and dragon veins were almost exhausted. Ziyuan and Naruto were slightly better off, but they were also severely exhausted and panting. On the altar, as if he had sensed something, Kuroto's expression changed. With a snap, he put his palms together. Then, a black truth-seeking ball appeared behind him as he wished. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. With the appearance of the truth-seeking ball, not only did the chakra in Hyojin's body become stronger, but even the Tenseigan in his eye sockets became brighter. This was the feedback of the transition of his body and spirit body to the Tenseigan after he completed the initial nature fusion of the 7 types of chakra of yin and yang and 5 elements and stepped into the 6th path level again. Because only a true 6th path level powerhouse can fully exert the power of the 6th path level Tenseigan. Who, after a soft breath, Hyojin suppressed the joy of stepping into the 6th path level again and carefully examined his body. In the last ritual, he just stepped into the 6th path level, and Ghost Sprout took advantage of the chaos, and because he opened the death gate, his body was extremely weak, coupled with the backlash of forcibly interrupting the ritual, so he didn't have time to carefully understand the transition of life level because of stepping into the 6th path level, he regrettably died. Now for the second ritual, he was fully prepared. Ghost Sprout was solved by him in the 2nd stage, and in the 3rd stage he didn't use 8 inner gates like last time, so this time he returned to the 6th path level with great ease. After using the Tenseigan to look up and down his body, Hyojin's expression changed slightly. On the surface, there was no change in the structure of his body. The internal organs, bones, even meridians, blood vessels, and so on, were exactly the same as before. But he knew very well that just now, his body and spirit body had experienced a tremendous change. To describe it in an easy-to-understand way, his body and spirit body were just forcibly reshaped by the six-path chakra after the fusion of the 7 types of chakra in his body. And in the process of this reshaping, all the data of his body and spirit body were backed up by his chakra. In other words, even if his body was destroyed and his vital organs were completely shattered, as long as he had enough chakra, he could instantly reshape the destroyed organs, just like restoring erroneously deleted data. No wonder Guy broke most of Madara's body with one kick. Madara could instantly recover. After understanding the changes in his body, Hyojin was stunned. He always felt it was a pity before. In his mind, if Guy's kick in the original time and space was more fierce and more accurate, maybe it would be another ending. But now it seems that no matter how accurate and fierce Guy's kick was, the result would not be much different. Even if Guy's kick really broke Madara's head, for Madara, it may consume more chakra to restore his body, and the result will not be fundamentally different. Because at that time, Madara's life level had changed, ordinary ninjutsu and body techniques were difficult to pose a substantial threat to him. In addition to the ability to resist attacks, another benefit of the 6-path life level is that the lifespan has become longer. Because at this time, whether it is the body or the spirit body, it can be directly transformed into chakra, and chakra is energy and is not bound by birth, aging, illness, and death. So once you officially enter the 6-path level, it means that you will no longer be bound by cell aging, and you will not die early because of the limit of cell division, even though you have an unparalleled recovery ability. As for how long the lifespan is, Hyojin can't accurately estimate for a while, but at least about 1,000 years. Anyway, as long as you are not like the 6-path sage who divided the Jubi, established a shinobi sect to pass chakra to all living beings, have children, and pass power to your son, there is no problem to live for thousands of years. After all, when Otsutsuki Kagaya arrived in the shinobi world, his strength was certainly not enough for the bloodline net, and it takes 1,000 years for the holy tree to grow. So if Kagaya does not have 1,000 years of life, it is impossible to keep the holy tree blooming and bearing fruit. From this, it can be seen that as long as you don't cause trouble and live honestly, the lifespan of a 6-path is at least 1,000 years. But if you reproduce a large number of children and consume chakra needlessly, then your lifespan is likely to plummet. The 2 6-path sage brothers are the best example. One of them established a shinobi sect, and the other reproduced an entire clan on the moon. Needlessly consuming too much chakra caused them to exhaust their lifespan early, so they had to give up their bodies and stay in the world in a less energy-consuming form. As for Toad Maru, who had been by their side all those years ago, he had now become the great Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku. He was still alive and well. After a short pause, the ceremony inevitably continued. With the condensation of the truth-seeking ball, and with the transition of life level, the 3rd stage of the ceremony was successfully completed. What awaits Hyojin is the 4th stage that he has never stepped into before. This is the last stage of the ritual, and as long as he survives this stage, his level of life will undergo a second transition, and he will become an immortal existence just like Kagaya. Even if he has children, even if he consumes chakra at will, he will still be an immortal existence. And the amount of chakra's amount required for the 4th stage is unknown to Hyojin. It is likely to be more than 10 times the amount required for the 3rd stage, so without any hesitation, he immediately unsealed all the seals on the Spear of Heaven and the Greyer Mine, and activated the geothermal meter at full power, completely activating the entire rainbow ice wall system that he designed. Boom! With a series of explosions, the geothermal meter at full power cooperated with the Spear of Heaven to absorb the energy of the nearby earth veins, converting the energy of the earth veins into chakra light pillar, and shooting it out. And the chakra light pillar from the Spear of Heaven tower hit the Greyer Mine floating in the air. In an instant, the 2 huge chakra, one yin and one yang, began to violently fuse. For a moment, the entire rainbow ice wall shone brightly, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Hyojin, who was standing in the middle of the altar, was close to the water, and easily absorbed this huge amount of chakra. Chakra transport area. Wow! Looking at this earth-shattering scene, the few of them had thousands of words to say, but in the end they could only say one word. Because they really couldn't find any other words to describe the shocking scene in front of them. They could only open their mouths and let out sighs filled with emotion and amazement. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure wrapped in light blue Tenseigan chakra descended from the sky, and like a meteor, it pounced towards the rainbow ice wall. It's been 6 months, please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. It's reasonable to celebrate Children's Day on June 1st, so I wish everyone a happy holiday. Oh, intersection. Oh, also, it's a new month, a new week, so I'm begging everyone for their guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Students who have the ability, please come and support the original version. Everyone's subscriptions and tips are the only income that a small-time writer like me can make a living, so I'm begging everyone. I won't force anyone to give me tips, but if you have the ability to subscribe, please support me. Thanks. The world of Naruto in the eyes of reincarnation wishes everyone a happy June 1st Children's Day. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Without a doubt, the figure descending from the sky like a meteor was Otsutsuki Samurai, who had been spying on Hyojin from the moon. With the previous lessons, he did not show himself immediately this time. Instead, he suppressed his complicated feelings and carefully observed Hyojin's every move. When he realized that Hyojin had condensed the truth-seeking ball in his normal state on the altar, he was shocked. He once again took Hyojin more seriously, and officially regarded Hyojin as his mortal enemy. At the same time, after careful observation, he also found some clues. He knew that Hyojin was in some kind of ritual, and as the ritual progressed, Hyojin's strength was rising rapidly. It seemed that the 6th Daos level, which could condense the truth-seeking ball, was not the end. After determining this point, he could no longer hold himself back. On the altar. Glancing at Otsutsuki Samurai, who was attacking aggressively from the sky, Hyojin's face was still calm. As he had entered the 4th stage of the ritual, which he had never set foot in before, it was difficult for him to spare any energy to deal with Otsutsuki Samurai. This was because his body was absorbing the chakra on the altar, maintaining the final nature fusion of the yin, yang, 5 elements, and 7 elements chakra in his body. As long as he completed the final nature fusion of the chakra attributes, he would be able to experience another leap in life level, and advance to the bloodline network that he had been dreaming of. Otsutsuki Samurai's attack at this time could be said to have hit him in the back. But even so, Hyojin's expression remained the same. After experiencing the previous failure, he did not expect his ritual to be completely undisturbed. To be more precise, breaking through the blood succession net was not something that could be done quietly. The birth of a bloodline succession net was bound to shake the entire planet. This is the same no matter where he hides, even if he hides on the moon. Hyojin is very sure that as he progresses deeper into the 4th stage, the movement on his side will become bigger and bigger, and the phenomenon produced by the final ritual is likely to affect the entire shinobi world. Therefore, any external interference was within Hyojin's expectations. In fact, it could even be considered as a part of the ritual. Since he had chosen to break through to the utmost realm, there was no way he could retreat. Therefore, anxiety, hesitation, worry, and other emotions became meaningless at this moment. They wouldn't be able to change anything. Calmly retracting his gaze, Hyojin no longer paid attention to Otsutsuki Samurai who was rushing toward him. As if the crisis did not exist, he focused on his ritual. Inside the chakra transport area. Looking at Otsutsuki Samurai who had activated the Tenseigan chakra mode, everyone present was shocked, even the 9 tails in Naruto's body was no exception. Tenseigan. And Ningxi's expression was the most shocked. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but as soon as he got up, his legs softened, and he fell back to the array. Obviously, the chakra that Hyojin had just extracted was beyond the normal range that he could bear, so at this moment, not to mention fighting, it was very difficult for him to even stand. Naruto was also surprised. Is it an enemy? Yeah. Haku nodded, and without hesitation, he immediately flashed to meet him. Because Otsutsuki Samurai's malice was too obvious and he did not hide it at all, so Ziyuan, Haku, and even Naruto, who had mastered the spirit arts, could clearly feel it. With just a few ups and downs, Haku, who was responsible for guarding the ritual, arrived at the outermost boundary area of the ritual. Suddenly putting his palms together, Haku, who had long been prepared for battle, instantly entered the spirit mode, and then shouted softly, "Spirit Arts, Super Ice Timely Rain." In an instant, thousands of ice thousand books with a cold light condensed around Haku, pointing at the sky where Otsutsuki Samurai was attacking at high speed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, then, these countless ice thousand books with a whistling sound, attacked Otsutsuki Samurai overwhelmingly. In the air, Otsutsuki Samurai did not care about Haku, who was blocking him. At this time, his eyes were still focused on Hyojin in the center of the altar in the distance, so when he saw the ice thousand books that covered the sky and the earth like raindrops, he waved his hand impatiently, "Get lost." Boom, a huge repulsive force suddenly formed, repelling thousands of ice thousand books in an instant, and the aftermath even set off a snowstorm, surging on the boundary, causing the solid boundary wall to shake violently. Seeing this, Haku was stunned. He had guessed that the enemy would be very strong, but he did not expect it to be this strong. The spirit arts that he had used with all his strength was easily broken by the enemy with a wave of his hand. His heart trembled. Haku came to a realization, such a strong enemy must not be allowed to enter the boundary and interfere with the ceremony, so Haku immediately began to form a one-handed seal with each hand, and shouted, "Spirit Arts, Ice Tornado. Spirit Arts, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal." Roar, accompanied by a series of roars, several ice dragons rose from the ground, attacking Otsutsuki Samurai in the air. At the same time, clear ice mirrors appeared out of thin air, forming a huge ice wall in the air, blocking Otsutsuki Samurai's way. Seeing several ice dragons attacking, Otsutsuki Samurai waved his hands, wanting to use the giant Tenseigan's ability to absorb all these ice dragons, and then release the ice dragons to destroy the ice wall blocking his way. Huh? But as soon as he raised his hand, a strange expression flashed between his eyebrows, because he found that he could not absorb these ice release ninjutsu. Boom, in this moment of hesitation, Otsutsuki Samurai in the air was hit by several ice dragons, and with the impact of the ice dragons, he fell to the ice field on the ground. Swish, at this time, Haku's figure flashed, and he also jumped out of the boundary and came to the ice field. Separated by a barrier, inside was an oasis that was like spring all year round, was the rainbow ice wall that shone with rays of light, and outside was the unchanging 10,000-mile ice plains of the snow country. Walking out of the broken ice unscathed, Otsutsuki Samurai in the Tenseigan chakra mode had a cold expression on his face. In front of him, Haku, who was dressed as the Suijin of Amatsukami, was no stranger to him. In the previous spying, he saw these people around Hyojin, but he completely ignored these ninjas of lowly bloodline, and did not see them as a threat, so when Haku stopped him, he was a little annoyed. "You should be proud to be killed by me with my own hands." After saying this indifferently, Otsutsuki Samurai raised his right hand slightly, and in an instant, a few ink-colored truth-seeking balls merged into his palm, turning into a brilliant golden sword. The first update, the first day of June, asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Looking at the dazzling golden sword in Otsutsuki Samurai's hand, Bai was shocked. He had seen Hyojin use this technique before. At that time, Hyojin was like a deity. He had easily cut off the arm of the heretic demon statue that was protecting Nagato and repelled the arrogant Nagato. Therefore, Bai was very clear about the power of this technique. Therefore, he did not take any chances and squeezed every bit of the immortal technique chakra out of his body. He shouted, "Immortal technique, Super Ice Stone Hull." Whoosh, along with a series of freezing sounds, a solid wall of ice appeared in front of Bai one after another. Unlike the magic mirror ice crystal that could be used for both offense and defense, Super Ice Stone Hull was an ice release ninjutsu that Bai used specifically for defense. Coupled with the home advantage of snow country and the enhancement of the immortal technique chakra, this was the ultimate defensive ninjutsu that Bai could perform at the moment. Humph. Looking at the layers of solid ice walls in front of him, Otsutsuki Samurai snorted coldly. Then, he quickly slashed down with his right hand that was holding the golden sword. Rumble, accompanied by the dazzling golden light, Bai's strongest defensive immortal technique collapsed in the rumble like tofu under a sharp knife. It did not even have the ability to block Bai's attack. Although he was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him still made Bai feel a deep sense of powerlessness. However, he did not forget his duty. Immediately, under the cover of the ice fog and ice shards, he began to form hand seals again and shouted, Immortal Technique, Super Ice Coffin. In an instant, the rapidly frozen ice rushed towards Otsutsuki Samurai. Otsutsuki Samurai frowned as if he had exhausted his patience. The dazzling golden sword in his hand suddenly turned into a storm and went against Bai's Immortal Technique ice release. Rumble. In the midst of the rumble, a huge storm swept everything, be it the Immortal Technique that Bai had just performed, the ice shards and mist in the air, or the ice plains that covered the ground. Everything in Otsutsuki Samurai's field of vision was engulfed by the storm. Bai, who was in front of them, was no exception. When the storm came, he was swept into the air by the storm without the slightest resistance. Like an ant, he could only go with the flow of the storm. Oh no. When he realized that the storm had not only engulfed his celestial technique, but its momentum was also not reduced. Instead, it was pouncing toward the barrier not far away. Bai, who was thrown into the air, immediately cried out in surprise. However, right at this moment, a brand new barrier appeared and blocked the storm. Boom, another loud sound rang out, and the storm that hit the barrier was finally stopped. Large cracks appeared on the barrier, and when the storm subsided, the barrier collapsed. At that moment, a figure appeared behind the shattered barrier. Otsutsuki Samurai glanced at it casually and realized that the figure was wearing the same attire as the person who had performed ice release just now. However, the pattern of the mask on his face had changed from a river to a sun. Without a doubt, the person who had performed the barrier and blocked Otsutsuki Samurai's silver will reincarnation explosion was none other than Ziyuan. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, hundreds of Naruto, who were in the Nine Tails chakra mode, pushed the Rasengan in their hands and pounced toward Otsutsuki Samurai from all directions. Otsutsuki Samurai was slightly stunned. He was no stranger to shadow clones, but this number was obviously beyond his expectations. While he was in a daze, Naruto's shadow clones had already rushed in front of him, and countless Rasengan shining with a halo were about to hit him. Otsutsuki Samurai suddenly moved, and a few truth-seeking balls instantly turned into an ink-colored black ball, covering his whole body. Boom boom boom, the Rasengan that came one after another hit the black ball that Otsutsuki Samurai's truth-seeking ball had turned into, making a deafening roar. But after the smoke dissipated, the group of Naruto's shadow clones were surprised to find that the black ball that had withstood hundreds of their Rasengan attacks was not damaged at all. There was not even a slight dent, let alone a gap. At this time, the black ball dissipated, revealing the slightly anxious Otsutsuki Samurai inside. At this time, in Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes, there was only Hyojin on the altar in the distance. He didn't pay attention to anyone else, so after being blocked again and again, he was both annoyed and a little uneasy. Because he could clearly feel that Hyojin in the distance was improving every moment. This terrifying speed of improvement made him feel uneasy from the bottom of his heart. He had a feeling that if he couldn't stop the other party as soon as possible and destroy the other party's ritual, then he would forever lose the chance to defeat the other party. This was his last chance to win. At this point, Otsutsuki Samurai no longer had the mood to entangle with these ninjas in front of him, so he suddenly launched Rain Pull, and in an instant, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones around him flew out. Immediately, his body swayed, and he jumped into the air, preparing to pounce on the rainbow ice wall not far away. Demon Sealing Coffin, Seal. While Naruto was attracting the attention of the other party, Ziyuan, who had completed the preoperative preparation, finally launched her Miko sealing technique. In an instant, several light walls formed a cube like a wooden box and rapidly shrank, including the Otsutsuki Tonari, who was leaping in the air. After a while, Haku, who was in a mess, and Naruto, who was panting, rushed to Ziyuan one after another and asked, "Is it settled?" "Yes." Ziyuan nodded while panting heavily. Demon Sealing Coffin is the most common sealing technique used by the Miko in the land of demons. Before, the Miko used this sealing technique to deal with Morio. On the formation. Great! We finally blocked it. Ningxi and Gaara also breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they also wanted to help deal with Otsutsuki Samurai, but their chakra's amount is far less than Ziyuan and Naruto, so now they can't participate in the battle at all. Gotcha. However, just when everyone thought that the matter was over, a cracking sound suddenly came from Ziyuan's demon sealing coffin. Immediately after, a brilliant golden sword pierced out from it, sprinkling golden light all over the ice field. Ziyuan was shocked. This How is this possible? Haku and Naruto on the side were also shocked. Obviously, everyone didn't know that the Tenseigan could resist the seal for a short time. Back then, Hyojin, who was sealed by Nagato's Earth-exploding heavenly star, also used this very short gap to break the Earth-exploding heavenly star with Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion to break the Earth-exploding heavenly star. At this time, the brilliant golden sword pierced out from the demon sealing coffin, slowly slashing down. While cutting the demon sealing coffin, the blade that stretched out far away also took advantage of the Earth-exploding heavenly star. On the altar, Hyojin still looked indifferent, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Here's the second update. Please continue to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Under the dazzling golden sword of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, all the obstacles in front of it were like fluffy white snow on the ice field, so pale and powerless. Rumble. In the deafening roar, Ziyuan's demon sealing coffin was shattered and scattered on the ground. Not only that, when the golden sword smashed the demon sealing coffin, it also left a huge sword mark on the ground. This sword mark was like a ravine, extending out for hundreds of meters, cutting a huge gap in the barrier not far away. Huff, in an instant, the fierce wind on the ice field outside the barrier, carrying the broken ice and cold mist in the air, poured into the barrier through this gap. On the spell formation. So strong. Gaara and Ningxi, who were sweating profusely, were shocked by the incoming cold wind, and their bodies suddenly trembled. Of course, what made their bodies tremble was not only the sudden drop in temperature, but also the terrifying godlike strength of Otsutsuki Samurai outside the barrier. At this time, Otsutsuki Samurai, holding the golden sword in his hand, slowly walked out of the wreckage of the demon sealing coffin, his expression extremely cold. You lowly ninjas, you are too presumptuous. He could not tolerate these ants in front of him, provoking him again and again, and at such a critical moment. Ziyuan said, "It was you who came looking for trouble." Haku echoed, "Well, it was you who came looking for trouble. We will never allow you to destroy Lord's ceremony." Naruto also nodded, his hands assuming a posture of continuing to make hand seals. At this time, Otsutsuki Samurai glanced at the altar in the distance, seeing that the chakra fluctuation on Hyojin's body was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that he, who had the Tenseigan, felt extremely uneasy, so his face darkened. "Then all of you can go to hell." He had no intention of venting his anger on these ants, not because he was kind, but purely because he felt that these lowly ants in front of him were not worthy to fight with him. But right now, Hyojin on the altar was giving him too much pressure, so he did not care about his identity anymore. So, he raised his right hand that was holding the golden sword, and the 6 truth-seeking balls floating behind him instantly merged into the golden sword in his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the already dazzling golden sword became even more brilliant, shining like the sun, making it hard to look at it directly. Not only that, but the length of the golden sword also increased exponentially. From its original length of over 100 meters, it continued to extend upwards until it reached the clouds. Ziyuan, Naruto, and Haku, who were standing in front of the Otsutsuki Tonari, all raised their heads subconsciously and looked at the sky in horror. They looked at the brilliant golden sword that went straight into the clouds and could not be seen at a glance. On an ice cliff a dozen miles away from the rainbow ice wall, Little Snow, who was temporarily detained there, had her eyes wide and her mouth agape. In her field of vision, there were 2 pillars of light standing side by side, with no end in sight, that shot into the clouds. One of them was the colorful pillar of light above the rainbow ice wall, and the other was the dazzling golden sword that no one could look at directly. Looking at this miraculous scene, she was momentarily speechless. She could not say anything, and could only exclaim in her heart, "Is this a power that humans can possess?" Ziyuan, Naruto, and Bai, who were close to the dazzling golden sword that had no end in sight, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. If this sword successfully slashed down, then it would not just be a matter of destroying the rainbow ice wall. It was very likely that the entire snow country, the entire polar region, would be split in half, cut in half. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure leaped out of the crowd and pounced towards Otsutsuki Samurai, who was holding the golden sword. Ziyuan's gaze froze. She was shocked to find that the figure that had leaped past her and pounced towards Otsutsuki Samurai was none other than Xianglin, who was also a young god like her. Therefore, before her brain could react, her body made a conditioned reflex and quickly chased after Xianlin. No matter what, she could not lose to Xianlin. Naruto and Bai, who were at the side, did not have such a conditioned reflex. They were both stunned. However, their reactions were not slow. Seeing that the two young gods dared to fight against such a terrifying golden sword, they looked at each other and pounced forward as well. Humph. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was holding the golden sword, snorted softly. His eyes were full of contempt. He directly ignored Xianlin, Ziyuan, and the others who were rushing towards him, and cast his eyes on Hyojin, who was on the distant altar. The Golden Will reincarnation explosion, which was supported by the giant Tenseigan, was enough to sweep away everything. Therefore, Otsutsuki Samurai was ready to destroy Hyojin's ritual in one fell swoop. He wanted to destroy Hyojin's ritual with a thunderous force and kill the huge threat in advance. However, just as Otsutsuki Samurai ignored Xianlin, Ziyuan, and the others, Xianlin's Rinnegan, which was under the young god mask, suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance. In an instant, a blood mist emerged. The appearance of this blood mist was very strange. There was no time for it to spread, but it suddenly enveloped a large area, as if it had overlapped from another time and space. It enveloped Xianlin, Otsutsuki Samurai, and Ziyuan, who was closest to it. Then, the blood mist disappeared into thin air as it appeared. Xianlin, Otsutsuki Tonari, and Ziyuan, who were shrouded in the blood mist, disappeared together with him. Naruto and Haku, who were a little slower, suddenly stopped and looked around in horror, only to find that Otsutsuki Samurai had indeed disappeared. The golden sword that had soared into the sky had also disappeared with the disappearance of the blood mist. What happened? Naruto asked in a daze. Haku shook his head with a confused look on his face. The moment the blood mist appeared, all his senses were blocked by it. He had no idea what had happened in the blood mist. Before he could react, the blood mist disappeared into thin air. At this time, Ninth Lama, who was in Naruto's body, said in a deep voice, "Don't look for them. It's a space-time ninjutsu. They are no longer here. In a different space." In the blink of an eye, the three of them followed the blood mist to a different space that was filled with a faint mist. Everything in sight was gray. Only a long, bloody river was particularly eye-catching. It meandered all the way into the mist. Even Otsutsuki Samurai, who had the Tenseigan, could not see the end of the river. And on the surface of the blood-red river, there were vague outlines of spiritual bodies. These spiritual bodies rose and fell on the surface of the blood-red river, as if they were struggling, but also seemed to be roaring. It was a chilling sight to behold. Standing on the shore, Otsutsuki Samurai's expression changed slightly. He asked, "What is this place?" "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Faced with Otsutsuki Tonari's question, Xianlin, who was half squatting on the ground and panting, casually picked up a beautiful spider lily by his feet and said in a deep voice, "This is the Styx River's Sunju River." The spacetime dojutsu that Xianlin comprehended not long ago is none other than the dojutsu Mitsurugi that Danzo used to cast with his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, as the ultimate technique of the Rinnegan, Xianlin's technique is slightly different from the one that Danzo used when he was in the Manjikyu Sharingan. Danzo's technique is to summon and control a section of the river Styx to assist him in battle. On the other hand, Xiangyu's pupil technique is a kind of spacetime pupil technique, and its level is also a step higher. It can directly open a passage between the real underworld and the shinobi world. Ziyuan on the side didn't have any stage fright. She coldly stared at Otsutsuki Samurai. "You want to interfere with Lord's ceremony? Humph, kill us first." Otsutsuki Tonari's brows furrowed as he slowly looked around. A desolate and deathly silent environment, a thin mist that was suffused with the aura of death, and a long river that was like blood that had no end. Merely based on these, he'd already vaguely guessed where this place was, and after he heard Xianlin say that this was the Three Roads River, the last bit of hope in his heart was completely crushed. River Styx, Otsutsuki Samurai's face became gloomier and gloomier. Tenseigan is good at everything: melee combat, long-range attack, X-ray vision, insight, controlling spirit bodies, controlling puppets, resisting seals, and so on. There are almost no shortcomings, the only weakness is the time and space ability. This is not only for Otsutsuki Samurai, but also for Hyojin. In the face of space-time ninjutsu, the Tenseigan's powerful insight and superior maneuverability, coupled with rain pull, allows the possessor of the Tenseigan to evade almost all space-time ninjutsu in time. But once he is hit and transferred to a different space, then the owner of the Tenseigan will be very passive. This was just like Hyojin, who had been unable to take advantage of Obsidian's victory many times, and Otsutsuki Samurai, who had been transferred to the river Styx by Xianxia due to underestimating Obsidian. Trying to communicate with the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Samurai's expression quickly stiffened. Although Kuroto can vaguely sense the giant Tenseigan, this feeling is very faint, and he must try to communicate with it for a long time before he can get out of this predicament with the help of the giant Tenseigan he left in the shinobi world. In other words, for a short period of time, he was trapped here, trapped next to the river Styx that carried the never-ending flow of undead. Opposite. Xianxia, who was half-squatting, slowly stood up. Ziyuan leaned close to Xianxin's ear and whispered, "We can still go back, right?" Xianxia shook his head, "I don't know." It has only been a few minutes since Xianxia comprehended this space-time Tenseigan, so he is still very unfamiliar with this Tenseigan technique. In addition, using the Rebirth Heaven technique to resurrect Hyojin consumed too much Tenseigan power, so at this moment, even Xianxia himself is not 100% sure that he can smoothly return to the shinobi world. A trace of panic flashed in Ziyuan's eyes under the mask. But soon she restrained her panic, pretended to be calm in front of Xianxia and said, "It's not a big deal, after sealing that guy, we can slowly find the way back." Otsutsuki Samurai, who looked around, looked at Xianxia and Ziyuan in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on the coquettish red spider lily in Xianxin's hand. He knew that it was his negligence that caused him to fall into the current predicament. Annoyed, he couldn't help but carefully look at the two ninjas in front of him wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a mask with a sun pattern on their heads. He has seen this outfit more than once before. When he attacked Richa, he was disturbed by a ninja dressed in the same outfit and wearing a rock pattern mask on his face. In the fierce battle with Nagato not long ago, he also found several ninjas in the same outfit on the sidelines. It seems that they are not ordinary ninjas. After thinking for a while, Otsutsuki Samurai asked, "Who are you?" Xianxia and Ziyuan slowly threw the coquettish red spider lily in their hands into the river Styx, and said in unison, "Amatsukami's young god." In the holy power space. Obsidian, who was continuing to sense one tail and 9 tails, suddenly changed his expression. Zetsu, who was beside him, asked, "Did you find anything?" "Yes, I sensed 9 tails." Obsidian nodded lightly. Zetsu hurriedly asked, "Where?" Obsidian frowned, "It's very far from the country of fire, it seems to be in the polar region. As for the specific location, I need to go to the ninja world first before I can try to lock it down." Zetsu laughed, "It seems that the 5 great ninja villages have made preparations. They actually hid 9 tails in that kind of place." Obsidian looked disdainful, "No matter where they hide 9 tails, it's meaningless." After saying that, Obsidian's figure swayed and disappeared into the vortex that suddenly appeared. Looking at Obsidian leaving in a hurry, the corners of Black Jew's mouth curled up, rainbow ice wall. On the altar, Hyojin felt the chill rushing in from the broken barrier. His gaze shifted slightly and he glanced at the gap in the barrier that was cut by Otsutsuki Samurai's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, as well as Naruto and Bai who were standing outside the gap at a loss. Naruto rushed out of the barrier, which meant that he was now exposed to Obsidian's perception. Therefore, Hyojin did not hesitate at all and directly dispelled the previous psychic technique. Bang, with a muffled sound, Naruto turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared on the spot. Naruto was originally forced to come here by the psychic technique. Therefore, as long as Hyojin dispelled the psychic technique, he could use the power of the contract to instantly send Naruto back to where he was before the psychic technique, which was the battlefield outside Mai. As for the safety of Naruto, Xianxia, Ziyuan, and the others, Hyojin was not worried. Naruto had the protection of the 6 Paths deity, so the probability of him dying was very low. Even if Naruto, Xianxia, and Ziyuan all died in battle, as long as he could complete the blood succession net, resurrecting a few people would be a piece of cake for him. Therefore, after making sure that Hiailua was still in the formation and that First Tail's aura was not leaking, he calmly withdrew his gaze and focused on the ritual again. Unlike the previous 3 stages, he, who was in the 4th stage, was no longer as skillful as before. Wanting to completely fuse the 7 attributes of yin, yang, 5 elements, and chakra was essentially a heaven-defying act. This was because the different attributes of chakra would naturally repel each other. It was already very difficult to fuse 2 or 3 of them. If he wanted to completely fuse all 7 attributes, not only would it require an unimaginable amount of chakra, but it would also require superb skills and a calm heart. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I'd like to thank all the students who gifted me today. Thank you all. This chapter says that it's temporarily blocked. You can send it, but you can't see it. It seems like it will only be displayed on the 5th. You can send it first and read it again on the 5th. In the Land of Fire. A twisting whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a figure wearing a mask and a cloak leisurely walked out of the whirlpool. Obviously, this figure is Obsidian Shinobi. In fact, after the last Mist War, Kakashi already knew Obsidian Shinobi's identity, plus Uchiha Madara with the impure earth form has also appeared in the shinobi world, so at this time, there is no need for him to continue pretending to be Uchiha Madara. It's just that he has been wearing the mask for a long time, and he is used to hiding himself under the mask, or rather, he not only needs the mask to cover his appearance, but also some kind of spiritual protection. Because the moment he awakened the Kamui, he relied on escape. Only by wearing the mask can he forget his identity as Uchiha Obsidian Shinobi and put himself in the shoes of the Akatsuki behind the scenes. After landing, Obsidian glanced at the direction of the Mai village. At first, he thought that with the 6 paths of pain under his control and the several Kage with the impure earth form under Zetsu's control, it would be enough to capture the Mai village and completely raze the village that carried his hope and gave him despair. He didn't expect that the 3 kids, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, would intervene and forcibly stabilize the defeat of the ninja coalition, and then Orochimaru's Edo reincarnation, Hashirama, Nidaime, and Nidaime turned the situation around. Humph. Obsidian snorted and retracted his gaze. At this moment, except for the leader of Amatsukami Yama, he doesn't put anyone else in his eyes, even the 1st generation who is known as the god of shinobi, because as Ajubi's Jinchuriki, he has already stepped into the 6-path realm, and only Yama of Amatsukami who is also a sage can fight him. If there is anything else worthy of his attention now, it would be the 9 Tails and Kuroto Ningxi who are hiding in the shinobi world, as well as the Tenseigan that suddenly awakened not long ago. And the fact that Hyuga Ningxi awakened the Tenseigan also confirmed that the Tenseigan evolved from Byakugan. In other words, the true identity of Yama is either Otsutsuki on the moon or Mai's Hyuga clan, because only these 2 clans possess the Byakugan. Soon, Obsidian closed his eyes and sensed. With his perception, he once again confirmed that 9 Tails was far away in the polar region. However, because they were too far away, it was difficult for him to determine their exact location. He could only roughly sense a direction. But for someone who has mastered the space-time ninjutsu, this distance is nothing. Eh? However, just as the Obsidian was about to follow the direction of the signal, he suddenly realized that the signal had suddenly disappeared, so he was taken aback. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked suspiciously at Mai village, on the battlefield outside Mai village. Rumble, the 6 paths of pain with the 10 Tails chakra and the 1st, 2nd, and 4th generations were engaged in a fierce battle with the previous generations of Naruto, and the whole scene was extremely chaotic. The screeching sounds of the jade-tailed beasts tearing through the air, the roars of the spiritual beasts, and the continuous sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Even though it was already night time, the night sky was still filled with lightning, thunder, and flames. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of doomsday. Bang! At this moment, with a burst of white smoke, Naruto appeared in the sea of wildly growing trees. 1 second ago, he was still on the ice field, fighting with Otsutsuki samurai with a dazzling golden sword in his hand. The next second, he appeared in the sea of trees that covered the sky. Such a contrast made Naruto's face dull, and he couldn't react at all. Swoosh, seeing that Naruto was about to be swallowed by the sea of trees, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Naruto, and immediately disappeared into the sea of trees with Naruto. Fa. Father? I'm back in the village? Looking at the 4 generations Naruto in front of him with the impure soil body, Naruto immediately reacted. Yes. The 4 generations who saved Naruto from the battlefield nodded. Kakashi quickly asked, Naruto, where did your teacher take you just now? Naruto glanced around at this time and found that in addition to his father, the 4 generations Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Mute, Richa, Uchiha, Fuyue, and other jonins were watching him. He suddenly replied nervously, it seems to be the Snow Country. Snow Country? Everyone was taken aback. No one expected that Hyuujin would take Naruto to the remote Snow Country. 4 generations Naruto pondered for a moment and asked, where did the 5 generations take you for? Hearing his father's question, Naruto suddenly became entangled. He was actually confused about Hyuujin's plan in the Snow Country, but he vaguely knew that his teacher seemed to be carrying out an earth-shattering ceremony. And he wasn't sure if he could say it. After all, his teacher did it so secretly, even an idiot could see that his teacher didn't want the ceremony to be known. Looking at the entangled face of Naruto, 4 generations suddenly smiled and said, if it involves the secret of the 5 generations, then there is no need to say it. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at the 4 generations Naruto. Kakashi on the side immediately felt a trace of abnormality, because listening to the tone of 4 generations Naruto, 4 generations Naruto seems to know the details of Hyuujin very well. Mute said in a deep voice at this time, no matter what, we must ensure the safety of Naruto. All the jonins nodded in unison. Naruto asked with some doubt, what happened? Kakashi replied, not long ago, we received news that the Mizukage of the 3-tailed Jinchuriki and the 7-tailed Jinchuriki were attacked by the Akatsuki, and all the tailed beasts in their bodies were taken away. Naruto was shocked, what? Kakashi shook his head gloomily, the Akatsuki's target is still the tailed beasts. In fact, the protection of the Jinchuriki of the 5 great shinobi villages has not been relaxed, but the sudden 4th shinobi world war involved too much energy and combat power of the 5 great shinobi villages, so the Akatsuki organization easily took advantage of the loopholes. Asuma said anxiously, damn it, why hasn't Amatsukami made a move yet? Even if the sage wants to keep an eye on the Jubi of the Akatsuki organization, Suijin, Kazuki, Xidagarba, and the others should also make a move, why only Homusubi has appeared so far? Naruto replied subconsciously, they are all in the land of snow. In an instant, everyone's eyes converged on Naruto, and Kakashi asked seriously, Naruto, what did you just say? Amatsukami is in the land of snow? Seeing that he has already let the cat out of the bag, Naruto nodded, well, they are all there to deal with a very powerful enemy. Without this chapter, I'll take a break for 1 chapter, that's the only chapter for today. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today, thank you all. A very powerful enemy? What kind of enemy? Kakashi subconsciously asked the question that everyone present was concerned about. Naruto hurriedly described the horror of the Otsutsuki tonari that fell from the sky with phrases such as the storm that swept everything, the golden sword that could not be seen, and so on. After listening to Naruto's description, Asuma immediately said, isn't this the leader of Amatsukami, Yama? Mute also wondered, is there an internal conflict in Amatsukami? Kakashi frowned slightly, feeling that Naruto's description was too exaggerated and too absurd. He has seen the battle of Amatsukami's leader Yama many times. Although the immortal Yama is extremely powerful, it is not as exaggerated as Naruto's description. Descriptions such as the endless golden sword are simply nonsense, not to mention the fact that Amatsukami's organization actually had an internal conflict in the Snow Country at this critical moment. 4 generations Naruto asked patiently, Naruto, think about it carefully, is there any misunderstanding in this? There is no misunderstanding, even I participated in the battle. After a pause, Naruto continued, that strong enemy is not Yama, according to Ningxi, his name seems to be Otsutsuki Samurai. Richa on the side suddenly said anxiously, is Ningxi also in the Snow Country? Naruto nodded. Kakashi looked at Richa and asked, is Otsutsuki Samurai the person who took the Byakugan from Hayashi-san? At this time, Richa no longer cared about concealing the family's secrets. While gently nodding, he said worriedly, yes, Otsutsuki Samurai is the person who took the Byakugan. He is a member of the Otsutsuki clan who lives on the moon, a distant relative of the Hyuga clan. The purpose of him taking the Byakugan should be for the Tenseigan. For generations, Naruto said calmly. So, he succeeded? Rich's face sank, although I don't know what method he used, but if Naruto's description is correct, then he should have obtained the Tenseigan. Guy said, this is troublesome. All the Jonin present nodded in agreement. Everyone saw the scene of Xianxia using the Tenseigan. Just think about it, even a ninja like Xianxia who has just graduated from a shinobi school has the ability to sweep the battlefield after using the Tenseigan. What about Otsutsuki Samurai who already has the strength to contend with Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization? After obtaining the Tenseigan, it is difficult to predict what level his strength will soar to. Maybe he will become a sage comparable to Yama. The more Richa thought about it, the more worried he became. Is it because of Xianxia's Tenseigan? Naruto shook his head. I don't know about this. He suddenly fell from the sky and caught us off guard. Fuyue asked, in the face of such a strong enemy, Yama should have taken action, right? Kakashi glanced at Fuyue. Listening to Fuyue's tone, it seems that he also knows something. Naruto held the back of his head with his hands and smiled proudly. Sensei is busy and can't deal with that guy at all. It was me and the people of Amatsukami who did it. After a little hesitation, Kaka tentatively asked, which members of Amatsukami did it? If Otsutsuki Samurai really has the Tenseigan, then in Kakashi's view, he must have reached the sixth path level, that is, the realm of the sage, and for the sage, no matter how many ordinary ninjas there are, it doesn't matter. Just like the news from the Ninja Coalition not long ago, Madara Uchiha with the impure earth body almost killed tens of thousands of ninjas led by the 5 Kages. Naruto replied, at first, it was Suijin, but the opponent was too strong, and Suijin couldn't stop him, so I joined the battle with Yama, and then another Yama also appeared. Yama? Everyone suddenly looked at each other. According to the information collected by the 5 great shinobi villages, in addition to the uncertain number of Homasubi, Amatsukami only has the leader Yama, Suijin, Hikari, Xidagarba, and Kirin, whose identity was confirmed by the Mizukage of 4 generations not long ago. And this is the first time everyone has heard of the title Yama. Kurina asked eagerly, what about Hikari? Naruto replied, Hikari is in the formation, she didn't participate in the battle. Obviously, the Hikari that Naruto referred to is Gaara dressed in Amatsukami's uniform. After meeting in the Rainbow Ice Wall, Shoja in Gaara's body and Ninth Lama in Naruto's body discovered each other, but for the sake of the tailed beast's face, not only did they not greet each other, but they also pretended not to see each other to cover up the embarrassment of being used as Chakra's battery. How is the battle? Is Xianxia okay? Kakashi is undoubtedly more concerned about the battle situation, and about Xianxia's Tenseigan. This time, Naruto didn't answer immediately, but thought about it seriously, because he was actually a little confused until now, so after a while, he replied, neither Suijin nor I was a match for that guy. In the end, the Yang God launched the space-time ninjutsu to take that guy away. As for where they went, I don't know, then I came back here. Although Naruto's description wasn't very clear, everyone's expression became solemn after listening to it. Because from Naruto's description, it is easy to conclude that the 2 Yamas in Amatsukami are comparable to the 6-path Otsutsuki Samurai. In other words, in addition to the leader Yama in Amatsukami, there are other strong people who are close to the 6-path level. Thinking of this, for generations Naruto secretly thought, fortunately, there are 5 generations in the village, if someone else takes over the heavy burden of Naruto, they may not be able to cope with the complicated situation in the shinobi world. On the other side, Fuyue Uchiha's expression also slightly changed, and thought, it seems that Amatsukami is stronger than I thought, this time, our Uchiha is finally on the right side. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was filled with more and more doubts, and he couldn't help but ask a series of questions to Naruto. What about your sensei? What is Kuroto doing in the land of snow? How did he die? Who gave him the impure reincarnation? Whoosh, without waiting for Naruto to answer, 3 generations Naruto, 3 generations Tsuchikage, 4 generations Liang, and 4 generations of Kazekage finally rushed back from the land of wind and landed in front of everyone. The Jonins quickly greeted them. 3 generations Naruto first looked at the battle between Hashirama, and 6 Paths of Pain, and then rushed to say, everyone get ready, Madara Uchiha is coming here. What? Everyone was taken aback. However, not waiting for them to be shocked for too long, they saw several tall Susanoo fighting in the distance, and at the same time, they were coming here. First update, please recommend, monthly votes. Although through the message from the headquarters, everyone already knew what happened to the 5 Kages and they were mentally prepared for the power of Uchiha Madara. But when they saw the ridiculously tall Susanoo in the distance, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is too exaggerated. It's even bigger than Sasuke Susanoo? Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? This kind of shock made the Jonin who stayed with my all have a complex feeling that they are too small. The 3 generations Tsuchikage who was floating in the air glanced at the first generation Naruto in the forest not far away and said, with the first generation of Mai, there should be room for turning the situation around. Through the message from the headquarters, on the way back, several Kages learned the news that Orochimaru killed the first generation, the second generation, and the 4 generations. 3 generations Naruto asked Kakashi, do you know the whereabouts of Kuroto? How did he die? Did Orochimaru use the Edo reincarnation on him? Kakashi replied, Kuroto seems to be in the land of snow, as for how he died, we are not very clear at the moment, but it should not be Orochimaru who used the Edo reincarnation. 4 generations Naruto nodded, well, the 5th generation is not Orochimaru kill him. 3 generations Naruto looked at the 4 fire demons who were still fighting with Uchiha Madara in the distance. The biggest questions were how Hyojin died, when did the Uchiha clan join with Amatsukami, and why did the fire demons of Amatsukami obey Hyojin's impure body, Jishui, Shinichi, Sasuke. These fire demons are hard to distinguish, but the fire demon with the Jujutsu sword is the real fire demon of Amatsukami. There is no reason for him to obey Hyojin as the 5th generation Naruto. On the battlefield, the 1st generation also found the figure of Uchiha Madara. In fact, he had already sensed the approach of Uchiha Madara, or because of his existence, Uchiha Madara will rush all the way to Mai. Sure enough, under the entanglement of the fire demons, Uchiha Madara hasn't arrived yet, but his voice came from afar, Hashirama, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Standing on a tall tree, the 1st generation looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance and said, you are really a headache. Rumble, Uchiha Madara drew his sword and set off a huge wave of air. In the sound of the explosion, the 4 fire demons that entangled him were overturned along with the nearby forest. Then he urged Susanoo to fly into the air. As he approached the 1st generation, he shouted, I have been waiting for this day. The 1st generation said, I don't want to fight with you. Uchiha Madara urged Susanoo to point at the village of Mai behind the 1st generation, then I will destroy it in front of you. The 1st generation suddenly said angrily, don't force me. Uchiha Madara immediately responded, want to stop me? Then come and beat me. The 1st generation suppressed his emotions, Madara. Uchiha Madara wantonly said, Hashirama. Looking at the fierce Uchiha Madara, the 1st generation knew that if he didn't stop him, Madara would really destroy the village of Mai behind him, so he no longer hesitated and jumped toward Madara. He knew that his battle with Madara would inevitably destroy everything around him, so the farther away from the village, the better. Soon, there were only 2 people in each other's eyes, that is, Madara and Hashirama shouted all the way away, so that the rest of the people on the battlefield looked at each other and couldn't help but feel relieved. Because if Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were to fight here, then all the people and things within a radius of a few dozen miles would suffer. With the departure of the 1st generation and Uchiha Madara, the contrast of strength of the enemy on the battlefield has changed dramatically. On the Akatsuki's side, there were still 6 paths of pain and several Kages with impure body secretly controlled by Zetsu. On the Ninja Coalition's side, in addition to the 2nd generation, 4 generations, and the 2 impure body Naruto, there were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, and 4 generations of Kazekage. In addition, the 4 fire demons of Amatsukami were also idle because Uchiha Madara was taken over by the 1st generation. Therefore, the Ninja Coalition and the fire demons of Amatsukami immediately joined forces and surrounded the Akatsuki in the center. Brush, suddenly, a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air, and then a figure came out of the vortex. There is no doubt that this figure who suddenly came here was Obsidian who tracked Naruto. After seeing Obsidian appear, the Ninja Coalition and the fire demons of Amatsukami were all taken aback. At this time, although Obsidian was wearing a cloak and a vortex mask, he still looked like his usual appearance, but the 8 truth-seeking balls floating behind him and the black staff in his hand revealed his identity as a six-path immortal. How could it be him? The Kages were quite surprised because they always thought that the one who became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would be the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, but they never thought that the one who became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was the mysterious Uchiha Manjikyu of Akatsuki. It's him. For generations of Naruto frowned and recognized the person in front of him through the Kamui. It was the mysterious person who plotted against him in Kushina and caused the chaos of 9 tails. Naruto on the side hurriedly asked, "Father, do you know him?" For generations of Naruto shook his head, "I don't know his true identity, but he is the mysterious person who plotted against your mother." What? Naruto was shocked and angry when he heard this. Kakashi on the side opened his mouth and wanted to explain the identity of Obsidian to 4 generations of Naruto, but seeing the Kages of other villages on the side, he held back. Uchiha who slaughtered the Ninja Coalition is Mai's ninja. If the other villages find out that the mysterious person who has been secretly controlling Akatsuki is also Mai's ninja, then Mai will be really difficult to explain. Although Kakashi also knows that this kind of thing can't be hidden for long, as the agent of Naruto, he can only hide it for a while. At this time, Obsidian in the field glanced at the crowd, and his eyes quickly avoided 4 generations of Naruto, and then stopped on Kakashi for a while, and finally fell on Naruto, and said, "Hand over the 9 tails." Kakashi took a step forward and was about to say something. Naruto jumped out of the crowd and instantly entered the 9 tails chakra mode, pushing the Rasengan in his hand and rushed towards Obsidian. On the other side, Sasuke's expression froze when he saw this, and immediately urged Susanoo to pounce on him. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Obsidian looked at Naruto indifferently and slowly raised his right hand. Even if it was a Jinchuriki that could perfectly use the power of the tailed beast, it would not pose a threat to him at the moment, even the most special 9 tails was no exception. All Mammoth Tensei. In a flash, Obsidian launched a pupil technique at Naruto. Unlike the 4th Shinobi World War in the original universe, Obsidian at that time became Jubi's Jinchuriki in a hurry on the battlefield. Whether it was the suppression of Jubi or the use of the power of 6-path level, he was not skilled enough, so there were many flaws in the battle, which also gave the Ninja Coalition many opportunities to turn defeat into victory. Obsidian in this universe was not the case. Due to the great threat of Amatsukami, after becoming Jubi's Jinchuriki, he did not immediately take action, but hid in his Kamui space. While adapting to the new identity of Jubi's Jinchuriki, he tried to familiarize himself with the power of 6-path level. Therefore, now he not only has the ability to completely suppress Jubi, but also can use the power of truth-seeking ball, yin and yang release and so on freely. And unlike the original universe where only one eye was transplanted, today's Obsidian has a complete pair of Rinnegan. The difference between 2 eyes and 1 eye is not only in the strength of the pupil and the suppression of Jubi. Obsidian, who has a complete pair of Rinnegan, has completely mastered Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan because he entered 6-path level and obtained the highest authority close to the original owner, Madara Uchiha. So now he can also use the space-time pupil technique unique to Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, Rinnegan Edge Prison. It could be said that compared to Obito of 6 paths in the original timeline, Obito of 6 paths had suffered too much at the hands of Amatsukami in this timeline. He had fallen into too many traps, and his strength had increased by quite a bit. Brush, with the activation of the 10,000 elephants, Naruto, who was already flying towards Obsidian, was immediately pulled by the gravitational force and flew in front of Obsidian almost instantly. After approaching Obsidian, Naruto discovered that in the center of Obsidian's right palm, there was a round scarlet Manjikyu Sharingan. This. Surprised, Naruto quickly adjusted his movements in midair and aimed the Rasengan in his hand at the Manjikyu Sharingan in Obsidian's right palm. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. However, the expected explosion, impact, and roar didn't happen. Naruto's Rasengan, which was condensed to the extreme, not only glowed with fluorescent light, but also had a turbulent cyclone. After hitting Obito's right palm, not only did it not hurt Obito's right palm at all, but it was also absorbed in an instant. Obsidian's mouth slightly raised, "Accept your fate has." Before Obsidian could finish his words, Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode suddenly raised his head, revealing a confident face. Then, behind Naruto, 9 golden chakra arms stretched out, and each chakra arm held a Rasengan with a raging cyclone. "My fate is not up to you." With a loud roar, Naruto instantly urged the 9 chakra arms to push the Rasengan from different angles to hit Obsidian. Rumble. In an instant, the sound of the explosion came, and a huge cloud of smoke surged, and Naruto took the opportunity to retreat and jump to the side. Whether it was Sasuke who controlled the Susanoo to fly in the air, or the ninja coalition around, all of them were focused on the rolling smoke at this moment. A gust of night wind blew, blowing away the smoke. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the unscathed Baotu, who was protected by an ink-colored semicircle, was revealed once again. What? In the air, Sasuke was secretly taken aback, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets flashed with a dignified look. The ninja coalition army around them were also shocked and uncertain. Naruto's Rasengan barrage just now is a big threat even to Manjikyu Uchiha, who has the Susanoo. If Obito used a space-time ninjutsu to dodge, then it would still be understandable, but Obito actually stood in the same place without dodging and took Naruto's Rasengan barrage unscathed, which is a bit difficult to accept. 3 generations. Naruto's face was gloomy. Is this the power of the truth-seeking ball? For generations, Naruto said, it seems that ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective against him. Second, Naruto said, I am afraid this is an enemy more difficult to deal with than Madara Uchiha. Kakashi didn't say anything, but stared at Obsidian's hands. From the moment Obsidian used Kamui just now, he knew that although Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan was not in his eye sockets, it must be somewhere else on his body. After all, this doesn't require too much skill, Danzo has done it before, so Kakashi secretly thought, it seems that only by taking his Manjikyu Sharingan can we have a chance of winning. In the face of Obsidian, who was unscathed, Naruto was not too surprised, and thought, sure enough, he is the same as Otsutsuki Samurai, what should I do? The truth-seeking ball is immune to almost all ninjutsu, even the dust release which is used for Kekkei elimination is only a fusion of 3 chakra natures, so it can't affect the truth-seeking ball, which is a fusion of 7 chakra natures, so if there is no equivalent strength or space-time ninjutsu that can cut through space, then the truth-seeking ball is invincible. Just now, several of Naruto's chakra arms just touched Obsidian's truth-seeking ball, and a large part of them was instantly disintegrated by the truth-seeking ball. At this time, Obsidian raised his hand, and the black ball that protected him immediately changed back into the shape of a staff and returned to his hand. Glancing at the crowd, he said, now you should be clear, your resistance is meaningless, so let me sum up this old world full of despair. The surrounding allied ninjas were shocked and suspicious, but no one answered, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Due to the high-profile publicity of Amatsukami in the past, the allied ninjas' understanding of the truth-seeking ball far exceeded the original time and space. Moreover, because of the invincible image of Yama, everyone had a natural reverence for the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, when Obsidian displayed the truth-seeking ball, the shock it brought to the allied ninjas was far greater than the original time and space. Just when everyone was hesitating, the sincere Naruto shouted, how can we trust a despicable person like you? If the ninja world is handed over to you, then we will really fall into despair. Obsidian shook his head and said lightly, it doesn't matter, I don't need your support and consent anyway. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. After sighing with emotion, Obsidian no longer wasted his breath. With a wave of his hand, he transferred the 6 paths of pain beside him into the holy might space and withdrew all of his ocular powers and chakra. Then, he focused his gaze and once again used the 10,000 mammoth attraction on Naruto. Swish, the sudden gravitational force made it impossible for Naruto to avoid, and his whole body flew towards Obsidian in a whistling sound. Naruto, who reacted, immediately stretched out several chakra arms from his body and firmly grasped the ground. Through these chakra arms on the ground, he wrestled with Obsidian's 10,000 mammoth attraction. Naruto. Sasuke, who was in the air, shouted as he urged Susanoo to shoot an arrow at Obsidian. At the same time, the allied ninjas on the ground also launched an attack on Obsidian. All kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools swarmed from all directions, smashing towards Obsidian. Although everyone understood that these methods might not work on the truth-seeking ball, they could only try their best. Rumble. In an instant, the explosion of ninjutsu and detonation talismans, as well as the clanking of ninja tools, rang incessantly, and a huge fire almost completely enveloped Obsidian. However, the gravitational force acting on Naruto did not stop. The chakra arms that stretched out from Naruto's body scratched several deep grooves on the ground, but they still could not resist the suction of Obsidian's 10,000 mammoth attraction, and his body was still moving in the direction of Obsidian. It's over. Soon, Naruto was caught in Obsidian's hand, his body began to twist, and he was about to fall into the vortex. Swish, at this moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly flashed beside Naruto. I knew it, Obsidian thought to himself. Not only was there no surprise in his eyes, but there was also a flash of ridicule. Kakashi's appearance was completely within his expectations. In other words, this time he deliberately used godly might to absorb Naruto, just to lure Kakashi to attack. Therefore, he reacted very quickly and directly expanded the range of godly might from Naruto to Kakashi, trying to transfer Naruto and Kakashi together into the godly might space. But just as the twisted vortex spread to Kakashi, what was reflected in Obsidian's samsara eye was not Kakashi's terrified expression, but Kakashi's action of throwing kunai. That is, from the corner of his eyes, Obsidian was surprised to find that the kunai that Kakashi threw was not his own sword of fetters, but the sword of enduring love of their teacher, for generations, Naruto. Swish. In an instant, another figure flashed, and the moment he grabbed the sword of enduring love that Kakashi threw, he pressed one hand on Obsidian's body. Obsidian's expression changed slightly, and he said to himself, "Teacher." Obviously, the figure that suddenly appeared was not a bystander, but the teacher of both Obsidian and Kakashi, for generations, Naruto Minato. Swish, before Obsidian could react, he disappeared on the spot with 4 generations, Naruto. Due to the disappearance of Obsidian, the spellcaster, Naruto, and Kakashi, who were about to be transferred to the godly might space, narrowly escaped death. There was no doubt that from the beginning, Kakashi's purpose was not to use the Flying Thunder God technique to directly rescue Naruto. Instead, he wanted to use himself to attract Obsidian's attention, and at the same time, throw out 4 generations, Naruto's sword of enduring love, so that 4 generations, Naruto, could use it to locate Obsidian, the spellcaster, to rescue Naruto in disguise. In the blink of an eye. 4 generations, Naruto, and Obsidian flashed to an open space in the distance, which was engraved with seals. There was no one else around, only second generation, Naruto, who had been waiting there for a long time and had already activated the mutually multiplying detonation charm. Obsidian's expression froze. "You, Rumble." Before Obsidian could finish his words, his voice was completely drowned by the endless explosion. At this time, 3 generations. Naruto, 3 generations, and the other Ninja Alliance army quickly formed a seal, and shouted, "Earth release, Earth flow wall." In an instant, earth walls rose from the ground, and a protective wall was built around second generation Naruto's mutually multiplying detonation charm, barely blocking the fierce explosion, standing on the earth wall. Looking at the towering flames in front of him and feeling the violent tremors under his feet, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Second Sama's forbidden technique seems to be stronger than I thought. Naturally, the others beside him were also amazed. I didn't expect second generation to develop such a forbidden technique. A flash of hope flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Even the truth-seeking ball can't block this forbidden technique, can it? Orochimaru chuckled, who knows? On the other side. Looking at the continuous fierce explosion, 3 generations, Suchikage said with a cold face, "Does Mai have such a forbidden technique?" 4 generations, Liang, also had a look of fear on his face at this moment. Although he is very competent in his thunder armor, but if he really falls into the explosion range of second generation Naruto's mutually multiplying detonation charm, I'm afraid that he will be finished in a minute at most. 3 generations, Naruto ignored the question of the 3 generations, and his eyes were staring at the center of the explosion. Time passed little by little, and the violent explosion continued. Such a long explosion, even an immortal may not be able to withstand it, right? As the explosion continued, more and more people had this thought in their minds, because the explosion in front of them is too violent and too long. Under this kind of explosion, no one can escape. Moreover, the ambush point chosen by second-generation Naruto also has a seal on the ground to ensure that Obsidian can't use temporal space ninjutsu to escape, so in the eyes of many people, this time, the joint attack of the two Naruto can be said to be invincible. After a long time, the explosion finally stopped. The surging smoke almost covered the entire sky, and when the smoke dissipated, a huge pit appeared in the field, and in the pit, Obsidian was still standing unscathed. What? This scene made everyone shudder. If even such an attack is ineffective, then the Ninja Coalition army has no chance of winning at all. Humph. In the deep pit, Obito glanced at the crowd as if he was demonstrating his power, and coldly snorted. At this time, second-generation Naruto and 4 generations, who were blown to pieces by the mutually multiplying detonation charm, began to recover beside Obsidian. Because of the impure earth body, no matter how violent the explosion is, it is harmless to them. In fact, second-generation Naruto developed the impure earth reincarnation for the use of the mutually multiplying detonation charm. Glancing sideways at second-generation Naruto and 4 generations Naruto who are recovering, Obsidian waved his hand, and several black rods flew out, nailing second-generation Naruto and 4 generations Naruto to the ground. Then, Obsidian floated high, looking down at everyone like a god. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Whoosh, the night wind blew away the pungent smoke of the explosion. The cold moonlight shone on Baotu's fluttering robe, making him look unreal as he floated in the air. It was as if he was hovering between illusion and reality. The aura on his body had also become increasingly strange, causing people to feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. How is this possible? 3 generations of Naruto's face showed despair. 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Kazekage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, and others were also shocked. In their view, with the power of the explosive talisman, even if it couldn't kill Obsidian, it should be able to injure Obsidian, or at least leave some marks on Obsidian's body. However, reality was extremely cruel. Even after such a ferocious explosion, Baitu was still unscathed. Even his robe was not damaged in the slightest. Still unscathed, Kakashi's face was gloomy. Ninjas were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of despair. The powerful Obito in front of them was like a god, and he made them feel despair. On the other side, Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and he whispered, "It seems that we have to prepare a way out." Jiraiya suddenly said, "Retreat? The village is behind us, where can we retreat?" Tsunade sighed, "If even the ninja world is finished, where can we retreat to?" Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he couldn't speak for a long time. The current situation was different from the previous wars. In the past, it was only a dispute between ninja clans or ninja villages, and the losers could survive by ceding their territory, signing treaties, or even exiling to other countries. But the Fourth Ninja World War provoked by the Akatsuki organization was obviously not for the hegemony of the ninja world, so this time the Ninja Coalition was not even qualified to admit defeat. Swish. At this time, Sasuke released the Susanoo and descended from the sky to Naruto's side. He asked curiously, "Hey, idiot, where did Godai take you just now?" Naruto said anxiously, "We'll talk about this later. It's more important to deal with this guy first." Sasuke, who was wearing gloves, had one hand on his waist and the other on the hilt of his sword. He glanced coldly at the Obsidian who was floating in the air in the distance and said casually, "Does the fifth emperor have any instructions?" Naruto shook his head. "Teacher is busy with other things." "Other things?" Sasuke was slightly taken aback. He could not think of anything more important than the matter at hand. Naruto glanced sideways at Sasuke. "Oh right, why are you wearing Amatsukumi's outfit again? Did the village arrange it?" The corner of Sasuke's mouth rose. "Humph, I am the real fire demon of Amatsukumi." Naruto was taken aback. You joined Amatsukumi?" Sasuke looked at the obsidian in the air and said coolly, "So you can rest assured. With Amatsukumi around, this guy can't do anything." You have no idea how powerful Amatsukami is. Swish swish swish, at this time, Jishui, Itachi, and Shinichi landed beside the two. Just now, while Obsidian was being bombarded by the second Naruto's mutual detonation talisman, they defeated second Tsuchikage, second Mizukage, 3 generations Laying, 3 generations Kazekage, and Hanzo, who were impure earth bodies. Together with the sealing team of the Ninja Alliance, they sealed all of them. After landing, Itachi asked, Naruto, did Godai make any arrangements? Nope. Naruto shook his head. He was suddenly released from the summoning spell and returned here, so he didn't know anything. Shinichi complained, I didn't expect those guys from Akatsuki to play so big. With just the few of us, it's obvious that we can't control the situation. Even if the boss doesn't take action himself, he should at least send Hikari and Yangshin. Naruto said, they are all in Snow Country. What? Sasuke hurriedly looked at Naruto and asked hurriedly, my teacher. No, is Fire Demon also there? What are they doing there? While staring at Obsidian in the air, Naruto briefly explained the attack of Otsutsuki Samurai who had the Tenseigan. Because all of his attention was on Obsidian in the air, Naruto said very briefly. He didn't specifically mention the members of Amatsukami, but focused on Otsutsuki Samurai. Sasuke's face was full of murderous intent when he heard this, and he coldly said, Otsutsuki Samurai, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi looked at each other. They didn't expect that Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon would interfere in the crisis when Akatsuki was sweeping the shinobi world, and they didn't expect that Otsutsuki Samurai would also have a treasure like the Tenseigan. At this moment, the chakra on Obsidian, who was floating in the night sky, suddenly soared. Then, a thin crack appeared between his eyebrows. Ah! Immediately afterward, Obsidian let out a scream. It sounded like he was suffering some kind of heart-wrenching pain. Looking at the thin crack between Obsidian's eyebrows and listening to Obsidian's painful scream, the people of the Ninja Coalition were surprised and suspicious. At this time, the chakra fluctuations on Obsidian's body have reached a level that is difficult to describe in words. In the eyes of Richa and the other Hyuga clansmen, Obsidian was like a blazing sun. What surprised everyone even more was that a powerful immortal like Obsidian would actually scream in pain, so everyone was very curious about what happened to Obsidian's body. Gyolama, who was in Naruto's body, was trembling at this moment and said in horror, Quick, stop him. Naruto quickly asked in his heart, what's wrong? It's the Eye of the Moon. After a pause, Gyolama said in a frightened tone, he is going to awaken the Eye of the Moon that Otsutsuki Kagaya once had. In a hidden underground palace in the shinobi world. Just as the thin crack appeared on Obsidian's eyebrows outside my village, a figure sitting on a tall stone throne seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked in the direction of my village. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came over. The figure on the stone throne asked the middle-aged man, Amato, is there any result? The middle-aged man named Amato said to the figure on the stone throne, unfortunately, all the test subjects this time also failed. After a moment of silence, the figure on the stone throne spat out 2 words, continue. After saying that, the figure stood up, waved his hand, and opened a space-time door with space-time ninjutsu. Amato asked, Xianxia, where are you going? The man called Xianxia by Amato said coldly, I'm going to confirm one thing. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation and monthly votes. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation and monthly votes. End of this chapter. After passing through the dimensional rift, Tenseigan arrived at a desolate alternate dimension. In front of him, there was a huge mountain wall. On the mountain wall, there were 3 groups of exquisite relief sculptures. These 3 groups of relief sculptures were composed of 2 special symbols, one on top and one on the bottom. They seemed to symbolize something. The third group on the right had been destroyed, and the specific symbol could not be seen clearly. Only some unrecognizable lines remained. Glancing at the group of symbols in the middle of the mountain wall, Xianxia's eyes gradually became cold. If someone familiar with Otsutsuki Kagaya was here, they should be able to recognize the symbol in the lower middle at a glance. It was almost exactly the same as the 2 horns on Otsutsuki Kagaya's forehead. Obviously, this symbol symbolized Otsutsuki Kagaya. There were a total of 3 groups of 6 symbols on the mountain wall, which meant that in addition to Otsutsuki Kagaya, the other 5 symbols also corresponded to an Otsutsuki. In other words, in addition to Otsutsuki Kagaya, there were at least 5 Otsutsuki who had set foot here, or were about to set foot here. And Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was known as the ancestor of chakra in the ninja world, corresponded to the symbol in the lower middle of the 2 symbols in the middle. Above her symbol, there was another symbol that represented Otsutsuki. If the arrangement of these symbols followed the law of high and low, it meant that Otsutsuki Kagaya still had a superior, or at least a partner of equal status. Not long after, Xianxia withdrew his gaze from the mountain wall and looked at his feet. Under his feet was a huge circular cell, and on the dome of the cell, there was a pattern of rebirth Sharingan carved on it. Floating into the cell from a gap on the side, Xianxia looked at the huge figure imprisoned in the cell. This huge figure imprisoned in the cell was nothing but a Tentails with 6 Tomo Rinnegan, but compared to the Tentails that Obsidian had just resurrected in the ninja world, this Tentails was obviously smaller. Roar, seeing Xianxia's arrival, Tentails struggled and roared, her eyes mixed with anger and fear. Xianxia did not mind. He looked at the Tentails indifferently and said as if he was talking to himself, "Do you feel it too?" The Tentails struggled even more violently, but its body was pinned down by several huge cages. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the prison. Xianxia was still talking to herself, "I need to confirm it, so I need to absorb a little." While saying that, Xianxia raised her hand and extended it towards Tentails. Crash! In an instant, a large amount of chakra dispersed from Tentails' body and surged into Xianxia's body. The Tentails suddenly showed a painful expression and curled up his body. As for Xianxia, who had absorbed a large amount of Tentailed chakra, lines of black lines that resembled the Yin seal gradually appeared on his body. The chakra fluctuation on his body also skyrocketed. Not only that, as the Tentail's chakra absorbed more and more, a long, slanted horn appeared on the back of his head. The long horn on the head was the most prominent genetic characteristic of the Otsutsuki clan. Any Otsutsuki with a pure bloodline would have all kinds of strange horns on their heads. The Otsutsuki bloodline that circulated in the shinobi world all originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya, so the Otsutsuki in the shinobi world were basically the same as Otsutsuki Kagaya, with 2 symmetrical horns on their heads. What grew on Xianxia's head at the moment was a large, thick, slanted horn, which was completely different from Otsutsuki Kagaya's in shape. If the shape of this horn was to be made into a symbol, it would be similar to a symbol on the mountain wall outside the prison, and that symbol happened to be above Otsutsuki Kagaya's symbol. After a while, Xianxia stopped absorbing and whispered, "That's all I can store." Then he stopped absorbing chakra, and the black lines all over his body and the giant horn on the back of his head disappeared one by one, and his appearance changed back to normal human appearance. Then, he waved his hand and used space-time ninjutsu to open a space door, and his figure flashed into it, in a forest outside Mai. Nagato, who was wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit, stood on the crown of a big tree, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Although it was far away from the battlefield, the air waves and the shaking of the earth still spread to this side, causing the tree he was standing on to sway from side to side. On the side, Conan advised, "Nagato, let them fight each other, there is no need for us to intervene in this dispute." Just by looking at the fire in the distance and the continuous explosions, one can guess the intensity of the battle, so Conan didn't want Nagato to take the risk of intervening in such a war. What's more, whether it's Obsidian who betrayed them, the 5 great shinobi villages, or Amatsukami, they are all their enemies, and they have no right to intervene in this battle. Nagato didn't say anything, he just stared at the distance in silence. His expression was extremely solemn. He really has no reason to intervene in this battle, but he understands that this is likely to be a battle that will determine the future fate of the shinobi world, so no matter what, he can't let Obsidian who betrayed him succeed. Because from the long-term contact and the occasional words of Obsidian and Zetsu, he vaguely knows a little about the content of the Eye of the Moon project, so if he had a choice, he would rather maintain the status quo of the shinobi world, still be controlled by the 5 great shinobi villages, than completely fall into the hands of Obsidian and Zetsu, this pair of madmen. Moreover, with his in-depth investigation during this period, he found that the death of Yahiko and the inexplicable annihilation of the members of Akatsuki seemed to be inextricably linked to Obsidian, so even if it's just for Yahiko and his former companions, he can't let Obsidian go so easily. After a while, Nagato seemed to have made up his mind. He turned to Conan and said, "You go back to the base first, I'll go take a look at the situation." Conan shook her head, "You can't fool me. If you have already made a decision, then take me with you. If even you die, what's the point of me living?" Conan's perception was not bad, coupled with the conspicuous, truth-seeking balls around Obsidian. Even a fool would know that Obsidian has now stepped into the sixth path level, becoming an immortal like Yama. Therefore, Conan tried to persuade Nagato, because Nagato had been defeated by Yama, who was an immortal, several times, and now that he had lost the Eye of Rinnegan, it was even more impossible for him to be an opponent of Obsidian, who had become an immortal. In addition, the 5 great shinobi villages and Amatsuki would not let Nagato go, so once Nagato got involved in the battle, he would be attacked from all sides, and the chances of him surviving were slim. Nagato pondered for a moment, and said, "Well, you stay on the periphery to support me." "Okay." Conan nodded heavily. Nagato didn't say anything else, his figure swayed, and he rushed to the distant battlefield. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. On the battlefield outside my village. Obsidian's painful roars had gradually subsided. When he struggled, he accidentally crushed the upper half of his mask with his hand. The gap between his eyebrows was getting deeper and deeper. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, a soundless rhythm sounded in the depths of everyone's heart. Is that someone's heartbeat? Is it that guy's? At this moment, everyone present here was filled with bewilderment and uneasiness. This soundless rhythm was so clear, and it was like their own heartbeats. It caused them to be unconsciously affected by this rhythm, and some of them even panicked because of it, causing their breathing to quicken. After a while, the soundless rhythm slowly disappeared. The moment the rhythm disappeared, the veins on Obsidian's forehead bulged. The already violent chakra fluctuations rose again, reaching a whole new level. The gap between his eyebrows was also half closed, revealing a trace of horrifying scarlet. This kind of chakra, Jiraiya looked horrified. He was speechless halfway through his sentence because he really couldn't think of a word to accurately describe this kind of terrifying chakra. Tsunade stared at the gap between his eyebrows where the Obsidian's mask was broken. "What is that?" Orochimaru frowned and said in an uncertain tone, "It seems to be an eye." On the other side, after receiving the warning from the 9 tails in his body, Naruto immediately understood the seriousness of the situation, so he shouted, "Ninth Lama, please." "Okay." The 9 tails responded in a deep voice. Whoosh, in an instant, the chakra on Naruto's body also skyrocketed. The golden 9 tails chakra mode on his body changed, and lines of black lines appeared. Without a doubt, the 9 tails no longer held back in their desperate situation. They gave all their power to Naruto. As the 9 tails completely opened their hearts, Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode evolved into a stronger and more stable 9 Lama mode. The 9 Lama mode was the advanced version of the 9 tails chakra mode. Under the 9 tails chakra mode, although Naruto's ability was strengthened in all aspects, his usage of 9 tails chakra was still limited to Chakra's arm. However, the 9th Lama mode was different. As long as Naruto was willing, he could completely transform into a tailed beast while maintaining his human form, releasing a pure and huge golden body of 9 tails. To a certain extent, it was somewhat similar to Kaleidoscope Uchiha Susanoo. They both controlled the huge body of chakra while maintaining their own form. After entering the 9 Lama mode, Naruto quickly floated into the air and completely released the 9 tails in his body. In an instant, a huge golden fox demon with 9 tails appeared in the field. Unlike the previous dark red 9 tails, the current 9 tails were bright gold. The aura of chakra was also very pure, without a trace of murderous intent or violence. Obsidian glanced at Naruto and said lightly, "Don't you understand? Neither you nor your failed father can stop me." Floating in the body of the golden 9 tails, Naruto shouted, "You're not allowed to talk about my father like that." With that, Naruto fearlessly controlled the 9 tails and rushed forward. And Naruto's roar also awakened everyone present. At this point, this was no longer a matter of a certain ninja clan or a certain ninja village, but a catastrophe for all ninjas in the entire ninja world. From the Kage to the Chunin and Genin, they were all closely related to this battle. If this battle was lost, it would not only be the 5 great ninja villages that would be destroyed, but the entire ninja world. TSK, we're not even as good as a kid. After a chuckle, Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. He quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Ninjutsu, Yamata no Jutsu." Boom, in a burst of explosion, Orochimaru's body began to expand rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a white 8-headed giant snake. At the same time, Tsunade also shouted softly, "Ninjutsu, Yamata no Jutsu." In an instant, a series of black lines spread from the Ein seal between her eyebrows and covered her whole body. Clap, Jiraiya put his palms together and shouted, "Immortals, please." On his shoulder, Shima and Fukasaku nodded in unison, "Immortals, please." After getting the response from the 2 immortals, Jiraiya immediately shouted, "Immortal mode, activate." On the other side, Sasuke and Kakashi looked at each other in the distance, then nodded in tacit understanding. At the same time, they formed a seal and activated the purple lightning release. Then, they shouted, "Kirin." Just now, the second-generation Naruto had used the mutual detonation talisman, causing a large amount of heat waves to surge up and gather in the air. At this moment, a large cumulonimbus cloud had formed. Therefore, before Naruto could pounce on Obsidian, under the guidance of Sasuke and Kakashi's purple lightning, the lightning that had already gathered in the air was instantly drawn down and blasted towards Obsidian. Boom, in an instant, Obsidian's figure was hit by the huge purple lightning that flashed by. Before the smoke dissipated, Naruto waved his huge golden claw and slapped at Obsidian in the air. At the same time, Orochimaru, who had used the 8 branches technique, Tsunade, who had released the Ein seal, Jiraiya, who had entered the immortal mode, and the 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, 4 generations of Kazekage, and so on, launched a fierce attack on Obsidian in the air. At this time, Obsidian, who had just been hit by the Kirin, smiled contemptuously. He waved the staff that was transformed from the truth-seeking ball in his hand, and easily cut off the golden claw of Naruto. Immediately, his right hand shook slightly, and dozens of black sticks shot out, nailing the 8 snake heads of Orochimaru, who had turned into Yamata no Orochi, and inserted them into the bodies of Tsunade and Jiraiya, instantly dissolving the attack of the Sannin. At the same time, the 8 truth-seeking balls behind him flew toward the 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, and 4 generations of Kazekage. The giant shuriken thrown by 3 generations of Naruto was instantly shattered in front of the truth-seeking ball, and fell to the ground with clanking sounds. The dust release of 3 generations of Tsuchikage was easily dispelled by the truth-seeking ball, and the pillar of light dissipated as soon as it flashed. 4 generations of Lei Ying, who had activated the lightning chakra mode, could not dodge in time, and could only punch the truth-seeking ball that was flying toward him. As a result, his entire right arm was instantly melted by the truth-seeking ball, and the tough lightning armor did not even last for a second in front of the truth-seeking ball. When Yondaime Kazekage saw this, he was shocked and quickly controlled layers of golden sand to protect himself. As a result, the truth-seeking ball instantly pierced through him. He couldn't dodge in time and his arm was also destroyed by the truth-seeking ball. 8 Inner Hidden Gates formation, open. Just as Obsidian used the truth-seeking ball to sweep the battlefield, Guy activated the 8 Inner Hidden Gates without hesitation, and instantly opened the 8th gate, the Death Gate. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Swoosh, a huge wave of air surged from Guy's body. In just a few short breaths of time, this wave of air gradually darkened from its original green color, finally turning into a dark red that emitted a thick smell of blood. Obsidian, who had been looking indifferent, frowned slightly. At this moment, the violent wave of chakra that exploded from Guy's body and the surging aura that pressed forward made even him feel threatened. 8 Inner Hidden Gates, looking at Guy who was covered in blood-red steam, Obsidian's expression gradually turned serious. He waved his hands subconsciously, trying to recall the truth-seeking balls that were left outside. Rumble, at this moment, the ground under Guy's feet shattered. A huge wave of air swept in all directions, making the ninjas around him unable to open their eyes. Swoosh, Guy, who had released all the restraints on his body, suddenly moved. At this moment, he was like a prehistoric giant beast, carrying the blood-red wave of air, surging aura, and a series of sonic booms as he pounced towards Obsidian, who was in midair. "Ye Guy!" As he pounced forward, Guy let out a deep roar that sounded like a thunderclap. The blood-red wave of energy that lingered around him was like a huge red dragon at this moment. Obsidian's eyes turned cold, and he hurried to recall the truth-seeking balls in his hand. Deep in his heart, although he firmly believed that he was invincible, the mighty chakra that burst out from Guy's burning life force and that indomitable aura still made his cold heart panic. However, his truth-seeking jade was nearby, and he was holding on to a staff that was transformed from the truth-seeking jade. Therefore, he was able to calm down in an instant. It was too late to recall all the truth-seeking balls, but he could try to block the 3 truth-seeking balls nearby from Guy's path, waiting for Guy to hit the truth-seeking ball himself. Bloom, Mai's dark blue beast. Seeing the 3 truth-seeking balls floating towards him from all directions and blocking his path, Guy did not slow down or try to avoid them. Instead, he sped up again, and the sonic booms turned into a roar. Humph. The corner of the masked man's mouth twitched. Although the way he looked at Guy was full of contempt, there was also a trace of subtle admiration. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, with 3 air-piercing sounds, 2nd generation Naruto, 4th generation Naruto, and Kakashi flashed to the side of the 3 truth-seeking balls blocking Guy's path, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to move the 3 truth-seeking balls away. As it turned out, when everyone was attacking Obsidian, Kakashi came to the side of 2nd generation Naruto and 4th generation Naruto's impure soil bodies, and freed the 2 Narutos. Then, the 3 used the Flying Thunder God technique to clear the obstacles for Guy, who was burning his life force. 2nd generation Naruto and 4th generation Naruto were in direct contact with the truth-seeking balls because they had the impure soil bodies, so the moment they moved the truth-seeking balls away, their spiritual bodies suffered quite a bit of damage, and their palms that touched the truth-seeking balls were completely melted. Kakashi knew how powerful the truth-seeking balls were. Once a physical body touched it, it would immediately melt. Therefore, before he touched the truth-seeking balls, he attached a layer of sealing technique on his palms. Although the sealing technique couldn't stop the truth-seeking jade from melting, it still bought Kakashi a few seconds of time, allowing Kakashi to move the truth-seeking jade by a hair's breadth. Seeing the 3 truth-seeking balls that were protecting him being moved away by 2nd generation Naruto, 4th generation Naruto, and Kakashi, Obsidian's expression froze, but he returned to normal in an instant, and held his staff horizontally in front of him. Boom, in an instant, Guy's flying kick, which was burning his life force, landed on the staff that Obsidian had transformed from the truth-seeking ball. "It's useless," Obsidian said confidently, but he was stunned halfway through his sentence. The staff that was transformed from the truth-seeking ball in his hand not only did not melt Guy's kick, but it was also distorted by the extremely strong air pressure. At this moment, Obsidian was stunned because he felt a trace of space power. He never imagined that after Kai opened the 8 inner hidden gates array formation, the night Kai that he had to burn his life as the price, would be so powerful that it could distort space itself. So powerful. Did he get it? Did he win? Looking at Guy moving forward in the air with an indomitable will and bending the staff transformed from the truth-seeking ball, the Sannin who was nailed to the ground by the black stick, the Kage who fell to the ground, and the other ninjas were all filled with hope. The pinnacle of body techniques, the 8 inner hidden gates formation, gave everyone a huge shock. At this moment, the chasm between immortals and mortals seemed to have become less insurmountable. In the air. Being hit by the air wave that was powerful enough to distort the space barrier, Obsidian did not hesitate or even think. He followed his instinct and activated divine power to turn himself invisible. Swish, Guy, who had just bent Obsidian's staff and was about to kick Obsidian, suddenly lost his target. He passed through the invisible Obsidian and rushed into the night sky like a brilliant firework. Phew, after dodging Night Kai, Bao Tu heaved a sigh of relief as he turned his head to look at Kai who had fallen to the ground after his kick missed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Unlike Uchiha Madara who didn't hesitate to fight Night Kai with his own body in order to see the pinnacle of taijutsu in the original time and space, Obito doesn't have Madara's arrogant heart. Seeing that Obito used the space-time ninjutsu to avoid Night Kai's attack, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink, and a thick sense of despair enveloped everyone. At this time everyone seemed to remember the strong enemy in front of them. In addition to the invincible truth-seeking ball, there was also the strange and unpredictable space-time ninjutsu. In the air, Obsidian, who had released the state of nothingness, glanced at the battlefield coldly. On the battlefield, Guy struggled to stand up, but he staggered, and chakra was getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, with the outbreak of the Night Kai, the effect of the 8 Gates hidden armor was fading. Once it completely fades, only death awaits him. On the other side, whether it was Orochimaru who had transformed into Orochi, Tsunade who had released the Een seal, or Jiraiya who had activated the Sage mode, all of them were firmly nailed to the ground by Obsidian's black stick. These black sticks that could interfere and infect chakra made it impossible for them to break free. Laying of the 4 generations and 4 generations of Kazekage each lost an arm and fell to the ground. The second Naruto and 4 generations of Naruto each lost a palm, and even with the impure earth body, they couldn't recover. The other ninjas were also killed and injured, and the ground was a mess. At this time, the half-closed eye of the moon in between Obsidian's eyebrows finally opened. The second update is here. In the new week, the list will be updated. Please recommend and support it. It's no trouble at all, please. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you. The second update is here. In the new week, the list will be updated. Please recommend and support it. It's no trouble at all, please. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you. End of this chapter. Inside the rainbow ice wall of Snow Country. Hyojin, who was standing in the middle of the altar, was now completely enveloped by the surging chakra light pillar. His entire body was bathed in the 7-colored light pillar that gushed out and shot straight into the sky. The system he designed was operating to the extreme at this moment. Whether it was the geothermal instrument and the sky spear buried deep underground, or the altar of the grayer mineral vein that was hit by the sky spear's chakra beam, or the 6 towering rainbow ice walls that were reflecting the brilliance of the sun and refracting a gorgeous rainbow around it. Every instrument, every link, and every component was operating at full power. Because of this, a very spectacular and even shocking phenomenon was forming in the rainbow ice wall system. That was, a large amount of natural energy that dissipated in the earth veins, the air, and even the sunlight was being converted and absorbed by Hyojin's ritual, forming an incomparably surging chakra tide. This. Looking at the surging chakra tide in front of them that seemed to have a physical form, Galo and Ningxi, who were on the magical formation, were dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, unable to say a word. One of them was the human pillar of One Tail, and the other was the human pillar of Dragon Vein. It was not that they had never seen a huge amount of chakra before. However, compared to the chakra tide that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, the One Tail and the Dragon Vein were not even worth mentioning. They were not even qualified to be compared. Not to mention One Tail, even the strongest chakra of the tailed beasts, the Kyubi, was nothing compared to the scene in front of them. It could be said that all the tailed beasts and chakra sources that they had seen before paled in comparison to the surging chakra tide in front of them. They were not on the same energy level at all. The chakra tide erupting from the rainbow ice wall system had completely exceeded the limits of their imagination. They couldn't even find a comparable object of reference. The 3 generations of Kazekage puppets that were repairing the enchantment in the distance could not help but tremble at this time, and their bodies began to lose control. As a puppet activated by the Tenseigan chakra, in the face of this turbulent chakra tide, even if it is not targeted, just the shock of the aftermath has greatly affected its operation, and there are signs of collapse. On the altar. Not enough. It's not enough. Hyojin murmured softly, and the expression on his face was no longer as calm and collected as before. As he progressed deeper into the 4th stage of the ritual, he gained a new understanding of the bloodline net. Compared to the 6th Daos level, the bloodline net's performance was not much different. However, in terms of chakra's usage, the two were on completely different levels. Compared to the 6th Daos level, the chakra of the bloodline net is more thorough. Simply put, the bloodline net is more digitalized than the 6th Daos level. It is no longer limited by flesh and blood, and it is even not limited by the spirit body. It has become a pure and condensed chakra to the extreme. This is also the reason why Black Zetsu used the body of Madara Uchiha to resurrect Kaguya in the original time and space. Because the resurrection of Kagaya is not affected by mortal materials such as the body and the spirit body. As long as there is a strong enough carrier of chakra, Kagaya can use the invasion of chakra to return to the body and complete the resurrection. As for whose body and whose chakra is used, it doesn't matter to Kagaya because in her eyes, everything in the world is just energy. And if one doesn't have the Kekii net, and the degree of chakra concentration isn't high enough, then even Madara who is close to the Kekii net won't be able to resist the invasion of Kagaya's chakra, and he won't be able to stop her resurrection. After understanding this, Hyojin has a new understanding of the fusion of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 chakra attributes in his body, and the efficiency of the fusion has increased correspondingly. However, this improvement in efficiency is not without a price. As the fusion in Hyojin's body accelerated, his chakra consumption also soared. He thought that the 4th stage of the ritual would consume about 10 times more chakra than the 3rd stage, but now it seems that his estimate was too optimistic. Fortunately, he has always been a cautious person. When designing this ritual, he prepared enough backup chakra in advance. In addition, he has successfully mastered the immortal arts, so he can use the rainbow ice wall system 100%. He squeezed the entire system to the limit, which is just enough to maintain his chakra consumption. In other words, the chakra tide that shocked Ailer and Ningxi, the 2 human pillars, was just enough for Hyojin to break through the bloodline net. However, this is to be expected. The chakra fruit that allowed Kagaya to achieve the bloodline net in one fell swoop was condensed by the divine tree after absorbing hundreds and thousands of years of natural energy. Compared to the divine tree's absorption for thousands of years, the rainbow ice wall system designed by Hyojin pales in comparison. Crack, at this moment, Hyojin suddenly felt something in his body collapse. He focused his senses and found that the caged bird curse that was engraved on his brain and spirit body collapsed on its own. After understanding the situation, he could not help but chuckle. Just now, he was completely focused on the fusion of the yin-yang, 5 elements, and the 7 types of chakra. He did not think about the caged bird curse at all. In the end, the caged bird curse disintegrated just like that. He did not even make a move on purpose. However, on second thought, this was normal. The caged bird curse was rooted in the brain and spirit body. Moreover, Hyojin, who was breaking through the bloodline net, was in a high state of data, be it his body or spirit body. Therefore, the caged bird curse, which was an external invasion of chakra, had lost its foothold. There was no need for Hyojin to purposely remove it, and it collapsed on its own. Without the shackles of the caged bird, Kuroto felt that both his body and spirit were much more relaxed, and as the caged bird curse mark on his forehead gradually disappeared, a slender gap appeared between his eyebrows, looking like a closed eye. Eh? Hyojin exclaimed softly. He could feel that something was growing between his brows, and it was crazily absorbing the immortal art chakra stored in the yin seal between his brows. All of a sudden, Hyojin's demand for chakra increased again, realizing that the ritual had reached its final juncture. His eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he took out the bottle of Hero's potion from the ninja tool pouch on his waist. As he drank it in big gulps, he activated the 8 inner hidden gates. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Outside the My Village. Obsidian, who was floating in the air, finally opened the scarlet eye of the moon between his eyebrows after brewing for a long time. In an instant, the eye of the moon shone with a demonic light that seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. It was like a black hole that immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What is that? It's really an eye. Sharingan? No, it's the Rinnegan. Is there Megatama's Rinnegan? Why is it red like the Sharingan? Looking at the scarlet eye of the moon between Obsidian's eyebrows, everyone present had a faint feeling that something bad was about to happen. Obsidian, who was floating in the air, glanced coldly at the people below. At this moment, on the messy battlefield, Orochimaru, who had activated the Yamata no Jutsu, had returned to his normal form, but the black stick on his chest still firmly nailed him to the ground. The same was true for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were also Sannin. Even Fukasaku and Shima, who were on Jiraiya's shoulders, were also pierced by the black stick. Their eyes were dazed, and blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing a large area red. The black stick made by yin-yang escape could not only transmit chakra, but also confine and interfere with chakra. In the original time and space, Naruto in Sage Mode was nailed to the ground by the Black Stick of Tendo. As the Jinchuriki of Ten Tails, the power of the Black Stick was far more powerful than the Black Stick of Tendo, one of the 6 paths of pain. So even the Kage-level strong people like the Sannin couldn't get out of the trap by themselves. On the other side, Kage had rushed over from the battlefield of the Wind Nation. The previous battle with Uchiha Madara not only caused them different degrees of injuries, but also seriously consumed the chakra in their bodies. Among them, 3 generations of Naruto and 3 generations of Tsuchikage, although because of their rich experience, their injuries were relatively light, but because of their old age, their condition was not as good as 4 generations of Lei Ying and 4 generations of Kazekage. As for the 2nd generation Naruto and the 4th generation Naruto, because they cooperated with Guy just now, they each lost a hand. Only now did they realize that in front of the truth-seeking Jade, the dirt body was no different from a normal body of flesh and blood. Once injured, there was no way to recover. Although Guy, who had opened the Hashiman gate, stood up again, the chakra fluctuations on his body had passed the peak and was in a state of decline. Even if he could launch another attack, the power would not be as terrifying as that of Night Guy just now. Looking at the famous strong people in the shinobi world being injured or crippled by him, Obsidian snorted coldly, "This rotten old era, let me bury it with my own hands." After saying that, Obsidian's eyes shifted, skipping the Sannin, the Kage, and Guy who had opened the Hashiman gate, and focused on the several Homosubi. "Shinichi, Jishui, you are really stupid to choose to join Amatsukami, but it doesn't matter." After a pause, Obsidian held his forehead with his hand and said, "After I awakened the Eye of the Moon, no one in the shinobi world is my opponent. I think Yama is also very clear about this. Otherwise, he would have shown up by now." "Humph." Shinichi spat lightly. And when the others heard Obsidian's words, they all felt a deep despair, because according to Yama's style in the past, once the Akatsuki organization wreaks havoc in the shinobi world, he will definitely show up to stop them. But now, the Akatsuki organization has swept the 5 great shinobi villages, and Yama still hasn't shown up, which undoubtedly confirms Obsidian's words. Itachi's eyes flashed, and in the gourd in Susanu's hand, the flames of the sword of Jutsu flickered endlessly. Obsidian narrowed his eyes slightly. "What, do you think you can seal me like last time?" Among all the people present, the one he was most afraid of was not a group of Kage, not Guy who was burning his life, not Sannin, but the fire demon who had sealed him with the artifact, Totsuken sword. In his heart, Jishui, Shinichi, Sasuke, and the other Kaleidoscope Uchiha, although each and every one of them is strong, they can't be regarded as real members of Amatsukami. What he really cares about and fears are the people who once killed him, or almost killed him, Wind Chime, Xidagarba, Kirin, and Suijin, Homosubi who has the golden Susanoo, and Homosubi who sealed him with the sword of Jutsu. These people are the real members of Amatsukami in his heart, although compared with Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, the strength of these members of Amatsukami is much weaker, but the past battle record tells him that he can't be careless when facing these people. Itachi didn't answer, but looked at Jishui and Shinichi next to him, and then his figure flashed and rushed towards Obsidian in the air. Obsidian smiled, "Then I will let you experience how big the gap between us is." Swish, amidst a sharp whistling sound, Obito's figure flashed in front of Itachi's Susanoo at an incredible speed, then punched at Itachi. Rumble, with just one punch, Itachi's Susanoo was knocked down from the air and fell to the ground. However, no one noticed that the moment Obsidian hit it, the Manjikyu Sharingan under Itachi's mask flashed a strange light. Right at this moment, Shursui and Shinichi launched a pincer attack. However, Baito didn't use the truth-seeking Jade. Instead, he used his body arts to repel Shursui and Shinichi's Susanoo with a punch and a kick. He sneered and said, "Don't you understand? Your resistance is futile." Whoosh, suddenly, the Totsuken on Itachi's Susanoo stretched out and attacked Obsidian at a tricky angle. The corner of Obito's mouth twitched, and he easily dodged the attack of Ten-Punch Sword, then flashed in front of Itachi's Susanoo and blasted out another punch. Kacha, the front armor of Itachi's Susanoo suddenly shattered, everyone around was shocked. Obsidian could smash the front armor of Balrog's Susanoo with a casual punch, which meant that Obsidian's physical strength at this time, even in his normal state, had surpassed Tsunade who had released the Een Seal and Lei Ying who had entered the Thunder Escape Chakra mode. At the moment when everyone exclaimed, no one noticed that the Manjikyu Sharingan under Itachi's mask flashed with a strange light again. The second chapter is here, and there will be a third chapter in the evening. I beg for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Rumble, accompanied by a loud noise, Itachi Susanoo was once again sent flying, with a big hole in the front armor, and the cracks continued to spread around. Do you think you can repeat your previous victory? The corners of Obsidian's mouth rose, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Humph, it's time to recognize the reality. He had a special sense of accomplishment for defeating Homusubi, who had once sealed him. Especially like. Now, only relying on physical skills, only relying on his fists, he made the opponent's head bleed, and he was utterly defeated. Itachi, who was sent flying, did not say a word. While consuming the power of his pupil to restore the damaged Susanoo, he urged the artifact in his hand, Tenseigan's sword, and aimed it at Obsidian from afar. Don't you understand? Your intentions have been seen through by me. After an indifferent chuckle, Obsidian's figure flashed, and with a whistling sound, he rushed towards Itachi. At this time, Jishui and Shinichi attacked again, protecting Itachi in front of them, buying time for Itachi to recover. Boom, however, now that Obsidian has awakened the Eye of the Moon, he is no longer 6th path level, but can cast infinite Tsukuyomi, and his strength has begun to approach the peak of Kekkai Net. If he can finally successfully cast infinite Tsukuyomi, making all the creatures in the shinobi world fall into the illusory Tsukuyomi world, and then cast Descent of the Divine Tree world, hanging all the creatures in the shinobi world on the tree, and collecting their chakra, then he can become a true Kekkai Net. Therefore, although Jishui and Shinichi are both Kaleidoscope Uchiha transplanted with first-generation cells, the current Obsidian in front of them is no match for them at all. Bang, with a flying kick, Obsidian landed a kick on Jishui's artifact, the Yada no Kagami mirror, causing a ripple. Jishui's divine artifact, the Yada no Kagami, could reflect all attacks. However, Obsidian could instantly turn invisible, diverting the recoil force from the Yada no Kagami into the holy aura space. Jishui's Susanoo, which was also affected by the impact, was sent flying like a huge ping-pong ball. After dealing with Jishui, Obsidian turned around and swung his staff at Shinichi's Susanoo. Crack, Shinichi's Susanoo, which had activated the pupil technique Heavenly Guard and stabilized its state, was instantly shattered under the attack of Obsidian's truth-seeking ball that had transformed into a staff. However, Obsidian's offensive did not diminish. Taking advantage of the moment when Shinichi's Susanoo was shattered, he flashed in front of Shinichi and stabbed the staff in his hand towards Shinichi's chest. You have to pay the price for betraying me. Heavenly Guard was broken, and Shinichi, who had suffered the recoil of the pupil technique, was unable to use the Manjikyu Sharingan for a while. Seeing Obsidian's staff coming towards him, he could only grit his teeth and activate would release to meet the staff. However, the crazily growing tree stump could not stop the truth-seeking ball that had transformed into a staff at all. The moment it touched the staff, it was smashed into pieces. Bang, in an instant, Obsidian and Shinichi crossed each other, and blood splattered everywhere. Shinichi's temporary would release had more or less bought him a few breaths of time, allowing him to adjust his body in a dangerous situation and avoid the vital parts of his chest. But even so, his entire left shoulder and left arm were instantly smashed by the monk's staff that was covered in dirt, covering the bleeding wound. Genie activated his kaleidoscope pupil technique, time-stopping house, to go back in time by 1 second. Through the distortion of time, he managed to save his left arm as he cursed, "Betrayal? Humph, idiot, I was ordered to join the Akatsuki. I was never a traitor, I was a spy." Not far away. Seeing that the 3 Balrogs were repelled and injured by Obsidian, Naruto was about to rush over to help. At this time, Sasuke's figure flashed and stopped in front of Naruto, saying, "Don't interfere." Naruto looked puzzled. Why? Sasuke, who had been instructed by Itachi, replied, "If you go over now, you will only hinder them, so it's better to stay here and take a good rest. Your breath is already a little chaotic." The 9 tails in Naruto's body also said, "Naruto, take a rest first, let me refine some chakra." Previously in the Snow Country, Naruto's chakra had already been mostly drawn by Hyojin, and the battle with Otsutsuki Samurai consumed a lot of it. After returning here, there was a series of battles, so even with the 9 tails human Jinchuriki, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. And listening to Shinichi's clamor, Obsidian's face suddenly sank. "You're courting death." Just when Obsidian was about to attack again and completely kill Shinichi, Itachi, who had already recovered, activated the artifact Tatsutsuki and slashed at him fiercely. Obsidian has been secretly paying attention to Itachi's movements, so before the blade of Tatsutsuki reached him, his figure flashed and disappeared. Swish, almost at the same time as he disappeared, Obsidian appeared in front of Itachi, and once again punched Itachi's Susanoo, smashing the Susanoo that Itachi had just recovered and sending him flying. In the air, Itachi suffered from the backlash of the pupil power, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the gap of the mask and dyed his clothes red, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets once again shone with a strange brilliance. Immersed in the joy of revenge, Obsidian did not notice the subtle fluctuations of the pupil power on Itachi. As he walked slowly towards Itachi, he said, "I will find you one by one, and then crush you." Before Obsidian finished speaking, Itachi once again activated Tatsutsuki and slashed at him. Humph! With a light snort, Obsidian just slightly moved sideways and dodged Itachi's Tatsutsuki. With a step, he once again approached Itachi's Susanoo. Just like at the beginning, he punched straight at Itachi and said, "Are you desperate?" Boom, another roar sounded, and Itachi's Susanoo was completely shattered, dissipating without a trace in the flying smoke and dust. "Hey! It's over." Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The surrounding ninjas were either injured or disabled, and the 3 Balrogs of Shinigami organization were also defeated by Obsidian without any struggle, and their already desperate hearts became even colder. At this moment, Naruto, who was resting, keenly discovered that after defeating Itachi's Susanoo, Obsidian suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. There was no doubt that Itachi had used the ocular technique to record the 4 times he came into contact with the environment. He had achieved the casting condition of the forbidden technique Izanami, and he had secretly cast the Izanami's closed loop of fate on the Ibido. At this time, Itachi couldn't care less about the one Manjikyu Sharingan that had just been used to cast Izanami. Relying on a single Manjikyu Sharingan, Itachi shed tears of blood and forcibly activated the incomplete Susanoo, and once again activated the artifact Tatsutsuki and slashed at the stunned Obsidian in front of him. Third update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Swish, in an instant, Itachi's Susanoo waved the artifact Totsuken in his hand and stabbed at Obsidian, who was standing still. However, before the blade of Totsuken stabbed Obsidian, Itachi's Susanoo suddenly disintegrated, and the Totsuken attached to Susanoo in the form of a spiritual artifact also dissipated. Cough, cough, cough. Immediately, Itachi squatted on the ground and coughed violently. The backlash of Susanoo being smashed several times, and the consumption of a Manjikyu Sharingan to cast the forbidden technique Izanami put a heavy burden on Itachi's body. It was difficult for him to bear. For a while, and he could not maintain Susanoo. However, he knew very well that this was the only chance to turn defeat into victory, and he could not afford to delay for even a second. So, regardless of his almost exhausted pupil power, he took a deep breath and launched Susanoo again. Clatter, a red shadow was projected from his body once again. However, because there was only one Manjikyu Sharingan left, even if he had been implanted with Hashirama cells and had the yin and yang integration power of nature, it was still very difficult for him to launch Susanoo. The shadow of Susanoo wandered back and forth between the skeleton state and the armor state, and it could not go further. At this time, Itachi, whose eyes were dripping tears of blood, knew that he only had one chance, so he resisted the serious pupil power backlash and launched the artifact Totsuken in Susanoo's hand. At the beginning of the fight, Itachi did not expect Totsuken to hit Obsidian. His previous consecutive attacks, as well as Jishui and Shinichi's life-risking cooperation, were all to attract Obsidian's attention to Totsuken in his hand. This was because he knew that Obsidian had once suffered under the sword of Totsuken, so he would definitely be extra wary of the sword of Totsuken. Therefore, using the sword of Totsuken to attract Obsidian's attention, and then secretly casting the forbidden technique Izanami to create a closed loop of fate was the only way he could think of to turn the situation around. Seeing Homasubi of Amatsukami using Susanoo again and thrusting the divine artifact Totsuken at Obsidian, everyone's hearts were in their throats. At this moment, the light on the 10-punch sword was like a ray of sunlight that shone through the dark clouds above, igniting hope in everyone's eyes again. the 10-fist sword was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was only a few breaths, but at this moment, it felt as long as a year. Boom, finally, as expected, the sword of 10 punches landed squarely on Bao Tu, paralyzed on the ground. Shinichi, who was also suffering from the backlash of the pupil power, grinned, and his face was full of joy. Success. And Ji Shui, who was hit, also stood up and looked at this side in a daze. Did it work? The Kage, the Sannin, and the Jonin scattered around all had joy on their faces, and bright smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. But at this moment, Sasuke, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, frowned and shouted, "Something's wrong." Listening to Sasuke's shout, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts, and they all focused on the battlefield, looking at Obsidian, who was stabbed by the sword of Totsuken. And when they took a closer look, they were shocked to find that the sword of Totsuken did not stab Obsidian himself, but was intercepted about half a meter in front of Obsidian, as if it was blocked by an invisible object. Just for a moment, several Kages who had fought with Nagato thought of the pupil technique Luin Tumage prison. Soon, the idea of several Kages was confirmed. Almost at the same time as Itachi's sword stabbed out, his Susanoo was hit by an invisible object. Bang, with a muffled sound, the huge Susanoo was hit and flew in an instant. Shinichi quickly shot a series of kunai wrapped with detonating talismans at Obsidian, who was standing still. However, before these kunai hit Obsidian, they were intercepted by an invisible figure in the middle, detonating those detonating talismans in advance. Then, Shinichi was shot out without warning and fell heavily to the ground. 3 generations, Naruto shouted, everyone attacked together. Although they had guessed that there was an unknown number of invisible clones of Luin Tumage prison around Obsidian to protect him, but when Obsidian himself fell into the illusion, it was already the biggest opportunity for them. Therefore, regardless of the threat of the Luin Tum clones, all the ninjas who could still attack all moved. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the scene was in chaos, in the closed loop of fate of Izanami. When the closed loop of fate cycled for the second time, Obsidian, who had just hit Itachi's Susanoo, could not help but be startled, frowned, and said, "Hey, why is this scene so familiar?" Different from Dooku in the original Space and Time, Obsidian himself was a kaleidoscope Uchiha who was good at illusion. Coupled with the fact that he now has the strength of a six-path shinobi, his level of life has undergone a leap. His insight into details, his perception of chakra fluctuations, and even his anchoring of time, space, and fate are far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. And the closed loop of fate of Izanami was not much of a cover. Because the original intention of developing Izanami under Uchiha was to correct the arrogance and madness of the Uchiha people because of the forbidden technique of Izanagi that distorted fate. Therefore, the closed loop of fate of Izanami was not hidden. Those who fell into it, no matter how slow they were, would realize it after a few cycles. Damn it. By the third cycle, Obsidian had already figured out the principle of Izanami, and his face was a little embarrassed. This was not because he couldn't crack Izanami, but because he was once again played by Homusubi, and he was very annoyed. After all, he was now an immortal, and in a situation where he had the upper hand, he was tricked again. This undoubtedly showed that he had completely lost to the opponent in terms of tactical choice and psychological game. Suppressing the anger in his chest, Obsidian activated the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows. In an instant, the Eye of the Moon emitted a burst of brilliance, like ripples on the surface of the water, quickly spreading to the surroundings, dispelling the closed loop of fate that enveloped him. A kaleidoscope-level pupil technique might be able to trap the Rinnegan, but it could not trap the Eye of the Moon. After cracking Itachi's Izanami, Obsidian came back to his senses, looked around, and found that it was a mess, and there were dead and injured ninjas lying on the ground in disorder. He immediately understood that the allied ninjas took advantage of the short time he was trapped in the illusion to launch a fierce attack on him, and as a result, they were all wiped out by the chakra tomb doppelgangers that he left in advance. Overestimating yourself. After a light snort, Obsidian looked at Itachi, who was knocked away, and pretended to be calm and said, "This kind of illusion has no effect on me. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Floating in the air, Obsidian had a playful look on his face. The 3 generations Naruto who had just attacked him was lying on the ground, constantly vomiting blood, and there was a huge depression in his chest. It seems that a huge force directly crushed his sternum. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage were bleeding from their heads, leaning to the side, gasping for breath. The slightly weaker 4 generations of Kazekage and 4 generations of Lei both fell in a pool of blood. Only the slight rise and fall of their chests proved that these 2 Kage who once stood at the peak of the shinobi world still have a breath. Jiraiya, who fought the most fiercely, had his shoulder and right leg broken. If it wasn't for Orochimaru helping him, he would have already died. On the other side, 2nd-generation Naruto and 4 generations of Naruto's Edo body are slowly recovering. In the fierce battle just now, their Edo body was shattered again. Kakashi, Fuyue, Richa, Asuma, Kurenai, Mute, and other Jonin were all lying on the ground. Some were still conscious, and some had fallen into a coma. Guy, who had opened the Hashiman Tonku formation, because he had just barely used the esoteric evening elephant, at this moment, he was completely exhausted, and fell alone in a huge pit. The other Jonin and Chunin who joined the battle suffered heavy casualties, some of the weaker ones even had incomplete corpses. The whole battlefield was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Tsunade, one of the Sannin, cooperated with Slug to rescue those who were still alive. The only ones who could still stand on the entire battlefield were Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Naruto. Although Orochimaru was also severely injured, he was in the best condition out of all of them because his body had been modified. Sasuke and Naruto were panting heavily. They were both injured. It was obvious that the chaotic battle just now was very tragic. The strength of the Toon clone is almost the same as the main body. Moreover, the Toon clone also has the ability to become invisible. Therefore, even if the Shinobi Alliance attacked together, they couldn't hurt the Obsidian who has fallen into Izanami. Reality was just so cruel. The gap between the two sides was so big that even if Obsidian fell into the illusion, the allied ninja army would not be able to hurt Obsidian at all. Obsidian glanced at Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Naruto, who were still standing on the battlefield. Bang, 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 in an instant, with 3 loud bangs, Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Naruto were instantly hit and sent flying. Obsidian immediately shook his hand and a black stick came out of his sleeve. He held it in his hand and pointed it at Orochimaru. "You dare to appear in front of me? You're courting death." Swish, with that, the masked man threw his black rod at Seiji. Orochimaru, who was seriously injured by the Toon clone and fell to the ground, saw the black stick flying towards him. His pupils shrank. He had just experienced the power of Obsidian's black stick. Once hit, the chakra in his body would immediately fall into disorder. No matter how many secret and forbidden techniques he had, he would be nailed to the ground like a mortal and unable to move. "Be careful!" Jiraiya and Tsunade cried out. However, they were also seriously injured at the moment and could not rescue him in time. Clang, just as the black stick was about to hit Orochimaru, several figures flashed into the battlefield and stood in front of Orochimaru, blocking the black stick that was flying towards Orochimaru. The people who suddenly joined the battlefield were none other than Do, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato. "Orochimaru-sama." The 4 of them bowed to Orochimaru. Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly looked surprised, and immediately a look of realization appeared on their faces as they understood that Orochimaru was the mastermind behind the Sound Village. Swish, 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 then, a large number of ninjas arrived on the battlefield one after another. Among them were Mist Village's Mei, Aoi, Mizuko, Rock Village's Dead Ale, Black Earth, Cloud Village's Druid, Samui, Sand Village's Pakura, Zyro, and other experts. These ninjas were either stationed in other defense areas or performing other tasks. At this moment, they were all mobilized by the general command and rushed to this main battlefield. Looking at the mess in front of them and the battlefield full of corpses, although everyone was horrified, they also knew that as a member of the ninja, there was no way back for them, so all of them were united. After a silent confrontation for a moment, someone shouted, and then the ninjas swarmed toward Obsidian again. "Humph!" Masked 2 sneered, and then he spread his arms and activated the Shinra Tensei Crusade. Rumble, in an instant, a huge repulsive force spread in all directions like a storm. In the blink of an eye, countless ninjas who rushed toward Obsidian were swallowed by the storm. Kacha, at this time a crisp sound came from the ground under Obsidian's feet. Then, Deidara sprang out from the ground and arrived in front of Obsidian. He spread his palms and a beam of light suddenly appeared. But before the beam of light shot out from dust release, Obsidian grabbed Daidara's throat and said with a smile, "Naive guy." Before his voice faded away, Daidara's body swelled up. Obsidian froze for a moment and said, "Clay clone?" Boom, a huge explosion came out, and the soaring flames submerged Obsidian. But when the smoke dispersed, Obsidian, who was at the center of the explosion, was still unscathed. Daidara's scream came from not far away. Obviously, Obsidian's tomb clone had found Daidara's main body. Swish, suddenly, Daidara, who had activated the lightning release chakra mode, passed through the smoke like a lightning bolt and fiercely punched Obsidian. Obsidian casually raised his hand and effortlessly caught Daidara's full blow. Daidara was shocked and said, "How is this possible?" Baito turned around and kicked Darui away. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Mei Ming, who was in the middle of forming hand seals. He punched Mei Ming's lower abdomen. Then, his figure flashed again and appeared in front of another target. Bang, 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 after a dozen breaths, almost all the ninja army that had just rushed over fell to the ground. Only a few were left standing. At this time, a figure slowly walked into the field. Obsidian, who was aware of something, turned his head and saw that the person walking over was none other than the leader of the original Akatsuki organization, Nagato, whom he had always treated as a tool. Obsidian said lightly, "Why bother?" Nagato, who was wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, said coldly, "Traitor." Obsidian shook his head and said, "Poor guy." While sighing, he secretly ordered a tomb clone to pounce on Nagato. At this time, he no longer put Nagato in his eyes and did not even have the thought of personally taking action. But just when Obsidian's tomb clone was about to hit Nagato, the whites of Nagato's eyes suddenly changed. At the same time, Nagato's figure flashed and easily dodged the attack of the tomb clone. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today. And the Obsidian, who was about to move his gaze away, abruptly froze. Never had he imagined that the attack of his Samsara clone would actually be avoided by Nagato. After all, the speed and strength of the Mausoleum clone was practically exactly similar to his main body. Coupled with the peerless spatial concealment ability of the Mausoleum clone, even a bystander would be unable to see through it. So it was absolutely impossible for Nagato to successfully dodge it this time to be a coincidence. Eh? In the blink of an eye, Obsidian noticed that the whites of Nagato's eyes had undergone an inexplicable change. The part of the eyeball had become a deep grayish black, and the pupil in the center of the eyeball had become a faint blue that shone with a halo. It had completely lost the characteristic of the previous white eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Pausing for a moment, Obsidian thought to himself, could it be that this pair of eyes can see through my Luanmu clone? The doppelganger created by the pupil technique Luan Tomb Edge Prison doesn't have optical invisibility in the traditional sense, but a special kind of spatial invisibility. In short, the Luan Tomb doppelganger normally moves in a different space called Luan Tomb space, and because it's not in the shinobi world, it's very difficult to perceive it. And once the Luanmu clone wants to launch an attack, the Luanmu space will overlap with the shinobi world for a short period of time, and the things in the two different spaces will have the ability to interfere with each other. Therefore, whether it is the Sharingan, Byakugan, or other Kekkei limit technique, or the various perception ninjutsu of perception-type ninjas, all of them are ineffective against the Luan clone. Currently, in the shinobi world, only the Rinnegan, Tenseigan and Rinnegan can see through the Luan Tomb clone, as well as the vague malice perception after entering Sage mode. Because of this, when he sensed that Nagato could see through his Luanmu clone, the Obsidian's nerves immediately tensed up. This pair of eyes is probably not simple. When the Ninja Coalition army saw Nagato in the Akatsuki red cloud suit, all of them trembled. Just one Obsidian alone is enough to sweep the battlefield, and if the Akatsuki leader Nagato is added to the mix, then the already slim chance of winning will be even slimmer. However, things soon took a turn for the better. Through the conversation between Nagato and Obsidian, everyone found out that the Akatsuki organization has an internal conflict. The mysterious Uchiha, who has the name of Uchiha Madara, betrayed the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato. In this way, Nagato, the powerful leader of the Akatsuki, has become a force that the allied forces can rely on. After all, the enemy of the enemy can become an ally, even if it's only temporary. Just like Obsidian, Orochimaru observed the strange eyes in Nagato's eye sockets while ordering his subordinates around him. This may be our last chance to win. You guys assist Nagato to deal with that guy. Yes. Do, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato all nodded in unison. Orochimaru subconsciously licked his lips again. If there's a chance, I want to take both of their eyes. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade on the side were helpless. They didn't expect that Orochimaru was still thinking about the enemy's eyes at this time. On the other side, Kakashi staggered to Naruto and Sasuke's side and asked, "Are you two okay?" "Pooh," Sasuke spat out blood and said coldly, "I'm okay." In the battle just now, his Susanoo was also shattered by Obsidian's Lutomo clone, so he suffered a lot of pupil power. In addition, when he fought with Madara Uchiha's impure earth body, he consumed a lot of pupil power. If it weren't for the Hashirama cell's transplant and the baptism of the Grail mineral vein, his body wouldn't have been able to support it. Kakashi looked at Naruto again. Naruto shook his head and drove away the dizziness caused by the overdraft of chakra. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sensei Kakashi, I can still hold on." Seeing that Sasuke and Naruto were already like an arrow at the end of its flight, Kakashi's expression became gloomy, and he advised, "Take this opportunity to escape." Escape? Sasuke and Naruto looked at Kakashi together, and their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect that the words of escape would come from Kakashi, the agent of Naruto. Kakashi explained, "You are the last hope of the village. I don't want geniuses like you to die here." Sasuke gritted his teeth, "That guy hurt my brother and father like this. If I don't get rid of him, I won't run away with my tail between my legs." Kakashi raised his eyebrows, "Your brother?" He had been observing the situation, but he had never seen Itachi Uchiha appear on the battlefield. At this time, a golden fox had popped out from Naruto's body and said to everyone, "It's useless to escape. 10 tails can detect my traces, and the other party also has the strange time-space ninjutsu. It's useless no matter where we escape to." Kakashi pondered and said, "I can try to send you further away." Nine Tails glanced at Kakashi, "You?" Nine Tails had long sensed that there was not much chakra left in Kakashi's body. If Kakashi uses the Flying Thunder God technique alone to escape, it is possible, but if he wants to take away Naruto and Sasuke together, it is pure nonsense. Sasuke saw Nine Tails take the initiative to appear and said, "Do you have any way?" Nine Tails looked at Obsidian in the distance and said solemnly, "No, only by using that taboo technique, there is a possibility of turning defeat into victory." What taboo technique? Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi all looked at Nine Tails. Nine Tails didn't talk nonsense and said bluntly, "It is the taboo technique that Uchiha Madara used against the first-generation Naruto called Beast Disaster." As she spoke, Ninetail described the Beast Disaster in detail. Beast Disaster, the taboo technique that Uchiha Madara once used, is actually a combination of the complete Susanoo and the completely liberated state of Nine Tails. The reason why Nine Tails mentioned this technique now is that Uchiha Madara controlled it through Genjutsu and regarded it purely as a tool. This could be seen from the obviously insulting name of Affliction of the Beast. Therefore, the nine-tailed beast was very resistant to this technique. However, the current situation was critical, and it could not think of any other way to break out of the predicament. After listening to the description of Nine Tails, Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. One of them can use the complete Susanoo, and the other can enter the Nine Lama mode, completely liberating Nine Tails, so this technique seems to be tailor-made for the two of them. Kakashi's expression also moved. "Great," Nine Tails said at this time, "but if you want to turn defeat into victory, you still need a premise. First, please recommend votes, monthly votes." Sasuke, who was already somewhat eager to try, quickly asked, "What prerequisites?" After a slight hesitation, Nine Tails said, "I'm afraid that relying on beast affliction alone is not enough. We must integrate natural energy and use immortal jutsu in it, only then will we have a chance of winning. Ordinary ninjutsu can't even pass the test of truth-seeking ball." Although beast affliction is a combination of Susanoo perfect form and Nine Tails perfect form, it is a taboo technique in the ninja world, but it still doesn't jump out of the category of ordinary ninjutsu. Because neither Sasuke nor Naruto have the power of the sixth path, if they want to cause damage to the truth-seeking ball, they must integrate a large amount of natural energy and use the immortal jutsu that the truth-seeking ball can't melt as a foundation to try to break the defense of the truth-seeking ball. In addition, if they don't use immortal jutsu, neither Sasuke nor Naruto have the ability to detect Obsidian's Luan clone. At that time, even if they used Beast Affliction, they will still be a live target in front of Obsidian's Luan clone. Sasuke didn't take it seriously and said, "Doesn't Naruto know immortal jutsu? What's so difficult about it?" Without waiting for Nine Tails to answer, Naruto shook his head and said gloomily, "When I enter Sage mode, I can't activate Nine Lama mode, and once I use Nine Lama mode, I can't enter Sage mode." There is no doubt that for the current Naruto, he still can't completely integrate the immortal jutsu chakra and Nine Tails chakra. He can't integrate Sage mode and Nine Lama mode, and activate Nine Lama Sage mode, which is immortal fox mode. Kakashi's expression darkened. He had already expected this, because Naruto has never used Sage mode and Nine Tails chakra mode at the same time. Sasuke recalled for a moment and came to a realization. Nine Tails said, "If you can't do that, even if you join forces and use Beast's Affliction, you won't be able to do anything to the opponent." Sasuke quickly looked at Naruto and opened his mouth, but no words came out. This was because he knew better than anyone the difficulty of cultivating immortal techniques. He himself could not even grasp an immortal technique, so he was in no position to ask Naruto to grasp the even more difficult immortal fox mode. Naruto glanced at the corpse-strewn battlefield, then looked at Naruto Rock in the distance. He looked at the sculptures of Naruto on Naruto Rock, and his gaze gradually became solemn. "I can definitely do it." "All right." Sasuke nodded. Without any superfluous words, Sasuke and Naruto simply looked at each other and understood each other's determination. Then, while accumulating chakra, they looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Nagato slowly walked towards Obsidian. Obsidian's attention seemed to be completely attracted by Nagato's strange eyes. He was not in a hurry to launch a new attack, but looked at Nagato with interest. Both sides did not speak again, because the grievances between them could not be resolved by words alone. As the distance between the two narrowed, the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense again. Although Nagato had lost his Rinnegan, his powerful image as the leader of the Akatsuki made everyone not dare to underestimate him. Coupled with the strange eyes in his eye sockets, everyone was also doubtful about Nagato's strength. Obsidian frowned slightly and coldly snorted. "Do you still think you're the leader of the Akatsuki?" "Humph, not to mention you, even if Yama comes, he is not my opponent." After saying that, Obsidian no longer hesitated and directly urged the Toon clone to rush forward. Just now, he did not launch an attack and let Nagato slowly walk towards him. In addition to observing the pair of eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, his Toon clone must return to the main body every once in a while, and then it can split again and act alone. So in the short confrontation just now, he was doing this. Seeing that Obsidian urged the Toon clone to rush over, Nagato immediately formed a seal with his hands, ready to attack. Not only could he see Obsidian's Toon clone, but he was also very familiar with the eye technique Toon Border Prison. After all, when the Rinnegan was in his eye sockets, this technique was his trump card, so before he appeared, he had already thought about how to deal with Obsidian's Toon clone. Swish, in a split second, one of Obsidian's Toon clone rushed in front of Nagato, and at the same time, there were two other Toon clones, one on the left and one on the right, closing in on Nagato. "Vajra-seal!" Nagato suddenly shouted, and countless golden chains glowing with a halo gushed out of his body. These chains seemed to have a mind of their own, like venomous snakes hunting for prey. In the blink of an eye, they firmly entangled the three Toon clones that were rushing towards Nagato from three different directions. Obviously, Nagato was very clear about the power of the Toon clones. He did not go head-on against the Toon clones just because he had the 6 Dao immortal body, but used the sealing technique of the Maelstrom clan to imprison the Toon clones. Obsidian's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to use the 10,000 nature summoning, trying to rescue the 3 Toon clones that were entangled by the Vajra-seal. However, before Obsidian could use his eye technique, Nagato, who had just used the Vajra-seal, quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Tree world descend." Rumble, in an instant, in a burst of earth-shaking roars, countless trees were uprooted and grew wildly. Some vines even shot out and attacked Obsidian from all directions. Seeing this, Obsidian had to change his mind, and changed the 10,000 nature summoning he was going to use to Shinra Tensei. Boom, a huge repulsive force was formed again, and with Obsidian as the center, it suddenly spread in all directions. The sea of trees that was growing wildly could not stop this repulsive force at all, and were flattened. Humph. Standing in the dust, Obsidian snorted disdainfully. However, at this moment, a figure pierced through the dust and pounced towards Obsidian. With a thought, Obsidian directly drove a truth-seeking jade that was floating beside him to meet the figure. Clang, the expected melting did not happen. On the contrary, when the truth-seeking jade collided with the figure in the dust, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Immediately after, the figure that blocked the truth-seeking jade passed through the dust and appeared in Obsidian's sight. Kimimaro from the Sound Ninja Village? Obsidian was slightly stunned before he recognized the other party. This was because Kimimaro had already activated the Earth Sigil. Not only had his body turned black, but he also had a long tail behind him. At the same time, because Kimimaro had activated the sigil, his body was filled with natural energy, and he was barely able to resist the truth-seeking jade. Just as Obsidian was about to wave his staff to meet the figure, the ground under his feet seemed to have come to life, and crisscrossed spikes grew out of it, imprisoning him on the spot. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank all the students who gifted me today, thank you all. Obsidian was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of the stone spikes on the ground. At his level, no matter how fast the ninjutsu was used, he could more or less sense the fluctuation of chakra. However, when the stone spikes suddenly appeared, he couldn't sense the fluctuation of chakra at all. This isn't a normal earth-release ninjutsu. Although he realized this, he didn't panic. He gave up on the idea of fighting back and waited for Kimimaro to attack. Clang, Kimimaro rushed towards Obsidian with all his might. The sharp bone blade in his hand slashed at Obsidian's staff, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing could be heard. The moment the two collided, Kimimaro's expression froze. This was because his all-out attack seemed to have collided with a hard boulder. No, it was steel that was even harder than a boulder. His ferocious attack was stopped in an instant. The huge impact was like a clay ox entering the sea, not stirring up even the slightest ripple. Immediately after, the huge impact hit him, and the bone blade in his hand broke with a kacha sound. He was sent flying without any resistance. Boom, Kimimaro, who had fallen to the ground, didn't care about his bleeding head. He looked at Obsidian in surprise. He had always been confident in his physical skills. Just now, he didn't hold back at all, and he used the power of his bone vein and seal of the earth to the extreme. He thought that in terms of strength, he wasn't weaker than anyone. However, not only did his all-out attack not cause any damage to Obsidian, it didn't even push Obsidian back half a step. At this time, Obsidian waved his staff, and the stone spikes that bound his body were all shattered. Then, he stomped on the ground with his left foot. Ah! In an instant, Yamato's blood-curdling screams came from underground not far away. It was obvious that Yamato, who was hiding underground and preparing to attack Obsidian, was discovered by Obsidian, and he was injured with a casual kick. Humph! With a light snort, Obsidian scanned the surroundings with rapt attention, trying to find traces of Nagato through the smoke and dust that filled the air. Swoosh! At this moment, a dragon-shaped shadow carrying a ball of light shot towards him. Obsidian glanced sideways and casually activated a truth-seeking jade beside him. However, before the truth-seeking jade could hit the ball of light exploded about 10 meters away from the Obsidian, shooting out a blinding white light. In an instant, the night sky seemed to be illuminated by this white light. Not only that, but at the same time as it shot out the dazzling light, there was a violent and rapid tremor coming from the ball of light. The sharp sound waves formed visible ripples in the smoke and dust, rapidly expanding. Being disturbed by the sudden strong light and sound waves, even the 6th Daos level Obsidian felt obvious discomfort. He subconsciously closed his eyes and covered his ears. Even so, the powerful sound waves continued to assault his body, shaking him to the point where his blood and chi surged and his entire body became numb. Without a doubt, this was one of Do's ultimate skills, the white stimulation technique. It was a high-level immortal technique that used the sound waves created by strong light and friction to disturb the enemy, depriving the enemy of sight, hearing, and even touch for a period of time. If the enemy's strength was weak, it could even directly paralyze the enemy's body, causing them to completely lose the ability to move. Itachi and Sasuke, who were hit by this technique in the original Space and Time, found it extremely difficult to maintain the Susanoo, let alone launch an immediate counterattack. They were completely in a passive position. Swoosh, just when the obsidian was affected by the white stimulation technique, Nagato jumped into the range of the white stimulation technique, resisting the impact of the strong light and sound waves, gritted his teeth and launched the King Kong lock. In an instant, several golden chains shot out from Nagato's body and entangled the obsidian. As a 6th DAOS level obsidian, his adaptability was far better than ordinary ninjas. Although the strong light and sound waves created by the white stimulation technique were still there, he gradually began to adapt and opened his eyes. Seeing the golden chains whistling towards him, the obsidian hesitated. He was originally prepared to defeat Nagato head-on, to let Nagato know who the real leader of Akatsuki is, who is the strongest person in the world, but after all, he is not Madara Uchiha, he does not have the arrogance of Madara Uchiha, he has been used to being cautious and used to retreat. Coupled with the interference of the white stimulation technique, and the fear of the strange eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, he finally decided to turn invisible and chose to temporarily avoid the attack. Swish swish swish, several golden chains instantly pierced through Baito's illusory body. The obsidian, who was forced to temporarily avoid the attack, had a fierce look on his face as if he was ready to give Nagato a fierce blow to declare his dignity as the strongest ninja in the world. But at this moment, the strange eyes in Nagato's eye sockets suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance. The obsidian's face suddenly sank, he felt an unknown pupil power was interfering with his Kamui. And almost at the same time, the golden chains that originally pierced through the body unexpectedly penetrated the space barrier, pursued Obsidian's Kamui space, and firmly entangled Obsidian in the Kamui state. Obsidian, who was entangled by the golden chains, was taken aback. He quickly looked down and found that he was still in the invincible Kamui state, and immediately understood, his eyes can not only see through my Kamui incarnation, but also interfere with my time and space ninjutsu. What kind of eyes are these? Is it also the Tenseigan? Before Obsidian could further diverge his thoughts, he felt a powerful sealing force coming from the golden chains that entangled him. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he found that Nagato who was rushing towards him was still making hand seals, and the hand seals seemed to be the most legendary forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, Corpse Demon Seal. He wants to die with me? Looking at Nagato's determined face, the obsidian was stunned. He was very clear about the tyranny of the sealing technique. The legendary ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was unable to resist the seal, so even though he had entered the 6th path level, and belonged to the category of immortals beyond the mortal world, he still did not dare to take the risk. What's more, Nagato's eyes were too strange, which made him very afraid. So, without waiting for Nagato to approach and use Corpse Demon Seal, he exploded the power of the 6 paths and forcibly broke free from the Vajra Seal. Then, at the moment when Nagato summoned the Shinigami, he exchanged places with the remaining Kamui incarnation not far away, and disappeared into thin air in front of Nagato. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Nagato, who was pouncing forward, had already completed the ghoul sealing technique. Behind him, there was even a faint shadow of the Grim Reaper. But at this moment, the chains of his Vajra sealing technique suddenly loosened and tightened. The target had disappeared without a trace. The opportunity that was just a step away was wasted just like that. The depression in his heart was indescribable. Actually, he knew that the Luantun border prison could create 4 doppelgangers, but he had only sealed 3 previously. Therefore, Obsidian still had 1 Luantun doppelganger to move around. But it was impossible to seal 4 Luantun doppelgangers at once, because Obsidian would not be stupid enough to let the 4 Luantun doppelgangers attack together. And the opportunity just now was very rare. Therefore, Nagato gambled everything. He wanted to die together with Obsidian before Obsidian could react, but while the white stimulation technique affected Obsidian, it also affected him. Under the strong light and sound waves of the white stimulation technique, it was difficult for him to even open his eyes. his body was in a state of severe numbness. Therefore, he was able to use the Vajra sealing technique and use his ocular power to interfere with Obsidian's divine might. He had already risked his life. Therefore, the follow-up ghoul sealing technique was not able to catch up in time, giving Obsidian a chance to react. One step slower, every step slower. Nagato understood that there was only one chance to win by surprise. Next time, when Obsidian was on guard, it would be extremely difficult for him to succeed. In addition, the impact of the white stimulation technique on his body and the backlash of the ghoul sealing technique without a target caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Obsidian, who had switched places with the Luan Tomb doppelganger, suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at Nagato. Being forced by Nagato to use the void form and mausoleum clone's spatial displacement caused him to feel extremely embarrassed, and for a moment, he was slightly angry from embarrassment. However, just as he was about to attack and deal a fatal blow to Nagato, a huge wave of chakra energy behind him attracted his attention. He looked sideways and saw a Susanoo that was 100 meters tall standing up. Then, the golden 9 tails were completely released, revealing a huge figure. The terrifying chakra of the complete form Susanoo and the completely liberated 9 tails rapidly skyrocketed, as if it had a substance, illuminating the sky that had just darkened due to the failure of the white stimulation spell. Facing such a scene, the Obsidian's expression remained unchanged. As long as it was not a sealing technique, he did not put ordinary ninjutsu in his eyes, even if it was a calamity-level existence like the complete form Susanoo and the 9 tails. However, when Obsidian was about to look away, the complete form Susanoo and the 9 tails actually fused together, turning into a half-human, half-fox mighty Susanoo with a long blade in his hand. The inside was golden, the outside was purple Susanoo armor, and it had 9 tails. Obsidian's eyes turned cold. After the complete form Susanoo and the 9 tails fused together, the chakra energy soared again, to the extent that he could not help but be surprised. At this time, Sasuke, who was in the mighty Susanoo, shouted, "Naruto!" Yes. Naruto nodded heavily, then clasped his hands together. In an instant, the face of Naruto, who was in the 9 Lama mode, changed slightly, and the chakra on his body also changed from a normal tailed beast chakra to a celestial fox chakra full of natural energy. In a desperate situation, the growth of Naruto and Sasuke was very amazing. This was especially so for Naruto, the prophecy child in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy. The more adverse and desperate the situation was, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit, as well as the power hidden in his bloodline and spirit body. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the celestial fox mode, which required continuous practice and continuous attempts to master, was used by him in just a few minutes. As Naruto's celestial fox mode was activated, a large amount of natural energy swarmed in, pouring into the mighty Susanoo that he and Sasuke had fused together, making the already terrifying mighty Susanoo even more terrifying. What kind of power is this? Looking up, Orochimaru's face was full of shock. The injured Jiraiya's face was also full of horror. This is too shocking. In the distance, Itachi, Jishui, Shinichi, and the others who were also injured on the ground were also stunned for a moment, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that the combination of Susanoo and 9 tails could burst out such a terrifying power. Rumble. At this moment, the mighty Susanoo that Naruto and Sasuke had fused together took a step forward and took a stance in the shaking of the earth. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it fiercely slashed at Obsidian. Whoosh! Before the blade arrived, a huge storm came first, blowing so hard that Obsidian's cheeks hurt, but this time Obsidian didn't hesitate and once again entered the state of nihility, trying to avoid the full blow of Naruto and Sasuke's mighty Susanoo through the mighty Susanoo. But at the moment when Obsidian was nihility, a golden chain pierced through the smoke, not only tied him up in the nihility, but also pulled him back from the narrow gap between the nihility space and the shinobi world back to the shinobi world. At the same time, the ground under his feet seemed to be alive, suddenly rising rapidly, quickly closing the distance between him and the blade. Obsidian's face froze. In the confrontation just now, although he avoided Nagato's corpse demon seal, he also gave his last Luan Tomb doppelganger to Nagato. So, at this moment, his 4th Luan Tomb doppelganger had been locked by Nagato's diamond seal, unable to move at will. And now that he was pulled out of the nihility state by Nagato, he could only take the blade of Naruto and Sasuke's mighty Susanoo with all their strength. Damn it. After cursing, Obsidian hurriedly activated the truth-seeking ball in front of him to protect himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the prepared second-generation Naruto, fourth-generation Naruto, and Kakashi appeared one after another. They used the Flying Thunder God technique to forcibly remove the few truth-seeking balls around Obsidian. Obsidian's face darkened, but his hands didn't slow down at all. He hurriedly changed the staff in his hand back into the truth-seeking ball, and turned it into a black ball that completely covered his body. Boom, under the cooperation of Nagato, Medicine Master Do, second-generation Naruto, fourth-generation Naruto, and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke's mighty Susanoo with all their strength finally slashed on Obsidian's truth-seeking ball with a loud bang without any obstruction. This attack that carried everyone's last hope was finally completed. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Boom, when Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo hit the shield of Obsidian's truth-seeking ball with all their strength, a huge roar suddenly broke out. At the same time, the dazzling light spread out in all directions like a storm, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. In this turbulent storm, all the surviving ninjas on the battlefield are like a small boat in the raging waves. They are so small that they can only drift with the waves. Although they were swept by the storm and even blown away, the surviving ninjas' faces were full of smiles. They were full of hope for this blow. This was not only because Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo was indeed shockingly strong after fusing, but also because this was their only hope now. After a while, the air wave dissipated, and the smoke and dust rolled. After this blow, the already messy battlefield became even more chaotic. Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo slashed with all their strength, leaving a gully hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep on the battlefield. And the place where Obsidian originally stood became a huge pit. Did it work? 3 generations of Naruto relied on the Diamond Wishful Staff and barely stood up. However, because of his heavy injuries, he couldn't jump several times, so he couldn't see the scene in the deep pit, so he couldn't confirm whether Obsidian was defeated or not. 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Kazekage, and 4 generations of Lei-ing gradually recovered under the treatment of Tsunade and Slug, but because of their heavy injuries, they couldn't stand, let alone move. They could only try their best to stretch their necks, trying to see clearly. Dead Ale, Druid, Mei, Itachi, Shinichi, and Shursui were scattered around the battlefield, and all the injured ninjas were looking at the huge pit with expectant expressions. On the other side, Orochimaru, whose injuries were light, wanted to see what was going on. Medicine Do, who had been hiding in the dark, quickly appeared in front of Orochimaru and volunteered, "Orochimaru-sama, let me go." Orochimaru nodded, "Go." Jiraiya and Tsunade on the side saw this scene, and their expressions were a bit complicated. They didn't expect that Orochimaru, as a traitorous ninja, not only secretly created a ninja village, but also cultivated strong ninjas such as Medicine Do, Kimimaro, Haku, and so on. Although they enjoyed the resources of the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, they didn't cultivate any powerful talents. Jiraiya was still okay, at least he cultivated 4 generations. Naruto, who was strong enough to compete with strong ninjas such as Medicine Do, Kimimaro, and Haku cultivated by Orochimaru, but Tsunade, the princess of Mai, really didn't have any good disciples. It can be said that in the matter of cultivating talents, Tsunade failed miserably. Just as Yakushoku slowly approached the giant pit, Naruto and Sasuke also stared at the giant pit with rapt attention. Sasuke activated the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets with all his might. It's just that the huge pit was located in the center of the attack just now, and the smoke was the thickest, so even with the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't determine the situation in the pit for a while. Gotcha! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound coming from the deep pit. Although the cracking sound was not loud, it was especially eye-catching when everyone was holding their breaths in rapt attention. Whoosh! A gust of night wind blew at the right time, blowing away the smoke in the deep pit. Naruto and Sasuke quickly looked at the huge pit, only to see that the black ball formed by the truth-seeking ball was still in the center of the huge pit. And the cracking sound just now was the sound of the black ball breaking. Still not broken through the truth-seeking ball? Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and a huge sense of frustration surged in his heart. The black ball formed by the truth-seeking ball was still there, which meant that their full-strength attack just now still couldn't penetrate Obsidian's defense. Even if the black ball was breaking now, it couldn't change this fact. Naturally, Naruto also realized this, but he didn't give up. He immediately shouted, "Sasuke, let's do it again." Encouraged by Naruto, Sasuke nodded. Okay. Whoosh, however, just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to drive the Suzuki to slash again, a figure suddenly jumped out of the deep pit and flew towards their Suzuki. What? Naruto and Sasuke were both shocked. Without a doubt, the person who suddenly attacked was none other than the annoyed Obsidian. Flying in the air, he was like a tiny insect facing a giant as he faced the immeasurably huge Susa. Even so, he simply reached out with his right hand and pulled, and a huge twisting vortex appeared before the Susa's chest, instantly twisting and shredding the armor on the front of the Susa. In an instant, Obsidian invaded the interior of the Suzuki through the hole. Sasuke immediately pulled out the Kusanagi no Tsurugi from his waist and faced the attack. However, Obsidian's figure flickered and directly disappeared from his Manjikyu Sharingan's vision. So fast. Sasuke was shocked. His opponent's speed was completely beyond his expectations. Bang! Before Sasuke could recover, he felt a piercing pain in his back. Immediately, his whole body was like a kite without a string, and he was suddenly hit and sent flying. Be careful. At this time, Naruto's warning came out. Obsidian, who had dealt with Sasuke, did not stop for a moment. His figure flickered again and appeared in front of Naruto. He stabbed one hand into Naruto's chest and instantly pulled out 9 tails. Boom! As Sasuke and Naruto were dealt with one after another, the majestic Suzuki that stood on the battlefield suddenly collapsed in a loud noise. This change happened in an instant. Pharmacist Do, who was close to the huge pit, noticed it and hurriedly tried to hide his body. However, when he was about to pull out and hide, he found that a distorted vortex suddenly appeared on his body. The numbness caused by the time-space ninjutsu immediately attacked his whole body. He was shocked and knew that he had been targeted by Obsidian, so he decisively activated the immortal art, inorganic reincarnation, and pierced his body through the earth spike. At the cost of half of his body being spread by the distorted vortex, he escaped with blood dripping from his body. How? On the other side, Nagato, who was panting heavily, was shocked. He did not expect that the situation would collapse in an instant. When he was about to use the ocular sorcery to lock on to Obsidian's trace, there was a swoosh, and an arm pierced his body from behind and reached his chest. He looked down with difficulty at the hand that pierced his chest. He saw that in the palm of the hand, there was a scarlet Manjikyu Sharingan, staring at him coldly. At this time, Obsidian's voice came into his ears. From the beginning to the end, you are just a puppet at the mercy of others. Third update, please recommend tickets, monthly tickets. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Swish, with a splash of blood, Obsidian pulled out the arm that penetrated Nagato's chest. Nagato staggered a step forward, then turned his head with difficulty, looked at Obsidian behind him who was staring at him coldly like a ghost, coughed up blood, and said to himself with difficulty, "It seems that, in the end, I still lost to fate." Obsidian's face was cold. "Lie down, your mission has been completed." Thump! Before Obsidian's voice fell, Nagato fell to the ground unwillingly, and his vision began to gradually blur. After staying for a moment on the strange eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, Obsidian withdrew his gaze, and did not rush to grab the eyes, but slowly floated into the air. Tsunade in the distance hesitated for a moment, and finally secretly sent a small slug to climb from the crack in the ground to Nagato, who fell in a pool of blood. And looking down at the battlefield, Obsidian's expression was extremely indifferent. The broken battlefield, the corpses all over the ground, and the thick and pungent smell of blood in the air could no longer touch his heartstrings. At this time, his heart was as hard as iron. And after the previous rounds of fierce battles, there were no ninjas on the battlefield who could resist him. All the Kage were swaying, and even if they regained consciousness under the treatment of Tsunade and the slug, they temporarily lost the ability to move. The situation of the Sannin is similar. And the experts of the 5 great ninja villages such as Deidara, Druid, Mei, Pakura, and other experts were either seriously injured by Obsidian's Kamitani Tensei or Obsidian's Shinra Tensei. Without exception, all of them lost the ability to fight. Several Homosubi of Amatsukumi's organization were even more seriously injured. For ordinary Manjikyu Uchiha, Susanoo will suffer a very serious pupil backlash when Susanoo is forcibly broken, and their Susanoo has been broken more than once since the previous fight with Uchiha. As the last hope of the ninja coalition, Naruto and Sasuke, one lost 9 tails and fell into a dying state, and the other was almost pierced through the sternum and fell from a high altitude. As for Uchiha who had just assisted Naruto and Sasuke, half of his body was crushed by Obsidian's Kamitani Tensei, and Nagato's chest was directly pierced by Obsidian. Second generation Naruto and fourth generation Naruto were previously imprisoned by Obsidian's black stick. As one of the core sacrifices of the impure earth body, it was more seriously damaged. Later, in order to create a chance for Guy, Naruto, and Sasuke to attack, they forcibly removed the truth-seeking ball. The truth-seeking ball melted a lot of their spiritual bodies, so the state of their impure earth body was also very poor, and their combat power was almost reduced. Glancing at the defeated soldiers on the ground, Obsidian raised the corner of his mouth triumphantly. Finally, his eyes fell on Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I still won." Kakashi supported his swaying body and looked up at Obsidian in the air. "What the hell do you want to do?" Obsidian glanced at the bright moon hanging above his head, and his tone was a little yearning and a little sad. "I want to create a world with Lin." "But Lin is already dead," Kakashi's expression dimmed. "That's right." After a pause, Obsidian said slowly, "That's why I want to create a world without killing, war, death, and hatred." Kakashi shook his head firmly. "That kind of world doesn't exist." Obsidian looked at Kakashi coldly. "You're still as useless as before, but it's okay. I'll do what you can't do with my own hands." Listening to the conversation between Kakashi and Obsidian, fourth generation Naruto was slightly stunned. Then, he looked into the sky in surprise and muttered softly, "Obsidian." At that moment, Obsidian shifted his gaze to fourth generation Naruto and said with a complicated tone, "Sensei, what? He's also a ninja of Mai? He's also a disciple of fourth generation Naruto? Damn it, it's Mai's people again." When Obsidian called Sensei to fourth generation Naruto, the surviving ninjas on the battlefield suddenly exploded. The former leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of Mai's 3 ninjas. He stirred up trouble in the ninja world in the name of Akatsuki. After that, Madara Uchiha, who almost wiped out tens of thousands of ninjas with his own strength, had a closer relationship with Mai because he was one of the founders of Mai with Hashirama Senju and Naruto. Now that the identity of Obsidian was revealed, everyone was shocked to find that the mysterious man who swept the ninja world and destroyed the whole ninja world was not only a ninja of Mai, but also a disciple of Naruto. Konoha couldn't get rid of this scapegoat no matter what, therefore, the ninjas of other villages all looked at the ninja of Mai indignantly. 3 generations. Tsuchikage glared at Naruto of 3 generations. "Sarutobi, what else do you have to explain?" For generations of Kazekage also asked, "Did you might already know his identity and have been hiding it from us?" 3 generations. Naruto opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to explain a few words, but first Nagato, then Uchiha, and now Uchiha Obsidian's identity was revealed. As the longest-serving Naruto, it was really difficult for him to explain, so he could only sigh faintly. For generations Liang said, "It was Yumai who destroyed the ninja world." On the other side, Asuma covered the wound with one hand and said, "Hey, it still came to this point." Mute weakly hung his head. Unlike Asuma, Mute and other Jonin who are closer to the decision-making level, Fuyue, Richa, Kurenai, Genma, and Ibiki didn't know that the mysterious person of Akatsuki was Uchiha Obsidian, so when the identity of Obsidian was revealed, they were no less shocked than others. After all, during the shinobi school period, Obsidian was even worse than Hyojin, and belonged to the bottom of the chain of contempt. In the Third Shinobi War, he died in the name of a hero, so no one thought that the mysterious person hiding behind the Akatsuki and planning the 9 Tails Rebellion turned out to be Obsidian. The mysterious person who secretly controls the Akatsuki and defeated so many Kage and strong ninjas, unexpectedly is Obsidian? Kurenai's face was full of disbelief. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reconcile this invincible six-path immortal with the Obito who ranked at the bottom of the Ninja Academy's graduation exam. In an instant, a huge sense of absurdity filled her heart. Obsidian, who was floating in the air, crushed the remaining half of the mask on his face, revealing his appearance completely. First update, please recommend, monthly votes. In the final valley. The towering statues standing on both sides of the waterfall had collapsed at this moment, and in the messy pile of stones, two figures were facing each other across the middle of the waterfall. In the pile of stones, Uchiha Madara was breathing heavily. At this time, he was suppressed by Hashirama's Gate of the Bright God. He could barely kneel on the ground. He couldn't even straighten his back. His impure earth body was constantly scattering debris. At the other end of the waterfall, the statue of the first Naruto, Hashirama, was penetrated by several black sticks and was firmly nailed to the ground. Just like Uchiha Madara, he couldn't move. At this time, Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "You are still so difficult to deal with." The first Madara didn't have the mood to joke at this moment. He stared at Uchiha Madara and said, "Madara, we are already dead. We shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the world anymore." The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose. "Don't you want to change anything?" The first Madara was silent for a while and said, "Every generation has its own mission. We should trust the next generation. They will do better than us." Uchiha Madara shook his head. "No, there are some things that I don't do. No one will do it. I want to change the world. I want to make it what I want." The first Madara said helplessly, "You impose your own ideas on everyone. It will only distort the world." Uchiha Madara said solemnly, "Your idea of distributing tailed beasts to each village is foolish. That will not bring peace. Only my Eye of the Moon project can truly bring peace to the world of shinobi and let people enjoy peace forever." At this time, Uchiha Madara suddenly turned his head and looked at the direction of the battlefield of Mai in the distance. He said to himself, "Hey, the sound of the battle over there seems to have stopped." The first Madara also found something strange and looked at the direction of the battlefield of Mai. Since the beginning, the explosions and flames on Mai's battlefield had never stopped. There were a few times when the dazzling light even dispersed the curtain of night and shone on them. But at this moment, the battle seemed to have calmed down. Not only was there no sound, even the waves of chakra had begun to calm down. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, the war over there has already had a result. As for what the result is, which side won, at present, the first generation and Uchiha Madara can't judge. Just as the two looked at the battlefield of Mai at the same time, Zetsu's figure slowly emerged from the ground and appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Although suppressed by the Bright God Gate, Madara Uchiha's momentum did not decrease, and he calmly asked, "How is the situation?" Zetsu bowed to Uchiha Madara and reported in a respectful tone, "The Obito has defeated the ninja coalition and swept the battlefield." "Hey, that kid is more capable than I thought." Uchiha Madara chuckled and immediately looked at the first generation provocatively. After hearing that the ninja coalition was defeated, the first generation looked gloomy and sighed. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "Hashirama, it seems that the juniors you trust are not worthy of your trust. Your so-called will of fire is not worth a penny in the face of absolute power." The first generation didn't argue anything, but was silent. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the current situation is beyond his control. He has no way to argue, and he has no ability to change anything. Zetsu bowed to Uchiha Madara and asked, "My lord, what should we do next? Obsidian doesn't seem to want to resurrect you." Uchiha Madara sneered, "Well, does he think he can escape from my grasp?" Mai was on the battlefield. When Obsidian, who was floating in the air, crushed the remaining half of the mask on his face and took off the hood, his whole face was finally revealed to everyone. Looking at the familiar and strange face, Kakashi was stunned. Obsidian's appearance didn't change much, but the two horns protruding from his forehead and the Eye of the Moon on his eyebrows made him feel a deep sense of alienation. It seems that these are the uncrossable gap between him and Obsidian. Others were also attracted by the two horns protruding from Obsidian's forehead and the scarlet Eye of the Moon on his eyebrows. Mute murmured, "How did he become like this?" Asma on the side shook his head. The Obsidian in front of him was so strange that he didn't dare to recognize him. At this time, Obsidian slowly opened his arms and floated higher while saying coldly, "The history of the shinobi world will be ended by me at this moment." After absorbing the 9 tails, Obsidian had accumulated enough ocular power. The Eye of the Moon on his eyebrows was ready to move at any time, and he could use the ultimate illusion recorded on the slate left by the 6th Path Immortal at any time. In the distance, standing on the crown of a big tree, Xianxia coldly looked at Obsidian, who was floating in the sky with the bright moon behind him. There were a few times when he couldn't help but want to attack, but in the end, he restrained himself. With the power of his current body, he could indeed fight against a six-path immortal for a short time, and if he was caught off guard, he might even have the upper hand. But he knew very well that he couldn't kill Obsidian in a short time. Once the battle was dragged into a long battle, he had no chance of winning. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful individual among her descendants. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could only choose to avoid. In his opinion, if he wanted to defeat Obsidian who had activated the Eye of the Moon, he must first obtain a perfect artifact. This planet is going to wither. After shaking his head, Tenseigan jumped down from the canopy. There was no longer any suspense when someone as strong as Obito appeared on this planet. No one could stop Obito, unless another Otsutsuki came to this planet. On the battlefield. At this time, Obsidian had floated to a very high place. He slowly looked at the moon above his head, then formed a seal with his hand, and then the eye of the moon between his eyebrows moved toward the bright moon. Looking at this scene, all the survivors felt their hearts skip a beat. Even the slowest person realized what Obsidian was going to do at this moment, and once Obsidian did it, the 5 great ninja villages, and even the entire ninja world would be doomed. In an instant, a deep sense of despair enveloped everyone. At this time, Kurenai fell to the ground, looked at the sky with dull eyes, and murmured, "Who can save us?" Second update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. High up in the sky. The closer he got to the moon, the more restless the eye of the moon between Obsidian's eyebrows became. It's time. Taking a deep breath, Obsidian first closed the eye of the moon, then suddenly opened it and projected the eye of the moon on the surface of the moon. In the blink of an eye, the bright moon in the bright night sky immediately became as red as blood. The moon turned red? How could this be? What did he do? The survivors on the battlefield all noticed the change in the moon. Looking at the blood-red moon in the night, everyone's hearts were in their throats. No one could explain why they felt so nervous. This feeling was more like an instinctive reaction to danger. Tsunade suddenly pointed at the moon and shouted, "Look!" In fact, there was no need for Tsunade to remind them. Everyone who had been staring at the moon had already noticed that after the moon turned red, there was a new change on the surface of the moon. There were circles of lines that looked like the eye of Rinnegan, and 9 symmetrically arranged Magatama appeared. "It's the red eye of Rinnegan." After a pause, Orochimaru said thoughtfully, "This pattern is exactly the same as the eye that grew out of Uchiha Obsidian's eyebrows." Because of his instinctive desire for the eye of the moon, Orochimaru had carefully observed the eye of the moon between Obsidian's eyebrows. Therefore, he immediately recognized the pattern on the surface of the moon. It was the pattern on Obsidian's eye of the moon. The injured Jiraiya panted and asked, "What does he want?" "I don't know." When in the Akatsuki, he always hid behind the scenes. "I don't know much about him." After shaking his head, Orochimaru's expression was a little gloomy. "I didn't expect this kid to be Uchiha from the same generation as Kuroto." Jiraiya's face was full of confusion. "When the Watergate recruited him into their team, I even went to investigate him. He wasn't originally like this." "What exactly happened? Why did he become so crazy? Is it really just for the sake of the girl named Noera-rin?" Tsunade said angrily, "What a lunatic." Orochimaru sighed. "We were all wrong. It turns out that Uchiha Obsidian is the most outstanding talent in that batch." At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly felt a little regretful. If it wasn't Red Bean, but this Uchiha Obsidian, maybe everything would be different. On the other side of the battlefield, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi rushed to the side of Sasuke, who was seriously injured and unconscious. They checked Sasuke's body and found that Sasuke's sternum was completely shattered, and the internal organs were also shattered. It stands to reason that such a serious injury is impossible to survive. Under normal circumstances, Sasuke should be dead by now. But for some reason, Sasuke, who was so seriously injured, is still hanging on to his last breath. As the moon changed, their attention quickly moved to the moon. Shinichi said with hatred. Obsidian, that bastard has ruined our Uchiha clan. In the current situation, there is not much meaning to dwell on this, so Jishui asked calmly. What do you think he is going to do? Itachi hesitated and said. It seems that he is going to use some kind of pupil technique. Shinichi curled his lips and said disdainfully, it should be the Eye of the Moon project that he has been talking about all this time. Itachi and Jishui immediately thought of the stone slab in the secret room of the shrine. However, because they only have the Manjikyu Sharingan, they can only interpret the Eye of the Moon project vaguely mentioned on the stone slab. As for the specific implementation of the plan, they need the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to continue to interpret it. At this moment, Obsidian, who was high in the sky, finally finished accumulating the last pupil technique, and shouted, Infinite Tsukuyomi, open. With the activation of the Eye of the Moon, a strong light suddenly appeared on the scarlet surface of the moon. Bathed in the light that completely dispelled the night, Obsidian looked down at the entire shinobi world like a god and said indifferently, illuminate the world. In an instant, under the light of the moon, the night turned into day. The sky is bright? In an instant, this absurd thought emerged in everyone's mind. It was obviously night just now, but in the blink of an eye, the sky is bright. Itachi was startled for a moment, and immediately exclaimed, oh no, don't look directly at the moon. Shinichi smiled and said, don't shout, it's too late. Jishui gritted his teeth, and once again activated Susanoo, and used the artifact Yada no Kagami to protect the heads of several people, and said, I hope we can stop it. As soon as his voice fell, the Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets turned into the pattern of the Rinnegan, and then his Susanoo instantly collapsed, and his expression became dull. Almost at the same time, Itachi, Shinichi, the Kage in the distance, the Sannin, and all the survivors in the field, without exception, all the eyes in their eye sockets turned into the pattern of the Rinnegan, and they also became dull. Only the second generation Naruto and the fourth generation Naruto looked at each other. Not only the battlefield of Mai, but the entire country of fire, and even the entire world of ninjas were illuminated by this light. In Mai, cloud, rock, mist, sand crypsis, sound village, grass village, Takamura village, and other ninja villages, all the ninjas became dull, and the eyes in their eye sockets turned into the pattern of the Rinnegan. Even the birds, beasts, and fish in the mountains and lakes fell into a dull state, and their eyes turned into the pattern of the Rinnegan. In the final valley. Looking at the sky as bright as day, Uchiha Madara smiled and said, so soon. The first generation looked at Uchiha Madara and said, this is the Eye of the Moon you mentioned? Yes. Uchiha Madara nodded. The first generation shouted, do you want to turn everyone into puppets that can't think? Uchiha Madara said coldly, isn't this the only way to keep the world peaceful? The first generation was angry. In the sky. Looking at everyone on the ground falling into the infinite Tsukuyomi, Obsidian smirked and said, I finally succeeded. At this moment, he felt that he was the only god in the world, the master of life and death. Swish, however, at this moment, a colorful rainbow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This colorful rainbow instantly dispelled the strong light reflected on the surface of the moon and continued to move forward, crossing the sky of the entire shinobi world, and then into the deeper universe. All the creatures who fell into the infinite Tsukuyomi were instantly awakened by this colorful rainbow. In the sky, Obsidian Madara suddenly looked in the direction of the rainbow and said in surprise, what happened there? Third update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Obsidian's shock is not without reason. With his current strength of six-path realm, he instantly sensed that the rainbow crossing the shinobi world is not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one, and the chakra fluctuation contained in the rainbow is extremely terrifying. This level of chakra fluctuation is something that even he is slightly inferior to. How is this possible? Obsidian had a look of disbelief on his face. In his opinion, no one in the current shinobi world should be able to do this, even the sage of Amatsukami, Yama is no exception. But at this moment, the scarlet Tsukuyomi between his eyebrows seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned in the direction of the rainbow. Obviously, Obsidian was not the only one who was surprised. On the battlefield, the people who were awakened from the infinite Tsukuyomi were also confused at this time. Just now, under the infinite Tsukuyomi Obsidian, with the exception of second generation Naruto and fourth generation Naruto, everyone, including Ji Shui and the others who have the Manjikyu Sharingan and used the artifact Yata Yagami, fell into the super Jinjutsu cast by Obsidian's Tsukuyomi without any resistance. But in the blink of an eye, the rainbow crossed the sky, blocking the infinite Tsukuyomi reflected on the surface of the moon, waking everyone up one by one. In just a few short breaths, everyone had experienced the entire process of falling into the illusion, being awakened by the strange phenomenon in the sky, and then getting rid of the illusion. Therefore, even the powerful and experienced Obscurus couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. After a while, 3 generations Naruto shook his head and asked, "What happened?" 3 generations Tsukuyomi also held his head and asked, "What happened? Did we just fall into a Genjutsu?" 4th generation Lei Ying, who has a better physique and is younger, has already gotten rid of the dizziness and looked up at the rainbow in the night sky and said, "It was the rainbow that interfered with the Genjutsu and rescued us." 4th generation Kazekage was confused, where did this rainbow come from? On the other side, Orochimaru, who was awakened, immediately looked at the rainbow in the night sky in a daze. Jiraiya, who was also awakened from the Genjutsu, asked, "What is that?" Tsunade sighed, "What a strong chakra fluctuation." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, "This rainbow shouldn't be a natural coincidence, it should be artificially created." Tsunade asked, "Who could it be?" Almost at the same time, 2nd generation Naruto, who has the impure earth body and witnessed the whole process of Obsidian's infinite Tsukuyomi, also asked this question thoughtfully, "Who could it be?" 4th generation Naruto looked at the unconscious Naruto on the ground and said, "I think I know who it is." On the periphery of the battlefield, Xianxia looked up at the 7-colored rainbow in the night sky that stretched across the ninja world and went all the way to the depths of the universe, and was speechless for a long time, in the Valley of Termination. After the reflection of the infinite Tsukuyomi was dispelled by the rainbow in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara was shocked, "What's going on?" 1st generation was also stunned. He was desperate just now because the horror of the infinite Tsukuyomi was completely beyond his expectations. He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of any way to break it. But he never thought that there would be a rainbow in the sky and instantly dispelled the infinite Tsukuyomi. Standing next to Uchiha Madara, Zetsu was also shocked at the moment. After thinking for a while, Kuroto said to Madara with some uncertainty, "I am afraid that the only person who can do this in the shinobi world is the sage of Amatsukami." The sage of Amatsukami? Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became cold. In a hidden underground palace in the Land of Fire. Yui woke up from the illusion and immediately looked at the 3 members of the Shadow Guard, Red Bean, Gale, and Kian, who were responsible for protecting her, and asked, "What happened just now?" Red Bean held her forehead and said, "We seem to be in an illusion." "How is this possible?" "We are hiding underground." After a pause, Kian was shocked and said, "Did someone invade here?" Gale checked the enchantments everywhere and shook his head, "There is no sign of invasion." Yui asked worriedly, "You still can't contact Kian?" Red Bean quickly turned her face to the side and pretended to check the enchantments around while comforting Yui, "Don't worry, he will be fine, he is Naruto." In fact, as the current captain of the Shadow Guard, Red Bean had already received the news of Hyojin's death from the General Command, but she couldn't bear to tell Yui about it. After listening to Red Bean's comfort, Yui reluctantly nodded and secretly prayed, "Kuroto, where are you now? Please be safe." In the land of snow, Rainbow Ice Wall. Hyojin looked at the rainbow that intersected with his chakra and then projected all the way to the sky. His face was full of surprise. This? Although he had guessed that his attack on the Kekii network would inevitably cause an illusion and couldn't be completely concealed, he didn't expect that it would be so exaggerated. Isn't this the same as announcing it to the entire shinobi world? He, who has always been low-key and pragmatic, was not used to this kind of situation and instinctively wanted to cover it up. But soon he shook his head with a chuckle and gradually retracted his gaze. From this moment onwards, he was no longer an ordinary human who was restricted by his body and spirit body and was troubled by his lifespan. After passing the final 4th stage of the Kekii fusion ritual, Kuroto has successfully stepped into the threshold of Kekii net. After Otsutsuki Kagaya, he is the 2nd true Kekii net in the shinobi world. In essence, he is even stronger than the Sage of 6 Paths, who had entered this realm for a short time. So even if he has just advanced, even if the chakra in his body has not recovered, even if he has not completely mastered the ability of Kekkei Network, he is still not afraid of anyone in the shinobi world. Therefore, from this moment on, the gorgeous rainbow across the shinobi world is no longer an illusion that reveals his strength and position, but a beautiful scenery for him to enjoy. He doesn't need to hide anymore, and he doesn't need to worry about anything, because the offensive and defensive situation has changed. He doesn't need to worry anymore. Thump thump, right at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a heartbeat, the fine slit between his brows suddenly opened, and it revealed the eye of Samsara with 9 Magatama within it. Hyojin moved his gaze up, and suddenly, in the vision of his pair of Tenseigan, he finally saw the scarlet eye of the moon between his eyebrows. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Crack, just as Hyojin was about to carefully observe the scarlet eye of the moon that had opened between his eyebrows, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from under his feet. Hyojin quickly looked down, and his expression immediately changed. He saw that on the altar formed by the grayer mineral vein under his feet, a spider web-like crack suddenly appeared, and it rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire altar. Then, the originally bright green grayer mineral vein quickly dimmed, as if it had exhausted its chakra, completely losing its previous luster. Slowly squatting down, Kuroto reached out and picked up a piece of stone of grayer that was broken on the altar, but he didn't expect that as soon as he exerted a little force in his hand, the dull stone of grayer shattered into fine dust and drifted away with the wind. This? Hyojin suddenly frowned. However, at this moment, the entire grayer mineral vein under his feet that was used as the altar collapsed. Crash, countless gravel fell from the sky fortress. However, before they could land on the ground, the cold wind blew and the stones of grayer disintegrated in an instant. It was as if they had completely decayed, and when the wind blew, they turned into flying debris that drifted with the wind. As the altar, the grayer mineral vein was the core of the rebuilt sky fortress. With its unexpected collapse, the balance of the entire sky fortress was instantly destroyed, and the sky fortress also toppled and fell to the ground. Floating in the air, Hyojin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately reached out and grasped at the falling sky fortress. In an instant, a huge suction force suddenly formed, stopping the falling momentum of the sky fortress. Then, the giant Tenseigan in the sky fortress was activated, and the sky fortress was rebalanced. Phew! Exhaling, Hyojin wondered, what happened? Why did the grayer mineral vein suddenly shatter? Rumble! Before he could figure out the reason for the collapse of the grayer mineral vein, the Heaven Spear Tower directly below him collapsed with a loud rumble. Along with the collapse of the Sky Spear Tower, the 6 huge ice mirrors surrounding it shattered and collapsed one after another. Hyojin's eyes narrowed as he activated the Tenseigan. Under his careful observation, he was shocked to discover that whether it was the Heaven Spear Tower or the 6 ice mirrors around it, they were all covered in cracks that were hard to be seen by the naked eye. The broken parts seemed to have completely decayed, as if they had been washed by time for thousands of years. Hyojin hurriedly looked around and discovered that the originally lush green and fairyland-like rainbow ice wall had already lost all signs of life. The lake had dried up, the green grass had withered, and even the originally fertile soil had lost its vitality. The surroundings were deathly silent. At this time, Hyojin's gaze fell on the magic circle of the chakra transportation area in the distance. He found that Alo and Ningxi, who were in the magic circle, had already fainted, and their breaths were extremely weak. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was the Tail's Jinchuriki and the other was the Dragon Veins Jinchuriki, they would have been sucked dry of their vitality and turned into 2 dried corpses. This was not because Hyojin had used the magic circle to extract their chakra. In fact, after the ritual entered the 4th stage, Hyojin had already stopped extracting their chakra, because the amount of chakra needed for the 4th stage was astronomical, and the chakra of the tail and the dragon vein was already difficult to support. Only a huge amount of natural energy was enough for Hyojin to maintain the ritual. But even so, in the process of the birth of the bloodline net, all the lives around it had become the target of plunder. Even if Hyojin himself did not have this intention, he could not change this reality. After understanding this, Hyojin's expression became complicated. Then he looked into the distance, at the snowfield outside the enchantment, and found that the snow on the snowfield had all melted, revealing the desolate and withered ground. This was a kind of complete silence, and even with Hyojin's current eyesight, he could not see the end of it. It was as if the entire snowfield had become a lifeless desert in Hyojin's ritual. Is this the bloodline net? Looking at the scene in front of him, Hyojin suddenly had a deeper understanding of the bloodline net. The birth of a bloodline net signified the death of countless lives. This was the most direct and cruel plundering of energy and life force. The reason why the Otsutsuki clan kept traveling in the universe was to plunder the energy of the veins of the planets. And the natural energy in the veins of each planet was limited. Once the natural energy in the veins was sucked dry, the whole planet would wither and become a desolate dead planet. The Shinobi world is undoubtedly a relatively special planet in the universe. The energy of the veins here is large enough, so the Otsutsuki clan set their eyes on this place thousands of years ago and sent Kaguya to plant the divine tree. It can be said that without the rebellion of the Sage of Six Paths brothers, under the continuous absorption of the divine tree, even a planet like the Shinobi world with a large amount of energy would not be able to escape the fate of withering. And the rebellion of the Sage of Six Paths brothers against his mother Kaguya and the division of the divine tree not only stopped the process of withering, but also gave the Shinobi world a chance to recover for a short period of time. However, Hyojin's promotion of bloodline net has obviously broken some of the balance. At this moment, he can clearly feel that the veins of the Shinobi world have been affected by his ritual. The withering with the rainbow ice wall as the center is spreading to the surroundings. As for how far this deathly still withering will spread, even Hyojin can't estimate it now. However, there is one thing that Suijin is very sure of, and that is that the number of Kekii Genkai that each planet can support is limited. Although the Shinobi world has been nurtured for thousands of years after the birth of Kaguya Kikiage, but judging from Suijin's ceremony this time, if there is another similar ceremony, the Shinobi world will probably wither completely. Of course, Hyojin doesn't know that there is another Tentails in the Shinobi world, which is the existence of another divine tree. In fact, as early as thousands of years ago, after the Otsutsuki clan discovered the Shinobi world, they have already determined that the Shinobi world is enough to support two bloodline nets at once. Withdrawing his gaze from the distance, Hyojin looked up at the gorgeous and dreamy rainbow in the night sky, and then looked at the desolate and deathly silent ground. This strong contrast made him sigh slightly, and he said with emotion, "No bloodline net is innocent." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. As the state of Hyojin's Kekii net gradually stabilized, the seven-colored rainbow that resonated with his chakra that traversed the ninja world and extended into the universe gradually dissipated. Hyojin also adjusted his state of mind at this time and put away his emotions. In short, he was lucky enough to become a Kekii net this time because he benefited from the gift of the ninja world, so in the future, he will do his best to protect the peace of the ninja world. As for the various entanglements of killing and plundering, he has long left them behind. He has always been a selfish and pragmatic person. If he could do it all over again, he would still hold this ritual without hesitation and attack the Kekii net, because nothing can stop him from exploring immortality and the unknown. After calming down his mood, Hyojin's figure swayed. Swish, in just an instant, he appeared hundreds of meters away from the place where Xianlin used the time and space ninjutsu to move Otsutsuki samurai. The whole body flicker technique left no traces, almost as fast as the flying thunder god technique teleportation. Then, he activated the scarlet eye of the moon between his eyebrows and carefully scanned the surroundings. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and the eye of the moon flashed with a strange brilliance. Then, pieces of black squares that looked like pixels appeared in front of him. These pixel-like black squares continued to fold and expand, and in a moment, a strange space door was forcibly opened on the solid space barrier. Next to the river Styx. Rumble, with a continuous roar, the storm caused by Otsutsuki Samurai's pupil technique Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion continued to wreak havoc beside the river Styx. Everything in the surroundings, including the water in the river Styx and the dead souls floating in the river Styx, were unable to escape. They were swept into the storm and sent flying. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the enormous spirit formation in front of Ziyuan and Xianlin as it was struck by the storm. Ziyuan hurriedly raised her head to take a look, and her face instantly turned pale, because there was an extremely conspicuous crack on the barrier, As the Miko of the land of demons, this defensive barrier was the strongest barrier she could cast, but even so, it still couldn't block Otsutsuki Samurai's pupil technique Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Seeing that the cracks on the enchantment were getting bigger and bigger, Ziyuan quickly shouted, "I can't hold it anymore, quickly think of a way." Xianlin panted heavily. "Just hold on for a little longer. I still haven't accumulated enough power of my eyes." Ziyuan shouted, "I've been holding on. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. It's not like you don't know how powerful that guy is. Even my sealing technique that can seal 9 tails can't trap him. If you don't send us back, we'll die here together." Xianglin replied helplessly, I've tried my best." It was already Xianglin's limit to not die after casting the Reincarnation Heaven technique. Then, in order to deal with Otsutsuki Samurai, she forcibly launched the time and space ninjutsu that she had just comprehended, so now she was completely powerless. Quickly, Ziyuan wanted to urge her again, but before she could finish her words, her barrier was completely broken. Panicked, she couldn't care much, quickly shut up, and cast a few more barriers that could be launched instantly without the need for hand seals. Boom boom boom. However, these hastily launched enchantments couldn't even delay the Otsutsuki Tonari's Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, let alone stop it. Almost at the moment of launching, they were destroyed by the storm one by one. In an instant, the huge storm rushed straight to the panicked Ziyuan and Xianglin. At this moment, Xianglin's accumulated pupil power was not enough to launch the time and space ninjutsu again. Seeing that the storm was close in front of her, she had to raise her hands and use the remaining pupil power to launch Shinra Tensei. However, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei couldn't resist the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion driven by the truth-seeking ball. The invisible repulsive force only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it was destroyed by the storm. It's over. The same thought flashed in the minds of Xianglin and Ziyuan at the same time. Just as the two of them fell into despair, a black space door suddenly appeared behind them. Then, 2 arms stretched out from the space door, instantly grabbed the back of their collars, and pulled them into the space door. The whole process happened in an instant. When the storm hit, not to mention Xianglin and Ziyuan, even the black space door had disappeared without a trace. In the distance. Looking at Xianglin and Ziyuan who disappeared into thin air in the distance, Otsutsuki Samurai's face was extremely gloomy. With the insight of his Tenseigan, he naturally captured the moment when Xianglin and Ziyuan were rescued. It was also because of this that he felt extremely depressed. Time and space ninjutsu again. After talking to himself, Otsutsuki Samurai's gloomy eyes became more dignified. Although it was only for a short moment, he still vaguely sensed the chakra fluctuation of the person who rescued Xianglin and Ziyuan. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. What made him even more uneasy was that the chakra fluctuation contained a very pure Tenseigan chakra, Snow Country. Looking at the desolate scene in front of her, Ziyuan, who was rescued, was still a little confused. She didn't recognize that this was the Snow Country. She subconsciously asked Xianglin who was beside her, "Where did you send us to?" Xianglin also looked dull. "It wasn't me." Hyojin, who was behind the two of them, pressed his hands on their backs at this time and said while transferring some chakra to them, "Don't worry, you are safe now." "Sama." The two of them looked back at the same time and looked at Hyojin in surprise. "Did you save us?" "Yes." Hyojin gently nodded. The time and space ninjutsu he just used is called Yomi Biraban. It is the time and space ninjutsu that he comprehended after advancing to Keki Net and obtaining the Eye of the Moon in his eyebrows. Yomi Biraban is a time and space ninjutsu at the level of Keki Net. It allows the user to open a space door at will and travel through various spaces at will without the need for hand seals. It can be used for movement, evasion, surprise attacks, and so on. It is a very versatile, elusive and unpredictable time and space ninjutsu that is impossible to guard against. It was through the Eye of the Moon in his eyebrows that Hyojin saw the traces of Xianglin's Senjutsu Gorge, and then he followed the traces to find Styx and rescued Xianglin and Ziyuan. At this time, Xianglin and Ziyuan finally found that they have returned to the shinobi world, but looking at the rainbow ice wall and the endless desolation around them, the two of them were taken aback and asked in unison, "Sama, what happened here?" After Xianglin and Ziyuan recovered a little, Hyojin said, "Let's talk about this later. You two deal with this place first, remove all traces of the ritual, then take the unconscious AI and Ningxi and drive the air fortress away from here." The reason why Hyojin rescued Xianglin and Ziyuan first, in addition to saving their lives, is that he needs their help to deal with the aftermath. As for Otsutsuki Samurai, Hyojin doesn't have the time to deal with him for the time being, and there is no need to rush to deal with him, because as the possessor of the Tenseigan, he knows better than anyone how embarrassing Otsutsuki Samurai is right now. Yes. After listening to Hyojin's instructions, Xianglin and Ziyuan responded in unison. Then, Ziyuan looked around curiously and asked, "Where is Suijin?" Hyojin waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him for the time being." Because Haku can control nature energy, when Hyojin tried to break the Kekii net, he immediately noticed that something was wrong, and immediately escaped from the rainbow ice wall with Konoha and evacuated some of the residents of the snow country who were close to the rainbow ice wall. Xianglin asked, "Sama, what about you?" Hyojin looked in the direction of my village and said lightly, "It's time to end this shinobi war. On the battlefield outside my village." When the brilliant rainbow above their heads gradually dissipated, the bright night sky once again enveloped the world, as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Floating high in the sky, Obsidian's eyes gradually narrowed. The scarlet Tsukiyomi between his eyebrows stared at the distance, staring at the direction where the rainbow came from, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the survivors on the battlefield also began to gradually understand that Obsidian, who swept the entire shinobi world in the sky, was waiting for the arrival of the existence that created the rainbow. Who created the seven-colored rainbow just now? Will he come? This is the ultimate battle that will determine the survival of the shinobi world. Who will win? One by one, these questions poured into the hearts of the survivors on the battlefield. However, there was no noise, no discussion. Everyone was like Obsidian in the sky, looking at the direction where the rainbow came from and waiting silently. As a result, the entire battlefield fell into a strange and indescribable silence. At this moment, the Tsukiyomi between Obsidian's eyebrows suddenly moved and focused on a spot in the sky. Almost at the same time, Nagato, who woke up after being healed by Tsunade's slug, also looked at the spot in the sky with his strange eyes. And just as the two of them focused on that spot, a black pixel cube suddenly appeared in the air and quickly folded and expanded, opening a space door that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Then, a figure wearing a black cloak with golden edges of Amatsukami and a demon pattern mask walked out of the space door and floated in the sky just like Obsidian. Obsidian's eyes turned cold. "Yama, you are finally here." Seeing the appearance of Yama, the survivors felt that they had expected it. Because the person who created the rainbow was Yama, it was the most logical. After all, in everyone's opinion, only immortals could rival immortals. Hyojin glanced at the battlefield, then moved his eyes to Obsidian. "You don't wear a mask this time?" Obsidian tore off the robe on his body, revealing the Uchiha clan emblem inside. With an indifferent face, "I don't need to disguise anymore. I am Uchiha Obsidian." "Yama, let me see your true face." Hyojin slowly reached out to the mask on his face. In an instant, whether it was Obsidian in the sky or the survivors on the ground, all of them stared at the face of Yama, wanting to see what the immortal who founded Amatsukami and had been secretly maintaining peace in the ninja world looked like. Swish, Hyojin took off the mask and tore off the cloak, revealing Naruto's Haori robe, which was fluttering in the wind. Looking at Hyojin's face under the mask and the eye-catching Haori robe of Naruto, Obsidian was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning. F***CK. Hyojin? Not only Obsidian, but everyone on the battlefield was shocked by the scene. Kakashi said in shock, "Yamato's Yama is Kuroto?" Recalling the past transactions between Amatsukami and the village, Mute was shocked. How is this possible? How can Kuroto be the leader of Amatsukami? He has even represented the village in transactions with Amatsukami. Asuma said with some uncertainty, "Are we still in the illusion?" On the other side, Jiraiya suddenly looked at Orochimaru and asked, "What's going on?" Orochimaru looked dull and murmured, "This kid." Tsunade looked incredulous. "The leader of Akatsuki is Uchiha Obsidian? The leader of Amatsukami is Hyojin? What's going on in the ninja world?" At this time, she couldn't help but recall the pitiful Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian who stood at the end of the long line when she was selecting disciples in the ninja school. At that time, Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian were second from the bottom and first from the bottom of the ninja school. They were a pair of brothers in hardship. So, she didn't even look at them and directly chose Kato Duan's niece, Mute, as her disciple. She didn't expect that these two who were second from the bottom and first from the bottom of the ninja school would not only grow into existences that even she, as a Sannin of Mai, had to look up to, but also become the key to the fate of the ninja world. At this moment, she didn't know whether she had gone crazy or the world had gone crazy. Not far away, Richa and some of the surviving Hyuga family members were also stunned. They had guessed that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, was a ninja with Byakugan Kakei, but they subconsciously put Yama, who was a sage, into the Otsutsuki family. They never thought that Yama was actually a member of their own family. Hyuga Takashi looked at Richa in surprise and asked, "Is this true?" Richa was completely stunned and couldn't answer this question. He had received too many shocks today, so much that he didn't know how to think. Fuyue let out a long sigh of relief and said, "I was right." After realizing that all the Manjikyu in the family except for himself, including his own son Itachi, had betrayed him and joined Amatsukami, becoming the confidants of the fifth Hokage, Kuroto guessed that the seemingly ordinary fifth Hokage Kuroto is probably the Yama who is secretly manipulating Amatsukami from the shadows. On the other side, 3 generations Tsuchikage looked at 3 generations Naruto in disbelief and asked with a trembling voice, "Amatsukami? Amatsukami was also secretly established by you, Mai?" 3 generations Naruto pointed at Hyojin who was wearing Naruto's Haori in the sky and wanted to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to explain. The fact that the leader of Amatsukami was 5th Naruto, not to mention the other Kages, even he, who had been in control of Mai, was at a loss and didn't know what to do. 4 generations Laying looked at 3 generations Naruto in a daze and said, "You, Mai, established Akatsuki and Amatsukami, playing us in circles. What are you trying to do?" 3 generations Naruto's face scrunched up. In the face of an ally who had fought a bloody battle with him, he really wanted to explain and eliminate the misunderstanding between them, but the Hokage Hakusho on Kuroto in the air was too dazzling, making him feel that his explanation was meaningless. 4 generations of Kazekage laughed bitterly and said, "Oh, after fighting for so long, all of you are Mai's people. Since that's the case, you can just have a fight with the door closed. Why did you drag us in?" 3 generations Naruto wanted to open his mouth several times, but closed it several times. Tsuchikage, Laying, and Kazekage saw this and asked in unison, "What are you trying to say?" 3 generations Naruto looked bitter and helpless, "I really don't know anything." At this time, Deadale climbed up from the ground and cursed at Kakashi, "You despicable Mai ninjas, you obviously secretly formed Amatsukami, but you still ask me every day whether I am a member of Amatsukami or not. Don't you know in your heart whether I am a member of Amatsukami or not?" Kakashi quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding." "This is a misunderstanding." Cloud Village's Druid, Sand Crypsis's Pakura, Mist Village's May, and the others all looked at Kakashi with different expressions. Because not long ago, at the end of the Chunin exam, Kakashi also proposed to form a fake Amatsukami to deal with Akatsuki. Now that they thought about it, they all felt that Kakashi, the Hokage agent, had too many tricks up his sleeves. They didn't dare to think about it too deeply. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Asma, Red, and Mute also looked at Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, you already knew?" How would I know?" Kakashi was speechless. Mute said, "Then why did you propose to form a fake Amatsukami?" Red also echoed, "Yes, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to make such a proposal. If you didn't know that the leader of Amatsukami is Kage, how can you be sure that Amatsukami would allow us to form a fake Amatsukami? Just think about it, it is impossible." Asma said angrily, "Kakashi, you even hid it from me." Kakashi waved his hand repeatedly, "It's a misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding." In the distance, Nagato slowly stood up and stared at Hyojin in the air while exclaiming in his heart, "Yama turned out to be Mai's 5th generation Naruto?" Before this, Kuroto had never put this Hyuga Hokage in his eyes. He even felt that Mai's 5th generation Naruto was just a puppet that Mai temporarily pushed out to balance the conflict between Naruto and Uchiha clan. So when Obsidian proposed to him to recruit 5th generation Naruto as the spy that Amatsukami left in Mai, he didn't care too much and agreed. He never thought that the most inconspicuous Naruto in Mai would be his strongest enemy, and he never thought that the spy that Obsidian chose was the real leader of Amatsukami. We were all fooled. In the face of this reality, Nagato was speechless. On the periphery of the battlefield, staring at Hyojin in the air in the distance, Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn, and he whispered, "How is this possible? The Obsidian who became the Jubi's Jinchuriki and stepped into the six-path realm in one fell swoop has completely exceeded his expectations, because in his opinion, with Otsutsuki Kagaya's bloodline gradually thinning, there shouldn't be a new six-path powerhouse in the shinobi world, because it doesn't conform to the laws of nature. The appearance of the six-path obsidian can be said to be a coincidence, but it can also be said to be the final convergence of the essence of the shinobi world. After all, although the Jubi of Otsutsuki Kagaya was broken up, whether it was the outer path golem or the nine-tailed beast, they still remained in the shinobi world, and there is still a possibility for them to reunite. But with the appearance of Hyojin later, he couldn't explain it at all. And with his perception, he can easily judge the strength of Hyojin's chakra, even higher than Obsidian who became the Jubi's Jinchuriki, and almost close to Otsutsuki Kagaya who swallowed the chakra fruit. Therefore, he was very puzzled. He didn't understand how Hyojin did it. Even for a pure Otsutsuki clan member, breaking through the Kekii net is a very difficult thing. What the hell is going on in the shinobi world? Xian rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. High in the sky. After the initial shock, Obsidian immediately recalled the time when he sneaked into Mai to threaten Hyojin, using the removal of the caged bird curse as bait to lure Hyojin to become his spy and investigate the Amatsukami for him. Suddenly, his face turned red. Hyojin, you bastard, it turns out that you have been watching me make a fool of myself all this time. Hyojin shrugged. I have to say, you are indeed very talented when it comes to choosing spies. When you came to me and asked me to investigate myself, I was also very embarrassed. Obsidian shouted, enough. Hyojin said lightly, fate is really interesting. When did you notice me? After a pause, Obsidian suddenly woke up. That time, it was you who met me in the root base? Obsidian recalled that when Shinichi defected and caused havoc in the root base, he encountered the mysterious man in the root base's secret vault. At that time, the two of them tested each other and found that they couldn't do anything to each other, so they searched separately and worked together to empty the Danzo's secret vault. That was also the first time that Obsidian had any impression of encountering the mysterious man who was suspected to be Amatsukami's Yama. Hearing Obsidian mention it, Hyojin also recalled. Oh, you mean that time? Obsidian was surprised and suspicious. You already had the Tenseigan at that time? But you were only a teenager at that time, right? You are the last one, how could you? Halfway through his words, Obsidian suddenly stopped, suddenly felt a toothache, because in the ninja school's graduation exam, Hyojin ranked above him. You are the last one, didn't you awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 10? After curling his lips, Hyojin smiled with emotion and said, do you remember what I said to you? Thanks to you being the last one in the exam, I didn't rank at the bottom. Obsidian was ashamed, he felt like he was being publicly executed. On the battlefield, the surviving ninjas also looked at each other. No one would have thought that one of them secretly established the Akatsuki and the other secretly established the Amatsukami, manipulating the entire shinobi world behind the scenes, and playing with the entire shinobi world in the palm of their hands, would turn out to be the last and second from the last in Konoha Shinobi School. 3 generations. Tsuchikage looked at Naruto of 3 generations with contempt. You don't know how to cultivate such peerless geniuses, your My Ninja School is really wasteful. For generations Laying said, if such geniuses were in our cloud village, they would definitely receive the best training, they would never become the last one in their class. For generations of Kazekage said with emotion, it's really surprising. Although he was also very disgusted with Mai for playing with him and the Sand Crypsis, but with the exposure that Naruto of 3 generations was the leader of Amatsukami, he immediately restrained his emotions and no longer openly questioned Naruto of Kazekage. 3 generations. Naruto was speechless. Kuroto wanted to say that Uchiha Obito and Suijin were really noobs when they were in shinobi school. It's not that he has no vision, but looking at the 2 sages hovering in the sky at this moment, he couldn't say it. On the other side, my Sannin all had a strange look on their faces. When they were selecting disciples in the shinobi school, they were not optimistic about Obsidian and Hyojin, who were the last two, but it was these two who stirred up such a big mess in the shinobi world. The terrifying Akatsuki and the mysterious Amatsukami were actually the handiwork of these two fellows. Now, they have all become sages that can sweep away all the shinobi villages with their own strength, and suppress the entire shinobi world. This is really inconceivable to them. Kakashi looked at Hyojin and Obsidian in the sky and said to himself, they all say that I am a genius, but they really wronged me. Cloud Village's druid glanced at Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Mute and asked, I am suddenly a little curious, who is the third from the bottom in your year? Asuma pointed at Guy, who had just opened the 8 inner hidden gates formation, bent the staff transformed by the truth-seeking ball, and forced Obsidian to dodge. Hey, that's him. At this time Deadale said, hey, are the last in your village so strong? In the sky. Obsidian said coldly, since you mentioned the graduation exam, then you should know that the reason why I am ranked below you is because I was late. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, what, do you want to challenge my ranking? Obsidian twisted his neck, today, let us finish the competition that couldn't be carried out that year. Hyojin said, okay, I accept your challenge. In an instant, the eye of the moon between their eyebrows fiercely stared at each other. The chapter of 7,000 words is almost 3.5 chapters of the usual. It will be Monday soon, the ranking list will be updated, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The chapter of Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation has been released. Please wait for a while. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. In the confrontation, the eye of the moon between Hyojin and Obsidian's eyebrows gradually swelled, and the color of the Magatama on their scarlet eyes became darker, each emitting a demonic light, as if they had met a strong enemy. Swoosh, just at the moment when chakra began to entangle with each other, the two people in the air did not waste any more words, and fiercely pounced on each other with a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. At this moment, the speed of both of them had exceeded the limit of a ninja, and just the impact of a few hundred meters brought about a series of roars of sonic booms. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided, causing a loud noise. In a trance, the survivors on the battlefield vaguely saw the moment the two collided. The bright night sky appeared slightly distorted, as if the space barrier had been shattered. Then, the torrent produced by the collision of the two poured down from the sky, forming a storm that swept through the entire battlefield. The battlefield, which was already in a mess, became even more chaotic after being attacked by the storm. Moreover, the area affected by the storm was even larger and wider than the previous battles. Even the distant Mai village was affected, and a long section of the village's outer wall collapsed under the impact of the storm. Is this the power of immortals? Damn it, I can't even open my eyes. Hey, shouldn't we evacuate first? It doesn't feel safe here. The survivors who were struggling in the storm were all panicking. The two immortals in the air only had an ordinary impact, but the aftermath caused such a storm. They could not imagine what kind of disaster would be caused if the two of them continued to fight. Therefore, a thought flashed in everyone's mind at the same time, and that was to escape. On the side of the Ninja Coalition army, all the ninjas who could still move carried the wounded who were still breathing and quickly retreated in the direction of the Mai village. Among them, Tsunade carried the seriously injured Jiraiya, Kakashi carried Guy, who was barely breathing. For generations Naruto carried Naruto, who was also on the verge of death, and Itachi carried the unconscious Sasuke. Under the threat of death, everyone burst out with a strong will to survive. In the chaos, Jiraiya, who was supported by Tsunade, suddenly realized that Orochimaru did not follow. He quickly turned around and shouted at Orochimaru, who was still standing in the same place, "What are you still doing?" Tsunade also urged Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, their battle is not something we can intervene in, quickly escape." Orochimaru shook his head and said in his unique hoarse voice, "You don't have to worry about me." Jiraiya thought that Orochimaru did not want to return to the Mai village, so he advised, "Don't worry, the old man has already forgiven you. This time, you have made up for your mistake. No one will make things difficult for you when you return to the village." "Make things difficult for me?" After a light snort, Orochimaru said with a face of ridicule, "Do you think I still care about this now?" After knowing the secret identity of Hyojin as the leader of Amatsukami, Orochimaru was not afraid of any pressure from any side. It was just that for people like him, it was not a pleasant thing to be sheltered by a disciple. What's more, with the revelation of Hyojin's mysterious identity, many of the doubts that had been troubling him in the past were suddenly solved. Why did Amatsukami's Homosubi sneak into Hiriko's ceremony and watch Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai ceremony? Why did Amatsukami help Danzo to further develop the Chimera technique? Why did Danzo mysteriously disappear? Why did Amatsukami collect the Greyer Mine, Sky Spear, and other chakra sources? Why did Amatsukami break the undead demon seal of 4 generations Naruto and take away half of the 9 tails sealed in Yondaime Naruto's body? In the past, these doubts had left Orochimaru with no clue. Because Amatsukami's performance was too strong, and their leader Yama was the one and only deity in the shinobi world at that time, and Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai ceremony had obvious flaws, so he instinctively ruled out the possibility that Amatsukami was planning the Kekkai Genkai ceremony, thinking that perhaps one of the members of Amatsukami was interested in Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai ceremony. It could be said that Hyojin's superb performance and the invincible persona of Yama had seriously interfered with Orochimaru's judgment, causing him to miss the correct answer. Now that Orochimaru knew the secret identity of Hyojin as Yama, he naturally understood that Hyojin had been eyeing Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai ceremony for a long time, and it was most likely because of the Kekkai Genkai ceremony that he obtained the power of a deity today. The temptation of a deity's power was simply irresistible to Orochimaru. The only thing he can't figure out at the moment is how did Tenseigan manage to recruit so many loyal Kage and even Super Kage level members of Amatsukami? How did Tenseigan manage to recruit so many loyal Kage level members of Amatsukami? If it weren't for so many powerful members of Amatsukami who never failed, the invincible persona of the leader of Amatsukami wouldn't be so deeply rooted in people's hearts. Whoosh. 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 At this time, Yakushi-do, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato gathered around Orochimaru. Because of Yugo's treatment, Yakushi-do's injuries have been healed, while Yugo's body has become smaller due to the loss of too many cells. Glancing at his subordinates, Orochimaru ordered, "Follow me." Whoosh. After saying that, Orochimaru's figure flashed, and he dashed in the opposite direction of my village. Without hesitation, Yakushi-do and the others immediately followed, disappearing from Jiraiya and Tsunade's sight. "Orochimaru, where are you going?" Jiraiya shouted, but he didn't get any response. Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, and she said doubtfully, "Could it be that this guy has his eyes on Nagato's eyes?" Before this, Tsunade had noticed that Orochimaru had been secretly observing the strange eyes in Nagato's eye sockets. Especially when Nagato was attacked and fainted, Orochimaru had been restless several times. Therefore, Orochimaru's strange behavior immediately reminded her of Nagato's eyes. Is he crazy? Why is he still thinking about this at a time like this? Jiraiya felt helpless. After saying that, he wanted to catch up and stop Orochimaru from attacking Nagato. After all, Nagato was his disciple, and he had just helped the Ninja Coalition army. Whoosh. At this moment, another turbulent torrent came from the sky, sweeping the entire battlefield with a loud rumble. Tsunade and Jiraiya, the two powerful ninjas who shocked the ninja world, were instantly swept into it like ants. Then, a truth-seeking ball suddenly flew out of nowhere and smashed into the ground not far from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by a dazzling light, the entire ground was blasted up and turned upside down. Tsunade and Jiraiya felt like they were riding a roller coaster. With the violent ups and downs of the ground, they violently bumped up and down, and were shaken out in a burst of earth shaking. When they recovered, they were so dizzy that they couldn't tell the direction for a while. Damn it, Jiraiya climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. Tsunade, who had just climbed up from the ruins, looked over and immediately exclaimed, "Your face, what's wrong with my face?" As Jiraiya said that, he touched his face subconsciously, but as soon as he touched his face, his hand was covered with blood. At this time, his face, eyes, nose, mouth, and even his ears and other organs on both sides were bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious shock and suffered internal injuries. "We can't stay here any longer, or we'll all die," Tsunade said resolutely and decisively. Not to mention Jiraiya, even she, who had the bloodline of the Thousand-Hand clan, was faintly unable to support. The battle between immortals was too terrible. Even if they were strong, they would die if they were not careful. So in addition to running for their lives, Tsunade couldn't care about anything now. Jiraiya was still a little worried. But Nagato, Tsunade curled her lips. Don't worry, your disciple is much stronger than you. Jiraiya was suddenly speechless. On the other side, Kakashi, who had retreated to the village gate, handed the unconscious guy to Mute, who was a medical ninja, and organized the ward team to set up a defensive ward around the village. Asma, who was on the side, looked at the distant sky. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that every blow from Jean and Obsidian is almost as powerful as Guy after he activates the 8 Hidden Gates formation? Kakashi shook his head. No, it's not an illusion. Kurenai was surprised. Is it possible that every blow from them has the power of Guy opening the gate of death? Kakashi nodded with a serious face. Judging from their speed and strength, it is so. Because of the transplanted 3-Tomo Sharingan, coupled with his rich experience, it is not difficult for Kakashi to judge that in terms of speed and strength alone, Hyojin and Obsidian have the power to open the gate of death. In other words, the gate of death, the forbidden gate that burns life in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, is a normal state for Hyojin and Obsidian who have changed their life level. Is this the power of immortals? After a pause, Asma said with a look of unwillingness. When did Jean and Obsidian become so strong? Kurenai sighed. I finally believe the legend that the world was destroyed because of the war between immortals. Yes, I used to think that those are just legends. After a pause, Asma looked at the busy enchantment team nearby and said with some worry, can the enchantment stop them? Kakashi shook his head. Obviously, as long as Hyojin and Obsidian insist on fighting in the vicinity, no matter what kind of enchantment they set up, it will be difficult to guarantee the safety of my village. High in the sky. In the turbulence of the torrent, after a confrontation, Hyojin and Obsidian confronted each other again. Although the fight just now only lasted for a few dozen breaths, the two sides have attacked each other for dozens of rounds, and the surrounding air has a burnt smell because of the violent friction. At this time, Hyojin glanced at the ground, looking at the huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters because of the explosion of the truth-seeking ball. His face was slightly shocked. That truth-seeking ball was Obsidian's. During the confrontation just now, Hyojin didn't pay much attention to it and casually sent it flying. He didn't think that it would cause a huge pit on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. In fact, after reaching the true 6 Daos level, the use of the truth-seeking ball plummeted. This was because the truth-seeking ball couldn't kill a 6 Daos level powerhouse. Therefore, to a 6 Daos level powerhouse, the truth-seeking ball was just an extremely condensed chakra that could change at will. This was also the reason why Hyojin easily sent Obsidian's truth-seeking ball flying. It's just that Kuroto obviously hasn't fully adapted to the changes in his strength, and the truth-seeking ball that doesn't pose any threat to him is an ultimate weapon that can easily destroy an entire forest. His careless action just now is likely to accidentally injure the survivors on the battlefield. For him, whose level of life had already changed, many insignificant things could affect the life and death of countless people. Withdrawing his gaze, Hyojin focused on what was in front of him. In addition to the Rinnegan in his eye sockets, Obsidian also has the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows, as well as his own Manjikyu Sharingan transplanted into the palms of his hands. Not counting the power of Jubi, Obsidian has at least mastered 2 space-time ninjutsu, Kamui and Luan Grave Edge Prison. He can activate the 6th level Susanoo and the 6th level Chibaku Tensei, as well as the forbidden technique Izanagi that can fool fate. Coupled with years of suffering, his physical training has become very good, so Obsidian doesn't have any obvious shortcomings. Although Kekii Net is stronger than 6th level in terms of level, but in terms of specific combat power, the advantage of Kekii Net over 6th level is not so significant. This point can be clearly seen from Otsutsuki Kagaya's successive defeats to Otsutsuki Yui, Otsutsuki Himura brothers, as well as Naruto and Sasuke. Kekii Net is by no means a brainless win against a 6th level. If the tactics are not used properly, then they will still lose. Obsidian, who has opened the Eye of the Moon, belongs to the peak of 6th level. Compared to the incomplete 6th level Naruto and Sasuke who received the gift from the 6th level sage in the original spacetime, Hyojin's advantage over Obsidian does exist, but it is not significant. While Hyojin was examining Obsidian, Obsidian was also secretly examining Hyojin. After the test just now, he found that he was at a disadvantage in terms of taijutsu, and the truth-seeking ball that he used very smoothly before was completely ineffective against Hyojin. This made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Suddenly, Hyojin activated the Tenseigan and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode. His whole body was wrapped in a blue Tenseigan chakra. Do you know? After a pause, Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth. The thing that Tenseigan is not afraid of is a head-on confrontation. With that said, the 9 truth-seeking balls that lingered around Hyojin flew into his hands one by one and condensed into a dazzling golden sword. Although the Tenseigan does not have the space-time ability, the Tenseigan chakra mode can deeply develop and use the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, the truth-seeking ball that has become useless in a confrontation of the same level can still be a magic weapon in the hands of the Tenseigan owner. Therefore, in a head-on confrontation, the Tenseigan is fearless, watching Hyojin enter the Yama's signature Tenseigan chakra mode, holding the dazzling golden sword in his hand. The corner of Obsidian's eyes twitched slightly. Immediately, his face sank. You're playing this trick with me again, you still want to trick me like before? Don't think that I can't feel it, the chakra in your body is not abundant. Did you find out? Hyojin smiled, and immediately stretched out his left hand in the direction of the moon with a calm face. Obsidian suddenly looked stunned, and looked nervously at Hyojin's left hand, not understanding what Hyojin was going to do. Phew, however, a minute passed and nothing happened, only the night wind blowing gently. The two people who were confronting each other were a little embarrassed. Hyojin, who was a little embarrassed, glared at the moon and said, "Think carefully." A big chapter of 4,400 words, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. There is no doubt that when Otsutsuki Samurai also obtained a pair of single Tenseigan, his control over the giant Tenseigan on the moon has been enhanced to the extreme. It can be said that he is the indisputable highest authority of the giant Tenseigan, no one else, therefore, even if he is isolated by Xiang Li's pupil technique in the Sanjutsu River of the Styx, the giant Tenseigan on the moon still maintains a very high degree of loyalty to him, and did not respond to the call of Hyojin without anyone restraining it as before. This is obviously a little beyond Hyojin's expectations. He thought that with his Kekii net realm, it is enough to surpass the authority of Otsutsuki Samurai. However, in the case of the same Tenseigan possessor, the giant Tenseigan on the moon obviously values bloodline more. In other words, once Otsutsuki Samurai has the Tenseigan, as long as he is still alive, the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan will not betray him. Just like the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in the Sky Fortress, it is impossible for it to betray Hyojin. After waiting for a few more breaths, there was still no response from the Tenseigan on the moon. Hyojin looked indifferent and whispered, "Have you made your choice? Well, then I will fulfill your loyalty." The Obsidian on the opposite side was confused and asked coldly, "Hyojin, what tricks are you playing?" Hyojin ignored the Obsidian, but glanced at the My village not far away, which is struggling to support in the storm and may be overturned at any time, and his eyes stayed on his expensive Naruto rock sculpture for a moment. This place is still too close to the village. Then, he thought to himself. Fighting with the Obsidian here, the aftermath of the battle may destroy the entire village if he exerts a little force, which is too restrictive for him, and there is no way to play the advantages of his Kekii net and Tenseigan chakra mode. However, such restrictions did not exist for the Obsidian. Therefore, this kind of one-sided restraint was very disadvantageous to Hyojin. He had to change the battlefield to another place so that he could get rid of Obsidian freely. However, Obsidian was not an idiot. There was no way he wouldn't realize this. He wouldn't let Hyojin change the battlefield so easily. With a thought, Hyojin had an idea. He said to the Obsidian, "Don't run if you have the guts. Wait for me here. I'll be right back." After saying that, through the weak connection between his Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon, he located the exact location of the giant Tenseigan, and launched Yomi Biraban, directly opening a space portal leading to the Otsutsuki clan lookout on the moon where the giant Tenseigan is worshipped. Then, without waiting for the Obsidian's reply, he hurriedly got into the space portal. Seeing Hyojin leaving in such a hurry, the Obsidian instinctively wanted to chase after him, but he hesitated again and said, Is he trying to trick me into changing the battlefield? Or am I right, and he is in a hurry to replenish chakra? If it is the former possibility, rushing to chase after him will undoubtedly fall into Hyojin's trap and be led by the nose by Hyojin. But if it is the latter possibility, if he doesn't chase immediately, Hyojin may use this time to replenish chakra. For a while, the obsidian fell into a dilemma. On the moon. While the obsidian was in a dilemma, Hyojin crossed the space portal and came to the lookout where the Otsutsuki clan worships the giant Tenseigan. Soon, the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan attracted his attention. Looking at this bright Tenseigan that is 6 or 7 stories high and seems to contain infinite chakra, even Hyojin, who has been promoted to Kekii Net, couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the giant Tenseigan that gathers the Byakugan of the entire Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It is really amazing. There is one thing, in terms of chakra fluctuations. The giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in Hyojin's hand can't be compared with the giant Tenseigan in front of him at all. The two are not on the same level at all. The giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan is just a collection of hundreds of pairs of Byakugan, while the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan is undoubtedly a collection of thousands of pairs of Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. Not to mention that the purity of the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is generally higher than that of the Hyuga clan in the shinobi world. Just the number of Byakugan that constitutes the giant Tenseigan is like heaven and earth. However, no matter how bright and amazing this giant Tenseigan is, as long as it can't be used by Hyojin, it has no meaning to exist. Therefore, without any hesitation, Hyojin immediately raised his left hand towards the bright giant Tenseigan in front of him and decisively launched Rainwheel Pull. Boom, the power of Kekii Net burst out in an instant, and in just a moment, it completely overturned the Otsutsuki shrine where the giant Tenseigan is worshipped. And the giant Tenseigan that was directly hit by Hyojin's pupil technique flickered, the bright light gradually dimmed, and the chakra fluctuations also became chaotic. Ordinary attacks that hit the giant Tenseigan will be instantly absorbed by the giant Tenseigan, even if it's a 6-path attack. After the end of the 4th Shinobi World War in the original story, Naruto, who obtained the power of the 6-path, once attacked the giant Tenseigan directly, but the result was in vain. In the end, it was only after Hinata's Byakugan chakra mixed in that the giant Tenseigan caused substantial damage. And Hyojin's attack with the Tenseigan is undoubtedly more fatal to the giant Tenseigan. Boom, after just a few breaths, the giant Tenseigan that was dimmed to the extreme suddenly exploded, and as Hyojin expected, it disintegrated into countless Byakugan that emitted a glowing halo. The secret technique of turning a large number of Byakugan into a giant Tenseigan has long been lost. After the giant Tenseigan was shattered, neither Hyojin nor Otsutsuki samurai could restore it. In the original story, Otsutsuki samurai couldn't restore the giant Tenseigan that was shattered by Naruto and Hinata. So under normal circumstances, shattering the giant Tenseigan means destroying a treasure. However, Hyojin is obviously not a simple destroyer. Looking at the countless Byakugan floating in front of him, he once again activated Yomi Biraban and opened a space door leading to the power room of the Sky Fortress, and then waved his hand and used Rain Pull to send all these Byakugan into the deep space door. Since the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan has made a choice, then he can only decompose this giant Tenseigan, and then use the decomposed Byakugan as nourishment to feed his own giant Tenseigan. As for the choice of this giant Tenseigan, Hyojin is not too disgusted, because this shows that the giant Tenseigan will not simply choose its master based on strength. And no matter where, loyalty is undoubtedly a precious quality. River Styx, Sanjitsu River Otsutsuki samurai, who was communicating with the giant Tenseigan and trying to return to the shinobi world, suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of horror appeared on his face. What's going on? A panic that he had never felt before surged in his heart, because he suddenly couldn't sense his giant Tenseigan. Being trapped in the river Styx, he is actually not helpless. After all, as long as his strength reaches the edge of 6-path realm, it is not impossible to forcibly break the space barrier. One must know that guy, who has opened the gate of death, can distort the space with pure physical strength. Therefore, as long as there is a giant Tenseigan in the shinobi world as a positioning coordinate and opens the space barrier at the other end for Otsutsuki samurai, he can use his Tenseigan to forcibly break the space barrier on this side, resonating with each other and escaping back to the shinobi world. However, in the middle of communicating, the giant Tenseigan suddenly lost its sense, which made him completely dumbfounded. Could it be him? Soon, Otsutsuki Samurai realized something. Ordinary people don't even know that there is a giant Tenseigan on the moon, let alone find it, and even if they find it, there is nothing they can do about it. The only one who can find the giant Tenseigan so quickly and pose a threat to it, is the mysterious Hyuga who also has a Tenseigan. With a plop sound, Otsutsuki Samurai fell to the ground and looked at the slowly flowing river Styx in front of him with a dull face. He can't return to the shinobi world for the time being, but he doesn't care much. With the Tenseigan, he can always find a way to escape, but when he thought that the clan's treasure, the giant Tenseigan, may be threatened or even destroyed, he felt a burst of despair. The pride of the noble Otsutsuki clan also collapsed at this moment. On the moon, Hyojin was busy sending all the Byakugan back to the Sky Fortress and integrating them into his giant Tenseigan. Not far away, a twisting vortex appeared, and then Obsidian's figure walked out of the vortex. Looking around vigilantly, Obsidian asked, "Where is this place?" Obviously, Obsidian directly tracked Hyojin through the traces of Yomi Birasuka, so he doesn't know where he is at the moment. Hyojin quietly shifted the last Byakugan away and said, "Sure enough, he still chased after me? But it's a little slower than I expected." Humph, pretending to be a ghost. After a light snort, Obsidian directly launched Shinra Tensei, Rumble. In an instant, the ruins of the lookout, Otsutsuki Samurai's palace not far away, and even the rocks on the surface of the moon were all blown away by Shinra Tensei. And as the dome was overturned, revealing the deep starry sky outside, Obsidian was stunned. This is the moon? At this time, Hyojin, who had completed the last transfer of the Byakugan and closed the space door, raised the corner of his mouth, and then with a bang, the ground under his feet shattered, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards Obsidian. Obsidian's face changed, and he hurriedly put away his surprise, waving the truth-seeking ball that had transformed into a staff in front of him. Boom, in the loud noise, the two people who collided with each other rushed out of the moon through the broken gap and came to the surface of the moon. They did not stop to appreciate the depth of the universe, nor did they overlook the shinobi world from the surface of the moon. The two people who were entangled with each other completely entered a state of selflessness, venting the power of immortals in space without any scruples. My village. Looking at Hyojin and Obsidian who disappeared into the sky, Kakashi looked confused. Where did they go? Asuma shook his head. The perception class didn't find them either. Kuroto breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They should have gone to another place to fight." Kuroto must be very clear that if they fight near the village may not be able to survive. Not far away, several Kaguya were also looking for the figures of Hyojin and Obsidian. This ultimate battle between Hyojin and Obsidian is related to the future of the shinobi world, so they can't ignore it. 3 generations. Tsuchikage asked the 3 generations Naruto next to him, "Still haven't found them?" 3 generations. Naruto replied, "There is no trace of them within 100 miles. 4 generations. Laying was a little puzzled, then where did they go? At this time everyone looked up at the night sky, because in the night sky, next to the bright moon, an incomparably dazzling golden sword appeared. They fought to the moon? The people in the village looked at each other for a while. In the universe, Hyojin, who was wielding the golden will reincarnation explosion formed by 9 truth-seeking balls, was invincible, and easily cut off the truth-seeking ball held by Obsidian with one sword strike. Obsidian suddenly turned pale with fright. Hyojin didn't stop, and took advantage of the situation, once again waved the golden sword in his hand and slashed at Obsidian. Even if the chakra in his body is not abundant, he is still a veritable Kakei net. In his current state, there is no problem for him to fight for a few days and nights. What's more, with a large number of Byakugan continuously integrated into his giant Tenseigan began to become stronger and larger. Seeing Hyojin slashing at him again, Obsidian became more and more flustered, and subconsciously shrank his body and hid in the Kamui space. The eye of the moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows shone brightly, and Yomi Birasuke followed like a shadow, and the portal directly opened above the twisted vortex of Obsidian's Kamui, and his whole body also rushed into the Kamui space. Rumble, Hyojin, who chased into the Kamui space, slashed with his sword, and in a loud noise, the stone platforms in Obsidian's Kamui space were instantly smashed into pieces. And just at the moment when the sword light was about to touch Obsidian's figure flashed, and he left the Kamui space and appeared in a desert in the shinobi world. Immediately afterward, Hyojin's sword light also passed through a deep space portal, chased out of the Kamui space, and stabbed at Obsidian's back. Obito had no choice but to switch places with the Luanmu doppelganger that he had just separated from and narrowly avoided the golden sword. The Luanmu doppelganger that he switched places with was instantly pierced by the golden sword and shattered. At this time, Hyojin also crossed the space portal, and came to this strange desert. Obsidian looked at Hyojin in surprise. How can you be so strong? The truth-seeking ball that transformed into a monk's staff was instantly cut off like a wooden stick, the solid Kamui incarnation was easily torn apart like a piece of paper, and even the space couldn't stop Hyojin's pursuit. Obsidian was really shocked. Hyojin smiled slightly and said, "Are you confused? This is the Kekii net. 4002 in 1, please vote, monthly vote. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone." Kekii net, a trace of doubt flashed on Obsidian's gloomy face. The concept of six-path level was first thrown out by Hyojin, so he naturally doesn't know what Kekii net is, but from the word Kekii net, he immediately inferred that the Kekii net that Hyojin mentioned should have a similar meaning to Kekii limit and Kekii elimination. However, the power of Kekii net is obviously far beyond Kekii limit and Kekii elimination. He doesn't have Jubi, so how did he do this? Is it just because of his Tenseigan? Gradually, the doubts in Obsidian's heart became more and more. Until now, he still can't believe that Yama of Amatsukami, the deity that suppressed the shinobi world for more than 10 years, is actually Hyojin, the last of his generation. The huge sense of absurdity made him feel like he was in a space-time dislocation. After collecting his thoughts, he stared at Hyojin. In his normal state, Hyojin's speed and strength are slightly above him, and after entering Yama's signature Tenseigan chakra mode, this gap was further widened. Coupled with the almost invincible golden sword in Hyojin's hand, even the truth-seeking ball can be cut in half. This made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Of course, what made him panic the most was the failure of Kamui. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy was, no matter how complicated the situation was, as long as he hid in the Kamui space, he could safely escape from the battlefield. Now that the god's might had lost its effect, the safe haven in his heart had also disappeared. A sense of insecurity, as if there was nowhere to hide, instantly filled his heart, causing him to uncontrollably feel fear and uneasiness. Hyojin, who was also observing Obsidian, noticed the flash of panic in Obsidian's eyes, and said, "Hey, what's the matter? Why are you wavering so quickly?" "Hyojin, you bastard, are you pitying me? Don't look at me like that. What right do you have to pity me?" As if provoked by Hyojin's gaze, the Obsidian became annoyed. Hyojin didn't answer. He just glanced at Naruto's Haori that was fluttering in the wind. Obsidian's expression froze. Then, he waved his hand and roared, "I don't care about Naruto. I am no longer the Uchiha Obsidian of the past." Hyojin raised his head slightly and looked down at the Obsidian. "Don't look at me like I'm at the bottom, you bastard." In an instant, the Obsidian was completely enraged by Hyojin's gaze. After roaring, 5 protruding horns immediately protruded from his back, piercing through his clothes. Strange red flames ignited on the horns one after another. This strange red flame was called Fire of the Cross, and it was the unique ability of the Tentail's Jinchuriki. At the same time, the staff in his hand that had been transformed from the truth-seeking ball suddenly split open. Like a DNA sequence, it twisted and intertwined together, forming a uniquely shaped spear. This is the heavenly marsh spear that was used by the Sage of the Six Paths when he created the world. It can represent the will of the Master, and is a divine sword that symbolizes faith and determination. Whoosh, then, the fire of the cross behind the obsidian floated to the heavenly marsh spear, and the red demonic flame instantly enveloped the divine sword that symbolized obsidian's faith and determination. Looking at the obsidian who was going all out and ready to fight to the death, Hyojin's mouth twitched slightly. Angering Obito was something he did on purpose. Because this was the only way to make the obsidian have a rebellious mentality and fight him head-on. Otherwise, if the obsidian calmed down and used the mobility of the Kamui to return to Mai again, or tracked the traces of the Yomi Hirasaka on the moon, or found the air fortress where the giant Tenseigan was placed, and so on, he would fall into a very passive situation. However, the chakra that Obsidian erupted at this moment was indeed a little beyond his expectations. The Tentail's Jinchuriki was indeed not comparable to the ordinary 6 pass level. This was not only because the Tentail's Jinchuriki could use the almost inexhaustible chakra of the Tentails, but also because the Tentails contained a lot of information about Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Sage of the 6 Paths. For example, the Heaven Swamp Spear in Obito's hand was a technique that he had unearthed from the Tentails, allowing him to master the technique that a mortal of the 6 Paths had used. Hyojin raised the dazzling golden will reincarnation explosion in his right hand. My sword is only loyal to cut off anything that I don't like. The Obsidian took a deep breath. You're still as annoying as you were back then. Are you still as stupid as you were back then? After a pause, Hyojin chuckled and said, some things really can't be easily changed. With that, Hyojin's left hand made a mark of opposition towards the Obsidian, just like during the shinobi exam. The Obsidian was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Hyojin meant. He also made a mark of opposition towards Hyojin and said, don't worry, I won't do anything to the village before I get rid of you bastard. Swish, swish, after completing the mark of opposition, the two of them no longer had any scruples and launched an attack at the same time. Rumble, in an instant, a dazzling golden sword shone in the desert, and with a roar, it split the desert into two. Then, the spear that was surrounded by red flames swept across, setting off a huge wave of air. It was as if the earth's crust was being pried open, and the entire land shook. Then, the sandstorm that filled the sky, under the chaotic influence of the disorderly suction and repulsion, entangled and collided with each other. Sometimes, there was an earth-shattering roar, and sometimes, there was a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. As the battle continued, the entire desert fell into chaos, and it was completely impossible to distinguish between left and right. Not only that, but even the space within it was also shattered due to the increasingly intense battle. Often, the dazzling golden sword could be seen intermittently, shuttling through the constantly flashing space door. Half of it was clearly here, but the other half appeared dozens of miles away. At the same time, the roaring red flame suddenly disappeared, and then burst out in another place, burning the surrounding sand and gravel into nothingness. Soon, the battlefield was no longer limited to a corner of the desert. Hyojin's Yomi Biraban and Obsidian's Shinwei entangled with each other, causing the space to become chaotic, and suddenly opened a huge space door that led to an unknown sea. In an instant, Hyojin's golden will reincarnation explosion, accompanied by the flying sand, pierced from one end of the desert. Thousands of kilometers away, the sword pierced into the sea on the other end. Obsidian's figure flashed, and he barely avoided Hyojin's golden will reincarnation explosion. Then, 10 red ten-tailed chakra arms stretched out from his body, and took the opportunity to pull out an entire island from the sea near him, and then threw it at Hyojin. Hyojin did not dodge, and directly slashed, cutting the island thrown by Obsidian in half from the middle. Rumble, with a roar, the island that was cut in half by Hyojin's golden will reincarnation explosion fell into the desert on the other end of the space door thousands of kilometers away. Whoosh, Hyojin used body flicker technique, crossed the space door, and chased after the island to the sea on the other end. As the messy space door slowly closed, the desert that was in a mess and filled with ravines gradually regained its peace. Only a few seabirds that were thrown over along with the island were cawing blankly in the yellow sand that filled the sky. My general headquarters. When Hyojin and Obsidian disappeared from the battlefield, the senior officials of the 5 great ninja villages immediately returned to the general headquarters. After the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the 5 great ninja villages built a giant water ball in the general headquarters that could almost sense the entire shinobi world. As long as the huge chakra was in the shinobi world and was not blocked by the barrier, the water ball in the general headquarters could more or less sense it. Looking at the extremely deformed water ball in front of them like a gourd, the senior officials looked at each other. For generations Laying asked, "What's going on?" Kaichi Yamanaka, who was in charge of perception, explained, 5th generation and Uchiha Obsidian's chakra is too big, so when it is reflected in the water ball, this will happen. Under normal circumstances, the water ball would be a regular sphere. After perceiving the chakra fluctuation, the water ball would cause a ripple according to the corresponding strength. At present, because Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian's chakra fluctuation was too terrifying, the water ball formed a deformed gourd shape. For generations Laying said impatiently, "I know what you're talking about, I'm asking you why the protruding position on the water ball is constantly changing? Kaichi Yamanaka shook his head helplessly. We're not too sure. If the height of the protruding position on the water ball indicated the strength of the perceived chakra, then the direction and position of the protruding position on the water ball represented the direction and position of the perceived chakra fluctuation. But at this moment, the protruding position on the water ball was constantly changing, and some were even at the top and bottom of the water ball, which was difficult to understand. For generations of Kazekage said, are they constantly traveling through space and time? Hearing the speculation of 4 generations of Kazekage, everyone immediately looked at second generation Naruto and 4 generations Naruto who were good at the Flying Thunder God technique. Second generation Naruto shook his head and said frankly, I'm not too sure. Under normal circumstances, a ninja's body can't support such a long-distance space travel. 4 generations Naruto nodded in agreement. The Flying Thunder God technique will determine the consumption based on the amount of chakra carried and the distance, so using the Flying Thunder God technique to move a short distance is not a problem, but using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel across countries or even across continents, the Flying Thunder God technique is not enough. This is not only because of the consumption of chakra, but also because the ninja's body strength can't support such a long-distance space travel. 3 generations of Tsuchikage said at this time, this reminds me of the legendary Battle of the World. 3 generations Naruto looked at 3 generations of Tsuchikage and said, you mean the battle between the Sage of the Six Paths and the ancestor of Chakra Kagaya? Yes. 3 generations of Tsuchikage nodded with a worried face. Because Amatsukami is involved with the legendary Otsutsuki clan, in order to investigate Amatsukami, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages collected and sorted out the myths and legends of various countries. Among them, many ancient books vaguely mentioned that the Sage of the Six Paths experienced a world-ending battle and defeated an evil god that threatened the shinobi world. Then, he founded the shinobi sect and spread chakra and ninjutsu to the shinobi world. And the evil god that was defeated by the Sage of the Six Paths was Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra. It is said that the battle lasted for several months, and the whole world was caught in the flames of war, so it was called the Battle of the World. At first, when these myths and legends were sorted out, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages felt that myths and legends are just myths. There is no one in the world who can fight for several months and destroy the whole world, even the legendary Sage of the Six Paths is unlikely to be able to do so. But now, looking at Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian shuttling back and forth in the shinobi world, fighting on the moon, the universe, the desert, and the sea, they suddenly realized that the so-called Battle of the World in the myths and legends may have really happened. Jiraiya said in a daze, is this the battle in the myths and legends? Tsunade shook her head and said, it should be said that we are experiencing a new legend. Xuanxiao-chan was a little uneasy, will it affect the village? If what is happening now is a replica of the Battle of the World in the myths and legends, then might also be affected. After all, the Battle of the World in the ancient books lasted for several months, and even the mainland was shattered. After listening to Xuanxiao-chan's words, the other Kage present were also worried about their respective villages. Asuma scratched his head and said, sigh, I don't know what realm Kuroto is at now, and whether he can defeat the obsidian who is transformed into the Jubi's Jinchuriki. Kakashi sighed, now we can only believe in Kuroto. For him, whether it is Hyojin or obsidian, they are both close friends whom he can entrust his life to. Now that the situation has developed to this point, he can be said to be the most distressed person. Itachi, who has already taken off the Homosubi mask, said with certainty, Naruto-sama will not lose. Shinichi smiled without any burden and said, don't worry, boss will win. Everyone looked at Shinichi when they heard this, and Asuma asked in confusion, why are you so sure? Shinichi shrugged and said, can't you see? Boss will not appear in a situation that can't be handled. Since boss has appeared now, it means that it is not a big problem to deal with that bastard obsidian. Jisue smiled and said, Senpai will never fail, please rest assured. Looking at Itachi, Shinichi, and Jisue, these kaleidoscopes, Uchiha's inexplicable trust in Hyojin, everyone felt that the originally familiar Hyojin has become a stranger. Kakashi secretly sighed and said, how many secrets are hidden in Kuroto? A 4,000-word 2-in-1 chapter, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The world of Naruto and the eyes of reincarnation, please take a leave of absence. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Inside Naruto's spiritual world. Sitting cross-legged on a truth-seeking ball, the six-paths deity looked at Naruto seriously. You should know who I am now, right? Although the old man with the reincarnation I had been talking for a long time, Naruto was still confused. Grandpa, can't you make it simpler? You still don't understand. After a pause, the six-paths deity shook his head and said, the barrier between us is due to the age difference. We live in different eras, and there are huge differences in cultural traditions and ethics. Even though I've learned the language of the new culture, but, before the six-paths deity could finish, Naruto shouted, Grandpa, I don't have time to chat with you. The six-paths deity said to himself, I know you're in a hurry, but it's useless now. You have to understand. Naruto scratched his head and said, I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Grandpa, are you an alien? The six-paths deity's expression froze, and a ripple appeared on his old-fashioned face. He said, Alien? That's too much. Naruto quickly said, please keep talking like that. I can understand you. The six-paths deity then explained his identity with a strange expression. When he found out that the old man with the reincarnation eye and the truth-seeking ball was the legendary six-paths deity, Naruto was shocked. You're the six-paths deity who created ninjutsu that teacher mentioned? So, you've heard of me before. After saying that, the six-paths deity waved his hand and summoned the cactus staff that was floating beside him. Then, he tapped it on the ground. In an instant, ripples appeared on the surface of the pond in Naruto's spiritual world. As the ripples spread to Naruto's feet, an unfamiliar figure was reflected on the surface of the water. The hexapath immortal floated in front of Naruto and said, Do you see that? You're actually the reincarnation of my son, Azura. Azura? Naruto was stunned. The sage of the six paths then told Naruto about his conflict with his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, in a language that Naruto could understand. Naruto curiously asked, Sure enough, Mom is very scary when she's angry, but where did Huiyi come from? It doesn't matter where she came from. The hexapath immortal cleared his throat and said, All you need to know is that she was very powerful. She was once called the goddess of Mao and the primogenitor of chakra. After that, deity of the six paths talked about the 1,000-year dispute between his two sons, Indra of the Great Tube Tree and Azura of the Great Tube Tree. With that, the hexapath immortal looked at Naruto. I'm sure you've noticed the Azura's chakra in your body. Naruto's expression gradually became serious. With the growth of his strength and age, Kuroto's control of his own power has also fundamentally changed, so these days he has vaguely felt the tyrannical chakra in his body that does not belong to him but is attached to his spirit body. Seeing Naruto's expression, the hexapath immortal said, So you've already noticed it. Then you should have guessed who the reincarnation of my brother Indra is, right? Sasuke. Naruto answered with certainty. In Sasuke's spiritual world. Sasuke, who was also asked the same question by the hexapath immortal, said without hesitation, It's Naruto, right? The hexapath immortal nodded. Yes. Before you, the reincarnations of Indra and Azura were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama. Sasuke's face sank. Madara Uchiha, the hexapath immortal said helplessly, because of his excessive obsession with power, Madara seized the power of Hashirama and had the chakra of Indra and Azura at the same time. At the end of his life, he opened the Rinnegan. Sure enough, this is the way to open the Rinnegan. Sasuke was secretly happy because he had received a cell transplant and obtained the chakra of the first generation of Naruto. The hexapath immortal continued to sigh. This old man had already anticipated such a situation, so I purposely left behind a stone tablet, hoping that Indra would see it and turn over a new leaf. But now, it seems that the stone tablet didn't have much effect. Sigh. Stone tablet? Sasuke remembered that his brother Itachi had mentioned the stone tablet in the secret room of the Nanaka shrine. Immediately, Sasuke asked the hexapath. Immortal, hexapath immortal, are you just going to watch your son fight with his brother? Shouldn't you, the hexapath immortal, be the one to stop this? Sort of. After a moment of silence, the hexapath immortal talked about the differences between Indra and Azura. He emphasized, power can make people lose themselves. After my mother unified the world with her own power, she became more and more obsessed with power, which led to people beginning to fear her. She was originally called the goddess of light, but gradually, she became an evil god in people's eyes. Then, the hexapath immortal looked at Sasuke and said, once the power is concentrated in the hands of one person, the power will go out of control, and the person who controls the power will also sink into the power. Sasuke didn't agree with the hexapath immortal, but after listening to these words, he understood why the hexapath immortal divided the Jubi and established a shinobi sect to pass on his chakra to the world. The hexapath immortal continued, Madara is like this, almost the same as this old man's mother, Kaguya, and his son, Uchiha Obsidian, has now obtained the power of the Jubi. Not only is his strength close to this old man's, but he is also trying to control my mother's power. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not a simple genjutsu, but an evil technique that can enslave people and reunite everyone's chakra. Sasuke asked, did Kaguya use the infinite Tsukuyomi? The hexapath immortal nodded slowly, well, the consequences are very tragic, so you must stop Uchiha Obsidian and Madara, otherwise, the shinobi world will be destroyed by them. In hesitation, the hexapath immortal didn't add Hyojin's name to the list. Because it is already very difficult to deal with Uchiha Obsidian and Madara, if Hyojin's strength is already above him, then this task is almost impossible to complete. Therefore, even though Hyojin is not recognized by the hexapath immortal, he can only choose the lesser of two evils. And with the tailed beasts being used as weapons again and again, ninjas have been fighting with each other in the form of individuals, families, and even villages for thousands of years. He is not sure whether his idea of creating a shinobi sect and distributing chakra to the world is correct or not. At this time, in two different spiritual worlds, the hexapath immortal said to Naruto and Sasuke at the same time, stretch out your hands, this time I will entrust the power to you, what you will do, what kind of future the shinobi world will have, these are all up to you. On a towering snow-capped mountain, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, and then the majestic snow-capped mountain was cut in half by the golden light, collapsing in an incredible way. Rumble, the collapsing mountain and the rolling ice and snow mixed together, forming a raging avalanche that blotted out the sky and the earth, emitting a deafening sound. Amidst this terrifying avalanche that changed the color of the sky and earth, two ghostly figures, whose every move was accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, shuttled back and forth continuously. It was as if this terrible avalanche was just a splash of water in a pond for them. There is no doubt that the two figures who suddenly appeared on the big snow-capped mountain were not bystanders, but the two immortals, Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian. Swish, soon, the golden light flashed again, bypassing Obsidian's spear, and lightly cut on Obsidian's left shoulder. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Although he was already a six-path immortal and was the pillar of the Ten Tails, Obsidian's body still could not resist the golden will reincarnation explosion in Hyojin's hand. With just a slight cut, half of his shoulder was cut off by the golden light. Puff, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Obsidian's expression froze, and he quickly spat out a blood-red crossfire at Hyojin. Hyojin suddenly raised his left hand, and with him as the center, a strange purple flame ignited without warning within a range of hundreds of meters around him, fighting against the invading blood-red flame. In an instant, the two flames, which ignored the cold and ice and snow, burned each other, making the snow-capped mountain shrouded in cold mist look colorful, like a dream. At this time, Hyojin and Obsidian had left the snow-capped mountain one after another through the time and space ninjutsu and broke into an unknown volcanic cave. Ignoring the boiling magma below, the two of them continued to fight in the belly of the volcano. The relatively narrow belly of the volcano was clearly unable to accommodate the fierce battle between the two of them. The shockwaves and torrents of air stirred up by their battle instantly shattered the sturdy walls around them, allowing the magma that was wrapped in pungent smoke to slowly flow out. In the battle, Obsidian became more and more frightened as he fought, and he was puzzled. Damn it, why is he getting stronger and stronger? I can't hold on any longer. Obsidian's feeling was not an illusion. As the battle continued, Hyojin, who had just completed the ritual and promoted to Kekii Net, began to gradually adapt to the power of Kekii Net. Therefore, as Hyojin became more and more familiar with the power of his Kekii Net, the pressure on Obsidian's side naturally increased. In fact, in this battle, Obsidian had a very big advantage. The first reason is that Obito has already become a Jubi's Jinchuriki a few weeks ago, and stepped into the true six-path realm, so he has enough time to adapt to the power of the six-path realm. Second, because Hyojin completed the ritual and was promoted to Kekkei Net, he rushed to fight Obsidian without stopping. Chakra, who was exhausted in the last stage of the ritual, had no time to recover. But even if there were many disadvantages, Kuroto's combat skills honed through many bitter battles, coupled with his Kekkei Net, which was above the six-path level, still allowed him to quickly gain the upper hand, and this advantage continued to expand. After all, actual combat is the best teacher. And Obsidian, a Jubi's Jinchuriki who is both durable and confrontational, can be said to be the best sparring partner that Hyojin can find in the current ninja world. The battle with Obsidian not only allowed him to quickly adapt to the power of Kekkei Net, but also gave him a very accurate understanding of his own speed, strength, insight, perception, and even the destructive power of various ninjutsu and pupil techniques. His understanding of the use of time and space pupil technique that he had just comprehended in Kekkei Net, as well as his understanding of space, has also made great progress in the short fight with Obsidian. From a certain point of view, Obsidian is both an opponent and a good whetstone. Boom, there was another bang, and a large area of the volcano collapsed again. Among the countless collapsed rubble, Hyojin, who was getting more and more comfortable, floated on the magma, looking at Obsidian in front of him, and said lightly, "Hey, is your so-called determination and will only at this level?" Obsidian panted heavily and gritted his teeth. "Don't be complacent." "I'm not complacent." After a pause, Hyojin said, "I'm just a little disappointed. I thought there would be a blood-boiling battle." "You bastard." Obsidian could see that Hyojin is telling the truth, but it is also because of this that he is extremely annoyed. Compared to the fear and hatred in the eyes of others, he hated the contempt in the eyes of others even more, especially from the same batch in front of him who was wearing Naruto's Haori robe, this person who stood at the bottom of the team with him. At this time, Hyojin shrank the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand to only 1 meter long. With the infinite concentration of power, even Obsidian, who has the Rinnegan, can't help but feel dazzled when he looks directly at the golden sword in Hyojin's hand. Hyojin said slowly, "Obsidian, hand over the 10 tails now, and I will give you a decent ending. This is my last advice to you as a fellow student, and also your last chance. How can I admit defeat to you?" After roaring, Obsidian suddenly activated the 10,000 nature attraction, pulling Hyojin down into the boiling magma below. However, the magma, which is a forbidden zone for life, did not cause any substantial damage to the two people who fell into it. One of them was wrapped in the Tenseigan chakra, and the other was wrapped in the Ten-Tails-tailed beast coat. The hot magma was no different from thick mud to them. The two fought all the way to the depths of the volcano, and then directly left the underground through the portal. Unlike the battle between the Otsutsuki Yui and the Otsutsuki Himura brothers against Kagaya 1,000 years ago, the battle between Hyojin and Obsidian is more fierce and more flexible. This is because whether it is Kagaya or the Otsutsuki brothers, they can be regarded as natural gods, and almost all of them have the power of six-path level since birth. In the process of growing up, they have not encountered any strong enemies, nor have they experienced life and death battles. They lack both combat experience and mastery of their own power. It can be said that the battle between the mother and son was the first real life and death battle in their lives. Therefore, although they have all kinds of terrifying dojutsu, ninjutsu, secret jutsu, and forbidden jutsu that others can't even imagine, the process of the battle is nothing to write home about, and they are not even as good as ordinary genin. That's why the battle lasted for several months, turning the world upside down and shattering the continent. On the contrary, both Suijin and Obito have gone through hundreds of battles. From the humble shinobi of an ant, they have reached their current realm step by step. Therefore, as they are not born gods, they know better how to use their own advantages and how to find the enemy's flaws. What kind of tactics to choose, what kind of timing to choose, and so on are almost engraved in their bones, forming an instinct. It's not that they can't turn the entire shinobi world upside down like the battle between the Otsutsuki brothers and Kagaya, shattering the earth and plunging the people into misery and suffering. They, who have better control of their own power, just think that there is no need to squander chakra like that. But even so, the two of them are still like a walking natural disaster. No matter where they fight, that area will be shattered into pieces. But once one side has the advantage, this advantage will quickly accumulate, just like Hyojin at this time. The Otsutsuki brothers and Kagaya fought for several months before the winner was gradually determined, but Hyojin and Obsidian only fought for a moment, and the situation began to become clear. Soon, the fight turned into a chase. Obsidian used Kamui to escape all the way and finally returned to the territory of the Land of Fire, and Hyojin followed closely behind Obsidian. After another confrontation, Obsidian's back was cut by Hyojin's golden sword, leaving a long wound. However, Obsidian turned a blind eye to the shocking wound on his back and continued to escape while observing Hyojin from time to time. There's only one chance. Obsidian's eyes gradually darkened. Now it is difficult for his other skills to cause substantial damage to Hyojin. Only the 6th level Earthblow Tensei can hope to reverse the situation. Like Obsidian, Hyojin is also looking for opportunities. Just after Hyojin and Obsidian once again entered the territory of the Land of Fire, in the distance, Uchiha Madara and Zetsu came to a high cliff and watched from afar. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms over his chest. "Humph, a good battle, even I can feel the blood surging." White Zetsu said at this time, "Madara, strictly speaking, you are still a dead man, you can't feel the temperature of blood." Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and he stared at White Zetsu. White Zetsu suddenly shrank his head and whispered, "I can't feel it in the first place." Suddenly, a roar came from the distant battlefield, and at the same time, a dazzling golden light flashed. Uchiha Madara quickly looked over and found that there was a huge sphere in the distant sky. This sphere was still rapidly absorbing the soil on the ground, getting bigger and bigger, rising higher and higher. Under the huge sphere, Obsidian's body was broken in two, and Ten-Tails was struggling to break out of Obsidian's body. 5,000 words, please recommend, monthly votes. In addition, thank you for the gifts yesterday and today. In the lounge next to the general headquarters, Tsunade, who was examining the injuries of Naruto and Sasuke, had a solemn expression on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted, and there seemed to be a hint of doubt in her eyes. Kakashi leaned over and asked with concern, "How are they? Can they still be saved?" For generations Naruto and Uchiha's people also looked nervously at Tsunade, waiting for the answer of the current #1 medical ninja in the shinobi world. Tsunade shook her head, "It's very strange." Strange? For generations Naruto was also puzzled. "Well, it's very strange." After a pause, Tsunade explained to everyone, as a Jinchuriki, Naruto not only lost his tailed beast, but also suffered such a serious injury, it stands to reason that he should have died long ago. Sasuke's situation is similar, his sternum is completely shattered, and his broken ribs are directly inserted into the atrium, causing a fatal hemorrhage. Without exception, all the people present are experienced ninjas, so just listening to Tsunade's description, they know how serious the injuries suffered by Naruto and Sasuke are. And with such serious injuries, it's impossible for them to survive, but the two of them are hanging on to their last breath, which is completely contrary to common sense. Itachi said in a deep voice, "It is indeed a bit abnormal." At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke, who were in a deep coma, opened their eyes at the same time. Not only that, but their injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone present was taken aback. However, the next scene shocked them even more. Naruto and Sasuke, who were still on the verge of death, not only recovered quickly, but the chakra fluctuations on their body also changed dramatically. Everyone was shocked to discover that Sasuke's left eye had turned into the reincarnation eye. Moreover, unlike ordinary Rinnegan eyes, there were 6 additional Magatama on the circular pattern of Sasuke's left eye. It looked somewhat similar to the Eye of the Moon between the eyebrows of Hyojin and Obsidian, except that there were 3 less Magatama compared to the Eye of the Moon, and the color was also the common light purple of Rinnegan eyes. The other side. Countless black truth-seeking balls suddenly appeared and hovered around Naruto. Kakashi subconsciously asked, "What are you two doing?" Tsunade also hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, lowered their heads and stared at the chakra mark in their palms in a daze. There is no doubt that both of them are a little confused at this moment. After all, knowing that they are the reincarnation of the son of the Sage of the Six Paths, and also receiving the gift of the Sage of the Six Paths chakra, is too bizarre and absurd. Before everyone could ask in detail, a ninja from the communications class hurriedly came to the lounge at this time. "Not good, we have detected the chakra of the Ten-Tails again." "Chakra of the Ten-Tails?" Kakashi's eyes turned cold and asked, "What do you mean?" The ninja from the communications class hurriedly reported, "Ten Tails seems to have separated from the body of Uchiha Obsidian. We are not very clear about the specific situation." Jishui asked, "What about Naruto-sama?" The ninja from the communications class replied, "Naruto-sama's chakra fluctuations suddenly disappeared." Kakashi was taken aback. How could it suddenly disappear? The ninja from the communications class shook his head, obviously unable to answer this question of Kakashi's. Tsunade immediately said, "Ten Tails separated from the body of Uchiha Obsidian, and the chakra fluctuations suddenly disappeared. This means that there must be something wrong on the battlefield." Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, then said in unison, "Let us go." Looking at the truth-seeking ball, beside Naruto and the Rinnegan in Sasuke's eye sockets, Kakashi pondered for a moment, then immediately said, "Okay, I will send you there." On the battlefield not far from the Valley of the End. Under the huge sphere created by the earth-shattering tensei, countless gravel and trees were still floating into the air, and little by little, they gathered on the giant sphere. Not far away, Obsidian, who was broken into two pieces, was trying his best to contain the rampage of 10 Tails in his body. However, he was too seriously injured, and 10 Tails, which was the foundation of his promotion to the 6th path level, was out of his control, causing his realm to fall, so he couldn't stop 10 Tails for a while. Even the scarlet eye of the moon between his eyebrows had fallen into a slump, and it seemed to be gradually closing. Swish swish, with two sharp sounds of wind breaking, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu rushed to the battlefield. Looking at the huge sphere in the air, and then glancing at Obsidian, who was wrestling with 10 Tails on the ground, and had no time to recover from his injuries, Uchiha Madara's face was full of ridicule. Black Zetsu on the side was secretly happy. There was no doubt that this scene undoubtedly showed that Hyojin was sealed by Obsidian's earth-shattering tensei, and Obsidian was seriously injured by Hyojin's last blow. Woo woo woo, seeing Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, Obsidian was anxious, while motioning with his eyes to the giant sphere created by earth-shattering tensei in the air, he opened his mouth eagerly to say something. However, because his injuries were too serious, his throat was full of blood, and he couldn't speak clearly at all. Uchiha Madara smiled, "Obsidian, your mission has been completed." Obsidian, who was still motioning to the giant sphere in the air, was stunned, because he had just said this to Nagato not long ago. Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "Although your performance is better than I expected, you are no different from Nagato, you are just a puppet used by me." Zetsu also followed Uchiha Madara to Obsidian's side, while admiring the 10 Tails that was about to break free from Obsidian's body. He respectfully asked Uchiha Madara, "Madara, do you want to do it now?" "Do it." After a faint command, Uchiha Madara looked up at the huge sphere in the sky and said, "This time I won." At the beginning, as Uchiha, he challenged Naruto Hashirama and tried to re-establish the rules of the ninja world. The scene of that year is now repeated in the ninja world, but this time Uchiha has been replaced by Obsidian, and this time Naruto has been replaced by Fondarame-sama. Just as Uchiha Madara sighed, Black Zetsu quickly turned into a pool of black water and slowly merged into Obsidian's body. The masked man frowned. He was about to activate his divine aura and hide in the divine aura space. However, just as he was about to use his ocular technique, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. Black Zetsu invaded Obsidian's body at this time and said with a smile, "Do you think you can get rid of Madara's control by removing the curse on your heart?" Obsidian's face changed. Only then did he realize that he deliberately borrowed Kakashi's hand to remove the curse left by Uchiha Madara on his heart. Black Zetsu actually knew it and left a secret method when he rescued himself. "Hey," Uchiha Madara, with his hands on his chest, chuckled disdainfully. Not long after, the black water turned into covered half of Obsidian's body, and forcibly controlled Obsidian's hands to form the seal of reincarnation heaven technique. Obsidian could not resist at this moment. He could only let Black Zetsu control him to complete the seal little by little, but his face was no longer anxious and panicked. On the contrary, his expression gradually calmed down, just staring at the giant sphere in the air. Soon, as Obsidian was controlled by Black Zetsu to launch the reincarnation heaven technique, a large amount of steam came out of Uchiha Madara's impure body. His pale impure body, which was full of cracks, gradually had the color of blood, and the false Rinnegan in the eye sockets also turned into flying ash and drifted away with the wind. Huh, it's a nostalgic feeling. Uchiha Madara took a long breath, and his face gradually showed joy. Congratulations. Black Zetsu hurriedly complimented. Uchiha Madara did not hesitate at this time and immediately dug out the Rinnegan in Obsidian's eye sockets that belonged to him, and then directly placed it in his own eye sockets. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara launched the pupil technique, pulled Jubi out of Obsidian's body, and sucked it into his own body. Black Zetsu also took advantage of this time to leave Obsidian's body, once again combined with White Zetsu on the side, and then stood behind Uchiha Madara with a respectful face. Yes, that's the feeling, ha ha ha, I feel power, endless power. Uchiha Madara, who completed the resurrection and had Jubi, laughed loudly. Haha, at this time Obsidian, who was controlled by Black Zetsu to cast the reincarnation heaven technique and Jubi was taken away by Uchiha Madara, also laughed. Uchiha Madara, who was complacent, frowned. What are you laughing at? Black Zetsu also cast a puzzled look. Obsidian smiled slowly and said, do you think I won the fight just now? Boom, before Obsidian's voice fell, there was a roar in the air, and then, a dazzling golden sword pierced from the inside of the giant sphere floating in the sky, and then drew an arc, cutting the giant sphere in half in an instant. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Black Zetsu on the side was shocked. How is this possible? In his view, even Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, could not resist the seal of earthly bursting heavenly stars at the sixth-path level, not to mention Hyojin. Obsidian said with difficulty, before I made a move, he had already predicted it. No, my attack should have been deliberately lured by him, and at the moment when I focused on launching earthly bursting heavenly stars, he cut my body first, and used the pupil technique to remove my control over the 10 tails. Uchiha Madara instantly grasped the key of the problem. So, you didn't launch the earthly bursting heavenly stars at the sixth-path level? Obviously, the current situation was entirely because Obsidian once again ignited the fire of war in the densely populated country of fire. Hyojin had to deliberately reveal a flaw to lure Obsidian to make a move, and then took the opportunity to determine the winner in an instant. Obsidian did successfully launch the earthly bursting heavenly stars, but before it was launched, Hyojin had already cut off his body and released the 10 tails in his body, making him fall from the sixth-path level realm. Therefore, Kuroto's Kekai Tensei is just an ordinary pupil technique of the Eye of Rinnegan, without the blessing of the power of the Jubi, and this is obviously meaningless for Kuroto. Who is a Kekai net? Rumble. In the loud sound of gravel falling, the figure of Hyojin, wrapped in the Tenseigan chakra, appeared again. Hyojin, who was floating in the air, was thoughtful at the moment, and muttered to himself, this time, I finally figured out the principle of earthly bursting heavenly stars. On the ground. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became dignified. Standing behind Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu looked hesitant, as if he was weighing something. Whoosh, at this time, Kakashi, 2nd generation Naruto, 4th generation Naruto teamed up to cast Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Naruto and Sasuke to the battlefield. Looking at Obsidian's body broken into 2 pieces in the distance, the Rinnegan in his eyes was also removed. Kakashi shouted eagerly, Obsidian, you. Hearing Kakashi's call, Obsidian said in a weak tone, Kakashi, I am still not as good as him after all, but this time I am convinced. Kakashi, who had a lot to say, finally just sighed. Because with his current identity and position, he really can't say anything for Obsidian, the culprit who provoked the 4th Shinobi World War. 4th generation Naruto also shook his head slightly. There was no hatred for Obsidian on his face, only regret for his disciple going astray. Hyojin, who was in the air, slowly landed on the ground. Sensei. Sir. Naruto and Sasuke quickly stepped forward and saluted. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hyojin, who had received the gift of the Sage of 6 Paths, received the power of Yang and Yin respectively, nodded, and then moved his eyes to Obsidian on the ground. Madara Uchiha took advantage of this opportunity to remove the Jubi in Obsidian's body, which was indeed beyond Hyojin's expectation, but it doesn't matter. With the gradual adaptation to the power of Kekkei net, and Chakra's feedback from the giant Tenseigan with a large number of Byakugan in the distance, now ordinary 6 Paths is no longer in his eyes. At this time, Sasuke whispered to Hyojin, Sir, this Uchiha Madara is very powerful. Second generation Naruto also echoed, fifth generation, don't take it lightly, Madara is not an ordinary Uchiha. Uchiha Madara, with his hands on his chest, smiled and said, I didn't expect the Hyuga family to have a kid like you, but I'm not the same as Obsidian, swish. Without waiting for Uchiha Madara to finish his words, Hyojin flashed in front of Uchiha Madara, and under the flying Naruto Hakusho, the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand instantly cut down. So fast. Caught off guard, Uchiha Madara didn't even have the chance to launch the pupil technique Will Graveside Prison. He could only barely dodge sideways and raised his arms in front of him. However, his strong body of Jubi's Jinchuriki was like tofu under Hyojin's golden sword, and his whole left arm was cut off in an instant. Then, Hyojin's left hand burst out, instantly grabbed the head of Uchiha Madara, twisted Uchiha Madara in his hand, and said lightly, I heard you are very strong? 4,000 words in one, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. When Hyojin instantly cut off the arm of Uchiha Madara, who had become a Jubi's Jinchuriki, and twisted the head of Uchiha Madara at will, the whole field was very quiet. In the cold night wind, whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, or Zetsu on the other side, they were all stunned on the spot, and their eyes were full of surprise. It must be known that Uchiha Madara with the impure earth body alone swept the tens of thousands of ninjas led by the 5 Kages. At present, Uchiha Madara not only resurrected and recovered to his peak state, but also took away the Jubi in Obsidian's body. After Obsidian, he became the new Jubi's Jinchuriki and stepped into the 6th path level in one fell swoop. No matter how much attention is paid to such a strong man, it is not too much. But no one expected that such a powerful Uchiha Madara, in the hands of Hyojin, could not even block one move, and his arm was easily cut off by Hyojin, not to mention others. Even Uchiha Madara himself was stunned, and he was surprised by the situation in front of him. And after hearing Hyojin's whisper full of doubts, his face sank, and suddenly broke out of his eyes and launched Shinra Tensei, Rumble. In an instant, a huge storm swept around. Kakashi and Yondaime Naruto, who had long been prepared, reacted quickly. Before the storm hit, they took Obsidian's broken body on the ground and evacuated to the distance. Subsequently, the second generation Naruto also used body flicker technique to avoid the storm. The same was true for Zetsu on the opposite side. He shrank into the ground early and escaped far away. Only Naruto, who had already stepped into the 6th path level and mastered part of the power of 6th path, and Sasuke did not dodge and tried to resist Madara Uchiha's Shinra Tensei. However, halfway through, they found that they couldn't stop it at all, and they were sent flying and fell into the mud. Obviously, although Naruto and Sasuke obtained the power of 6th path under the gift of 6th path sage, they were actually not a complete 6th path level powerhouse. In the field, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Hyojin wrapped by the Tenseigan chakra. Judging from the position, Madara Uchiha's Shinra Tensei did not shake him at all. However, Madara Uchiha succeeded in getting rid of Hyojin and retreated to the distance by the powerful repulsion of Shinra Tensei. Soon, Madara Uchiha's arm, which was cut off by Hyojin, recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Moving his newly restored arm, Madara Uchiha laughed and said, "It seems that you are a good opponent. Unfortunately, this world is too small, only enough for me to toss around." There is no doubt that Madara not only did not mind the loss just now, but also because of the strength of Hyojin, he was eager to try, showing his character of a war maniac. The first generation still spoils you too much. Suijin smiled, and with a flash, he once again rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who was prepared, was not afraid, and immediately waved the staff changed by the truth-seeking ball to meet Hyojin, clang, just in an instant. In the surprise of Uchiha Madara, the staff changed by the truth-seeking ball was cut in two by Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion. This. Not only Uchiha Madara was surprised, but also Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, the second generation, the 4 generations, and Zetsu hiding in the dark were also surprised. In their understanding, the truth-seeking ball, which symbolizes the power of immortals, is unsolvable and indestructible, so they never thought that the truth-seeking ball would be so easily broken. Haha, Obsidian, who was barely hanging on, laughed at this time. Then, the golden sword in Hyojin's hand disappeared instantly, replaced by a ball of storm that was condensed to the extreme, shaped like a raisin. Boom, in an instant, Hyojin hit the storm in his palm on Uchiha Madara's abdomen, and with a roar, he was sent flying, plowing a long gully on the ground. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to look at him. Just this level, Uchiha Madara quickly got up from the ground and responded to Hyojin, but before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, every part of his body began to swell uncontrollably, as if there was some kind of airflow repeatedly striking inside his body. After that, a series of explosions rang out from his body, causing his skin to split open and blood to gush out. Obviously, what Hyojin used just now was not a Rasengan, but the Silver Will reincarnation explosion, which was highly condensed by 9 truth-seeking balls, with the gradual improvement of his control of the power of Kekkei Net, his control of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion and Silver Will reincarnation explosion was also rapidly improving. At this time, he is no longer satisfied with ordinary large-scale attacks. This was because once the power was dispersed, it would be very difficult to deal substantial damage to a 6-DAOS enemy. Therefore, he tried to gather the scattered power and focus it on a single point to increase the power of his ocular technique. This way, he could deal effective damage to a 6-DAOS enemy, or even a bloodline catcher-level enemy. At this time, Hyojin walked slowly towards Uchiha Madara, while indifferently assessing the damage caused by the blow just now. At this time, Uchiha Madara was covered with blood, his body was like a leaking ball, he was lying on the ground. He didn't look like a Jubi's Jinchuriki, but more like a broken corpse. He looked very miserable. However, Uchiha Madara is a Jubi's Jinchuriki after all. With the help of the Jubi's power, his shocking injuries began to recover quickly. And he himself climbed up from the ground again, gasping and shouting, "Hyojin, among all the people I have fought with, you are unique. I would like to call you the strongest." With that, Uchiha Madara burst out with chakra and laughed wildly. "Let's have a real bloody war." The chakra that broke out from Uchiha Madara's body, as if it was substantial, set off a wave of turbulent air, so that all the onlookers felt a chill. Even Naruto and Sasuke, who have the power of the Sixth Path, were no exception. However, Hyojin, who was in the middle of the formation, was not affected at all. He turned a blind eye to the turbulent Jubi chakra, but slowly raised his hand to Uchiha Madara and said indifferently, "Now you are qualified to be defeated by me. The first one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Now you are qualified to be defeated by me." After saying that, Hyojin did not make any extra moves. He clenched his right hand that was reaching for Madara Uchiha and shouted, "Earth-shatter heavenly star." Rumble, in an instant, as the earth shook, countless cracks appeared on the ground. In the cracks on the ground, mud, stones, trees, and so on, all swarmed toward Madara Uchiha. In the blink of an eye, Madara Uchiha, whose face was full of surprise, was piled up and buried by these things, forming a sphere. As it grew larger, it slowly floated into the sky. Hyojin did not stop after launching the Earth-shatter heavenly star and continued to instill his ocular power. After receiving the continuous support of Hyojin's ocular power, the giant sphere created by the Earth-shatter heavenly star also became bigger and floated higher and higher. Because he did not have the Samsara eye, Hyojin did not know the Earth-shatter heavenly star technique. The eye of the moon between his eyebrows was also traced back to Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the ocular technique contained in it was the spacetime ocular technique, Yomi Hirasaka. Otsutsuki Kagaya had never used the Earth-shatter heavenly star. Not only her, but the other Otsutsuki had mastered a variety of sealing methods. In addition to Kagaya's descent of the divine tree world, there was also Time Freeze Kama Ninja Coffin, etc., but they had never used the Earth-shatter heavenly star. It could be said that the Earth-shatter heavenly star was a unique sealing technique of the Sage of the Six Paths. So this was not only the first time that Hyojin had used the Earth-shatter heavenly star, but it was also a bold attempt based on his own understanding of sealing techniques and the analysis of the Earth-shatter heavenly star that Obsidian had just used. Roar! Suddenly, there was a heart-palpitating roar from the giant sphere in the air, and then the ferocious body of the Ten Tails drilled out of the giant sphere. Rumble! As the surface was destroyed by the 10 tails, the giant sphere in the air began to fall apart. At the same time as the giant sphere collapsed, the huge body of the 10 tails once again retracted into the body of Madara Uchiha, and Uchiha Madara also took the opportunity to escape. There is no doubt that Uchiha used the Jubi to break free from Hyojin's seal this time. Hey, looking at Madara Uchiha who escaped the seal in the air, Hyojin smiled indifferently. His first attempt was obviously a little lacking, and there were quite a few flaws in some of the details. Swish, after landing from the air, Uchiha Madara's face was no longer wanton, and his expression was a lot more dignified, because in order to break free from the seal, he tried his best and even released the 10 tails. This brat is actually so strong. If he had acknowledged Hyojin's strength before, then he was now a little afraid of Hyojin's strength. Fortunately, Zetsu, who was hiding in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when Uchiha Madara was sealed by Hyojin, he really panicked. 1,000 years of planning, 1,000 years of waiting, almost failed at that moment. In fear, he gradually made up his mind and sneaked towards the battlefield. At the other end, also watching Uchiha Madara escape from the Earthblow Tensei, Kakashi hurriedly said, "It's a pity." Yes. The second generation Naruto and the 4 generations Naruto also nodded in agreement. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, then nodded to each other, and their figures flashed to the battlefield. In their opinion, they are the ones chosen by the Sage of the Sixth Path, and they are the ones who are destined to end Uchiha Madara, so with the power of Suijin and their combined power, they will be able to successfully seal Uchiha Madara. In the field, Uchiha Madara, who had been defeated again and again, had no reservations at this moment. While using the power of Jubi to the extreme, he launched the immortal technique chakra that he had absorbed from the first generation. Because he was the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, he had the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra in his body, plus part of the chakra of Otsutsuki Azura, and also absorbed a lot of immortal technique chakra of the first generation, so the strength of Uchiha Madara is actually above Uchiha Obsidian. Immortal technique, in Thunder School. In an instant, Uchiha Madara pushed his palms, and countless thunder and lightning containing the energy of nature and the power of Jubi shot out from his palms. Hyojin was expressionless, and with a wave of his hand, the thunder and lightning flew out in an instant. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly stagnated. Coincidentally, Naruto and Sasuke, who came with the destiny of saving the shinobi world, just approached the battlefield, and they bumped into these thunder and lightning that were repelled by Hyojin. Seeing that Hyojin just repelled these thunder and lightning, Sasuke immediately shouted confidently, "Let me do it." "Okay." Naruto nodded confidently. Immediately, Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he launched purple electric birds to meet these thunder and lightning. Rumble. In an instant, the thunder sounded, and Sasuke's purple electric birds hit Uchiha Madara's immortal technique, In Thunder School, and was instantly swallowed. At the same time, the In Thunder School also swallowed Sasuke with a frozen mouth and Naruto with a dull face. After the thunder and lightning subsided, Sasuke and Naruto fell to the ground fiercely. Both of their hair exploded, their faces were dark, and their slightly open mouths were still emitting bursts of smoke. How could this be? In the distance, Kakashi, 2nd generation Naruto, 4th generation Naruto were shocked. Hyojin in the field was speechless. He didn't understand what Naruto and Sasuke were doing at this time, and they even wanted to use purple electric birds to fight against the immortal technique of Sixth Path Madara. Madara Uchiha directly ignored Naruto and Sasuke, and secretly launched Luan Tombside Prison, and with a group of Luan Tomb doppelgangers, he once again rushed to Hyojin. For him, all the other people in the field were meaningless, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this time, he only had eyes for Hyojin. Bang bang bang. Soon, Hyojin fought 1 against 5, calmly competing with Uchiha Madara and the 4 Luan Tomb doppelgangers of Uchiha Madara. Naruto and Sasuke climbed up from the ground at this time. Although they had just been struck by lightning, they were still half a step into the 6th Daos realm. Their ability to recover was unquestionable. Before they arrived, Naruto had even saved Kai's life, whose life was hanging by a thread. Seeing that Hyojin was besieged by Madara Uchiha and 4 Luan Tomb doppelgangers, Sasuke wiped his dark face caused by the lightning strike and said, "Let's go and help." "Okay." Naruto also nodded. The two of them still believed that they were chosen by the Sixth Path Sage to be the hope to save the shinobi world, so they rushed to Uchiha Madara without fear. Bang bang bang. In the muffled sound of fists and feet hitting each other, Hyojin and Uchiha Madara, as well as Uchiha Madara's 4 tomb clones launched a dazzling physical battle. Unlike Obsidian, Uchiha Madara's fighting style is very fierce. Simply put, Obsidian's frontal confrontation is very soft. Even if he is slightly at a disadvantage, he will naturally consider dodging or retreating, while Uchiha Madara's frontal confrontation is more hard, and he is more accustomed to defeating his opponent from the front. This makes it difficult for Hyojin to restrict Obsidian, who is good at space-time ninjutsu, and proficient in escape and dodging, even if Hyojin has an overall advantage in the confrontation. Before, he seized the opportunity to deliberately show flaws and lead Obsidian to attack, because once Obsidian wants to escape, even he, who has achieved Kekiai Trap, will have a headache. And Uchiha Madara likes to fight head-on. If the enemy's strength is not as good as him, he will be desperate, because he will not occasionally give the enemy a chance to fight back like Obsidian. Once he is serious, he is almost invulnerable. But if your strength is stronger than him, then he is easier to deal with than Obsidian. Just like now, when Uchiha Madara's immortal arts as a winning chip also failed, even if Uchiha Madara cooperated with his own tomb clones to form a 5-to-1 advantage, it still could not change the situation on the battlefield. Bang, 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 in a series of rhythmic blows, the outcome of the chaotic battle was quickly determined. Hyojin easily defeated the siege of Uchiha Madara and 4 tomb clones with only one move. 2 of the tomb clones were even directly shattered because they could not bear the power of Hyojin. Damn it! Uchiha Madara was shocked, and there was a rare flash of panic in his eyes. At this time, Hyojin stepped forward and easily dodged Uchiha Madara's roundhouse kick, and then slammed his palm on Uchiha Madara's chest, blasting him out. Rumble, with a roar, Uchiha Madara's body once again plowed a long gully on the ground. What a show-off! In a low voice, Hyojin walked to Uchiha Madara. His steps were gentle and calm, just like a daily walk. There is no doubt that their physical styles are very different. Uchiha Madara's physical style has a typical Uchiha style. He likes to show off his skills, and his moves are gorgeous and imaginative. However, the formation of this style is related to the Uchiha clan's innate insight advantage, and they can use Sharingan to predict the enemy's movements. In other words, without this insight advantage, Uchiha Madara's style, or this habitual physical technique, will have greater flaws and become a drag in a sense. This is just like Sasuke in the original Time and Space first met Xiaoli in the Chunin exam, because his insight could not keep up with Xiaoli's speed, leading to repeated losses. On the contrary, Hyojin's physical technique not only absorbed all the advantages of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, but also became more pragmatic, without the sectarian bias in the hearts of other Hyuga clan members. As long as there are advantages, no matter what kind of physical technique school, he will humbly ask for advice and learn seriously. Therefore, even though his talent was terrible, over the past decade or so, he had gradually grown into a body technique master with his own unique style through his daily training. And his physical technique style can be summarized as concise and efficient. All the unnecessary redundancy in the moves were eliminated by him. His style has both the precision of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, the fierceness of the iron fist, the dexterity of the Hitaki family sword technique, and the variability of Mai's sword technique. Climbing out of the mud pit, Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth. You damn kid. To be frank. After a pause, Hyojin smiled and said, you are much easier to deal with than Obsidian. Uchiha Madara immediately became furious and rushed toward Hyojin while urging the remaining 2 Will Tomb clones to attack Hyojin from different directions. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke rushed into the field again and shouted, we are here to help you. With that, Naruto and Sasuke each intercepted the 2 Will Tomb clones of Uchiha Madara that rushed to Hyojin. With the lesson just now, Naruto and Sasuke did not dare to be careless. Naruto instantly entered the Sage mode, then held the Truth-Seeking Ball in one hand and the Great Jade Rasengan in the other hand and attacked one of Uchiha Madara's Will Tomb clone. Sasuke instantly launched Susanoo, and at the same time launched Amaterasu and Earth Life, wrapped the black flame of Amaterasu and attacked the other Will Tomb clone of Uchiha Madara. They saw the fight between Hyojin and these Will Tomb clones just now. Hyojin easily defeated these Will Tomb clones with one punch, so they felt that these Will Tomb clones may not be weak, but clones are clones, and they are by no means their opponents who have stepped into the Six-Path realm. What's more, they firmly believe that they, who were chosen by the Six-Path Sage, are the key to saving the shinobi world. Hyojin and Uchiha Madara, Naruto, Sasuke and Uchiha Madara's two Will-Tune clones. These three confrontations were carried out almost at the same time. And there is no doubt that Hyojin once again easily hit Uchiha Madara, and compared to before, this time he seemed more calm and faster, as if the two sides were not at the same level at all. But on the other side, the Will-Tune clone, which was also blessed by the immortal technique chakra, was not afraid of Naruto's Ryumyaku. It resisted Naruto's Ryumyaku, and then punched Naruto's face, sending Naruto in the sage mode flying. Sasuke, who was on the other side, was also sent flying. In the confrontation, Madara's Will-Tune clone defeated Sasuke's Susanoo with only one punch, and then the offensive did not reduce, and punched Sasuke out. In the distance. Looking at this scene, Kakashi, Naidame, and 4 generations looked at each other. At this time, they understood that even if they were all immortals, the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Although Naruto had Truth-Seeking Ball and Sasuke had Magatama Rinnegan, there was still a clear gap between the two sides compared with Uchiha Madara's Jinchuriki. And this further highlighted how terrifying Hyojin, who could suppress Uchiha Madara in all aspects, was now. 4 generations said slowly, the strength of the 5th generation is probably stronger than we thought before. Naidame nodded slightly with a solemn face. Obsidian's voice was weak, and he said with certainty, there is no one in the ninja world who is Jin's opponent, there is no doubt about this. The first one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Apex Sasuke, who fell to the ground, was surprised at the moment, and his eyes were full of puzzlement. After receiving the gift from the Hexapath Immortal, he could clearly feel the changes in his strength, especially his left eye that had evolved. He could feel that the cyclic eye with the Magatama had a terrifying ocular power that was unimaginable to him before. This kind of improvement in strength is a qualitative improvement. Sasuke felt that he was not what he used to be. He could support the whole name of Uchiha by himself. He was a strong man who had stepped into the realm of immortals. It is precisely because of this pride that makes him particularly confused now. He didn't understand why he couldn't even resist a Rinnegan clone of Uchiha Madara, and this kind of Rinnegan clone in the hands of Hyojin was clearly a punch. Damn it, what the hell is wrong? He couldn't calm down at all, such a reality made him very embarrassed. Obviously, the appearance of Sage of the 6 Paths and the sudden increase in strength not only disturbed Sasuke's state of mind, but also magnified his shortcomings of underestimating the enemy. The Rinnegan prison itself is a high-end pupil technique involving time and space. In addition, today's Uchiha Madara is not only the Jinchuriki of Jubi, but also the blessing of the Sage technique chakra, so his Rinnegan clone is not much weaker than his real body. At least in terms of physical skills, it is a very qualified Sage of the 6 Paths. Sasuke wanted to use Susanoo to fight the Rinnegan clone of Uchiha Madara, which is obviously at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the realm of the caster and the realm of the pupil technique itself. The result is naturally self-evident. Naruto, who was also hit and flew, climbed up from the ground at this time. Sasuke, Uchiha Madara is really strong. Bah! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sasuke said bitterly, that goes without saying. The reason why Sasuke was so rash was not only because of his own personality, but also because of his father's secret instructions before he set off. Uchiha Madara slaughtered thousands of ninjas in the Ninja Coalition army with the identity of Uchiha Madara and made too many enemies for the Uchiha clan, so Fuyue told Sasuke to play a role in this battle and restore some reputation for the Uchiha clan, which is one of the reasons why Sasuke was impulsive. Naruto said, fortunately, teacher is here. Sasuke reminded, Sage of 6 Paths said that the two of us are the hope to save the shinobi world, so don't be careless. In the field. After controlling the Will-Tune clone to repel Naruto and Sasuke, Uchiha Madara's face did not have the slightest joy. No, it should be said that there were no waves, as if it was just a trivial matter that did not need to be concerned about. His eyes never left Hyojin from beginning to end. Hyojin glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were hit again, and shook his head with a chuckle. At this time Uchiha Madara took the opportunity to recover the remaining 2 Will-Tune clone, and then relaunched the Will-Tune side prison, and once again divided into 4 new Will-Tune clone. At the same time Uchiha Madara also broke the raised periosteum on his forehead after becoming a Jubi's Jinchuriki, revealing the scarlet eye of the moon in between his eyebrows. Obviously, because the Jubi that Kaguya cultivated for thousands of years has an eye of the moon, so as long as the Jubi's Jinchuriki realm reaches a certain level, almost all of them have the ability to open the eye of the moon. And Obsidian lost the Jubi, and his realm fell, so the eye of the moon in between his eyebrows was closed. Hyojin has no flaws in this regard, because he did not rely on external forces such as chakra fruit or Jubi to enter the Kekii network. He created a unique environment through the ritual, and then honestly completed the complete integration of the 7 kinds of chakra, yin and yang, 5 elements, and became the Kekii network in the simplest way. So unless he dies or is artificially dug out, the eye of the moon in between his eyebrows will never disappear. As the eye of the moon in between Uchiha Madara's eyebrows appeared, the eye of the moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows also stared at it. "Kid, you really gave me too many surprises, but that's it," Uchiha Madara said coldly, and at the same time, because of the opening of the eye of the moon, the chakra fluctuations on his body have increased again, faintly approaching the Kekii network of Hyojin. Hyojin smiled. Hyojin's silent chuckle completely angered Uchiha Madara. In an instant, he rushed to Hyojin with the roar of the sonic boom, and even along the way, because of the excessive fluctuations of chakra, the speed was too fast, causing the vibration of the space barrier. From a distance, Uchiha Madara seemed to have a circle of transparent ripples around him. This. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi in the distance, the 2nd generation, and the 4 generations were all shocked when they saw this. This kind of terrifying impact made their hearts tremble and fear instinctively. This has nothing to do with whether they are timid or weak, it is a kind of suppression of the level of life. And at this moment, Hyojin just reached out and grabbed Uchiha Madara in his hand. The sharp sonic boom carried by Uchiha Madara, the vibrating ripples, and the chakra fluctuations all stopped at this moment, and then disappeared as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Madara was shocked and subconsciously replaced his position with a chakra clone in the distance. And at the moment when Uchiha Madara replaced his position, Hyojin grabbed his palm and stretched out a bone blade, and then pierced it into a chakra clone that had been replaced. In an instant, the chakra clone that was hit by the bone blade in Hyojin's palm not only broke the invisibility state, but also turned into flying ash in front of everyone, and even the chakra fluctuations were not left. In the distance, Uchiha Madara was shocked. What is this technique? Hyojin did not answer, but stabbed the hand holding the bone blade forward at will, piercing into a deep space door out of thin air. At the same time, another space door appeared behind Uchiha Madara without warning, and Hyojin's arm holding the bone blade quietly pierced out from it. Out of the instinct for danger, Uchiha Madara did not even look back, and once again replaced his position with a chakra clone. The terrible scene repeated again. It was extremely strong and could easily hit Naruto. Sasuke's chakra clone turned into flying ash under Hyojin's bone blade. For a time, Uchiha Madara was in a cold sweat, and his fighting spirit was gone. In the distance, Naruto asked, "Sasuke, does the ninja world really need us to save it?" Sasuke was also a little confused. "Maybe. The second one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you." Apex on the battlefield, Madara Uchiha looked dignified, and a layer of sweat oozed from his forehead. In his plan, he never considered this situation. From the beginning to the end, his focus was on the collection of tailed beasts and whether the 2 puppets, Nagato and Obsidian, could be controlled and whether he could be resurrected smoothly as expected. In his mind, as long as he can be resurrected smoothly, then everything will be settled, and no one in the ninja world can interfere with his plan. However, he did not expect that after his successful resurrection and success in becoming a Jubi's Jinchuriki, he would encounter a peerless powerhouse like Hyojin. Even in his strongest state, he was still not the opponent of Hyojin. Such a situation not only annoyed him, but also made him feel helpless. At this moment, Zetsu jumped to the side of Madara Uchiha. "Madara, are you okay?" Madara Uchiha shook his head silently, his eyes were still locked on Hyojin. Hyojin's means just now really scared him. You know, he is now a real 6-path level powerhouse, so even the truth-seeking ball that symbolizes the power of the immortals could not erase his chakra clone. But the ordinary bone blade protruding from Kuroto's palm was able to easily corrode Kuroto's tomb clone, and in the end, not even a trace of chakra fluctuation was left. This is too shocking. Because this means that even if he was stabbed by the bone blade in Hyojin's palm, his fate would not be much better than his previous chakra clone. Madara, his trick is called killing gray bones. Even if it is you, it will be very dangerous once you are hit by it. Zetsu's eyes flashed as he said slowly while moving behind Madara Uchiha. Killing gray bones together. Madara Uchiha suddenly thought, in addition to guarding against Hyojin, the rest of his attention was also attracted by Zetsu's introduction of killing gray bones together. And seeing Zetsu moving behind Madara Uchiha, Hyojin raised his mouth, showing a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Zetsu not only paid close attention to Madara Uchiha's every move, but also paid attention to Hyojin. When he saw Hyojin suddenly staring at him with a smile, he suddenly became frightened and secretly thought, did he see through my thoughts? But now that the situation has reached this point, there is no other choice. 1,000 years of planning, 1,000 years of waiting, it all depends on this moment, so Kuroto made up his mind and concentrated the last chakra left in his body by his mother Kagaya in his palm. At this time, Madara Uchiha seemed to think and frowned. Zetsu, how do you know killing gray bones together technique? Puff, without waiting for Madara Uchiha to finish his words, Zetsu's palm that condensed Kagaya's chakra level of bloodline net fiercely pierced into Madara Uchiha's chest. The sudden change in the field surprised everyone. What? Naruto and Sasuke immediately exclaimed, their eyes were full of disbelief. In the distance, Kakashi, the second Sendai, and the fourth Sendai all looked at this scene with puzzled expressions on their faces. Even Obito, who had calmly waited for death to descend upon him, revealed an expression of shock and bewilderment in the field. Madara Uchiha looked back with difficulty and looked at Zetsu with astonishment. You. What are you doing? Not to mention Madara, even White Zetsu, who was in the same body with Black Zetsu, shouted at this moment, the enemy is on the opposite side, even if you are blind, there should be a limit. Black Zetsu carefully looked at the opposite Hyojin and saw that Hyojin didn't do anything. He said to Madara Uchiha, why do you think you are different from Obsidian, the one who really manipulates everything behind the scenes? Madara, you are just a puppet in my hand. You think your own ideas are all guided by me. What are you talking about? Madara Uchiha's expression gradually became fierce and said, don't forget, I created you, you are part of my consciousness. Black Zetsu smiled, it was Kagaya who created me. Ah. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara wailed in pain. At the same time, a large number of black lines extended from the chest of Black Zetsu, and quickly spread to the whole body of Madara Uchiha. What a strong chakra. Naruto and Sasuke took a step back subconsciously. Even if they are now one step into the sixth path level, in the face of this sudden horror of chakra, they instinctively felt a burst of fear. In the distance, for generations said, I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Kakashi hurriedly asked Obsidian, Obsidian, what's going on? Obsidian shook his head with a confused face. He thought he was a tool man. He never thought that Uchiha, who has always been like a nightmare to him, was also a tool man. This layer after layer made him a little confused. Only Hyojin's face was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he stared at the swelling Uchiha Madara with great interest and muttered to himself, hey, is this the chakra attack of the Kekii network? Black Zetsu said to Uchiha Madara in pain, Uchiha Madara, your mission has been completed. Listening to this sentence that he had just said to Obsidian not long ago, Uchiha Madara was stunned. Black Zetsu then said, unfortunately, neither you nor Obsidian Madara was able to complete Infinite Tsukuyomi smoothly, which made my plan flawed. Black Zetsu's original plan was to wait for Obsidian or Madara to complete Infinite Tsukuyomi and use the descent of the sacred tree world to seal all the creatures in the world, turning them into chakra batteries that can be taken from them, and then attack and resurrect Kagaya in one fell swoop. However, the existence of Hyojin Madara broke his illusion, and he could only take the risk and resurrect Kagaya ahead of time. Uchiha Madara asked painfully, isn't Infinite Tsukuyomi the technique that brought eternal peace to the world of ninjas by Uchiha? Black Zetsu smiled and said, why do you think so? 6. The stone tablet left by the sage of the six paths wrote this clearly. Uchiha Madara said with difficulty, the expression on his face was full of puzzlement and despair, as if he had felt that another powerful chakra was invading his body. Black Zetsu smiled proudly and said, Madara, why do you think that the contents of the stone tablet have not been tampered with by me? Infinite Tsukuyomi has nothing to do with peace. It has only one function, that is to reunite the scattered chakra of my mother Kagaya. Knowing everything and feeling that he was about to lose control of his body, Uchiha Madara's eyes darkened. Hashirama, am I wrong? The first one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, apex inside the Ninja Coalition headquarters. The chakra's energy fluctuations are still increasing, the chakra's attributes seem to be changing, one after another. Information was passed from the perception class to the top 5 ninja villages. 3 generations of Naruto frowned. What happened on the battlefield? However, no one present could give him an answer. Just then, a ninja from the communications class hurried to the top and reported, Acting Sama just sent news that Otsutsuki Kagaya has been resurrected. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Everyone was taken aback. Immediately, 3 generations of Naruto stared at the ninja from the communications class and asked, is it the mother of the sage of the 6 paths, the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya? The ninja from the communications class wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. Yes, it is the legendary ancestor of chakra. 3 generations of Tsuchikage was stunned. This? How is this possible? Although the battle between Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian was hard to imagine, in any case, Hyojin and Uchiha Obsidian were ninjas of this era. Even Madara Uchiha was an active ninja in the era when the ninja villages were founded, which was only a few decades ago. But Otsutsuki Kagaya was a mythical figure. Even if he really existed, it was at least 1,000 years ago. How could such a historical figure be resurrected? This kind of overlap between myth and reality not only confused Tsuchikage, but also the other high-level members of Konoha also showed a strange expression. After a while, 4 generations of Kazekage asked the silent crowd, what should we do now? 3 generations of Naruto glanced at the injured people in front of him and sighed. All we can do is wait. They couldn't even deal with Madara Uchiha who had the impure soil body, let alone Uchiha Obsidian who had become a sage. Therefore, any tactics against Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, would be absurd and ridiculous. Everyone looked at each other, but they had to accept this reality. They used to be able to control the situation of the ninja world, but now they could only pin their hopes on others and pray like ordinary villagers. This reality made them sigh endlessly. On the battlefield, the rapidly expanding Uchiha Madara didn't explode as everyone expected, but gradually shrank and turned into a strange woman with a pair of horns in the chakra fluctuation. How could it be her? Damn it! Naruto and Sasuke, who had received the explanation and gift from the sage of the 6 paths, naturally recognized this strange woman with the eye of the moon and a pair of Byakugan eyes at a glance. In the distance, under the speculation of Obsidian who had become a Jubi's Jinchuriki, Kakashi and others also learned the identity of this woman. Otsutsuki Kagaya? How is this possible? Kakashi's face was full of shock because this name and everything it represented should only exist in myths and legends, not in reality, not in front of his eyes. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya's slightly confused eyes gradually focused, and his eyes looked at Hyojin and Naruto and Sasuke who were behind Hyojin. This familiar chakra, is it Higura? Otsutsuki Kagaya whispered, and a touch of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Naruto and Sasuke had the sage of the 6 paths, that is, the chakra directly gifted by Otsutsuki's Higura, and Hyojin, as a descendant of the Hyuga clan, immediately judged that Hyojin, Naruto, and Sasuke in front of him had a blood relationship with him. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hyojin's expression also became a little serious at this time. When Black Zetsu attacked Madara Uchiha just now, he had 100 opportunities to stop Black Zetsu or take the opportunity to end Uchiha Madara, but driven by curiosity and thirst for knowledge, he finally chose to watch and witness the whole process of Otsutsuki Kagaya using the chakra of the Kekii net to resurrect and occupy the body of Madara Uchiha, a 6-path level Uchiha's Jinchuriki. And with the resurrection of Kagaya, Hyojin also subconsciously compared himself with Kagaya, the first Kekii net of the shinobi world. In terms of chakra fluctuations, although Otsutsuki Kagaya just got rid of the seal and his state has not yet recovered to the peak, his chakra fluctuations are obviously not inferior to Hyojin Kagaya. This undoubtedly shows that Otsutsuki Kagaya in his peak state, in terms of chakra alone, is definitely above Hyojin Kagaya. This is the same as the difference between 6-path level. There is also a difference between Kekkei net. And it is reasonable that Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra strength is above Hyojin Kagaya. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya is an authentic Otsutsuki clan member, and before swallowing the chakra fruit, his life level has already surpassed mortals. And the chakra fruit is the crystallization of the divine tree after absorbing the energy of nature for thousands of years. Being a complete 6-path level, and then swallowing the crystal of the divine tree for thousands of years, Otsutsuki Kagaya's Kekkei net should be a very special and very powerful one, not to mention in the shinobi world, even in the Otsutsuki clan. In contrast, before the ceremony, Hyojin was just a Hyuga with a thin bloodline, and even his Tenseigan was obtained through the risk of injecting genetic serum. And his Kekkei fusion ceremony is essentially a fusion of flesh and blood to obtain different Kekkei limit. Being able to break through the Kekkei net is entirely because he created an opportunity to completely fuse the nature of yin and yang, 5 elements, and the 7 types of chakra, and seized this opportunity to advance to the next level in the simplest way. His Kekkei net has just crossed the passing line of Kekkei net, and compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya's Kekkei net that doesn't require Jubi and can also divide 2 6-path chakra for his sons, there is a certain gap. However, Hyojin also has his own advantage, that is, he has mastered the sage technique and can directly use the energy of nature. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had just recovered from the seal, looked at Hyojin, Naruto, and Sasuke, and finally locked her eyes on Hyojin. Obviously, she, who is also a Kekkei net, has already discovered that Hyojin is unusual. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who have tipped today, thank you everyone. While Otsutsuki Kagaya was looking at Hyojin, Hyojin was also looking at her. Unlike the sage of the 6 paths, Otsutsuki Himura, Otsutsuki Samurai, and other bloodline descendants, Otsutsuki Kagaya is an Otsutsuki who has truly completed the universe crossing. She not only hides the information of the bloodline net, but also hides various technologies of the Otsutsuki clan, such as crossing the universe, cultivating the sacred tree, and other information about the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, for Hyojin, this Otsutsuki Kagaya is not only the mythical ancestor of chakra, but also the best channel for him to understand the Otsutsuki clan and the deep starry sky. This is also the reason why Hyojin finally let Black Zetsu attack Uchiha Madara and resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya, because Otsutsuki Kagaya has the real treasure hidden in her body. So, Hyojin restrained his hostility and said in a calm tone, "Otsutsuki Kagaya, I think we can talk. I don't need to waste my time with you guys who don't even understand the meaning of chakra." Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression gradually became cold, and she looked at Hyojin, Naruto, and Sasuke with eyes full of indifference. As for the others on the sidelines, such as Kakashi, she didn't even glance at them. In her eyes, there was not even arrogance. As if this kind of condescension, this kind of arrogance is natural. She did not have any sense of superiority, nor did she feel the slightest pride, it was purely the indifference of a higher creature to a lower creature. Damn it! The sensitive Sasuke's eyes suddenly became cold. Naruto on the side also looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Obviously, this indifferent attitude of Otsutsuki Kagaya is more chilling than the previous Uchiha Obsidian and Uchiha Madara. Whether it is Obsidian or Madara, although their ideas are different, their purpose is to bring peace to the world of shinobi. At least the two sides recognize each other as the same kind and can communicate. However, this primogenitor chakra in front of him did not seem to be interested in talking at all. The way he looked at him did not seem like he was looking at his own kind, but more like he was looking at an animal. Hyojin chuckled. Is this the real Otsutsuki? He's really ruthless. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked around, glanced at the messy battlefield, and then looked at Hyojin again. He said in an indifferent tone, "This land is my precious nursery, and I can't let it get hurt again. Let's end the battle here." Swish, as soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, everyone, including Hyojin, was taken aback. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya finished his last note, a brutal space force swept over everyone, and before anyone could react, the scene around them changed completely. What happened? What is this place? While falling, Naruto and Sasuke looked around blankly. This was because the scenery around them was no longer the battlefield from before, but a scorching world of lava. scorching rocks and tumbling magma were everywhere in sight. Susanoo. After a brief moment of surprise, Sasuke immediately launched Susanoo and urged it to catch Naruto, who was also falling. A little further away, Kakashi and others also launched their own rescue and escaped the fate of falling into the magma. Among the people, only Hyojin was the calmest, calmly floating in the air. Heavenly defense, Kuroto thought in his heart, and there was a solemn look in his eyes. He had some impressions of some of Otsutsuki Kagaya's abilities, so he quickly recognized that this was Otsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly defense exclamation point. Heavenly defense was undoubtedly a Kekkai net level spacetime ninjutsu. It could instantly transfer enemies within a certain range to Otsutsuki Kagaya's primal sphere. What Hyojin did not expect was that he, who was also a Kekkai net like Otsutsuki Kagaya, would be instantly transferred by Otsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly defense without any resistance. This technique is much more domineering than Obsidian's Kamui. Although Obsidian's Kamui could also transfer objects, it needed to be aimed, and the absorption also took time, and the range was very limited. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Kagaya's Kamui was completely instantaneous and did not need to be aimed. As long as one was near Otsutsuki Kagaya, there was no room for resistance or evasion. Then, Hyojin looked around. Like Obsidian's Kamui space, Otsutsuki Kagaya also had her own primal sphere, but unlike Obsidian's Kamui space, Otsutsuki Kagaya's primal sphere did not have one layer, but several layers of different spaces overlapped together, and he was now in one of them, the lava space. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, if I really can't communicate, I can only seal it. Just as Hyojin was looking around and thinking, Sasuke, who had stabilized his body, said to Naruto, Naruto, the two of us are really destined to save the ninja world. Yeah. Naruto nodded. As the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, and the two of them had just accepted the gift and entrustment of the Sage of Six Paths, so resealing Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to be their destiny. Do it. With that said, Sasuke and Naruto rushed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Rumble, in an instant, the two sides were in a mess, and the battle in the lava space shook the mountains. Hyojin pondered for a moment, but did not intervene. Instead, he stood aside and watched the battle with Kakashi and the others. Kakashi looked surprised. Kuroto, why don't you help? Second generation Naruto, fourth generation Naruto, and even Obsidian looked at Hyojin in confusion. They did not understand why Hyojin chose to stand aside at this moment that concerned the survival of the ninja world. Hyojin smiled casually, I have to give the young people some opportunities to train. Kakashi was speechless, the opponent is the ancestor of chakra, Is this the time to let them train? Fourth generation also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fifth generation, what are your plans? Hyojin did not explain much, but pointed to the battle in the distance casually, look, isn't that a good fight? Everyone looked over and found that although Otsutsuki Kagaya had completely gained the upper hand, and Naruto and Sasuke were unable to resist, it was different from the previous fight against Uchiha Madara. Naruto and Sasuke, although the situation was a bit ugly, they were really entangled with Otsutsuki Kagaya, especially Naruto's endless shadow clones, which seemed to have caused a lot of trouble for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Noticing this, the few of them all exclaimed in surprise, what's going on? The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. There was no doubt that Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, possessed a powerful chakra that was superior to Madara Uchiha. At the same time, she also mastered unimaginable pupil techniques. Therefore, in everyone's view, the battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Naruto and Sasuke would be a one-sided battle. However, the reality was shocking. Although Naruto and Sasuke were struggling on the battlefield, they were able to hold Otsutsuki Kagaya back. Hyojin said, Otsutsuki Kagaya is not at her peak. Naruto's eyes were cold. She has such a terrifying chakra, and she is not at her peak? Hyojin said calmly, although her chakra is equal to mine, and even slightly better, it is not at her peak. No, it should be said that it is far from her peak. Kakashi asked, why do you say that? Hyojin explained, you should all know that Otsutsuki Kagaya has two sons, named Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Hamura, and Otsutsuki Yui is the Sage of Six Paths that we are familiar with. Yes. They all nodded. The Sage of Six Paths sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya and establishing the ninja sect was not unfamiliar to them. Yuki, the battle between the Hamura brothers and Otsutsuki Kagaya was essentially an internal battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya himself. After a pause, Hyojin continued, after giving birth to Yui and Hamura, Otsutsuki Kagaya was no longer at her peak. This? Everyone was astonished. Hyojin sighed, the Sage of the Six Paths created the shinobi sect and gave his chakra to the world, and then there were us ninjas. But in fact, the Sage of the Six Paths' own chakra belonged to Otsutsuki Kagaya. It was a gift from Otsutsuki Kagaya's mother. For generations Naruto understood Hyojin's words and said, "Are you saying that our chakra actually belongs to Otsutsuki Kagaya?" Hyojin gently nodded, the entire shinobi world's chakra originates from her, so you can more or less imagine what she was like at her peak, right? Obsidian said weakly, no wonder she was called the ancestor of chakra. Hyojin said, at her peak, Otsutsuki Kagaya is invincible to a certain extent, because no one has the ability to compete with her. Kakashi looked at the battlefield in the distance and looked at Naruto. Although Sasuke was struggling, he was still resisting Otsutsuki Kagaya. He wondered, then why? Hyojin smiled and said, it is because she is invincible, and there is no worthy opponent around her, so her fighting skills are not outstanding. While Hyojin was talking, Naruto in the distance used the reverse harem technique, which was forbidden by Hyojin, and hit Otsutsuki Kagaya with a punch. Hyojin froze for a moment and corrected himself, well, it should be very bad. Kakashi and others also saw that although Otsutsuki Kagaya surpassed Uchiha Madara in chakra, there was a world of difference in fighting skills and experience. This was the reason why Naruto and Sasuke could not withstand a single blow from Uchiha Madara, but could fight with Otsutsuki Kagaya for so long. With the success of Naruto's reverse harem technique, the two of them finally found an opportunity to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. One on the left and the other on the right, they stretched out their palms imprinted with the power of Yang and Yin and rushed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once the Yin and Yang were combined, the six-path earth shatter tensei contained in it would instantly activate and seal Otsutsuki Kagaya again. As if aware of the crisis, just as Naruto and Sasuke's palms were about to touch him, Otsutsuki Kagaya activated the heavenly defense and transferred everyone to another ice space in her primordial sphere. Kacha, in an instant, the three of them were transferred to an ice rock in the ice space. The three of them, frozen by the ice rock, were still in the same position as before the transfer. Naruto and Sasuke's palms were less than a palm away from Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, but the ice froze everything in an instant. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was also frozen, directly activated Yomi Hirasaka and escaped from the ice rock, leaving Naruto and Sasuke frozen in the ice rock. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Sasuke reacted and activated the Amaterasu to melt the ice rock. Only then did he and Naruto escape. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, saw his mother being forced into this situation by Naruto and Sasuke. He was speechless and helpless. While carefully looking at Hyojin in the distance, he suggested, "Mother, they have the mark of chakra on them. Let's separate them first and then deal with them one by one." Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded and instantly activated the Yomi Hirasaka. With one hand reaching into the space door, he grabbed Sasuke's collar and threw him into another space in the primordial sphere. Seeing Sasuke disappear into thin air, Naruto suddenly panicked. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya condensed his own chakra and launched a series of fist-shaped chakra waves at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto quickly activated the truth-seeking ball to block in front of him. Rumble. In an instant, there was a loud explosion. Naruto's supposedly invincible, truth-seeking ball could not resist Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra fist and was shattered one by one in the explosion. Naruto was also blown away by the shockwave and fell at the feet of Hyojin and the others. At this time, Hyojin calmly introduced to Kakashi, 2nd generation, 4th generation, and Obsidian, this move should be called 80 God Void Strikes. In terms of power, the power of each strike is above that of the Night Kai. Even if I was hit by it, I would not feel good. I see. Kakashi and the others nodded and praised. At this time, Naruto climbed out of the snow and looked at Hyojin and the others who were watching the show. He said, "Sensei, why don't you do something? I'm getting beaten up badly." Continue. As he said this, Hyojin pondered over the 80 God Void Strikes that Otsutsuki Kagaya had just performed. Fourth generation also laughed and said, Naruto, it's a rare opportunity to fight with the ancestor of chakra. Naruto, who had a head full of bumps, said with a bitter face, but Sasuke is missing. I can't seal her alone. It's okay, Sasuke has the Rinnegan, he can come back by himself. As he said this, Hyojin casually activated Yomi Hirasaka and glanced at Sasuke, who was in the desert space with a confused face, through the space door. He should be able to. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Rumble, accompanied by a violent roar, the melee in the icy space continued. Through countless shadow doppelgangers, Naruto was fighting with Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra. Although the situation was a bit ugly, it did not collapse. In the distance, Hyojin said to Kakashi and the others beside him, I have left some spatial traces for Sasuke, he should be able to find a way to return here. Hyojin could have actually thrown Sasuke away like Otsutsuki Kagaya did before, but he did not do so. After all, Sasuke already had the Magatama Rinnegan and was one step into the 6th-path level. Following the spatial traces to find the circuit was a basic skill that must be mastered. Yes. Kakashi nodded in understanding. The current situation was completely different from what he had expected. Naruto was using the multiple shadow doppelganger technique to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya alone. This was simply unimaginable, and with Hyojin on the side, it was not a very urgent matter whether Sasuke could return in time. This is really, for generations, who was also watching the battle, had a strange look on his face and did not know what to say. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya had been using 80 God Vacuum Strikes to attack Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, and 80 God Vacuum Strikes was a highly condensed chakra technique, the ultimate ninjutsu. Just by looking at the power of the truth-seeking ball, it was obvious that this chakra technique must consume a lot of energy, so it was really puzzling to use this decisive battle technique to clean up the shadow doppelgangers. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya's continuous demonstration of 80 God Vacuum Strikes had benefited Hyojin. After the careful observation of the Tenseigan, combined with his own understanding of ninjutsu, Kuroto quickly figured out some of the basic principles of 80 God Vacuo attacks, and imitated Kuroto's truth-seeking ball and blasted it at his truth-seeking ball. Boom, visible to the naked eye, Chakra's fist punched out fiercely and hit the truth-seeking ball not far away. A deafening roar was heard, and the snowy mist filled the air. When the snow, fog, and dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that there was an obvious crack on the truth-seeking jade. Second generation Naruto looked at Hyojin in shock. You've mastered 80 God Void Strikes? Kakashi and 4 generations Naruto were also shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. The three of them were all rare geniuses in the shinobi world, and because of this, they were amazed that Hyojin could master 80 God Void Strikes so quickly, an ultimate ninjutsu that could shatter the truth-seeking ball, and the power of each strike was above that of the Night Kai. Hyojin explained indifferently, the essence of 80 God Void Strikes is the application of chakra. For someone like me who has Byakugan and is good at soft punches, mastering 80 God Void Strikes isn't difficult. It's not that it's easy to learn 80 God Void Strikes, but Hyojin is a descendant of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Byakugan, soft punches, pressure points, and so on of the Hyuga clan also originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, the 80 God Void Strikes, which is difficult for others to analyze, is easy for him to imitate and learn. In short, the techniques of Otsutsuki Kagaya are completely compatible with Hyojin, so for Hyojin who has reached the level of blood chakra net, as long as he carefully analyzes it, it's not difficult for him to master it. Kakashi suddenly understood that the reason why Hyojin was helping Naruto and Sasuke was not only to train Naruto and Sasuke, but also to take the opportunity to observe and learn from Otsutsuki Kagaya's techniques. At this moment, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, saw that the situation was once again in an awkward stalemate, and quickly reminded Otsutsuki Kagaya, Mother, the one with the truth-seeking ball on his back should be the real body. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes immediately narrowed, and his Byakugan immediately locked on the one with the truth-seeking ball, floating on his back among the hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones. With the sound of breaking wind, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly rushed over and once again launched 80 God Void Strikes. Bang! The 80 God Void Strikes chakra fist instantly hit Naruto, who had the truth-seeking ball floating on his back. However, there was no splattering of flesh and blood, only a puff of white smoke from the shadow clones being destroyed. This. Both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu's expressions froze, and they were stunned on the spot. Daijirappa Rasengan. At this time, Naruto's loud shout came from behind Otsutsuki Kagaya. Rumble. In an instant, Naruto's Daijirappa Rasengan, which was mixed with the immortal technique chakra, smashed Otsutsuki Kagaya's back, and smashed him from the air onto the glacier on the ground. In the distance. How could this work? Kakashi, the second generation, and the fourth generation looked at each other. Even the dying obsidian was speechless. Naruto moved the truth-seeking ball to the back of the shadow clones. This kind of deception was actually not very clever in the ninja world, but no one expected Otsutsuki Kagaya to fall for it. What was even more unexpected was that Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned after being deceived, and Naruto's counterattack succeeded. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly stood up from the ground, his back unscathed after being hit by the Daijirappa. Damn it, I'd been deceived by such a kid. In Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, Black Zetsu was furious. Swoosh, at this moment, a crack appeared in the space, and Sasuke, who had tears of blood flowing from his Rinnegan, returned to the icy space in time and leaped towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. At the same time, Naruto, who was in the air, also pounced on him. Black Zetsu suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." Sensing the danger, the eye of the moon between Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyebrows flashed, and in an instant, he once again launched the heavenly defense that no one present could resist. Swish, time and space changed, and the scenery in front of everyone instantly changed. It was no longer the ice and snow from before, but a strange wasteland, bang bang bang. However, before everyone had time to observe their surroundings, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped everyone. In an instant, all of Naruto's shadow clones floating in the air fell, and with a muffled sound, they disappeared in a puff of white smoke. And not only the shadow clones, but also Otsutsuki Kagaya himself, who had launched the heavenly defense, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, the second generation, fourth generation, and Obsidian in the distance were all enveloped by this sudden and terrifying gravitational force, and instantly fell to the ground, unable to move. In the entire place, Kuroto was the only one who stood there quietly as if he wasn't affected at all. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Supergravity space? Hyojin muttered to himself as he clenched his fists. It was not that he was not affected by the supergravity. Like everyone else present, he could not escape the shroud of this terrifying supergravity. However, his Kekkei net realm and his strong adaptability allowed him to instantly resist the effects of the supergravity environment on his body and quickly adapt to it. Therefore, when the others were lying on the ground, he was able to stand there calmly. In fact, this kind of ability to control one's own body was not difficult for a Kekkei net. Of course, this was only Hyojin's own standard. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was also a Kekkei net and the owner of the space, was also affected by the supergravity and was lying on the ground awkwardly with everyone else. At this time, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, shouted, "Mother, quickly kill them." Otsutsuki Kagaya said, "I need their chakra." Obviously, Otsutsuki Kagaya was still thinking of retrieving Naruto and Sasuke's chakra, so when she attacked earlier, she did not immediately kill them. Black Zetsu suddenly became anxious. Hyojin is the real strong enemy. If we don't get rid of these two kids quickly, I'm afraid you will be sealed by them again. As soon as she heard the word sealed, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes flashed with resentment. The thing she regretted the most was giving her chakra to her two sons, and then being sealed by them for thousands of years, which led to her current situation. Using 80 heavenly void strikes to wipe out the shadow doppelgangers might seem like a waste to others, but for Otsutsuki Kagaya at her peak, it was just a casual blow. At her peak, she would not be affected when entering the supergravity space. This had nothing to do with her adaptability, it was purely the huge chakra that allowed her to ignore all environmental effects. Therefore, the current situation made her miss her heyday, and the more she missed it, the more she resented her sons who had betrayed her. Heiju urged anxiously, "Mother, don't hesitate, hurry up and do it." In an instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya's face turned cold, and a terrifying murderous intent appeared. Naruto and Sasuke, who were the closest, immediately felt the murderous intent emanating from Otsutsuki Kagaya. but their bodies were still affected by the supergravity and could not move at all. At this time Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly stood up, spread his palms, and pointed at Naruto and Sasuke. At the same time, many bone blades extended from her back, and a slender bone blade extended from each of her palms, aiming at Naruto and Sasuke. This is... Seeing the bone blades sticking out of Otsutsuki Kagaya's palms, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked and immediately recognized that this was the terrifying bone blade that Hyojin had used to kill Uchiha Madara's chakra tomb doppelganger not long ago. Kakashi and the others, who were also lying on the ground in the distance, also saw this and were shocked. Swoosh swoosh, without any unnecessary nonsense, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya had to give up the chakra on Naruto and Sasuke, she resolutely shot out the two bone blades in her palms. Oh no! Seeing the bone blades flying towards them, Naruto and Sasuke were suddenly shocked. At this moment, a space door appeared behind Naruto and Sasuke, and then two arms stretched out from the space door and dragged them into the space door together, narrowly avoiding Otsutsuki Kagaya's bone blades. After saving Naruto and Sasuke, who were still in a state of shock, Suijin said slowly, "The next battle is too dangerous, both of you should retreat." "Sensei." "Naruto-sama." Seeing Hyojin beside them, Naruto and Sasuke breathed a long sigh of relief. If Hyojin had saved them, they would have died under Otsutsuki Kagaya's bone blades. At this time, Hyojin, who had fully adapted to the supergravity environment, slowly walked towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya did not have any combat skills, she was, after all, a Kekii net. If she really wanted to kill, it would be easy for her to kill Naruto and Sasuke, who were half-baked six-path level. It could be said that until now, the reason why Otsutsuki Kagaya was not able to perform well and was repeatedly defeated by Naruto and Sasuke was entirely because she had not adapted to her current state and was still used to fighting in the style of her heyday. That's right, Otsutsuki Kagaya was still a Kekii net, and her chakra strength was even higher than Hyojin's. It was just that she was at her lowest. Seeing Hyojin slowly walking over, for some reason, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, felt a sense of panic. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes were still calm, as if she did not take Hyojin seriously. She raised her hand and shot a bone blade at Hyojin. Hyojin waved his hand expressionlessly and used the bone blade that came out of his palm to deflect Otsutsuki Kagaya's bone blade. He then said, "There's actually no reason for us to fight." Staring at the bone blade that came out of Hyojin's palm, Otsutsuki Kagaya asked, "Are you a descendant of Hamura?" "Yes." Hyojin gently nodded. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression suddenly became ferocious. "Give me back your chakra." Saying that, Otsutsuki Kagaya fully activated Ashen Bone Killer and shot more than a dozen bone blades at Hyojin. Sigh. Hyojin sighed softly and immediately rushed forward. At the same time, the 9 truth-seeking balls behind him instantly gathered in his palm and then transformed into a dazzling golden sword. Swoosh! In an instant, the two sides crossed paths. Hyojin's body was pierced by several bone blades, while Otsutsuki Kagaya's waist was cut by Hyojin's golden sword, leaving a huge gap. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, 10 tails swelled out from the gap in Otsutsuki Kagaya's waist. Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback and was just about to activate the Eye of the Moon in between his eyebrows to control 10 tails, but at this moment, the Eye of the Moon in between Hyojin's eyebrows also activated and interfered with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, 10 tails got rid of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body and roared as he escaped. Even without 10 tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya's realm did not drop, but the strength of his chakra was obviously inferior to Hyojin. Without hesitation, Hyojin turned towards Otsutsuki Kagaya and clenched his fist, shouting, "Earth-shatter heavenly star." In an instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression froze, and a trace of panic finally flashed across her calm face. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in her sleeve, was shocked and completely panicked. Looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was gradually swallowed by the gravel, Hyojin said lightly, "Calm down in the seal. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival." Asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned as they looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was gradually buried by the rocks and slowly rising into the sky. The marks of Yang and Yin on their palms were still there, but the enemy had been sealed. We haven't done anything yet, and it's over. When Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of the Sage of the Six Paths, was resurrected, the two of them firmly believed that they, who were chosen by the Sage of the Six Paths, were the key to saving the world. They have been working hard for this. Even when facing Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of the chakra, they didn't have the slightest fear or retreat. But they never thought that as soon as Hyojin made his move, the outcome was instantly decided. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mythical character with the titles of the ancestor of the chakra, the goddess of Moro, and so on, was sealed almost without any resistance. Such a result was undoubtedly too surprising. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, even Kakashi, Naidame, and fourth generations, who were more optimistic about the battle, were shocked when they saw this scene. Kakashi couldn't help but say to himself, has Kuroto become so powerful? Even the ancestor of the chakra can be defeated so easily? Naidame was also surprised at the moment. He had seen the chaotic warring states period, experienced the war between the shinobi villages, and witnessed the battle between the shinobi village and Madara Uchiha, the two peerless strong people known as the shinobi gods. He thought that his experience was rich enough, and that nothing could shock him anymore, but looking at Kuroto in the distance, who looked like a kami, no, not like, but a real kami, Kuroto realized how lacking his knowledge was. The first Hokage that he looked up to, and the enemy that he was afraid of, Madara, these ninjas that he thought were the limits of a ninja could reach, the strongest ninjas that could be crowned as gods, but in front of Kuroto, they were all reduced to mortals. Naidame Naruto, fourth generations, who already knew Hyojin's identity as Yama, was a little calmer, and smiled gently. In this era, fortunately, there is Naidame, this is the luck of Mai, and also the luck of the world. Obsidian slowly withdrew his gaze. It seemed that he was not surprised by Hyojin's victory, and his face had an as-expected expression. In the field. At this time, Suijin was looking at the huge sphere in the sky that he created with the Keiji Tensei while slowly pulling out the bone blade inserted in his body. The confrontation just now was actually not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At the moment of the fight, Otsutsuki Kagaya actually secretly used a kind of pupil technique that can freeze Suijin's body for a moment, causing Suijin's figure to freeze for a moment. However, Hyojin, who was in the Tenseigan chakra mode, has a certain ability to resist seals and imprisonment, plus he also has an Eye of the Moon, which interferes with Otsutsuki Kagaya's pupil technique, so at the moment of being hit, he immediately broke free from Otsutsuki Kagaya's freeze. However, the momentary stagnation of his body still affected Hyojin's dodging, so he was hit by several of Otsutsuki Kagaya's bone blades. Why didn't she use that instantaneous pupil technique earlier? As long as she took Naruto by surprise, Sasuke wouldn't even need a second, right? Thinking back to the scene just now, Hyojin was a little puzzled. He even wondered if Otsutsuki Kagaya mastered too many ninjutsu, so much so that he didn't know what kind of pupil technique to use. Ninjutsu would be fine. Pulling out the bone blade inserted in his body, Hyojin's expression slightly froze. The area where he was stabbed by the bone blade showed signs of withering and rotting. Although it wasn't serious, it was enough to shock him. After all, he had mastered the common killer Grey Bones technique, and his body had enough resistance to the common killer Grey Bones. But even so, the area of his body that was hit by the bone blade still showed signs of withering and decay. It can be seen how overbearing the mutual killer Ash Bones technique was. If it was someone else, even if it was a six-path level, strong person, if they were hit by this technique, they would probably lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. After using the Tenseigan chakra to remove the withering and decay in the wound, Hyojin once again looked at the Kurigaku Tensei in the air where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. After the previous failure, this time, his execution of the earthly explosion Heavenly Star was in accordance with the rules, and there were no mistakes. The reason why he brazenly activated the seal and no longer tried to negotiate with Otsutsuki Kagaya was because he found that Otsutsuki Kagaya was a complete godhead. She did not have the thinking of ordinary humans, nor did she have the empathy of ordinary humans. She was a pure Kekkei Genkai. In the face of such a person, or rather a god, it was very difficult to communicate, because Hyojin even had some doubts about whether Otsutsuki Kagaya regarded him as one of her kind. Therefore, Hyojin decisively chose to seal her. Hyojin wanted to let Otsutsuki Kagaya know that he had the ability to seal her at any time, and that fear was often the beginning of respect. In addition, Hyojin had other considerations when he sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. He had just achieved Kekkei Genkai, and there were many things worth exploring and studying in the realm of Kekkei Genkai alone. In addition, he had just witnessed Otsutsuki Kagaya using the method of chakra to use Uchiha Madara to resurrect, as well as Otsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly defense, 80 God Void Strikes, and other jutsu. It could be said that there were too many things for him to study and analyze now, so he was not in a hurry to learn the Otsutsuki clan's technology and secrets that Otsutsuki Kagaya had hidden. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. Anyway, his Eye of the Moon had already marked this primordial sphere. When he fully mastered the various abilities of Kekkei Tensei, Chakra Attack, 80 God Void Strikes, and other techniques, it would not be too late to talk to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Roar! Just as Hyojin was thinking about it, Ten-Tails, who had separated from Otsutsuki Kagaya, roared. Feeling the terrifying chakra on Ten-Tails, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, second generation, and fourth generation, who were a little further away, became nervous again. Hyojin looked over and said, "Shut up." With Hyojin's soft shout, Ten-Tails, who was in a rage, immediately quieted down under the gaze of Hyojin's scarlet Eye of the Moon, and obediently squatted aside. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Jubi, who was still arrogant, roaring at the sky and bursting out waves of terrifying chakra, was stared at by Hyojin and suddenly became docile like a pet dog, squatting aside obediently. The scarlet Eye of the Moon on its head peeked at Hyojin from time to time, with the word fear written all over its face. This, Naruto and Sasuke, who were ready for the battle, were speechless. Kakashi, second generation, and fourth generation shook their heads and laughed. Now they finally understood where the legend of Jubi was the spiritual beast of the immortals came from. Obviously, when the strength reached a certain level, Jubi, who symbolized the disaster itself, was just a pet with a bigger head. After being disturbed by Jubi, Hyojin collected his scattered thoughts and pondered how to deal with this monster. There is no doubt that Jubi was a weapon developed by the Otsutsuki family. In the form of the sacred tree, its role was to absorb the energy of the planet and condense chakra fruit, and in the form of Jubi, it was a chakra battery, a weapon of war. It can be said that Jubi itself was the crystallization of the technology of the Otsutsuki family, at least 1,000 years ago. Since it has been merged, there is no need to divide it. After muttering to himself, Suijin walked to Jubi's side, stretched out his hand and pressed on Jubi's body, and then suddenly pulled Madara out of the body. Thump, the unconscious Madara Uchiha fell to the ground. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, second generation, and fourth generation came over at this time and looked at the unconscious Madara Uchiha on the ground. Everyone showed a surprised look. At this time, Madara Uchiha no longer had the momentum of Jubi's Jinchuriki, and his breath was weak like an old man who was dying. Second generation Naruto said, "He looks like he's about to die." Hyojin nodded and said, "Yes, it's hopeless." Uchiha Madara's situation is even more special than that of Obsidian. Obsidian was stripped of the Jubi, and he was invaded by Otsutsuki Kagaya chakra as a Kekkei net. In other words, Uchiha Madara has been assimilated by Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the fundamental chakra has been contaminated. In this case, even Hyojin is not sure to save him. Of course, there was no need for Hyojin to waste time and effort to save him. Looking at the withered face of Madara Uchiha, Naruto sighed and said, "It's ironic that a proud person like him should end up like this." Madara Uchiha fooled everyone by pretending to be dead, remotely controlled the Akatsuki organization to set off the shinobi war, but in the end, he turned out to be someone else's chess piece, and he ended up like this, which is really ironic. Kakashi stared at Jubi and asked Hyojin, "Kuroto, what are you going to do with it?" Naruto quickly looked at Hyojin and asked, "Sensei, the ninth Lama was swallowed by this monster, you must help me save him." "Okay." Hyojin nodded gently. It is not difficult for Hyojin to separate a part of the Nine Tails chakra from Jubi. Kakashi whispered, "If you bring Jubi back to the shinobi world, other shinobi villages may ask us for the tailed beasts." Hyojin smiled and said, "I know what to do." In fact, with the current strength of Hyojin, he doesn't need to care about what other shinobi villages think. As long as he wants, he can even imitate Otsutsuki Kagaya to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi and gather all the chakra in the shinobi world into himself. At this time, Kakashi wanted to say something but stopped. He opened his mouth several times, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yandere Naruto saw this and asked in place of Kakashi, Yandere, what are you going to do with obsidian? Kakashi immediately looked at Hyojin nervously. Hyojin did not answer immediately, but slowly walked towards obsidian lying in the distance, and everyone followed one by one. Seeing that Suijin had arrived in front of him, the Obito laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Everything I've worked so hard for turned out to be nothing but a lie. Kuroto, you're right, I'm really a fool. When he understood the true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi, obsidian broke down. All his efforts were just lies constructed by others in the end. This not only made everything he had done in the past 10 years seem ridiculous, but it also made his already rough life full of sorrow. Kakashi had a complicated expression. Obsidian looked at Kakashi and Yandere Naruto. Kakashi, sensei, I'm sorry. Hearing Obsidian's sorry, Kakashi suddenly trembled. All kinds of memories of the past came to his mind, and he couldn't help but ask Hyojin, can you save him? Hyojin said calmly, you have to ask him if he still wants to live or not. Obsidian, whose faith had collapsed, shook his head and refused Kakashi's kindness. Kakashi, let me use death to atone for my past sins. Kakashi was speechless. Obsidian was one of the masterminds of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Even if the victims of the other shinobi villages were not counted, the Mai ninjas alone had died in the hands of Obsidian. Therefore, even if he ignored the attitude of the other shinobi villages, Kakashi, who wanted to save Obsidian, had no way to explain it to the Mai. And just as Kakashi was silent, Yandere Naruto smiled. Obsidian, there are many ways to atone for your sins, and death is the easiest one. Obsidian's expression froze. Yandere then asked, are you going to escape again? Kakashi quickly said, you have committed a lot of crimes, and only dying once is too easy for you. Obsidian was speechless. Kakashi said to Kuroto, save him, I will bear all the responsibility. Can you bear this kind of thing? With a smile, Hyojin patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Let me take the blame, anyway, no one dares to trouble me now. After saying that, Hyojin asked Kakashi to put Obsidian's broken body in two, and then send a universal nature to rebuild the body. For the current Hyojin, it was not difficult to resurrect a person, let alone save a person. And the living Obsidian had other uses for Hyojin. After all, Obsidian was a stubborn guy. Once he was controlled, he could be regarded as a useful tool. As for atonement, working for Naruto was also a part of atonement. At this time, Obsidian stretched out his arm to Hyojin and made the seal of reconciliation gesture. I lost. The second update is here, the end of the month. Students who still have monthly votes, please support. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Hyojin smiled and reached out his hand to complete the seal of reconciliation with Obsidian. Seeing this scene, Kakashi breathed a long sigh of relief. Although his power as Deputy Naruto is not small, but there are Naruto and the Council of Elders in the village, and there are other shinobi villages outside the village. As a Deputy Naruto, he is obviously not qualified to vouch for Obsidian, a felon who provoked a war. However, Hyojin is different. Mai's fifth-generation Naruto, the leader of Amatsukami, and the hero who ended the Fourth Shinobi War with his own strength, no matter which identity, they all have enough weight, not to mention that all of these identities belong to him. It can be said that the current Hyojin is the most powerful and famous person in the shinobi world. Anyone with a little sense will not choose to openly oppose Hyojin, so if there is Hyojin's endorsement, Obsidian's life can be considered to be saved. At this time, For Generation said to Obsidian, it's great to see that you have turned over a new leaf. Obsidian instinctively avoided the gaze of 4 generations, and his face was burning. As the main culprit of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, the 4th generation hermit in front of him could be said to be the person he had hurt the most. Therefore, he felt extremely guilty when the 4th generation hermit forgave him. Seeing that his father has forgiven Obsidian, Naruto laughed and said, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, please take care of me in the future. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and said coolly, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. After learning that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian were all deceived by Black Jew, the 2nd generation Naruto also put down his prejudice against Uchiha and said to Obsidian, young Uchiha, you're on your own, bang bang. However, Before second-generation Naruto could finish speaking, he suddenly disappeared in a puff of white smoke, and disappeared with him was the 4 generations Naruto. What's going on? Seeing his father suddenly disappear, Naruto was shocked. Sasuke and Obsidian were also surprised. Hyojin and Kakashi looked at each other and said at the same time, Orochimaru? The first generation, second generation, and 4 generations were all Orochimaru's impure earth reincarnation and were controlled by Orochimaru's impure earth body. Therefore, just now, second generation and 4 generations were teleported away by Orochimaru. It is impossible for the shinobi world to know about the battle in the prime orb space, so Orochimaru probably doesn't know that the battle here has ended smoothly. So, it is very strange for him to send the impure earth form away at this time. With Hyojin's understanding of Orochimaru, at this critical moment, Orochimaru would not make such a low-level mistake. The only explanation is that Orochimaru is in trouble, a trouble that is enough to threaten his life, so he had no choice but to teleport second generation and 4 generations who may be fighting with Otsutsuki Kagaya. But the question is, who would want to go against Orochimaru at this time? What's more, Orochimaru isn't a pushover. He has Pharmacist Do, Kimimaro, Yugo, Yamato, and the others around him. They are all Kage and Jonin level ninjas, so it won't be easy to deal with him. Kakashi seemed to think of something and said, I heard from Tsunade-sama that Orochimaru seems to have his eyes on Nagato. I knew it. After shaking his head and chuckling for a while, Hyojin said, forget about him, let's deal with Ten Tails first. Kakashi quickly asked, how do you want to deal with Ten Tails? Hyojin looked at Obsidian. Obsidian was startled for a moment and reacted, you are not thinking of transferring Ten Tails to my godly power space, are you? Don't you think that your godly power space is the most suitable place to store Ten Tails? After a pause, Hyojin looked around and said, this space is Otsutsuki Kagaya's territory, it is too dangerous to leave Ten Tails here, and letting Ten Tails stay in the shinobi world will easily cause unnecessary trouble, so moving to the godly power space is the best choice at present. Obsidian said, I have no objection. I have no objection either. Kakashi nodded. With the 2 examples of Uchiha Obsidian and Uchiha Madara, it is no secret in the shinobi world that becoming a Jubi's Jinchuriki will allow one to step into the 6th-path realm and become a sage. Therefore, Ten Tails is too sensitive at the moment. If he rashly brings Ten Tails back to the shinobi world, not only will it easily arouse the conflict between the 5 great shinobi villages, but it will also easily attract the attention of those with bad intentions. At this time, Hyojin waved his hand and used Rain Pull to summon Uchiha Madara in the distance and handed him to Kakashi, and said, Kakashi, you first bring Uchiha Madara back to the village, and then announce that I have successfully sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for Ten Tails and Obsidian, don't mention them for the time being. Kakashi said, I understand. Hyojin glanced at the Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eye sockets and said, protect this pair of Rinnegan, and when I come back, I will consider what to do with it. The value of the Rinnegan is naturally clear to Kakashi, so he solemnly promised, don't worry, I will definitely keep this pair of Rinnegan safe. Hyojin activated Yomi Birasuk and opened the space gate to the shinobi world, then said, Naruto, Sasuke, you 2 also go back to the village with Kakashi. Yes. Naruto and Sasuke respectfully saluted Hyojin. Putting aside the identity of Naruto and the leader of Amatsukami, Hyojin's current strength alone is enough to make Naruto and Sasuke feel awe. Therefore, although they have received the gift of Sage of the 6 Paths, and 1 step into the 6 Paths level, their respect for Hyojin has not diminished in the slightest, on the contrary, it has deepened a lot because of this battle. After sending away Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, Hyojin said to Obsidian, let's go. Obsidian hurriedly used Kamui on the Ten Tails. However, Obsidian, who has lost the Rinnegan, could not suppress the Ten Tails at all. As soon as the vortex of Kamui spread to the Ten Tails, he received a backlash from the huge chakra of the Ten Tails. At this moment, the eye of the moon between Hyojin's eyebrows glared fiercely, and the violent Ten Tails became obedient again, gradually being swallowed by the twisting vortex. Then, Hyojin and Obsidian also disappeared with the vortex from Otsutsuki Kagaya's prime sphere. Hoo-hoo, after returning to the Kamui space, Obsidian lay on the ground and panted heavily. Without the Ten-Tails and the Rinnegan, Obsidian had now fallen back to his original state. Although the strength of the chakra had increased after the baptism of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, there was no way to fight against the Ten-Tails anymore. Hyojin looked around and said, "We can build a biological laboratory here, and a large training ground over there." Listening to Hyojin's plan, Obsidian, who was still panting, wondered, "Kuroto, what are you doing?" Hyojin gently patted Obsidian's shoulder and said, "From now on, you will be my warehouse manager." Obsidian's face was dull. Warehouse manager? I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Commandeering Obsidian's Hokage space is not a temporary whim of Hyojin, he has long wanted to have a different space that belongs to him. Now that he has mastered Yomi Biraban, coupled with the Eye of the Moon on his forehead, he can mark 2 or 3 different spaces for a long time, so he decided to use 2 of them on Otsutsuki Kagaya's Hokage space and Obsidian's Hokage space. As for letting Obito be the warehouse manager, he had also considered it. First, Obsidian has a very rich experience in using space-time ninjutsu, and he is extremely vigilant in the face of enemies who have also mastered space-time ninjutsu. It must be known that things like different spaces are forbidden areas that ordinary ninjas can't set foot in, but it is nothing for Otsutsuki. Therefore, Hokage space is not absolutely safe, someone must be stationed there for a long time, and Obsidian, the owner of Hokage space, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Second, even if Hyojin makes an exception to save Obsidian, it is not convenient to let Obsidian wander around in front of everyone. Because even if you don't take into account the feelings of other villages, Mai alone has killed many ninjas in the 4th Shinobi War, so it is better to let Obsidian live in the shadows. As for whether Obsidian will defect again, Hyojin is not too worried in this regard. The main thing is that Obsidian himself is not a greedy and cunning person. What he did before is the same as Madara Uchiha. He wants to build a dream world where there are no losers and everyone's dreams can be realized. This kind of idiotic person would typically be stubborn to the end, just like how Obito refused to give up despite all the setbacks. No matter how many blows he suffered, all he wanted to do was revive Ten-Tails and activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. But if he truly admitted defeat, this kind of person would not easily betray him. In addition, after losing the Rinnegan, Obsidian can't suppress the Ten-Tails, so even if he has any bad intentions, he can't do anything to the Ten-Tails with just his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. After placing Ten-Tails and sealing it slightly, Hyojin told Obsidian, "You made Ten-Tails, so I'll leave it to you to guard it for the time being. This is also part of your atonement." "I understand." Obsidian nodded calmly. The only meaning of his life now was to atone for the crimes he had committed. Therefore, he would unconditionally carry out Hyojin's arrangements. After explaining, Suijin once again activated Yomi Biraban and walked into the space gate. When he walked out of the space gate again, he had already arrived at the side of the river Styx, the Mitsutsu River. Now that the 4th Shinobi War has been quelled by him, he can take the time to deal with the trouble of Otsutsuki samurai. Following the traces on the ground, Kuroto searched all the way and soon found Otsutsuki samurai who was looking for a way to return to the shinobi world in the upper reaches of the river Styx. "It's you." After being stunned for a moment, Otsutsuki samurai immediately activated the Tenseigan chakra mode, and his whole body flew like a blue stream of light. And in the process of flying, he condensed the truth-seeking balls behind him into his palm and activated the strongest attack of the Tenseigan, the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, and stabbed fiercely towards Hyojin. Looking at the dazzling golden sword stabbing towards him, Hyojin laughed for a while. It has always been him using the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion to kill others, but today it was someone else using the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, which really made him a little uncomfortable. Soon, like a stream of light, Otsutsuki samurai rushed in front of Hyojin, and the dazzling golden sword in his hand stabbed towards Hyojin's heart. But Hyojin didn't make any extra movements, he just slowly raised his right hand and greeted Otsutsuki samurai's golden sword. Boom! Otsutsuki samurai's Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion stabbed Hyojin's palm, and immediately there was a burst of sound. Then, the dazzling golden sword seemed to be unable to move forward, it had to split into several golden lights and refracted in all directions. Seeing that his strongest pupil technique was easily blocked by Hyojin with one hand, Otsutsuki samurai's eyes widened, and his bright eyes were full of doubts and puzzlement. Heh, Hyojin chuckled, then reached forward with his right hand and instantly grabbed Otsutsuki Samurai's neck. Like the current Naruto and Sasuke, Otsutsuki Samurai, who has the Tenseigan, is also an incomplete six-path level, and such strength has no room for resistance in front of Hyojin, a qualified Kekii snare. After all, Hyojin is not like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who can't take down Naruto and Sasuke after struggling for a long time. Why? Why is this happening? Otsutsuki Samurai, who was strangled, asked with difficulty. Such an inexplicable failure was really hard for him to accept. Are you confused? Chuckling, Kuroto said, your arrogance doesn't match your strength at all. Otsutsuki Samurai continued to ask, who are you? Why do you have the Tenseigan? At this time, Hyojin slammed Otsutsuki Samurai to the ground, then stepped on Otsutsuki Samurai's head, and asked indifferently, a weakling like you, what right do you have to ask me where my Tenseigan came from? Being asked by Hyojin, Otsutsuki Samurai was stunned. At this time, Hyojin kicked Otsutsuki Samurai out, and then said calmly, the giant Tenseigan on the moon has been dealt with by me. What? You? How dare you? Otsutsuki Samurai suddenly got up from the ground, and he was furious. Hyojin looked at him coldly, do you have a problem with that? I'm going to kill you. Otsutsuki Samurai roared and rushed at Hyojin again. With a casual slap, Hyojin sent Otsutsuki Samurai flying. Then, he said, why? Are you still reluctant to part with the giant Tenseigan that symbolizes the sins of your branch family? Otsutsuki Samurai said, what do you mean? Hyojin said indifferently, didn't your elders tell you that your branch family used that giant Tenseigan to slaughter all the members of the main family on the moon and dug out their Byakugan as nourishment for the giant Tenseigan? Otsutsuki Samurai was shocked, you. What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? Hyojin's figure flashed, and he grabbed Otsutsuki Samurai while activating Yomibirasuka, bringing Otsutsuki Samurai back to the moon. There are only 3 days left in June. Those who have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Holding Otsutsuki Samurai, Hyojin strolled in a ruin on the moon. Judging from the scale, this ruin obviously belonged to a larger town level before it was abandoned. There were many buildings and complicated streets. It would not be a problem for thousands of people to live here. If they squeezed a little, tens of thousands of people could live here. Hyojin looked around and asked casually, what is this place? Otsutsuki Samurai did not answer, but remained silent with a look of resistance. Humph. Hyojin snorted lightly and then walked toward the depths of the ruin without stopping. Soon, under the inside of his Tenseigan, he found that there seemed to be a faint chakra reaction in the depths of the ruin, and these chakra reactions were the Byakugan chakra that he was very familiar with. How could this be? Otsutsuki Samurai, who also sensed this faint chakra reaction, frowned and was slightly taken aback. Obviously, he, who had been living on the moon, knew very well that after the death of several elders, he was the only one left on the entire moon. So it's really hidden here. With a smile, Kuroto's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After a while, Hyojin took Otsutsuki Samurai to a large tomb deep underground in the ruins, where the previous chakra fluctuations came from. What is this place? Looking at the rows of tombs in front of him that were deep in the darkness and almost endless, Otsutsuki Samurai was shocked. He had lived on the moon for so long, but he had never heard of such a large group of tombs on the moon. If all the people buried here were of the same race, then the number of people buried here would be no less than the people enshrined in the lookout. Hyojin said indifferently, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the last cemetery of the main family. The main family? Otsutsuki Samurai was even more confused. Throwing Otsutsuki Samurai to the ground, Hyojin said, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, the second son of the ancestor of Chakra Otsutsuki Kagaya. And these descendants are divided into the main family and the branch family. Otsutsuki Samurai listened attentively. Hyojin continued, in the following years, the two sides were at peace, until Otsutsuki Himura passed away. The branch family, which was in a vassal position, began to plot a rebellion and developed the giant chakra Tenseigan. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Samurai muttered to himself, no, the giant chakra Tenseigan is not a weapon to kill people, it is the treasure of our Otsutsuki clan. Ignoring Otsutsuki Samurai, Hyojin continued, the existence of the giant chakra Tenseigan reversed the strength of the two sides. The branch family rebelled successfully and slaughtered all the members of the main family. They used the Byakugan of the main family as nourishment and integrated it into the giant chakra Tenseigan of the branch family. From then on, there was only the branch family left on the moon, so. After a pause, Hyojin looked at Otsutsuki Samurai and said, so you are also a member of the branch family, the last descendant of the branch family. Otsutsuki Samurai shouted hysterically, no, this is impossible, this is impossible. You are talking nonsense, we are not the branch family, we did not betray the ancestors. The ancestors' last wish was for us to clean up the failed ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths, and we have been working hard for the ancestors' last wish. Hyojin shrugged and said, then how do you explain these thousands of tombs? Otsutsuki Samurai was suddenly speechless. If the people buried here were all of the same clan, there was no reason for the elders to hide such a large number of tombs from him. The reasonable explanation was that either the elders did not know about the existence of this place, or the elders had other reasons to hide the truth. He is right. At this moment, an old voice came from the shadows deep in the tomb area. Otsutsuki Samurai quickly looked over and found a spiritual body walking out of the shadows, and the appearance of the spiritual body was almost the same as the ancestor stone statue enshrined in the lookout. Otsutsuki Samurai asked in surprise, You are? Kuroto was surprised and said, finally willing to show up. At this time, the spiritual body gradually approached and replied, this old man is Otsutsuki Himura. Then, one spiritual body after another appeared from the tombs, and then they all knelt and saluted the spiritual body who claimed to be Otsutsuki Himura. Ancestor. Otsutsuki Samurai, who got an affirmative answer, was shocked. Hyojin, who was on the side, paid attention to the surroundings. He faintly found that this tomb area seemed to have been transformed by Otsutsuki Himura into a special environment similar to the pure land of the underworld, so the spiritual bodies of these dead members of the Otsutsuki main family could be maintained for a long time. Otherwise, with the strength of these members of the main family, it would be impossible for the spiritual bodies to be maintained for so long without collapsing. At this time, Otsutsuki Himura said to Otsutsuki Samurai, unfortunately, what he said is true. The branch family launched a rebellion and used the giant Tenseigan to destroy the main family. After saying that, Otsutsuki Himura used chakra to reenact the rebellion in front of Otsutsuki Samurai. Looking at the scene of the branch family slaughtering the main family with the giant Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Samurai lost his soul and kept saying, how could this be, how could this be? Hyojin did not interrupt at this time. After all, he did not know much about the war between the main family and the branch family on the moon, so he listened to Otsutsuki Himura's explanation and retreated to the side. After listening to Otsutsuki Himura's description of the dispute that year, Hyojin was speechless. If the Sage of the Six Paths Otsutsuki Yui watched his two sons fight in the shinobi world because he was disheartened, then Otsutsuki Himura watched the branch family slaughter the main family because he was really frightened by the cruelty and viciousness of the branch family. After all, he was not good at fighting, and at that time, he was only left with his spiritual body. He was no longer a complete six-path shinobi, and the branch family created the giant Tenseigan. Even if he came forward, he may not be able to stop the branch family, so he endured. And he, as the ancestor of the branch family, did not come forward to intervene, which undoubtedly gave the rebel branch family more confidence. After the successful rebellion, the branch family even had the illusion that the ancestor of the Six Paths wanted them to destroy the incompetent main family, and that the main family's mission was only to guard the demon statue of the outer path on the moon, and not to interfere in the shinobi world. Since the ancestor of the Six Paths wanted the branch family to destroy the main family, there is no doubt that the ancestor had other requirements for the branch family. Therefore, the mission of cleaning up the failed shinobi world created by the Sage of the Six Paths was put forward by the branch family in the name of the ancestor's last wish, because only in this way can they prove the legitimacy of their rebellion. Just as Hyojin was thinking about it, Otsutsuki Himura, who had finished explaining everything, turned to him and asked, young Otsutsuki, you are also my descendant, right? I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in a burst of wind-breaking sound, an Umbu team shuttled through the forest, their speed was as fast as a group of ghosts under the night sky. After a while, the Umbu team stopped in an open space in the forest. As the captain observed the surroundings, he silently made a hand gesture. The team members who understood his meaning nodded tacitly, then quickly spread out and carefully inspected the surroundings. After a long time, the scattered team members regrouped and reported to the captain, "Nothing." The Umbu captain's face immediately sank and asked a ninja beside him, "Is it here or not? Don't tell me you got the wrong place?" The ninja shook his head again and again. "It can't be wrong, I just checked with the chief commander, it's here, the error is not more than 50 meters. The captain's expression became solemn and whispered, "That's strange." "Yes, it's too strange." The other members of the team also nodded in agreement. The task of this team is very simple, that is, to track the location of Nagato and Orochimaru according to the chakra reaction sensed by the General Command. And according to the intelligence of the General Command, the last chakra reaction of Nagato and Orochimaru is here. In addition, the perceptive water ball located in the General Command also sensed a strange chakra reaction that has never been sensed before, and the most puzzling thing is that the peak of this strange chakra fluctuation actually reached the level of 6 path for a short period of time. This discovery once made the General Command mistakenly think that it was Hyojin or Uchiha Obsidian. Uchiha Madara had appeared there. After all, there are only a few 6-path sages in the shinobi world. But when Kakashi brought the body of Uchiha Madara back to Mai, and the news that Hyojin had successfully sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Orochimaru's abnormal channeling of the 2nd and 4th generations, the people in the General Command found that the 6-path chakra fluctuation that appeared here is not the 6-path sages Hyojin, Uchiha Obsidian, or Uchiha Madara. In this way, the problem is serious. Because this matter not only involves the original Akatsuki leader Nagato, but also Orochimaru, one of the Sannin who defected to Mai, and may even involve an unknown 6-path sages. Therefore, the GCH immediately sent out this elite team to investigate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after a while, a few more figures arrived here, and a huge clay bird appeared in the air. Obviously, the General Command was not at ease, so they sent a more elite team, and the commander of this team was none other than the other two of the Sannin of Mai, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Dead Ale of Rock Village, May of Mist Village, Pakura of Sand Crypsis, and Druid of Cloud Village. After meeting with the Umbu team, Jiraiya asked eagerly, "What did you find?" The captain of the Umbu team reported, "We found some traces of battle, but," Tsunade urged, "if you found anything, just say it directly, don't hesitate." The Umbu captain pointed to the places around that they have marked and said, "These are all our findings." Jiraiya immediately said, "This is impossible, the perceptive ball reflected that there was a 6-path chakra fluctuation here, how can there be so few traces of battle?" The battle of 6-path sages, Hyojin and Obsidian have vividly demonstrated it to the shinobi world once, so if there really was a 6-path sages here, the traces of battle would not be so few. The Umbu captain looked helpless, "I'm sorry, we only found these traces." Tsunade carefully checked the traces of battle marked by the Umbu team around, nodding and frowning from time to time as if she found something difficult to understand. Meiming also looked around and asked, "What did you find?" Tsunade was a little puzzled. According to these traces of battle, Nagato, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and others seem to have fought here, but something is wrong. Jiraiya nodded gently, "Well, judging from the traces, it seems that the two sides just tried to test each other, and then shook hands and made peace. But there are no footprints of them leaving here, and there are no traces of the scene being cleaned." Dalyui added, "I didn't find any traces of the mysterious person who is suspected to be an immortal in these traces of battle." Pakura said in a deep voice, "I didn't find it either. There was a battle at the scene, but there was no expected large-scale environmental destruction. There were traces of Nagato, Orochimaru, and others fighting, but there were no traces of them leaving, and there were no traces of them cleaning the battlefield. There were no traces of the strange immortal reflected in the perceptive ball." All of the above was contrary to the speculation of the General Command, which made people feel confused. At this moment, Dead Ale, who was on the clay bird in the air, landed in the forest, then glanced around slightly and curled his lips. "It can't be, Nagato and Orochimaru are also considered experts, but they were defeated so easily?" Dead Ale's words suddenly cleared the fog in everyone's hearts. Whether it was Jiraiya or Tsunade, they all believed that it was Orochimaru who attacked Nagato, and following this train of thought, the scene in front of them was naturally strange everywhere. But according to Dedale's idea, Orochimaru and Nagato were not enemies, but joined forces in front of a strong enemy, coupled with the reaction of the strange 6th level chakra on the perceptive ball, then the traces at the scene can be explained. Mei was still a little puzzled. In addition to your village's Fudame-sama, as well as the people defeated by Fudame-sama, Uchiha Obsidian, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, is there anyone else in the shinobi world who can defeat Nagato and Orochimaru in an instant? Jiraiya and Tsunade were silent. This is also the reason why they didn't think in this direction at first, because they instinctively ruled out the existence of people in the shinobi world who can easily defeat Nagato and Orochimaru. Moreover, at that time Orochimaru was accompanied by Yakushido, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato. When these people faced the Obsidian as the Jubi's Jinchuriki, they caused a lot of trouble for the Obsidian, so it's hard to imagine that in the shinobi world, besides Hyojin, who can erase them silently and without leaving any traces. And the lawless Dedale lacked due respect for the former leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, and one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, so he was the fastest to infer what happened here. The second update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the list will be updated, so I beg everyone to recommend and support it. It's nothing, please. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Apex on the moon. In the face of Otsutsuki Himura's question, Hyojin said flatly, in terms of biology, I should be regarded as your descendant, but I am not an Otsutsuki. My name is Hyojin. Hyojin? Otsutsuki Himura was stunned for a while before he reacted. Obviously, the Hyuga clan that was stranded in the shinobi world had no place in this ancestor's heart. If Hyojin didn't take the initiative to mention it, he wouldn't have thought of it at all. Seeing this, Hyojin didn't introduce the Hyuga clan more. The ancestor in front of him couldn't even protect his direct bloodline on the moon, so it was meaningless to mention more about the Hyuga clan to him. Otsutsuki Himura was a little puzzled, staring at Hyojin's eyes full of confusion. If you are a Hyuga clan, then why is the power of your bloodline higher than that of the Hyuga clan? And the strength of your chakra is very close to that of my mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it has completely surpassed my heyday. Listening to Otsutsuki Himura's question, Otsutsuki Samurai on the side looked at Hyojin with a dull face. From the battle just now, he already knew that Hyojin was very strong, and he was no match for him at all, but he never thought that Hyojin was so strong that even the ancestor was ashamed of himself. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Samurai murmured with a look of disbelief on his face. I have achieved Kekkei Genkai. After a pause, Hyojin said in a calm tone, as for Otsutsuki Kagaya, she has escaped from your and your brother's seal not long ago. Otsutsuki Himura's face suddenly changed. What? Hyojin glanced at Otsutsuki Himura. From his reaction, he was sure that Otsutsuki Himura was indeed weaker than his brother, the Sage of Six Paths. After being reduced to a spiritual state, his perception of chakra had been greatly reduced. He did not even notice the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Of course, this was also due to Otsutsuki Kagaya's use of Heaven's Defense to move the battlefield to the primal sphere as soon as he was resurrected. At this time, Himura looked at Hyojin anxiously and said, you must stop her, otherwise, the entire shinobi world will be destroyed in her hands. Hyojin said lightly, oh, she has already been sealed by me. Himura, who was about to continue to say something, suddenly choked. What? You've sealed her? Hyojin said, what's so strange about that? I am a stronger Kekkei net than you and Otsutsuki Yuki. What you can do, of course, I can also do. With the increase in strength, Hyojin increasingly felt that Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuki, and Himura, the mother and son, had no fighting talent at all. They were the typical example of people who have strength but are not good at using it. Otsutsuki Himura looked at Hyojin with a complicated expression, and after a long time, he said faintly, the shinobi world is in your hands. Hyojin nodded, and then asked Otsutsuki Samurai, who was sitting on the ground, now you should know how stupid the things you insisted on before are, right? I was wrong. Otsutsuki Samurai lowered his head, and there was no longer any arrogance in his bright eyes. Hyojin then said, as the last descendant of the branch family who slaughtered your own people, have you thought about how to atone for your sins? Otsutsuki Samurai stood up and bowed respectfully to Hyojin, after I die, please return my eyes to the Hyuga clan, and convey my apology to Hyuga Hayashi-sama who took my Byakugan. Hyojin said in a playful tone, do you want to die? Feeling the gaze of the spirit bodies in front of him, Otsutsuki Samurai said with a resolute face, the sins committed by the elders must be borne by someone, and I am the last member of the branch family. Let me end the grievances between the main family and the branch family. Hyojin smiled, that's a good idea. If you die, the Otsutsuki family on the moon will be extinct. Otsutsuki Samurai's expression froze. Otsutsuki Himura on the side also had a strange expression. After deliberately ignoring Otsutsuki Samurai who was a little embarrassed in front of the ancestor for a while, Hyojin waved his hand, come back to the shinobi world with me. There are a lot of people who need to atone for their sins recently. Otsutsuki Himura secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly told Otsutsuki Samurai, listen to his arrangements and go to the shinobi world to live a good life. Otsutsuki Himura also did not want to see his bloodline on the moon completely cut off. Not to mention that Otsutsuki Samurai knew nothing about the rebellion of the branch family. He was completely living in the lies of the elders. It was not appropriate to let him bear the sins of the branch family. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was a little hesitant, quickly bowed and accepted the order after listening to Otsutsuki Himura's words, yes, ancestor. Hyojin no longer talked nonsense and directly activated Yomi Hirasaka and returned to my village with Otsutsuki Samurai. The village was still in a state of martial law, and the streets were full of ninjas coming and going in a hurry. The chilling atmosphere of the war still enveloped the entire my village. When they saw Hyojin, all the ninjas stopped involuntarily and saluted Hyojin together. Then, cheers sounded. At this time, the light of dawn passed through the night and sprinkled on the land of the shinobi world. The sun representing hope and new life slowly rose from the horizon, with its warm and bright sunshine, dispelling the smoke and blood that permeated the battlefield. Facing the eager eyes of everyone, Hyojin announced, the Fourth Shinobi World War is over. This Fourth Shinobi World War, which was provoked by Uchiha Obsidian and involved almost all the shinobi villages, with the intervention of Hyojin, after a night of fierce fighting, finally ended after Otsutsuki Kagaya was successfully sealed. With the announcement of Hyojin, the cheers became even more enthusiastic, and soon spread from one street to another, and then the whole village, and finally, even the ninjas who treated the wounded and cleaned the battlefield outside the village cheered. It seems that with Hyojin's words, the clouds of war that shrouded my village and the threat of death that shrouded everyone's hearts disappeared. Although the duration of the Fourth Shinobi World War was not long, the intensity was unprecedented. Just the battle between Uchiha Madara and the tens of thousands of ninjas led by the 5 Kages caused tens of thousands of casualties in just half a day. So no matter who it was, at this moment, they were more or less glad. Glad that this terrible war was finally over, glad that they were still alive, glad that there was a powerful immortal like Hyojin on their side. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, Apex in the headquarters of the United Ninja Army. The 5 Kage gathered again to convene the first 5 Kage meeting after the Fourth Shinobi World War. Unlike the previous meetings, the atmosphere was much more harmonious this time. Even the hot-tempered 4 generations Laying subconsciously lowered his voice when he spoke. It's impossible not to harmonize. After Hyojin's identity as the leader of Amatsukami was exposed, my strength has far exceeded the other 4 villages. Even if Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sand Crypsis joined forces, they have no chance of winning against my strength is everything, and without strength, they naturally don't have the confidence to speak. After some simple opening remarks, Hyojin looked around at the crowd and said, about Amatsukami, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. It's mainly to deal with the threat of Akatsuki. I hope everyone can understand. 3 generations Naruto was extremely embarrassed and couldn't help but secretly said, what do you mean by my didn't mean to hide it? The village didn't know about it at all. On the other side, Kakashi was also having a hard time. After Kuroto's identity as the leader of the Amatsukami organization was exposed, he noticed that other people were looking at him strangely, because he was the one who proposed the establishment of a fake Amatsukami during the Gakage summit, and his analysis was very logical. Now that they think about it, everyone felt that they fell into Kakashi's trap. After a short silence, 4 generations of Kazekage was the first to speak and said with a smile, Mr. Naruto, you are too polite. Amatsukami is the key to defeating Akatsuki this time. It's the biggest hero of our United Ninja Army. Hyojin smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly moved his eyes to 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Being looked at by Hyojin, the 3 generations Tsuchikage squeezed out a smile. It's okay, it's okay. Hyojin then looked at 4 generations Laying with a kind smile on his face. Does Cloud Village have any opinions about our approach? 4 generations Laying clenched his fist under the table and sighed. We, Kumo, have no objections. This time, we were able to defeat the Akatsuki thanks to His Excellency Naruto. Then, the 4 generations of Kazekage, 3 generations Tsuchikage, and 4 generations Laying all looked at the 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yagura on the side, because apart from Mai's 4 great shinobi villages, only the Kiri village hasn't expressed its position yet. Seeing that Yagura didn't seem to have any intention to speak, the atmosphere in the hall became strange. 4 generations Laying was startled and said, Mizukage is so courageous. 3 generations Tsuchikage was puzzled, he didn't understand why 4 generations Mizukage was so tough. One must know that the current situation in the shinobi world is almost exactly the same as when the great shinobi villages were first built by Mai's first shinobi Naruto and Madara Uchiha, and compared to the past, the current Mai is even stronger. Because 5 generations Naruto Hyojin alone is enough to suppress all disobedience. And even if the sage Hyojin isn't counted, Mai still has 3 generations Naruto, Mai's Sannin, and Naruto's acting Kakashi, as well as the Kage and even Super Kage members of Amatsukami. In this case, the only way to survive is to obediently pretend to be a grandson and pray that Mai still insists on the will of fire. 4 generations of Kazekage slightly shook his head and muttered to himself, the mist village is finished. Mei, who was standing behind Yagura, saw that the situation was not good and immediately whispered in Yagura's ear, Mizukage-sama, it's your turn to speak. Yagura saw that everyone was looking at him, some were surprised, some were sympathetic, and some were even secretly happy, so he shrugged and said, I have nothing to say, I am also a member of Amatsukami. Everyone was shocked, and 4 generations Laying directly stood up from his seat. 3 generations Naruto was also surprised, he opened his mouth, but in the end, he held back. Kakashi couldn't help but blurt out, Mizukage-sama is also a member of Amatsukami? As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, everyone looked at Kakashi with even more strange eyes, as if saying, you are a bad guy, even now, you are still pretending. Kakashi didn't know how to defend himself, so he shut his mouth gloomily. At this time, Hyojin smiled and waved his hand, sit down, sit down. 4 generations Laying sat back, but his face was still full of disbelief. He never thought that the Mizukage-sama, the shadow of the village, would secretly join Amatsukami. Not to mention him, even Mei and Ching who were standing behind Yagura were dumbfounded. Hyojin said, Mizukage-sama is an old member of Amatsukami. In order to deal with the threat of Akatsuki, Mizukage-sama secretly joined Amatsukami and fought with us secretly against Akatsuki. Seeing that Kiri has already stood together with Konoha for a long time, even closer than him as an ally of Konoha, Yondaime Kazekage couldn't help but curse, I really can't judge a book by its cover, I didn't expect Yagura to be so treacherous. 3 generations Tsuchikage's face also became more and more ugly. Before, they didn't have the slightest chance of winning when it was 4 against 1, and now it was 3 against 2. So he secretly worried, I hope that Mai still believes in the will of fire, otherwise, it will be unimaginable. Hyojin said. Well, let's stop talking about Amatsukami. Next, let's talk about the aftermath after the war. 3 generations Tsuchikage immediately winked at 4 generations Laying. 4 generations Laying hesitated and then said, Mr. Naruto, since we are talking about the aftermath, I would like to ask, when is Mai going to return the tailed beasts that were taken away by Akatsuki? Unfortunately, when we sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Jubi was also sealed. By the way, didn't Kakashi tell you about this? After that, Hyojin looked at Kakashi. Kakashi just wanted to speak, but found that everyone looked away as if they already knew what he was going to say, so he said awkwardly, indeed, Jubi was also sealed. 3 generations Tsuchikage looked at Hyojin, so, we can't get the tailed beasts back anymore? Hyojin said with a straight face, how can that be? The tailed beasts belong to whoever. When the seal is lifted, I will find a way to return the tailed beasts to everyone. 3 generations Tsuchikage asked, Mr. Naruto, when will the seal be lifted? Hyojin said with some embarrassment, it's hard to say. Once the seal is lifted, Otsutsuki Kagaya will be free. I was able to successfully seal Otsutsuki Kagaya this time because of luck. I was almost defeated, so I can't easily lift the seal before I am ready. Listening to Hyojin's solemn words, the Kage didn't ask any more questions. After all, they didn't want any accidents to happen. Compared with Hyojin, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the evil god who wanted to hang everyone on a tree to collect chakra, was undoubtedly more terrifying. Kakashi, who recalled that Hyojin sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya with one move, had a strange look on his face at this time. There is only one day left in June. Students who still have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. After tomorrow, the monthly tickets will be refreshed. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. When the matter of the tailed beast was pushed by Hyojin to Otsutsuki Kagaya, the topic naturally couldn't go on. Although the Kage's faces were very ugly, they couldn't do anything about it, they didn't even have a reason to complain. After a moment of silence, the three generations of Tsuchikage suddenly said, "Let's not talk about the tailed beast for the time being, we should discuss the punishment of war criminals now." Kakashi's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he became nervous. Now that Uchiha Madara is dead, and even his body has been brought back to the village, only Uchiha Obsidian and the Akatsuki members under Obsidian can be called war criminals. And ordinary Akatsuki members obviously can't be compared with Obsidian, who once became the Jinchuriki of Jubi. Sure enough, four generations of Leiying immediately said, at present, only Uchiha Madara is confirmed to be dead, and Uchiha Obsidian who initiated the war is missing. Hyojin spread his hands and said slowly, the Jubi in Uchiha Obsidian's body was taken away by Uchiha Madara. Although he escaped by using space-time ninjutsu, in theory, he will die without the Jubi, so he is probably dead in some corner of the shinobi world. For generations of Kazekage asked, so, it will be difficult for us to arrest him? Yes. Hyojin nodded. For generations of Lei Ying's face was gloomy, and then said, even if it is difficult to find Uchiha Obsidian, we can't just let him go, can we? Hyojin said, yes, so I propose to form a temporary team to search for the Akatsuki members hiding in the shinobi world. I agree. I also agree. No problem. The Kage, who have already been traumatized by the Akatsuki, nodded and agreed with Hyojin's proposal. Currently, the missing members of the Akatsuki include White Zetsu, who escaped from the battlefield, Sasori, Bipajuzo, Dry Persimmon Demon Mermaid, Ryu, Black Horeya, and Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, and Flying Dan. If they gathered together, they would be a force to be reckoned with. It may not pose any threat to the current Mai, but it is enough to threaten all the other shinobi villages. Three generations of Tsuchikage suddenly changed the topic and said to Hyojin in a sincere tone, Naruto-sama, this time the war was completely provoked by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian, the two Uchiha slaughtered thousands of our ninjas, so please investigate the Uchiha clan to see if there are any of their accomplices. As soon as three generations of Tsuchikage's voice fell, there were many voices of agreement in the hall, and many people nodded again and again. There were rock, cloud, sand Crypsis, mist, and even some Mai's ninjas. Hyojin slightly narrowed his eyes, but his face still had a gentle smile. Three generations of Tsuchikage's proposal seems reasonable, but in fact, it hides vicious intentions. Others associate the Uchiha clan with the Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian who launched the Fourth Shinobi War, which undoubtedly wants to transfer the hatred of the ninja coalition against the dead Uchiha Madara and the missing Uchiha Obsidian to the Uchiha clan. In this way, there will be a gap between the Uchiha clan and Mai. Today, the Uchiha clan not only has a large number of Manjikyu Uchiha, but also Uchiha Sasuke who has the Rinnegan of Magatama, which is extremely strong. Once the Uchiha clan is alienated from Mai, then Mai's strength will be greatly reduced. This is just like when Uchiha Madara and the first Naruto fell out, which led to the rapid collapse of Mai's hegemony in a few years, and entered a period of decades of weakness, which gave the other four villages the opportunity to challenge Mai. Of course, as long as Mai has the sage Hyojin, then direct internal strife is impossible. At most, there will be some hostility and friction between the two sides, but this is the only way that the three generations can think of to weaken Mai and create trouble for Mai. When Kakashi saw everyone talking, he quickly said, the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara has nothing to do with our Mai Uchiha clan. Don't forget, the Uchiha clan also did their best in this war. Itachi Uchiha, Uchiha Jishui, Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Sasuke, and the former patriarch Uchiha Fuyue all participated in the battle. They are also part of the coalition forces. The crowd was unmoved. In fact, everyone knew that what Kakashi said made sense, but the psychological trauma left by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian to everyone was too great. So many ninjas, including many my ninjas, felt instinctive fear and rejection. This has nothing to do with anything else. It is purely because the Uchiha clan is too strong and too extreme. Hyojin smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, everyone, I will thoroughly investigate." Kakashi looked at him doubtfully. "Kuroto, you," Hyojin waved his hand, "Armai has always convinced people with reason." The Kage secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This is not only because Hyojin agreed with them to thoroughly investigate the Uchiha clan, but also because Hyojin showed reason, which dispelled the fear in their hearts. This meeting of the 5 Kage is not so much a meeting to deal with the aftermath of the war. It is better to say that the major ninja villages test the might to see how Hyojin, the immortal who dominates the ninja world, will deal with the affairs of the ninja world. Now, seeing that Kuroto is not the kind of extreme power-hungry person who has no ambition to unify the shinobi world like the first Hokage, all of them were relieved to see that Kuroto is not the kind of extreme power-hungry person who has no ambition of unifying the shinobi world. For other ninja villages, they can admit defeat, and even accept to become a vassal of Mai to a certain extent, but they will never accept the fate of being annexed by Mai. Just like they know that they are not the opponent of the Sixth Path Obsidian, they will fight to the death. In the matter of survival, even in the face of an invincible immortal, they will not retreat. For generations Lei Ying said again, "Mr. Naruto, although Uchiha Madara is dead, his Rinnegan is still there. What should we do with this pair of Rinnegan?" In an instant, everyone's eyes in the venue were cast on Hyojin. If the Rinnegan of Madara Uchiha was similar to the Rinnegan of the Sixth Path Sage, so it got the title of Immortal's Eyes, then after the experience of Uchiha Obsidian and Madara Uchiha, this pair of Rinnegan is worthy of the title of Immortal's Eyes. Therefore, this pair of eyes is almost equivalent to the power of the Super Kage level. It is a step for mortals to reach the realm of immortals. The first update is for the monthly votes in the last half of June. For ninjas who live on the edge of a knife, strength is the foundation of foothold, so when the topic involves the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, everyone's nerves were touched. Because Uchiha Obsidian showed the power of a sage in front of everyone. The kind of power that treats Kage-level powerhouses as ants is irresistible to everyone present. But everyone, including the 4 generations of Lei Ying, also understood that the ownership of the Rinnegan is only a matter of Hyojin's words. If Hyojin wants to act shamelessly, no one can do anything about it. Hyojin smiled and said, "Lei Ying, what do you think? Just say it." 4 generations of Lei Ying glanced at the 3 generations of Tsuchikage and 4 generations of Kazekage, and then said bluntly, "In the war against the Akatsuki organization and against Madara Uchiha, our 5 villages are one. Now that Madara Uchiha has been killed, the Rinnegan left by him should also belong to the common spoils of war of our 5 villages." Hyojin gently nodded, "Yes." Because in this war, each village did not participate in the war alone, but formed a ninja coalition, so according to the agreement on the alliance ceremony, the spoils of war should be shared. Although the Rinnegan left by Madara Uchiha is very sensitive, it is clearly written in black and white in the covenant, so it undoubtedly belongs to the spoils of war. 3 generations of Naruto's face is a little ugly at the moment. He signed the covenant on behalf of Mai. Now other villages want to use this as an excuse to get a share of the Rinnegan, which makes him very uncomfortable. On the side, Koharu, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others were also unhappy. The Rinnegan was a strategic-level treasure, and no one wanted to give it away. It was just that they couldn't put down their pride and act shamelessly because of the covenant. Seeing Hyojin nodded, 3 generations of Tsuchikage tentatively said, "Since it is a common spoils of war, then each village should have the right to study the Rinnegan, right?" "Yes." Hyojin pondered a little, then nodded. 3 generations of Tsuchikage said, "We, Rock Village, apply to study the Rinnegan. The time limit can be set by everyone. We absolutely do not covet the Rinnegan, we just want to study the mystery of the Rinnegan." With 3 generations of Tsuchikage speaking, 4 generations of Lei Ying, and 4 generations of Kazekage also applied. The high-level members of Mai's side all resisted, but they couldn't open their mouths to refuse, so they could only remain silent with gloomy faces. Only Hyojin remained gentle, and even waved his hand indifferently. In this regard, we, Mai, have no opinion. Soon, everyone discussed the order of the study of the Rinnegan. The custody of the Rinnegan belongs to Mai, but the other villages have the right to study it. The first one to study it is Rock Village, followed by Cloud, Sand Crypsis, and Mist Village. The time limit for each village to study it is 3 months. After discussing the placement of the Rinnegan, everyone talked about Nagato and Orochimaru. Although both Nagato and Orochimaru are wanted criminals, because they also participated in the battle against the Obsidian, everyone has different opinions on how to deal with them. However, this is not the focus of everyone's discussion. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the strange disappearance of Nagato and Orochimaru, as well as the strange six-path chakra that appeared at the scene. After reading the investigation report, even Hyojin couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't experience the battle between Nagato and the Obsidian, he learned from various reports that Nagato has a pair of pupillary Kekii Genkai eyes that are different from any known pupillary Kekii in the shinobi world. In appearance, it is somewhat similar to the Byakugan and the Tenseigan, and it seems to have the ability to interfere with time and space. Nagato, who has the special eyes, is not weak, and he caused a lot of trouble for the Obsidian on the battlefield, plus Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato. Such a lineup is more than enough to sweep away any ninja below the six-path level. If everything is as the report says, then the one who attacked them is not as simple as a six-path level. Is there another six-path hidden in the shinobi world? Could it be the six-path sage? With doubts in his mind, Kuroto ended the Gakage tournament. After leaving the summit, the 4 generations, Leiying, and 4 generations of Kazekage were excited. This meeting not only confirmed Hyojin's attitude, but also obtained the qualification to study the Rinnegan, which is undoubtedly a huge victory for them. The 3 generations, on the other hand, frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. The 4 generations of Kazekage asked, Sasuke-sama, Naruto's attitude is clear, now we should have nothing to worry about, right? I hope so. The 3 generations of Kazekage said, but his brows were still frowning. For some reason, he always felt that Hyojin won't be so easy to talk to. After all, when Haku accidentally discovered the identity of the leader of Amatsukami, the leader of Amatsukami personally took them to the hospital to visit Haku. That scene at that time is ironic, so the 3 generations of Tsuchikage couldn't help but ask secretly, will Mai's 5th generation be the same as their Hashirama? On the other side of Mai. After leaving the summit, Kakashi quickly caught up with Hyojin. Kuroto, are you really going to give the Rinnegan to other villages to study? Hyojin smiled, what's wrong? Kakashi said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid that there will be an accident during this period? The Rinnegan is very important. If there is an accident and it falls into the hands of ambitious people, I'm afraid it will cause another disaster. Hyojin patted Kakashi's shoulder, can we refuse them? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. Without Danzo taking the initiative to take the blame, no one in Mai's upper echelon could put down this kind of face to be ruthless to the allies who fought side by side with them yesterday. Hyojin smiled and didn't say anything more, but launched Yomi Hirasaka and stepped into the space door alone. In the blink of an eye, Hyojin came to Obsidian's godly power space. After checking the state of Jubi, Hyojin casually said to Obsidian next to him, you find a way to gather the people of Akatsuki as soon as possible. Obsidian asked, are you going to get rid of them? Okay, I'll do it now. Get rid of them? After a pause, Hyojin smiled and said, why do I have to get rid of them? If I get rid of them, where can I find such a good tool? Obsidian was a little puzzled, then what do you mean? Hyojin smiled and said, Obsidian, continue to work as the leader of Akatsuki with a bright future. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. After giving some instructions to Obsidian, Hyojin once again stepped into the space gate and returned to the Hyuga clan's land. Unlike other areas of the village, the Hyuga clan's land is filled with joy at this time, regardless of men or women, old or young, everyone has a proud smile on their faces. It seems that they are not affected by the war at all. However, this was also within reason. For any shinobi clan, the emergence of a strong person in their clan is a happy thing. not to mention the emergence of a sage like Hyojin who can suppress the entire shinobi world. And with the revelation of Hyojin's identity as the leader of Amatsukami and the secret that Byakugan can advance to the Tenseigan realm, every Hyuga clansman has more hope in their hearts. Everyone no longer has to be jealous of the fact that Uchiha Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan. On the contrary, when facing the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clansmen felt a sense of superiority in their hearts, because compared to the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Tenseigan Kekkei Genkai, which is half a step into the sixth path level, is undoubtedly more powerful. Therefore, Hyojin not only brought a great sense of security and honor to the Hyuga clan, but more importantly, he let the Hyuga clansmen see the future, see hope. Therefore, when Hyojin stepped into the Hyuga clan's land, all the clansmen who saw him consciously stood on both sides of the road and saluted him respectfully. And Hyojin did not become arrogant because of his advancement to Kekkei Genkai, he still responded to all the clansmen who saluted him with a smile. It didn't take long for Hyojin to arrive at the Hyuga clan residence. Richa, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, hurriedly greeted him. "Kuroto, you are finally back." Hyojin smiled. "Is Ningxi okay?" Before participating in the Gakage meeting, Hyojin had already brought Ningxi back to the village, but because too many chakra were transferred, Ningxi was still in a coma at that time. Richa replied, "Yes, he has woken up." The two chatted all the way to the hall. In the hall, Hayashi and Otsutsuki Samurai, who was brought back to the village by Hyojin, were sitting opposite each other. They seemed to be talking about something. Seeing that Hyojin had arrived, Otsutsuki Samurai hurriedly got up and bowed before standing to the side. Richa was secretly taken aback. He did not expect that the arrogant Otsutsuki Samurai would be so respectful to Hyojin. It seemed that he regarded himself as a servant. At this time, Ningxi, who was still a little weak, walked out and bowed to Hyojin. Then, like Otsutsuki Samurai, he silently stood behind Hyojin. After sitting down, Hayashi said with a smile, "Just now, Tonari mentioned to me that he wanted to return the Tenseigan to me." Richa was overjoyed when he heard this. If Otsutsuki Samurai returns the Tenseigan to Hayashi, then counting Ningxi, the Hyuga clan will have 3 pairs of Tenseigan. Hyojin shook his head. "His Tenseigan is not stable." Hayashi said with regret, "Yes, Tonari also said that if he loses his chakra, his Tenseigan may degenerate back to the Byakugan state." Richa was startled and looked at Hyojin. "Is that really possible?" "There is such a possibility." After a pause, Hyojin said, "The way he activates the Tenseigan is different from the way I activate the Tenseigan. His Tenseigan is not as stable as mine." Richa asked eagerly, "What about Ningxi's Tenseigan?" Hayashi also leaned forward slightly with a look of concern. Without waiting for Hyojin to answer, Ningxi took the initiative to say, "Patriarch, father, I haven't awakened the Tenseigan yet, the previous Tenseigan was transplanted to Senseigan." "What?" Richa and Hayashi were greatly surprised. Before this, they had always thought that there were 2 pairs of Tenseigan in the Hyuga clan, but after listening to Ningxi's words, they realized that Ningxi's Tenseigan was also Hyojin's. After thinking about it, there is still only 1 pair of Tenseigan in the Hyuga clan, Hyojin. Looking at Hayashi and Richa with a face full of disappointment in front of him, Hyojin couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think the Tenseigan is cabbage? It is much more difficult to awaken the Tenseigan than it is for Uchiha to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan." Otsutsuki Samurai interjected, "Yes, our whole clan has tried many methods from top to bottom, but we have not been able to evolve the Byakugan into the Tenseigan. A genius like Kuroto-sama is hard to find in 1,000 years. So that's how it is." Hayashi and Richa understood the difficulty of awakening the Tenseigan. Hyojin smiled. "Ningxi has felt my Tenseigan, so as long as he works hard in the future, there is hope for him to awaken his own Tenseigan." Ningxi nodded quickly and said, "Senseigan, I will not let you down." Sigh. With a sigh, Hayashi seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Since Ningxi doesn't have the Tenseigan, then I can't destroy the Tenseigan of the Tenseigan. Don't mention the matter of returning the Tenseigan in the future." Otsutsuki Samurai looked at Hyojin and asked for his opinion. Hyojin said, "Let's listen to the arrangement of the patriarch." He naturally doesn't want Otsutsuki Samurai to return the Tenseigan to Hayashi, because if he does, Otsutsuki Samurai will be directly crippled. Hayashi shook his head. "I have long been unworthy of the title of patriarch, so from today on, Kuroto-sama, you are the new patriarch of the Hyuga clan. What? Hyojin was a little surprised. Hayashi explained, Kuroto-sama, don't refuse, this is the decision of the whole clan. It is indeed time for our Hyuga clan to change, and only you can lead us. At this point, the Hyuga clan headed by Hayashi can no longer be maintained, so the Hyuga clan must face the reality, either change the system of the Hyuga clan or perish, there is no other way to go. Richa persuaded, Kuroto-sama, only you can bear the burden of the Hyuga clan, don't hesitate. Hyojin has no interest in becoming the patriarch, but since Hayashi took the initiative to give up the position of patriarch, it would be unreasonable to refuse at this time, so after a little hesitation, Hyojin nodded, okay then. Hayashi urged, we have already packed up the house for you, move over as soon as possible. Hyojin chuckled lightly, there is no need to be so anxious, right? There is no need to be anxious. With a smile, Richa said, we have already sent out the invitations, now the whole clan has been mobilized, you can rest assured, when the time comes, we will definitely make it lively for you. Hyojin was confused, what invitation? Richa smiled and said, of course, it's a wedding invitation. The third update is coming. It will be July soon, and I would like to ask for a monthly ticket in your hands. Thank you. In addition, thank you to the classmates who gave gifts today, thank you, Apex, thank you for everyone's constant support. If it weren't for everyone's tolerance and support, this novel wouldn't have made it to where it is today. This month should be the last time I'm asking for monthly votes. I hope that everyone will continue to support me. Please, Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation is asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Gently touching the two small horns on Hyojin's head, Kuroto asked carefully, does it hurt? How can it hurt? Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Kuroto pinched it boldly again, with a curious look on her face, why do you have horns? It's complicated to explain. After a pause, Hyojin said, to put it simply, the power of the bloodline hidden in my genetic sequence was completely excavated when I achieved Kekkei Net, so this pair of small horns grew. Long horns on the forehead are the dominant characteristics of the Otsutsuki family. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuki, Otsutsuki Himura, and Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian who became Jubi's Jinchuriki all have this characteristic without exception. In contrast, the horns on Hyojin's forehead are considered small. This is not to say that his strength is not as good as other Otsutsuki, but his way of obtaining power is the orthodox chakra nature fusion, without the help of external forces such as chakra fruit, Jubi, and so on, and does not rely much on the bloodline, so his dominant characteristics are not as obvious as Madara and Uchiha Obsidian in the state of Jubi's Jinchuriki. Except for the two small horns protruding from his forehead, his appearance, skin color, and so on, are not too obvious changes. So cute. Kuroto touched the small horns on Hyojin's head and giggled. Looking at Kuroto's bright eyes, Hyojin was speechless, I'm not a little pet, don't stare at me like that. Kuroto suddenly thought of something and asked, I heard that the Sage of Six Paths also has two small horns on his head, is this a characteristic of the sage? Hyojin replied casually, almost, but there are exceptions. Horns on the forehead indicate that the Otsutsuki bloodline in the body is very strong, and this kind of people are almost at the Six Paths level. For Otsutsuki samurai, only after activating the Tenseigan chakra mode, will a horn grow on the forehead. Under normal circumstances, there is no horn on the forehead. So it makes sense that long horns are a characteristic of the sage. However, there are exceptions to everything. The Cloud Brothers Golden Horn and Silver Horn who killed the second-generation Naruto had horns on their foreheads, but they did not have the strength of the Six Paths level. At this time, Kuroto touched Hyojin's forehead again, I heard that you have another eye on your forehead, why is it gone? With a chuckle, Hyojin opened the Eye of the Moon between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a vertical slit appeared between his eyebrows, and the scarlet eye of the moon appeared in front of Sui's eyes. It was covered with magatama and was glowing with a strange light. Kuroto was startled and quickly retracted her hand. Hyojin said gently, don't be afraid, it won't hurt you. Kuroto avoided the sight of the Eye of the Moon. Although she knew that the eye of the moon between Hyojin's eyebrows would not hurt her, for some reason, when facing the eye of the moon, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. When Hyojin saw this, he immediately closed the eye of the moon. After a while, Kuroto calmed down and whispered, "Kuroto, I can't believe you actually became a sage. I also heard that you died once before." Hyojin smiled and said, "That's all in the plan." Kuroto looked at Hyojin and said, "Kuroto, are you not telling me anything because I'm a burden?" "Of course not." Touching Kuroto's head, Hyojin comforted her, "My plan is too dangerous and crazy, so I have to hide it from everyone until it succeeds. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry." "Then what do you want to tell me now?" Kuroto's eyes were full of anticipation. Hyojin smiled knowingly, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Yui, marry me." Kuroto jumped up happily and hugged Hyojin. She said excitedly, "Kuroto, our child will also grow horns and become a sage." Hyojin was stunned for a moment. "Well, that's hard to say." After reaching the realm of Kekkei Net, Suijin's control over chakra has reached the point where he can control it at will, whether or not to give chakra to his descendants, and how much chakra is gifted to him can be controlled. When he thought of the tragedy of the rebellion of Otsutsuki Yuki and Himura brothers, Kuroto had some doubts in his heart. Although from the standpoint of the shinobi world, Kuroto supports the rebellion of the two brothers, because without Otsutsuki Yuki and Himura's rebellion, the current shinobi world would be in an unimaginable state. It's even possible that Otsutsuki Kagaya would have drained the natural energy of the shinobi world, turning it into a dead planet floating in the universe. But from the standpoint of parents, the taste of being betrayed by their children is not a good feeling. Thinking of this, Hyojin secretly made up his mind, "I can't repeat the mistakes of Otsutsuki Kagaya and his mother, raising ingrates." The education of Otsutsuki Kagaya and his mother is a failure. Not to mention the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, the sage of the six paths. Yuki's education of his children is also a mess. The millennium-long struggle in the shinobi world is the battle between his eldest son, Indra, and his second son, Azura, which turned the shinobi world upside down. There was no need to mention Otsutsuki Himura. The main family was directly destroyed, and then the last descendant, Otsutsuki Tonari, was the only one left. They were almost completely wiped out. All these lessons made Hyojin pay more attention to the education of his children. After formally proposing to Yui, Hyojin moved to the Hyuga mansion as the head of the Hyuga clan. Naturally, he doesn't need to worry about the wedding preparations himself. Almost everyone in the clan and village is busy preparing for his wedding, because he is not only the head of the clan but also the head of the village. And with his current identity as a sage, his wedding is not even a matter of Mai's family. Other shinobi villages and even the daimyo of various countries, without waiting for an official invitation from Mai, one by one, they rushed to send their congratulatory gifts. And in this festive and busy atmosphere, Hyojin quietly came to my hospital. The Fourth Shinobi War has just ended, many of the wounded have not recovered, and many people are disabled because of injuries, including Guy, who is very close to Hyojin. Under the treatment of Naruto's young force, although Guy's life was saved, the outbreak of the Hashiman Tonku formation caused many injuries to his body that cannot be healed by current medical ninjutsu, so Tsunade personally diagnosed and confirmed that Guy has lost the qualification to continue to be a ninja. Here is the first update, please guarantee the monthly ticket. Ha ha ha. Before entering the ward, Hyojin heard Guy's hearty laughter from far away in the hospital corridor. It seems that he is talking about something happy with his injured colleagues in the ward. This guy, with a chuckle, Hyojin walked into the ward. Seeing Hyojin coming in, the Mai ninjas in the ward were taken aback and quickly got up and saluted. "Lie down, this is the hospital, there is no need to salute me." After pressing his hands, Hyojin looked at Guy and said, "Guy, I came to see you, how is your body?" Guy, who was sitting in a wheelchair, smiled and said, "I didn't expect to survive, thanks to Naruto." Hyojin opened the Tenseigan at this time and checked Guy's body. He found that Guy's bones, meridians, and ligaments at various joints have suffered serious injuries, which is indeed beyond the limit of the current medical ninjutsu. However, Guy's mental state is quite good, he is not too depressed, as if the injured and disabled person is not him. At this time, Tsunade, who learned that Hyojin came to the hospital, led a group of medical ninjas to Guy's ward. Seeing that Hyojin is examining Guy, Tsunade said, Guy's situation is very bad. I tried several treatment plans, but the effect is not very good. Guy didn't care much. I know very well what the price of opening the death gate is. I am very lucky to be alive. Hyojin nodded lightly. For an ordinary ninja, the gate of death is an absolute taboo. Opening it means certain death, but Guy almost dug out the potential of his body to the extreme when he opened the gate of death, so he is indeed very lucky to still be alive. Tsunade stared at Hyojin and asked, Kuroto, do you have a way? Of course. Kuroto smiled, for him who has already mastered all the changes in the nature of chakra, not to mention healing injuries, even resurrecting a person is not a difficult task. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on Guy's shoulder. At this time, Tsunade quickly signaled to the medical ninjas around her, asking everyone to carefully watch the process of Hyojin's treatment. She brought a group of medical ninjas here this time to learn the treatment methods of Hyojin. However, before anyone could figure out what was going on, Hyojin had already withdrawn his hand. Tsunade was puzzled. That's it? Without waiting for Hyojin to reply, Guy, who had been confirmed to be disabled, stood up from the wheelchair with a look of surprise. I feel that my body has completely recovered. No, it's even better than before. Hyojin smiled and said, just now, I helped you treat the internal injuries that you accumulated during your training. Seeing that Guy looked like a new person, Tsunade clicked her tongue in wonder. As expected of an immortal. Feeling the expectant eyes of the other injured people in the ward, Hyojin turned to Tsunade and said, gather all the injured people who can't be cured by medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll arrange it. Soon, the medical ninjas in the hospital were busy, gathering all the disabled people in an empty hall, and Hyojin didn't talk nonsense and began to treat them. Hyojin won't easily resurrect the dead people who have died in the war, because this will directly destroy the social structure. Once this starts, everyone will want to resurrect, and then wouldn't it be a mess? Even if Hyojin has more chakra, it's impossible to guarantee that everyone will live forever. But if it's just treating the disabled people in this war, it's a piece of cake. Hyojin himself is proficient in the human body structure, coupled with the assistance of the Tenseigan and the realm of Kekkei net, the disabled people in his hands are like misplaced building blocks. As long as he moves his hand a little, he can easily put them right. Is this the power of an immortal? With Kandame-sama here, is there any meaning for us medical ninjas to exist? Yes, we were busy before, but we can't even compare to Kandame-sama's hand. And watching one after another, the disabled people who couldn't be cured by medical ninjutsu were instantly healed by Hyojin's hands. A group of medical ninjas headed by Tsunade were both surprised and discouraged. Not to mention ordinary medical ninjas, even Tsunade's heart wavered for a moment or two. After healing all the disabled people in the hospital that can't be treated by medical ninjutsu, Hyojin didn't stay, his figure flashed, and he came to the death forest at the edge of the village. Shinichi, who has been waiting there for a long time, quickly greeted, "Boss." Hyojin nodded and followed Shinichi to his abandoned underground laboratory. Now he has to fulfill his promise and resurrect Kurumi Uchiha for Shinichi. In the underground laboratory, Kurumi Uchiha had a nervous look on her face, and her eyes drifted to Shinichi, who was behind Hyojin from time to time. Shinichi was not much better. He rubbed his hands nervously and asked Hyojin, "Boss, there should be no problem, right?" Hyojin glanced at Shinichi, "What do you think?" Shinichi smiled awkwardly, "Hee, there should be no problem if the boss takes action." Hyojin didn't talk nonsense. He directly pressed his hand on Kurumi Uchiha's earth body, opened the eye of the moon in between his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, "Outer path, natural reincarnation technique." Sizzle sizzle, accompanied by a burst of steam, Kurumi Uchiha's earth body quickly recovered, and the pale body that was full of cracks gradually became whole and healthy. Looking at her red palms, Kurumi Uchiha's eyes shed tears. I'm alive." Listening to Kurumi Uchiha's beating heart again, looking at Kurumi Uchiha's face full of life, Shinichi was excited and shocked. This is the power of a god. Phew, exhaling lightly, Hyojin closed the eye of the moon, and then ordered Shinichi and Kurumi, "Remember, don't spill the beans." Shinichi quickly said, "I understand." Tell the outside world that Kurumi didn't die at that time, she was just seriously injured and went into hibernation. Because I wanted to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, she faked her death and went into seclusion. Okay. Hyojin nodded. Uchiha Kurumi's situation is a bit special. Kuroto has made a promise to Uchiha Kurumi a long time ago, that's why Kuroto decided to take action. But Uchiha Kurumi's situation is quite special. Kuroto made a promise to Uchiha Kurumi a long time ago, so he decided to take action. After fulfilling his promise to Shinichi, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he arrived at the Uchiha clan's land. He found Itachi in the patriarch's mansion, and Hyojin looked at Itachi's eye that was blind because he used the forbidden technique Izanami. Sasuke quickly asked, "Sir, do you have a way to restore brother's Manjikyu Sharingan?" Hyojin smiled, and then pressed his hand on Itachi's blind eye. Itachi was stunned, and the scarlet Manjikyu pattern appeared in his blind eye again. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. In the deep universe, on the surface of a barren planet, there stood a withered divine tree. Apart from the gradually decaying divine tree, there was no longer any greenery on the planet. There were no cities, no rivers, and no signs of life. As far as the eye could see, there was only a desolate desert. At this moment, a muscular figure floated to the top of the divine tree and bowed to a mysterious person dressed in gorgeous clothes who was sitting leisurely at the top of the divine tree. "Master Momoshi, I've finished searching this star map." "Humph." The mysterious man named Momoshi snorted with a hint of impatience on his face. There is no doubt that these two people who can travel in the universe are not ordinary people, but the Otsutsuki family's high-ranking warrior Momoshiki Otsutsuki and low-ranking warrior Kinshiki Otsutsuki. And the purpose of their search was to find traces of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Swallowing a few highly concentrated chakra pill, Momoshiki Otsutsuki said unhappily, "Draining all the energy of this planet, only to refine such a small amount of chakra pill, what a waste of time." Okamushi listened quietly and didn't make a sound. Things like destroying the entire planet's ecosystem and refining all the life and energy on the planet into chakra pill were things they had done countless times along the way. It was as simple as eating and drinking. It was not worth their attention. After replenishing the energy consumed for crossing the starry sky, Momoshiki waved his hand. "Let's go to the next star map." Swish, as soon as Momoshiki Otsutsuki's voice fell, a colorful rainbow appeared in the distant universe. Almost instantly, Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki's eyes were attracted by the gorgeous rainbow. Their expressions gradually became solemn, and a trace of disbelief appeared on their arrogant faces. Shinobi World. As the black pixel-like cubes folded and opened, a spatial door suddenly appeared. Then, a figure carrying a magic fishing rod walked out of the portal with a mocking look on his face. He looked around and laughed frivolously. "Is this the planet Huiyi is hiding on?" "Heh, thanks to that rainbow, it saved me a lot of time." There was no doubt that the figure who could activate the Yomi Hirasaka was also an Otsutsuki, and he was a member of the Otsutsuki family, Otsutsuki Urashiki. His mission was the same as Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki, which was to find Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Kuroto's speed is faster, and he has already found the vicinity of the Shinobi World, so after discovering the rainbow projected into the universe, he directly followed the direction of the rainbow and found the Shinobi World ahead of time. After observing the surroundings, Okatsuki Urashiki clicked his tongue in wonder. "TSK, what a vibrant planet. No wonder Kagaya destroyed all the star chart records." After smiling, Okatsuki decided to secretly investigate this planet first. Judging from the 7-colored rainbow that was thrown into the universe earlier, there was a bloodline genesis net on this planet that was on par with him. Therefore, he did not treat this place as an ordinary planet that he could trample on at will. "My village, Uchiha clan land." Feeling the light in his eyes, Itachi quickly saluted Hyojin, "Sorry for the trouble." Sasuke on the side was also happy, "Thank you, sir." Hyojin shook his head, "You don't have to be polite with me." After entering the lobby, after the two sides were seated, Hyojin simply asked about the situation of the Uchiha clan after the war. Itachi did not hide anything. Because of the Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian, there is indeed some emotional instability in the clan, and the other ninjas in the village seem to have some estrangement with us. Sasuke said indignantly, "Our Uchiha clan also fought hard." Hyojin said calmly, "I will arrange for someone to investigate your Uchiha clan." Without waiting for Itachi to answer, Sasuke was shocked and said, "Don't you trust us?" Hyojin did not explain anything and said directly, "Itachi, after the investigation is completed, I will arrange for you to join the advisory elder group and prepare for the next step of replacing me as the sixth generation." After the Fourth Shinobi War was quelled by Hyuga as a sage, the advisory group of elders led by Sandaime consciously relinquished the power of Konoha. However, Hyojin was not interested in managing the daily affairs of the village, so he had to speed up the training of Itachi. When the impatient Sasuke heard that Hyojin wanted to arrange for his brother to become the sixth generation of the village, he was surprised. Is this true? Sir, do you really allow our Uchiha clan to be Naruto? Hyojin smiled and nodded. Itachi was also a little surprised. Senpai, is it not good for me to join the advisory elder group at this time? You don't have to worry too much about this. After a pause, Hyojin continued, in addition, I don't feel at ease leaving the disappearance of Nagato and Orochimaru to others, so you will be responsible for the investigation. With the further summary of the information in the past 2 days, Hyojin felt that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Nagato disappeared without a trace after that night, even the chakra mark that Tsunade secretly left on Nagato's body when she healed Nagato's injuries inexplicably disappeared. As for Orochimaru, there is no need to mention him, whether it is the Sound Village or the other bases, there is no trace of him, and pharmacist Do, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato who accompanied him are also missing, their whereabouts unknown. In the current shinobi world, the strongest person who can quietly deal with Nagato, Orochimaru, pharmacist Do, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Yamato, in Hyojin's opinion, is Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed by him. Among the others, Naruto and Sasuke are slightly immature. Otsutsuki Samurai's destructive power is enough, but he can't do it silently. Xianglin and Ziyuan, these two young gods, one mastered space-time ninjutsu, and the other mastered sealing jutsu, which is theoretically possible, but it is only a theory. Their shortcomings are the same as Naruto and Sasuke, they are also slightly immature, after all, they are only 13 or 14 years old. When Hyojin was at this age, he was just a cannon fodder in the Third Shinobi War. And after excluding these incomplete six-path powerhouses or those close to the six-path level, Hyojin couldn't find any suitable suspects in the shinobi world. It can't be that there are other Otsutsuki hidden in the shinobi world, right? Hyojin chuckled. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Itachi quickly nodded and said, "Please rest assured, I will do my best to investigate this matter." Sasuke was eager to try. "Sama, please let me join the investigation." Because Sasuke didn't consume the Yin power mark in his hand during the battle to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, so at this time, Sasuke is still nourished by the Yin power that was given to him by the Sage of the Six Paths, and his pupil power is still increasing. Hyojin shook his head, "I have other arrangements for you. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." After leaving the Uchiha territory, Hyojin wandered around the village and finally stopped at a training field. In the field, a group of fellow students surrounded and attacked Naruto, while Naruto dealt with them methodically. Regardless of whether it was Shaoli's physical skills, Shikamaru's secret shadow skill, Jina's parasitic worm, or Zwujing's pseudo-super beast painting, he dealt with them with ease. Even without using his full strength, he was not at a disadvantage against a group of people. Hyojin smiled. Looks like he's grown a lot in this battle. Soon, the people fighting in the field stopped. I'm done. It's not interesting at all. Naruto is too crazy. That's right. He's faster than Xiaoli, and he's stronger than Ding Xi. How are we supposed to fight against him? The group of fellow students complained endlessly. Even though Naruto did not use his full strength, he was still at the incomplete Samsara level, which was gifted by the Samsara deity. Even if they were the elites of the same generation, they had no chance of winning against Naruto. Even Jina, who was usually quiet, said, "This kind of fight is meaningless. My parasitic worm doesn't even dare to get close to Naruto." Ha ha ha, is that so? Although Naruto scratched his head, his face was full of pride. Even though he did not become a hero who saved the world, just the fact that he was Hyojin's disciple and had received a gift from the Samsara deity was enough to make Naruto the center of attention. At this time, Hinata ran to the field with a clean towel and timidly handed it to Naruto. Naruto took the towel casually. Thank you, Hinata. Okay. Hinata instantly blushed and lowered his head shyly. On the sidelines, Red, who was watching from the tree, shook her head. Naruto is different from us. This kind of training is useless to him. Asma sighed. Yeah. This feeling of being surpassed by a 13 or 14-year-old junior and being ruthlessly left behind, to the point where they could not even see their backs, was really not a good feeling. Mute said, I remember that Naruto still has 2 truth-seeking jade left. According to Jing, Naruto should be an immortal now, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes, Naruto has indeed stepped into that realm. Others might not know, but Kakashi knew that Naruto had really fought with the ancestor of Chakra Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the battle was not completely one-sided. At this time, Red noticed that Hyojin was also on the sidelines. Hey, isn't that Mirror? They immediately jumped down from the tree and came in front of Hyojin. Hyojin smiled. You're all here. Asma said angrily, Mirror, you've been hiding it from us for too long. Mute said, that's nothing, I was even fooled by him. Red looked at Hyojin and wanted to say something but stopped. I'm sorry for hiding the matter of Amatsukami from everyone. Hyojin knew that Asma and the others were just casually complaining, so he smiled. Kakashi looked at Naruto in the field and then asked Hyojin, Mirror, I can no longer guide Naruto, what are you going to do with him next? Hyojin said, don't worry, I have already made arrangements for Naruto. They chatted for a while and teased Hyojin, who was about to get married, and then went about their own business. After all, the war had just ended, and there were still many things that needed to be handled by the Jonin. Just as Hyojin was about to leave, Red, who had just left, turned back and pulled Hyojin to an empty grove. She said eagerly, Mirror, I want to ask about someone. Seeing that Red wanted to say something but stopped, Hyojin guessed something, so he said, is it Winchim? You all know? Red was taken aback and immediately nodded. Yes, it's him, the leader of Amatsukami. You must know him. Where is he now? Hyojin touched his nose with a strange expression. Why are you looking for him? Red said in a deep voice, I have something to say to him. Seeing Red's serious and determined expression, Hyojin couldn't help but think of the relevant part of Amatsukami's investigation report about Winchim. In it, Red obviously hid the fact that Winchim had a Byakugan from the village. She can't really like me, no, like Winchim, right? Kuroto groaned inwardly. He was going to get married, and the wind-released doppelganger had already been integrated into his body and became a part of his body. The codename Winchim had also been inherited by Gaara. It could be said that the previous Winchim no longer existed. Thinking of this, Hyojin had an idea and said, Winchim mentioned it to me. Red was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, what did he say? Hyojin replied, he didn't say anything else. He just said that he is a good ninja, but his physical skills are a little bad and he is a little stupid. Red's face suddenly darkened, and she gritted her teeth. Bastard. Observing Red's expression, Hyojin continued to talk nonsense. If you ask me about him because he owes me money, I'm afraid I can't pay it back. Red frowned. What happened to him? He died of illness. After a pause, Hyojin sighed. It's a blood disease that can't be cured. Leaving Red, who was a little lost, behind, Hyojin ran away. On the way, Hyojin, who was reminded by Red, secretly thought, it seems that I have to remind Xianglin and Ailer. Although there were many members in Amatsukami, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi did not know that Hyojin was preparing for the blood succession fusion ritual. The only ones who knew the truth were Xianglin and Ailer, who lived in the air fortress for a long time. Even Ziyuan, Haku, Ningxi, and Naruto only knew that Hyojin was carrying out the blood succession fusion ritual. When Hyojin took out the clone on the altar, they had already been sent by Hyojin to the chakra transportation area far away from the altar. They did not know the details of the altar. So as long as Xianglin and Ailer kept their mouths shut, no one would know the secret of the clone. Other than Winchim, the identities of River Master, Xidagarba, and Fire Demon also needed to be dealt with. Especially the identity of Fire Demon Uchiha Flames, he had to bury it completely. This was one of his dark histories. Although he could do anything to break through the blood succession net, let alone controlling a clone, he was now an immortal. If this was exposed, he would have no place to hide his face. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Crossing the portal, Hyojin went directly from my village to the sky fortress floating on the sea. After stepping into the expanded brand new power room, Hyojin's eyes were quickly attracted by the incomparably bright giant Tenseigan in the center. Because of the previous decomposition of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Hyojin obtained thousands of Byakugan. So when he used all these Byakugan as nourishment and transported them to his giant Tenseigan immediately underwent earth-shaking changes. The most intuitive change is the change in volume. This giant Tenseigan has changed from only 2 or 3 meters in diameter to more than 20 meters in diameter now. In terms of volume alone, it has even surpassed the previous giant Tenseigan on the moon. Therefore, Hyojin had to rebuild the sky fortress again. After this reconstruction, the power room where the giant Tenseigan is located has become the only core of the sky fortress, and even Hyojin's laboratory has been moved to the edge. Is the fusion still in progress? After observing for a while, Hyojin whispered. There is no doubt that because the number of Byakugan he sent this time is too much, almost 100 times the original number of Byakugan in his giant Tenseigan, so a few days is not enough to completely absorb it. In other words, with the passage of time, the level and volume of this giant Tenseigan chakra will further increase. After carefully feeling it with his own Tenseigan, Hyojin's tone was firm. When the complete fusion is completed, this giant Tenseigan itself will probably be equivalent to a complete 6-path level. Tenseigan chakra is different from other chakra. It itself has the ability to simulate the fusion of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 chakra. This is also the reason why the truth-seeking ball can be condensed in the Tenseigan chakra mode. Therefore, as long as the concentration of the Tenseigan chakra reaches a certain level and breaks through a certain limit, there is no need to supplement all the attributes to obtain the complete strength of a 6-path realm. A normal person would not be able to refine chakra endlessly and increase the concentration of chakra. If they did that, they would die of exhaustion before breaking through to the 6th realm. But the giant Tenseigan that is purely made up of Byakugan doesn't have this problem, so as long as the number of Byakugan is enough, quantitative change can cause qualitative change. After leaving the engine room in satisfaction, Hyojin summoned Xianglin, Ziyuan, Alo, and Bai who were left in the sky fortress. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin ordered, Aler, Haku, the 2 of you will continue to guard the sky fortress from now on. You will be responsible for the defense and care of the sky fortress. Yes. Dressed in God's organization attire, Gaara and Haku responded in unison. Hyojin then looked at Xianglin and Ziyuan and ordered, the 2 of you come back to with me. Ziyuan was elated, we can finally go back to the village. Xianglin glanced at Ziyuan, do you need to be so happy? Isn't the sky fortress good? You don't understand. Ziyuan shook her finger mysteriously, then said, when we return to the village, I will take you to the streets, and you will know why I am so happy, hee. Hyojin knocked on Ziyuan's head, you only know how to eat and drink all day, sooner or later you will grow into a big fat man. Ziyuan covered her head while winking at Xianglin. Xiangli was immediately aroused by Ziyuan. Not only her, but even Ailua, who was beside her, secretly swallowed his saliva. Then, Xianglin asked Hyojin, Sun-sama, is the food and snacks of my really as delicious as Ziyuan said? Hyojin nodded, it's okay. Konoha's geographical location is unique, and it is the best commercial development among the 5 great shinobi villages. Coupled with the identity of the sage of Hyuga, there is an endless stream of merchants coming to open shops, and the streets are filled with shops being renovated everywhere. Seeing the pitiful look on Gaara's face, Xianglin asked again, Sun-sama, after I go to can you give Haku and Gaara some delicious snacks from time to time? Of course. After a smile, Suijin said, Xiangli, Arita, come with me for a moment. Yes. Xianglin and Gaara hurriedly followed Hyojin. Arriving at a lounge, Hyojin ordered Xianglin and Gaara to stand obediently, then directly stretched out his hands and took out 2 memory orbs from their bodies. Immediately afterward, Hyojin browsed through the memory orbs of the two while sealing the contents of their memories related to experiments and clones. This kind of detailed and trivial memory seal is very difficult for Hyojin to do in the past. Not to mention him, even Itachi and Ji Shuei, who are proficient in Genjutsu, would find it difficult to seal so many trivial memories without causing confusion in the sealed person's memory. But now Hyojin is different. Even if he is not proficient in Genjutsu, this kind of operation is very easy for him. Moreover, with the assistance of the memory orbs, he can even accurately seal each frame of memory to minimize the impact on the sealed person and achieve the best sealing effect. After a long time, Hyojin finally completed the memory seal on Xianglin and Gaara. He did not rudely distort Xianglin and Gaara's memory, so Xianglin and Gaara's cognition of the past will not be affected, and they will not notice any inconsistencies because of this. They only forgot a small amount of memory related to Hyojin's clone and blurred some details of the ritual. Okay, you can go first. After sending Xianglin and Gaara away, Hyojin cleaned up the laboratory again and sealed the main laboratory related to the Kekii fusion ritual. With his current strength and attainments in sealing techniques, even if it's other Kekii net, it will take a lot of time to unlock these seals, and with the giant Tenseigan guarding this place, no one can break into this place without him knowing. And in the process of cleaning up the laboratory, he couldn't help but remind himself. Now, he can seal someone's memory at will. Coupled with his near-eternal life, if he doesn't remind himself from time to time, he is likely to gradually become like Otsutsuki Kagaya, losing his humanity and becoming a cold chakra monster. I am the one controlling the power, not the other way around. After secretly sighing, Hyojin slowly walked out of the laboratory. With his success in breaking through the Kekii net, he temporarily did not need to use the laboratory at the Sky Fortress. During this time, in addition to preparing for the wedding, the most important thing for him is to understand the Kekii net in depth and completely control the power of the Kekii net. As for how to train the shinobi world, he can put that aside. After all, he now has endless time. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Early the next morning, Hyojin and a group of advisory elders of the village summoned his own shadow guards in Naruto's office. I have made a recommendation to the advisory elder group and received unanimous approval. From now on, you are the official jonin of the village. As Hyojin said, he handed the brand new ninja certificates to Red Bean, Gale, and Kian, who were lined up in front of the desk. After the three of them stepped forward and received the new ninja certificates one by one, their faces were filled with joy. Although the title of Tokubetsu Jonin also includes the word jonin, but compared with the real jonin, there is a big gap in terms of authority and salary. Red Bean, Gale, and Kian are all Tokubetsu Jonin. Now that they have been promoted to official Jonin by Hyojin, they are naturally very happy. Hyojin smiled and said, "You guys have been in the Shadow Guards for some years, so I decided to transfer you to the position of guiding Tokubetsu Jonin to familiarize yourself with the command position." The three of them didn't have any resistance after hearing this. First, with Hyojin's current strength as a sage, they can no longer play any role as guards. Or, since the establishment of the Shadow Guards by Hyojin, they have not seriously performed the duties of the Shadow Guards, and almost all of their time is spent protecting Hyojin. Second, the position of guiding Tokubetsu Jonin that Hyojin arranged for them is a very important position, such as Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Mute. These elite Tokubetsu Jonin, or core figures, all serve as guiding Tokubetsu Jonin. It can be said that guiding Tokubetsu Jonin is a compulsory course to become an elite Tokubetsu Jonin and a commander. Suddenly, Red Bean, who was silent, said, "Go dame, I don't want to be a guiding Tokubetsu Jonin." Hyojin asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Red Bean said in a deep voice, "I want to join the investigation team of Orochimaru." "After so many years, you still haven't let it go?" Hyojin was a little speechless. He knows that Orochimaru has always been a knot in Red Bean's heart. Red Bean should have naturally entered the core circle of the village with Kakashi, Asuma, and Mute. Because of Orochimaru's defection, her status in the village as Orochimaru's disciple has plummeted, but after so many years have passed, he didn't expect Red Bean to still care so much. Red Bean shook her head, "I'm just not interested in guiding Jonin." Kuroto said, "It's up to you, but this matter is a bit strange. There may be unexpected dangers during the investigation. You'd better be mentally prepared." Hyojin nodded. Well, then you go and report to Itachi Uchiha later, he is fully responsible for the investigation. After Red Bean, Hiruzen, and Suyin left, Jiraiya sitting on the sofa asked Hyojin, Kuroto, why did you suddenly disband the Shadow Guards? After Anko, Gale, and Shiyen left, Jiraiya who was sitting on the sofa asked, Kuroto, why did you suddenly disband the Shadow Guard? Although Hyojin is now the strongest in the shinobi world, there is no need to disband the Shadow Guards. After all, it is customary for Naruto to be equipped with the Shadow Guards. Even if he doesn't use them, he can use them as a direct team. Although Kuroto is now the strongest in the shinobi world, there is no need for him to disband the Shadow Guards. After all, it is customary for Hokage to have Shadow Guards. Even if he doesn't use them, he can still use them as a direct subordinate team. Hyojin smiled and said, who said I want to disband the Shadow Guards? I just changed the members of the Shadow Guards. 3 generations. Naruto hurriedly asked, are you going to form a new Shadow Guards? Hyojin nodded and then shouted to the door, come in. Knock knock. After politely knocking on the door, Otsutsuki Samurai, Naruto, and Sasuke filed in and walked into Naruto's office under the gaze of a group of consulting elders. Tsunade looked surprised. The 3 of them are your new Shadow Guards? The other consulting elders also had different expressions. The strength of Otsutsuki Samurai, who was incorporated by Hyojin, is well known to the consulting elders. Now that Otsutsuki Samurai has the Tenseigan, there is no need to mention his strength. Naruto and Sasuke, who have received the gift of Sage of 6 Paths, not only have the mark of Yang power and Yin power in their bodies, one also has the truth-seeking ball, and the other has the Magatama reincarnation eye. Although these 3 people are young, without exception, they are strong people who have 1 foot in the 6 Paths realm. They are the strongest people in the village besides Hyojin, and they are the sage's reserve. Hyojin smiled, of course not. When the consulting elders heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Hyojin accepted all 3 of them into the Shadow Guards, then all the high-end combat power of Mai would be concentrated in the Shadow Guards. At this time, Hyojin activated Yomi Biraban and opened a space door, saying leisurely, how can only 3 people be enough? As soon as Hyojin's voice fell, 2 figures stepped through the space door and came into the office. Young God. Otsutsuki Samurai, Naruto, and Sasuke were all stunned. There is no doubt that the people who came to Naruto's office through the space door are not outsiders, but Xianlin and Ziyuan dressed in the Young God attire of Amatsukami. Otsutsuki Samurai, Naruto, and Sasuke have all dealt with them. Although they don't know their real identity and appearance, they can recognize them at a glance based on Chakra's aura and attire. Young God? The group of consulting elders in the office all revealed puzzled expressions. They were no strangers to the members of Amatsukami. They had more or less dealt with Master, Fengling, Balrog, Xidagarba, and so on. But they had never heard of the title Young God. Soon, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Because just by looking at the fluctuations of chakra, they were experienced enough to judge that the 2 young gods of Amatsukami were very powerful. Even compared to the 3 favored sons of God, Otsutsuki Samurai, Naruto, and Sasuke, the descendants of immortals, they were not inferior. Hyojin waved his hand and ordered, take off your masks. Xianlin and Ziyuan immediately obeyed Hyojin's instructions and took off the young god masks on their faces, revealing their true faces. Naruto's eyes widened and he pointed at Ziyuan. Ziyuan, it's you. You're actually a young god. Ziyuan raised her eyebrows proudly. Hee hee. Sasuke stared straight into Xianlin's eyes. Reincarnation eyes. Otsutsuki Samurai also seriously looked at Xianlin and Ziyuan, who had taken off their masks. Because it was these 2 young gods who trapped him in the Sanyu River of the Styx last time. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you all. In fact, Otsutsuki Tonari knew very well that the last time they fought, he was defeated by the 2 young gods. This was not only because he was banished by the young god to the Sanyu River of the Styx River and was in a dilemma, but also because he had the blessing of the giant Tenseigan when fighting, while the 2 young gods opposite him were in a very poor state. In this situation where he had the upper hand, he was banished by the opponent's spacetime ninjutsu. Even if he had the upper hand in the confrontation on the other side of the Sanroute River, in terms of the overall situation, he lost completely. And with the close perception, Naruto and Sasuke also had a more solemn look in their eyes, and their faces surged with a bit of fighting spirit. There is no doubt that in terms of the quality of chakra, Ziyuan, as a complete Miko, and Xianlin, who has completely controlled the Rinnegan, are not much worse than Naruto and Sasuke. After completely absorbing the demon Morio and obtaining the complete power of the Miko, Ziyuan, the strongest Miko in the land of demons for hundreds of years, was close to the sixth path level. And Xianlin not only obtained the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan from the impure earth form of the Uzumaki patriarch, but also successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells and completely controlled the Rinnegan that Hyojin had fused. In terms of strength, it is close to the peak of Nagato at that time. She is the kind of person who, as long as she continues to practice hard and continue to refine the yin and yang fusion of the power of the universe, she will have the opportunity to enter the sixth path level with her own ability in her lifetime. So when they found that Xianlin and Ziyuan were not much worse than themselves, Naruto and Sasuke, as the same age, naturally had the fighting spirit and wanted to compete with them. The elders on the side had different expressions on their faces at the moment. Ziyuan was no stranger to them, but they never thought that the mediocre little girl in the ninja school would not only be a member of Amatsukami, but also possess the terrifying chakra that made their hearts palpitate. Next to Ziyuan was Xianlin, who had the Rinnegan eyes and the iconic red hair of the Whirlpool family. Xianxiaochun couldn't help but ask, Jing, how could she have the Rinnegan eyes? Is it the pair of Uchiha Madara? Hyojin smiled, who said that there is only one pair of Rinnegan in the shinobi world. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan were still on the body of Madara Uchiha and were kept strictly by the village, so Hyojin did not need to explain anything. 3 generations was shocked. So you're saying that your Amatsukami already has Rinnegan? Tsunade looked at Xianlin up and down and then asked, is she a member of the Whirlpool family like Nagato? Naruto was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Xianlin. Hey, is your surname Uzumaki? No wonder you have the same red hair as your mother. Sasuke lifted his hair and revealed his Magatama Rinnegan. Young God, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Xianlin glanced at Sasuke's Magatama Rinnegan. Xianlin. Xianlin. Sasuke muttered Xianlin's name softly and immediately became eager to try. Xianlin, I am now officially issuing a challenge to you. I want to prove that my Rinnegan is stronger than yours. Xianlin directly turned his head and left Sasuke to the side. Looking at the group of geniuses gathered in Naruto's office, Kakashi couldn't help but ask Hyojin, Kuroto, do you really want to recruit all of them into your shadow guard? Yes. Hyojin nodded gently. Kakashi was puzzled, is there a need for that? Jiraiya and Tsunade also echoed, yes, you are now the most powerful ninja in the shinobi world. There is no need to form such a powerful shadow guard. Naruto, Sasuke, Ziyuan, Xianlin, and Otsutsuki Samurai are all reserve immortals who are one step away from becoming a real six-path immortal. With them together, even if they encounter a real six-path immortal, they won't be afraid. It is undoubtedly a waste to use such a terrifying force to protect Hyojin, who is the strongest in the shinobi world. Hyojin smiled and said, although they are strong, they are still too young. I want to incorporate them into the shadow guard to further train them. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, yes, except for you, there is no one in the shinobi world who can guide them. The 3 generations and Xianxiaochun looked at each other and then sighed. They obviously don't agree with Hyojin's decision to incorporate all these geniuses into the shadow guard, but the current advisory group of elders can't restrict Hyojin at all. What's more, among these 5 people, Xianlin, Ziyuan, and Sasuke are members of Amatsukami and belong to Hyojin's personal subordinates. Otsutsuki Samurai was personally recruited by Hyojin, and Naruto is Hyojin's disciple. No matter how Hyojin wants to arrange them, the village doesn't even have the qualification to say anything, so they can only choose to shut up. At this time, Jiraiya asked, Kuroto, what do you think about the disappearance of Orochimaru and Nagato? Hyojin asked casually, what is the analysis of the intelligence team? Jiraiya replied, from the traces left at the scene, the intelligence team suspects that they were attacked by an enemy who mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Hyojin put away his smile, I have been to the scene. Maybe because it was too long, I did not find any traces of space-time ninjutsu, and according to the information you provided, Nagato's eyes are suspected to have the ability to interfere with space-time ninjutsu, so ordinary space-time ninjutsu would be very difficult to attack Nagato, not to mention Orochimaru, Yakushi, and the others are not good people. Tsunade frowned slightly. Being attacked by an enemy who mastered space-time ninjutsu should be the most reasonable explanation at present. I am very clear about Nagato's situation. Although his injuries are not light, his physique is too strong. After I treated him, he quickly recovered. On the other hand, Orochimaru did not have any injuries on his body, so the weakening of his combat power is not serious. If the enemy did not use space-time ninjutsu, then this matter is very serious. If the possibility of space-time ninjutsu is excluded, then it means that there is a strong person in the ninja world who can easily deal with Nagato, Orochimaru, and Yakushi-do who are basically in good condition. And to be able to do this, the strength of this strong person has undoubtedly reached the level of a six-path immortal. After all, even the six-path obsidian couldn't fight Nagato, Orochimaru, and Yakushi-do so easily. Everything is possible, so we can't be careless. Hyojin is not sure whether the mysterious Otsutsuki is still hiding in the ninja world, but he knows that after the Fourth Shinobi War in the original space-time, several Otsutsuki have crossed the universe and come to the ninja world, so the threat of Otsutsuki has not been eliminated. Here is the first update, asking for recommendation and monthly votes. Here is the first update, asking for recommendation and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Seeing Hyojin's solemn tone, the group of advisory elders also paid attention to this matter. Kakashi directly asked, Kuroto, is it possible that there are other mysterious immortals in the shinobi world? Hyojin shook his head and said, I'm not sure, so I reformed the Shadow Guards to deal with possible emergencies. In Hyojin's memory, there should be no other Otsutsuki in the shinobi world of the original spacetime, and there shouldn't be any hidden six-path immortals. But because of his existence, the shinobi world of the original spacetime has changed greatly. This is no longer the butterfly effect, it's simply the typhoon effect, so the memories in his mind can only be used as a reference and can't be relied on too much. Hearing that there may be a hidden six-path enemy in the shinobi world, not only were they not afraid, but they were also eager to fight. Jiraiya's face sank. If that's the case, then it's going to be troublesome. Whether it's Orochimaru or Nagato, both are people that Jiraiya is very concerned about. If the one who attacked them and caused them to disappear is really a six-path immortal, then Orochimaru and Nagato will be in danger. Not only that, but having such a powerful enemy hidden in the dark is also a huge threat to Mai and the shinobi world. Once Hyojin, as the strongest in the shinobi world, is defeated, then the entire shinobi world will immediately fall into a disaster similar to the Fourth Shinobi World War. Seeing the group of advisory elders are worried, Hyojin smiled and said lightly, everyone, rest assured, as long as I am here, the shinobi world will still be the shinobi world. The group of advisory elders calmed down slightly when they heard Kuroto's words. Although Hyojin said it very casually, and didn't repeatedly guarantee, nor did he make any random oath, but when these words came out of his mouth, it inexplicably gives people a sense of peace of mind. Knock knock. At this time, there was another knock on the office door. Hyojin said, come in. Soon, Richa walked in and reported, Naruto-sama, according to your orders, all the members of the Hyuga branch have gathered in the clan land. Hyojin smiled. You go first, I'll be there soon. Yes. Richa nodded excitedly, bowed deeply, and then left Naruto's office. Seeing Richa, who has always been calm, beaming with joy, Kakashi asked curiously, Kuroto, why are you summoning the Hyuga clansmen? Hyojin looked at the blue sky outside the window. I'm going to open the cage, Hyuga clan. The members of the branch family, which accounts for 99% of the population of the Hyuga clan, are all immersed in an unspeakable excitement at this moment. Although they tried to suppress it, the excitement and joy shining on their faces completely revealed the true emotions in their hearts. Finally, this day has come. I didn't expect that we could still get rid of the caged bird alive. Hoo, that's great. The branch family members gathered in the main courtyard were whispering to each other. Some of them were excited, some of them were happy, and some of them were even crying tears of joy. But the rules that have bound the branch family for a long time have been engraved in their bones and become a habit. Even if they know that today's gathering is for the new patriarch Hyojin to open the caged bird for them one by one and release their souls bound by the caged bird curse, they still remained quiet and restrained themselves in the mansion. No matter how excited they were, no one made a loud noise. Ningxi and Hinata are also in the crowd. Looking at the familiar people with tears in their eyes and joy on their faces, Hinata whispered, "Ningxi Gij." Ningxi tilted his head slightly, "What's wrong?" Hinata said sincerely, "I'm sorry." On normal days, the members of the branch family will not show their disgust for the caged bird curse in front of Hinata, so Hinata doesn't feel much about it. But now, after seeing the reaction of the people, as a member of the main family, she knows how much the branch family hates and rejects the caged bird curse. Ningxi shook his head, "This has nothing to do with you, you don't have to apologize. And Sensei also told me that although the caged bird has various drawbacks, the original intention of the main family to develop it is indeed to protect all the clansmen, and in these years, our branch family has to admit that because of the existence of the caged bird, very few people on the battlefield will target us for the sake of the Byakugan." Hinata said happily, "Now it's good, there is no difference between the main family and the branch family anymore." Ningxi tentatively asked, "Hinata, do you really not care?" "Yes." Hinata nodded seriously and said, "Compared with Ningxi Gij, my talent is obviously not enough, but because of the main family, I get a lot of extra care. I think this is unfair." Ningxi took back his gaze and said with emotion, "Yes, what we want has always been fairness." At this time, Hyojin led his shadow guards back to the main house. Patriarch. Seeing that Hyojin appeared, the courtyard finally became noisy. Everyone could no longer hold back their excitement. They all cheered for Hyojin. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Hyojin smiled and waved his hand. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, he can understand the feelings of these branch family members in front of him. Standing behind Hyojin, Naruto, Sasuke, Ziyuan, Keiho, and Otsutsuki Samurai were all confused. They didn't understand why these Hyuga clansmen in front of them were so excited. Hyojin glanced around at this time and found that several members of the main family, including Hayashi, didn't show up. Only Hinata followed beside Ningxi. It seems that they still can't let it go. After a chuckle, Hyojin's expression gradually became serious and loudly announced, "The old era is over." Immediately, the cheers in the field were like thunder. In the side courtyard, several members of the main family sat in a circle, looking at each other without saying a word. Suddenly, the cheers of the branch families in the courtyard rang out. The thunderous cheers shook them to the point that they were in a daze. Sigh. The only remaining old elder of the main family sighed faintly, his face full of unwillingness. Hyuga Takashi, who was elected as the new elder of the main family not long ago, said to the old elder of the main family, "You don't have to be too sad. Removing the caged bird, abolishing the main family, and the separation system may not be a bad thing for the Hyuga clan. After all, with the 5th generation, there is no need to worry about the safety of the Hyuga clan." Hayashi nodded and sighed, "I have never heard such cheers before. Maybe we really should be eliminated." The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Hyuga clan courtyard. The excited members of the branch family quickly lined up in a long line, and one by one, they came in front of Hyojin full of expectations. Hyojin activated the Tenseigan and became serious. Wanting to break the cage bird is actually more troublesome than he imagined. Because it involves the giant Tenseigan, the level of the cage bird curse is far higher than most people think. This is also the reason why even after Hyojin obtained the Tenseigan, he couldn't completely remove the cage bird curse until he completed the ritual and advanced to Kekii net. Moreover, the cage bird curse acts on the brain nerves and the soul body at the same time. Simply removing the curse on the body or the soul body will not be able to completely remove it. Whether it is the brain nerves or the soul body, they are extremely fragile. Therefore, even the current Hyojin can only remove the curse for one clansman at a time, because he needs to be fully focused, and even a little negligence may cause unpredictable and serious damage to the clansman. It didn't take long for more and more members of the branch family to be released from the cage bird and gain long-lost freedom. Looking at the sincere smiles of the clansmen, Hyojin also smiled. He did what he wanted to do, changing the Hyuga clan from the root, and no one bled because of it. He didn't use force to annihilate the Hyuga clan by force to promote the reform, but waited until the overall situation was settled before implementing the reform. This is because the cage bird has its advantages and disadvantages. While restraining the development of the Hyuga clan, it also protects the inheritance of the Hyuga clan, and prevents the old, weak, women, and children of the clan from becoming the target of other people's Byakugan. Many things in the world are not black and white. The cage bird is even more so. It is a shackle, a cage, but isn't it also a kind of protection? During the Third Shinobi War, if Hyojin didn't often reveal the cage bird curse on his forehead, revealing his identity as a member of the Hyuga branch family, in order to dispel the other party's idea of snatching his Byakugan, he wouldn't have survived until now. Just like Hyuga Aoki, as soon as he obtained power, he became complacent and started a massacre. Or perhaps they would be like the Danzo, who did whatever they wanted as long as they had power. They would use force at every turn, and they would even carry out sneak attacks, assassinations, and even massacring their own people. All of them would gradually be consumed by their own extreme and arrogant attitudes, causing them to be loathed by even their own family and friends. For the rational and pragmatic Hyojin, this was not what he wanted. A slap was usually the most threatening when it was raised. When it was really slapped down, only pain and hatred would be left. This was also the reason why Hyojin's actions had become gentler after he successfully leveled up to Bloodline Sequence Net. Firstly, it was his personality. As a researcher, he was used to restraining himself and keeping himself rational and objective at all times. Secondly, from a pragmatic point of view, the gentler he behaved, the more he would be able to promote various reforms without any resistance. If he was as cold and arrogant as Otsutsuki Kagaya, Nagato, and Uchiha Madara, showing contempt for ordinary people, it would arouse everyone's instinctive resistance. No one likes to live in the shadow of fear. This has nothing to do with strength or weakness, it's just human nature. If he really went to the step of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the current Hyojin could indeed suppress the entire shinobi world and eradicate all the opponents, but in this way, it would be equivalent to castrating the spirit of the entire shinobi world and carving the cage bird on the whole shinobi world. In this case, it would be better to directly hang everyone on a tree like Otsutsuki Kagaya. What Hyojin needs is a shinobi world that is full of vitality and can constantly provide him with ideas and inspiration, and support him in exploring the universe. He doesn't want to be a feudal emperor, and he doesn't want to be a numb god. What he wants is constant exploration, and exploration. Therefore, after obtaining all the authority of Naruto, he still did not intervene in the daily management of the village, but transferred a large amount of funds from the village to establish a large comprehensive laboratory near the village, and recruited various scientific researchers to conduct a comprehensive study on the body of Uchiha Madara and the pair of Rinnegan. After a long time, the long line of people in the courtyard disappeared, leaving only Ningxi at the end. Because he is a disciple of Hyojin, Ningxi deliberately lined up at the end of the line, becoming the only Hyuga clansman in the current shinobi world who still has the cage bird curse. Hyojin smiled, and then skillfully removed the cage bird curse on Ningxi's forehead. "Thank you, sensei." Ningxi bowed deeply to Hyojin. Hyojin said with a smile, "Spread your wings and fly high." Ningxi nodded heavily, then looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and the others standing behind Hyojin and said, "Sensei, I also want to join your shadow guard." When he was queuing up just now, he had already heard that Hyojin reorganized the shadow guard and recruited Naruto, Sasuke, Ziyuan, Xianxia, and Otsutsuki Samurai into the shadow guard. Hyojin shook his head gently and refused Ningxi. The reason why he reorganized the shadow guard this time and recruited Naruto, Sasuke, and the others into his own shadow guard is because he felt a trace of strangeness in the mysterious disappearance of Nagato and Orochimaru. And Naruto, Sasuke, Ziyuan, Xianxia, and Otsutsuki Samurai are all one step into the six-path realm, and with a little training, they can face a six-path powerhouse head-on. In contrast, Ningxi, Haku, and Gaara are slightly inferior in terms of level, and they have almost no ability to fight against a six-path powerhouse, so Hyojin didn't recruit them into the shadow guard. Because his shadow guard is really capable of fighting a six-path powerhouse head-on, if he recruited people with insufficient strength, it would be harming them. Ningxi said anxiously, "Sensei, I know I am not as good as them now, but I will definitely work hard." Hyojin patted Ningxi on the shoulder and explained, "I believe in your ability, but this time the situation is a bit special. you are not suitable to join the Shadow Guard at the moment. Ningxi was a little disappointed, and immediately asked, then how can I join the Shadow Guard? Tenseigan. After a pause, Hyojin said, when you have the Tenseigan, you can join the Shadow Guard. Tenseigan. Ningxi's eyes narrowed, and a strong fighting spirit ignited on his face. With the improvement of his realm, Hyojin understood that the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan can actually evolve into many kinds of pupil technique Kekkei Genkai. In addition to the Tenseigan, there are also Sharingan and Rinnegan. But contrary to the current understanding of all the Hyuga people, the Tenseigan is not the easiest branch of the Byakugan to evolve. On the contrary, the Tenseigan is a relatively special one among all the evolutionary branches of the Byakugan. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for the Hyuga people to evolve the Tenseigan, but Ningxi's situation is a bit special. His body has withstood Hyojin's 6th-path level Tenseigan, and the chakra in his body has been infected by the Tenseigan chakra, and he has passively accepted a slight genetic modification, so it is possible for him to awaken the Tenseigan, at least in terms of probability, it is possible. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ah. Hey. In the practice field, Hana Kagura is working hard to practice soft fist. Her small body is flashing and moving in the field, not only is she very agile, but her steps are not messy at all, showing a very high talent in soft fist. On the sidelines. Listening carefully to the movements in the field, the corners of Hayashi's mouth raised slightly. There is no doubt that the talent shown by Hana Kagura made him very satisfied as the last patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Richa beside him also nodded repeatedly, not bad, not bad. With the release of the caged bird by Hyojin, the old system of separation of the Hyuga clan was broken, and the relationship between Hayashi and Richa has become more harmonious. They no longer have to maintain the hierarchy between each other because of the difference between the Hyuga clan and the Hyuga clan. After a while, Hayashi asked expectantly, Richa, do you think there is hope for Hana Kagura? Richa thought for a while, then shook his head and said, how can I say this kind of thing? But Hana Kagura's talent is not worse than Ningxi's, she is the most talented child in their generation, there should be hope, let Kuroto take a look at her some other day. Hayashi deeply agreed, okay. Obviously, what the brothers are talking about is whether there is hope for Hana Kagura to awaken the Tenseigan. With the release of the caged bird that binds the Hyuga clan is full of energy. Not only the teenagers, but even the middle-aged people like Richa are also immersed in cultivation, hoping to awaken the Tenseigan like Hyojin. Before, there was no path, and everyone couldn't see hope in front of him. But now with the 2 examples of Hyojin and Otsutsuki samurai, everyone knows that there is the Tenseigan in front of the Byakugan, so they all want to try the possibility of awakening the Tenseigan. Therefore, the entire clan is full of the sound of cultivation, and all kinds of practice fields are almost full of people. For this, Hyojin was a little surprised. He guessed that everyone would covet the Tenseigan, but he didn't expect that everyone would be crazy to this point. Then, he felt a headache coming on. Because he knows very well that through normal practice, the probability of awakening Tenseigan is very small, there is almost no room for manipulation, and whether it is the method of Hyojin or Otsutsuki samurai to obtain Tenseigan, it is difficult to popularize. The risk of injecting genetic fluid was very high, and Hyojin had yet to find a solution. Once the gene replenishment failed and the gene collapsed, it would directly affect the chakra attribute in the body, which would then affect the weak spirit body that was attached to the body. In other words, if it is someone who died from genetic collapse, Hyojin is not sure that he can resurrect them perfectly, which is why he hasn't injected the genetic serum into her yet. Otsutsuki samurai's method of fusing high-purity Byakugan could not be popularized. Because the purity of Otsutsuki samurai's bloodline is far higher than that of ordinary Hyuga clansmen. With his pure bloodline, fusing with a pair of high-purity Byakugan, the fused Tenseigan is not stable enough, not to mention other people. It can be said that in the entire Hyuga clan, the only one who has a little possibility of awakening Tenseigan is Ningxi. This is not to say that Ningxi's talent is very high, it is purely because he had transplanted Hyojin's Tenseigan, and the Byakugan chakra in his body was infected by the Tenseigan chakra, so there is a little possibility of awakening Tenseigan. As for the others, no matter how high the talent is and how hard the effort is, the probability of awakening Tenseigan is very small. Looking at these hopeful clansmen sweating in the practice field, Hyojin really doesn't want to let their hopes be shattered, so in addition to preparing for the wedding, he has also been thinking about how to improve the probability of awakening Tenseigan for the Hyuga clansmen. Not everyone can awaken Tenseigan, but at least like the Uchiha clan awakening Manjikyu Sharingan, as long as talent, hard work, and luck are enough, there is a possibility of awakening Tenseigan. After thinking about it, he can only rely on the giant Tenseigan. After all, it is impossible for him to constantly transplant his Tenseigan to others. He decided to design a ceremony similar to the Kekkei fusion ceremony, so that every clansman who is qualified to awaken Tenseigan will accept the infusion of the giant Tenseigan chakra. Through the extremely high purity of the Tenseigan chakra, the Byakugan chakra in the clansman's body will be induced. With this way of changing the nature of chakra, the genes of the Hyuga clansman will be gently supplemented, thus increasing the probability of awakening Tenseigan. Kuroto estimated that as long as the giant Tenseigan can really reach the 6th path level after digesting all the Byakugan, then the giant Tenseigan will theoretically have the ability to supplement the genes of the Hyuga clansman. In this way, if the luck is not too bad, perhaps every 10 years or so, a clansman of the Hyuga clan will be able to awaken the Tenseigan. This method can also allow Hyojin, who has absolute control over the giant Tenseigan, to control who can awaken the Tenseigan, and firmly control the Tenseigan in the clan. If this system can be implemented smoothly, then in less than a few decades, even without Hyojin, the Hyuga clan will become the strongest shinobi clan in the shinobi world. While the Hyuga clan was busy preparing for Hyojin's wedding and training, Hyojin's shadow guards were not idle and began their preliminary training. In the process of familiarizing themselves with the power of 6th path level, Naruto and Otsutsuki Samurai fought fiercely in Obsidian's godly power space, while Sasuke, who took the initiative to challenge Xianglin, was directly thrown into the Three Roads River of the Styx River by Xianglin. Although it has only been a few days, after the competition and exploration between peers, they have become more familiar with themselves and each other. On this day, Hyojin gathered the 5 of them together and said, "The running-in process is over, from now on, I will continue the special training for you." Naruto didn't have stage fright at all. "Sensei, we are already ready." Sasuke glanced at Xianglin on the side, and then asked, "Naruto-sama, what is the special training?" Xianglin, Ziyuan, and Otsutsuki Samurai also looked at Hyojin. Hyojin didn't explain and directly activated Yomi Baira Band with a smile, opened a space door, and then took the lead to step into the deep space door. The 5 members of the Shadow Guards didn't hesitate and immediately followed and stepped into the space door. But as soon as they passed through the space door, the 5 members of the Shadow Guards didn't have time to look around and fell to the ground without exception. Why is it here? In an instant, Naruto recognized that this was one of the prime spheres where they had fought with Otsutsuki Kagaya, the super-gravity space. What is this place? Otsutsuki Samurai was horrified, trying to get up while fighting against the terrifying gravity. Sasuke explained with a sullen face, "This is one of Otsutsuki Kagaya's different spaces, the super-gravity space." Not far away, Hyojin smiled and said, "Welcome to the new training ground. It's almost a new week, and the leaderboard will be updated. So, I'm asking for recommendation votes, it's nothing. I hope everyone can support me. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you. Everyone." Practice field? The teenagers lying on the ground looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Not to mention Xianglin, Ziyuan, and Tonari, who were here for the first time, even Naruto and Sasuke, who had been here before, were full of inexplicable surprise. In this different space full of supergravity, it was very difficult to even stand up, so they couldn't imagine what it would be like to train here. Hyojin looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the far distance, on the Kijutsu Tensei that was sealed with Otsutsuki Kagaya suspended in the air. The height seems to be lower than before. Hyojin's eyes focused, and he whispered. Perhaps due to the influence of the supergravity environment, the height of the Kijutsu Tensei that was sealed with Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to be a little lower than before. After careful observation, and after confirming that the Kijutsu Tensei was indeed slowly descending, Hyojin chuckled, "Making a hasty move is really not stable enough." The essence of the Kijutsu Tensei was the high concentration of gravity. So as long as one's pupil power was enough, and the process of casting the technique was not overlooked, then even in a supergravity environment, the Kijutsu Tensei, as a materialization of gravity, should not be seriously affected. Now that the Kijutsu Tensei that was sealed with Hyojin Kagaya was slowly descending, it meant that Hyojin's previous seal was not perfect enough, and there were some flaws. But Hyojin was not surprised by this. These days, he was not only busy with the aftermath of the war, the promotion of various reforms, and the preparation of the wedding, but he also took the time to explore the Kekii net. And as he tested and explored his own abilities, he faintly found that even the most common ninjutsu, Kekii net, could be used to great effect. Therefore, if Kuroto is asked to use Kyokushin Tensei again now, he is confident that he can increase its power by 50%, and this is not the limit. If he is given enough time, he feels that there is still room for further improvement of Kyokushin Tensei. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya's seal, Hyojin was not worried. Anyway, he had already planned to wait for a period of time to completely master the power of the bloodline net before lifting the seal and talking to Otsutsuki Kagaya again to get some information about the Otsutsuki clan. Withdrawing his gaze, Hyojin looked at the youths who were still lying on the ground and said with a smile, "Yes, this is the new training ground that I have specially prepared for all of you." Facing Hyojin's gaze, the 5 members of the Shadow Squad didn't want to disappoint Hyojin, so they mustered all their strength and struggled to get up from the ground. Immortal Mode. Naruto instantly activated the Immortal Mode, and the pupils in his eye sockets became vertical like those of a snake. His entire aura changed, and he gritted his teeth, arched his body, and propped himself up with one knee on the ground. Xianxia, who had the strongest physique among the 5, was anxious when he saw this. He immediately launched a small area of Shinra Tensei, and with the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, he also struggled to get up from the ground. Naruto and Xianxia were both Uzumaki clan members, and their physiques were extraordinary. Moreover, one had mastered the immortal technique, and the other had the Rinnegan. So, in this unique competition, they quickly got ahead of the other 3. Otsutsuki Samurai no longer hesitated when he saw this. He immediately activated the Tenseigan and entered the Tenseigan chakra. With the tyrannical Tenseigan chakra as support, he also arched his body. Looking at Naruto, Xianxia, and Tonari next to him, all barely arched their bodies, and some even stood on one foot, Sasuke was shocked and anxious. Immediately, he also imitated Xianxia and launched Shinra Tensei, trying to use the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei to resist the supergravity of the environment. However, although Sasuke's physique was also considered good, compared with Xianxia's abnormal physique, which was fused with Uzumaki Vortex and Thousand Hands bloodline, he was obviously inferior. Therefore, even with the help of the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, the bones and joints of his body couldn't adapt to the supergravity environment in a very short time, and couldn't support his body at all. Damn it! Seeing that Naruto, Xianxia, and Tonari were about to get up, Sasuke, who was barely able to support his body, became even more anxious. In the Shadow Guard, whether it is his old partner Naruto, or Otsutsuki Samurai who has the Tenseigan, or Xianxia and Ziyuan who are also members of Amatsukami, all of them are regarded as his competitors. As proud as he has long regarded himself as the strongest person in Hyojin's Shadow Guard, so he will never allow himself to lose to others in any competition, especially to Xianxia who also has the Rinnegan but is also a girl. Unfair, you guys are cheating. Among the 5 people, only Ziyuan was lying on the ground motionlessly, complaining incessantly. Physique has never been an advantage for the Miko of the Land of Demons. It can even be said that the Miko of the Land of Demons are somewhat weak, so although Ziyuan used her full strength, she couldn't resist the supergravity environment at all, she couldn't even support her body. After a while, Naruto, who was the first to activate Sage Mode, was the first to stand up. Although his body was a little staggered, his palms were really off the ground. Immediately afterward, Xianxia and Tonari stood up at the same time. At this time only Sasuke and Ziyuan haven't stood up yet. Hyojin looked at the 2 of them with interest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Naruto shouted to Sasuke, who was only half kneeling on one foot, "Come on, Sasuke." Sasuke, who was a little embarrassed, glanced at Ziyuan, who was still lying on the ground, and sighed unwillingly. "Sigh, I actually only won against Ziyuan." Xianxia smiled and said, "Ziyuan, I won this time." After being provoked by Xianxia, Ziyuan pouted and immediately took out the witch's crown from her small bag and put it on her head. Instantly, she entered the witch mode that can control natural energy, and climbed up from the ground. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew gently, and 4 of the 5 shadow guards stood up, leaving only Sasuke half lying on the ground with a dull face. Naruto was the first to react. Sasuke, come on, you can do it. Xianxia glanced at Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. Hey, can you hurry up? Xianxia dusted off her clothes and said to Sasuke, why are you staring at me? Hurry up, I'm just waiting for you. You guys. Sasuke's blood was boiling, and he was embarrassed and angry at the same time. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. I wish all the students who are participating in the college entrance examination a smooth journey. I hope that all of you will be able to get into the university you want. Susanoo. With a loud shout, the half-squatting Sasuke launched the pupil technique Susanoo, and a purple shadow was projected from his body and quickly expanded, turning into a god in armor. Then, the purple Susanoo hit the ground with both palms and propped up violently. Boom, a huge roar sounded, and under the effect of Susanoo, Sasuke stood up with a gloomy face. Such a loud noise naturally caused the others to be surprised. Xianxia curled his lips, really? Xianxia also stroked her chest, really, the sudden roar scared me. Listening to Xianxia and Xianxia's complaints, Sasuke, who was panting, suddenly blushed. However, no one really laughed at Sasuke. After all, the supergravity environment of Otsutsuki Kagaya's prime sphere space was indeed extraordinary, and no one was much stronger than anyone else. Hyojin just glanced at Sasuke and did not look down on Sasuke because of this. Whether one can quickly adapt to the supergravity environment is related to strength, physique, control of the body, and so on, and the most important one is physique. In this aspect, compared to the others, Sasuke, who had neither mastered any immortal arts nor could activate his special state, was at a clear disadvantage. Thus, it was normal for him to adapt slower than the others, and there was nothing strange about it. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had not fully recovered from his resurrection, fell to the ground when he first entered. Otsutsuki Kagaya is a real Kekkei net, which is at least 2 or 3 realms higher than the Shadow Guards who are incomplete 6th path or close to the 6th path level. Since Otsutsuki Kagaya is like this, there is nothing to criticize about Sasuke's performance. After a while, when the Shadow Guards gradually began to adapt to the supergravity environment, Hyojin said, "This is a different space, affected by a special gravitational tide. The gravity is abnormal, and at its highest, the gravity can reach more than 10 times that of the shinobi world." Everyone's expression changed. Under more than 10 times the normal gravity, it wasn't as simple as having more than 10 times the normal weight. The human body was a very complicated system. The respiratory system, digestive system, and blood circulation system were all affected by gravity. Gravity more than 10 times was a heavy burden on the tough bones and muscles of the human body, not to mention the extremely fragile organs such as the heart and lungs. Ordinary civilians would die within a minute of entering a supergravity environment due to breathing difficulties and heart failure. Even a ninja with chakra would need to be at least a jonin to survive in the supergravity environment. Only ninjas like Naruto, Sasuke, Zyuan, Kamio, and Tonari, who are close to the 6th path level, are qualified to train here. Hyojin continued, "This is a forbidden zone for life. Ordinary creatures can't survive here. Correspondingly, if you can survive here and get used to this harsh environment, then your physical fitness will be greatly improved." Otsutsuki Samurai immediately understood Hyojin's intention. "I understand, the supergravity environment can not only exercise our physique, but it can also exercise the organs that are normally difficult to exercise." Yes. After a short pause, Kuroto continued with a smile, "In this special extreme environment, the fragile organs in your body are equivalent to being hung with weights, directly participating in the exercise. No wonder it's so hard to breathe here." Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "In order to maintain the normal operation of the various organs in the body, your chakra consumption here will be 2 to 3.5 times that of the shinobi world, so you can also exercise your chakra control here. The more precise the control of chakra is, the less chakra will be wasted, and the longer the training time will be." Tsuruto smiled and said, "In order to maintain the normal operation of the various organs in the body, your chakra consumption here will be 2 to 3.5 5 times that of the shinobi world. Sasuke was secretly delighted. Chakra control is my specialty. The others also looked thoughtful. Because of their young age, their chakra amount is still in the growth period, so they usually train more in various ninjutsu and taijutsu, and they don't put too much effort in the fine control of chakra. After glancing at his companions, Sasuke, who can't wait to get back at them, asked Hyojin-sama, what is the specific training program? Hyojin slowly raised his right hand and waved to everyone, indicating that they can start. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Hyojin smiled and said, there is a Kekii net to be your sparring partner, what are you waiting for? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and they were eager to give it a try. As Hyojin said, in the entire shinobi world, only Hyojin and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, can perform Kekii net that is above the 6th path level. Therefore, being able to fight with a Kekii net is a rare experience for anyone. At this time, Hyojin gradually put away his smile, and said in a deep voice, don't be happy too early, I will not be lenient, so you better go all out. Naruto clenched his fist and said, Sensei, be careful. Sasuke also put his hands on his waist and said, Sama, if the 5 of us join forces, even you will find it very difficult to deal with us. At this time, Otsutsuki Samurai's fighting spirit was also ignited. In the last confrontation, he was inexplicably defeated, he was almost unable to fight back and was crushed, but this time, he has 4 strong companions around him, so he feels that this time there is hope to defeat Hyojin. Xianglin and Ziyuan's emotions are very normal, the 2 of them used to practice with Hyojin in the air fortress, so they are not as excited as Naruto, Sasuke, and Tonari. After communicating with their eyes, the 5 members of the Shadow Guard nodded to each other, and then looked at Hyojin together. Swish swish swish, almost in an instant, the 5 of them turned into 5 shadows and quickly dispersed. Hyojin smiled. He personally trained the Shadow Guard, but in fact, he is also training himself with the help of the Shadow Guard, because in the current shinobi world, only the Shadow Guard can be a sparring partner for him, a Kekii net. Swish, at this moment, Sasuke was the first to kill in front of Hyojin, the Kusanagi sword in his hand that was glowing with a cold light slashed towards Hyojin from top to bottom. At the same time, in the distance, Naruto was condensing a huge Rasengan that contains natural energy. On the other side, Ziyuan was silently chanting a tongue-twisting incantation, her hands were making complicated seals, the Tonari in the Tenseigan chakra mode was holding a golden sword, staring at Hyojin in the center. A little further away, Xianglin's bright Rinnegan was flashing with a strange brilliance, it seemed that she was ready to burst out the pupil power at any time. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. End of chapter 14:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.